Chapter 261. Su Luo knew what was going on. It looked like she wouldn't have to face the zombies when she opened the door. This tunnel should be a way for the train to drive away the zombies around. On the day of collecting supplies, the train door slowly opened, and Su Luo and the other two got off the train together to start looking for supplies. The first step must be to get out of the tunnel. There were openings on both sides of the tunnel. Su Luo looked around and suddenly said lightly, "Let's go from the entrance." The other two didn't have any ideas at first. Seeing Su Luo say this, they also chose to return along the original route and go to the exit at the back. A few steps after walking out of the exit, they encountered the first zombie. Su Luo stepped in and killed 2 zombies with her first skill. Such strength. She nodded and had a preliminary estimate of this operation. Don't think that zombies are fragile and can be killed in 2 hits. But no matter how fragile they are, they can't withstand the large number. The whole city is almost full of zombies. Once they are chased, they can almost attract all the zombies in the city. Where are you going next? Walking out of the tunnel and looking at the sunlight outside, Su Luo asked lightly. She did have the idea of asking these 2 people to help, but that was on the first train. Definitely not now. So when she asked this question, Su Luo had already planned to go her separate ways. Stars are not empty. After thinking for a while, we will go around the tunnel, clear the edge, and then expand outwards. As expected, Su Luo lost interest and nodded. I have other plans, so I won't go with you. This surprised the other 2 people. They originally thought that the 3 of them would be together for this operation, but they didn't expect Su Luo to actually plan to act alone. It's the fairy. Puzzled, she asked, aren't you afraid of danger? There is strength in numbers. It's safer for the 3 of us to go together. Su Luo shook her head. Your method is safe, but it's also boring, and there won't be any surprises. She suddenly smiled and said in a relaxed tone, I'm going to pursue my surprise. Bye. After saying that, she left without looking back. Hey. The girl wanted to call her, but was stopped by the boy next to her. Don't call. She has decided to go. There's no need for us to ask her to go with us. Su Luo's target was the tallest pearl in the city, the 1,000-layered pagoda, which she had spotted while the train was moving. The 1,000-layered pagoda was named by Su Luo privately, because it really looked like a stack of monks, one layer after another, with many layers stacked. So it was simply called the 1,000-layered pagoda. This building was really much taller than other buildings. When she was on the train and looked into the distance, it always blocked Su Luo's sight. This was also the destination of Su Luo's trip. She believed that from the top of the 1,000-layered pagoda, she could definitely overlook the entire city. Only in this way can she draw a map of this place in her mind. With this thing, her subsequent actions will be twice as effective with half the effort. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. If you really want to save the time of sharpening the knife, you will be inefficient and be tripped up. It's easy to say, but the distance from the tunnel to the 1,000-layer pagoda is really not close. Su Luo sighed and sneaked under the shadow of the tall building to pass quickly. Most of the zombies here prefer sunlight, so they often wander in the sunlight, and there are fewer zombies in the shadows. But less does not mean no. With a huge population base, there are still many zombies here. Su Luo hid in a corner and looked to the other side. There were 5 zombies standing in the shadow of just 20 meters. Su Luo quietly used a skill and hit a zombie, then immediately retracted his head and retreated, posing an attacking posture. After waiting for a while, no zombies came. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, went back and saw that the zombie seemed to be fine and was still wandering around. If it hadn't lost half of its health bar, Su Luo wouldn't have believed that she had just hit it. No IQ? Su Luo curled her lips and smiled. That would be easy. She first killed this zombie with her first skill, and then used the same method to knock down the remaining 4 zombies. After walking a few hundred meters like this, Su Luo frowned. The efficiency was so slow. She walked a few hundred meters for half an hour. No. At this speed, she would have to return to the original route before reaching the 1,000-layer tower. Su Luo's eyes wandered around, hoping to find some inspiration. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows. That's right. She was a woman with props. The next second, a machine suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of Su Luo. This was the bald machine. She took a few hairs that had been prepared long ago and put them in. Swish, swish, swish. The machine started running for a while, and 7 people who looked exactly like Su Luo appeared in front of her. After a simple IQ test. Except for one person with no IQ at all. The rest could perform the task. Su Luo whispered a few words in their ears. Then looked at them seriously. "I leave it to you this time." The girls nodded and suddenly ran away. The behavior of these people attracted the attention of the zombies. And soon all the zombies chased them away. Su Luo took advantage of this time and quickly passed through this large area. Relying on this method, Su Luo soon reached the 1,000-layer tower. There were also many zombies in the 1,000-layer tower. So there was no other way. Su Luo saw the right opportunity. Suddenly jumped onto a high platform. And then continued to climb up. And soon climbed to the 2nd floor. As soon as she came up, she found several zombies staring at her. This was too careless. Su Luo smiled awkwardly. Then used her 3rd skill to control them and continued to climb up. This time she was much more careful and climbed towards the shadows. Before going up, she had to take a look to prevent zombies from being there. The most important reason why the 1,000-layer tower is called the 1,000-layer tower is that this tower really has many layers. After climbing only 50 floors, Su Luo was already out of breath. This didn't work. So she climbed to a higher place, killed all the zombies on this floor, and then searched for an elevator on this floor. There was indeed an elevator, but the problem was that it couldn't go up. Su Luo was a little strange. Shouldn't it be? The power in the city had not been cut off, and the lights were even on at night. So why couldn't this thing move? Su Luo pondered for a few seconds, and then decided to see where the main switch was. However, the main switch was usually on the 1st floor underground. Su Luo looked down desperately, then up again. She gritted her teeth and climbed back the same way. When she reached the underground floor, Su Luo wiped off the sweat on her head and started looking around. Because it was underground, there was no sunlight all year round. So there were very few zombies on this floor. After Su Luo easily eliminated the zombies, she began to search each room. Her efforts paid off, and she finally saw a door full of hope, with a red lightning sign on it. This must be the main switch. Su Luo excitedly put her hand on the door handle. Click, 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 click. Su Luo retracted her hand in an instant, and looked at the door vigilantly. What was the sound inside? There couldn't be rats chewing on the wires at this time. Could there? Su Luo took a deep breath, found a wooden stick, hooked the handle from a distance, and let it down. Creaky. The door was slowly opened, and the scene inside came into view. This is indeed the main switch. And there is even surveillance of the building. Everything was normal, except for the man in the white coat, who was facing Su Luo with his back. The current scene was very strange. In a switch room on the 1st floor of the basement, there was an old man in a white coat with gray hair, with his back to the man, bent over, and moving up and down slightly. I don't know what he was doing. Su Luo held her breath and thought quickly about what she should do. Finally, she used her 1st skill to hit the man, and at the same time used her 3rd skill to control him. Su Luo was very foresight. The moment her 1st skill hit the man, it turned its head at a speed that even Su Luo couldn't react to, and then rushed towards Su Luo. But because Su Luo controlled him in time, he only walked a short distance. But Su Luo used 2 skills almost at the same time. In such a short time, he could rush over so quickly. Su Luo took a breath. Although she was shocked, Su Luo still used her 1st skill on him with professionalism. If a species is particularly strong in one aspect, it must be lacking in other aspects. The disadvantage of this fast species is obviously that it is fragile. Su Luo's 1st skill knocked off 1/3 of its health. But this amount of health was actually much better than those zombies. Su Luo quickly used the last 1st skill and killed it. She breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground with some exhaustion. It was really dangerous just now. Even she couldn't react to that speed. If she hadn't been cautious enough and used the 3rd skill in advance, Su Luo wouldn't even have had the chance to use her ultimate skill and talent skill to escape, and would have been killed by this thing. Too scary. How could there be such a scary thing in this underground floor? Su Luo complained wildly in her heart. But her hands did not stop moving, turning the species that fell face down on the ground. The reason why it is called species is that at the moment it turned around, the video clearly showed that it was no longer human, but still had some special symptoms of humans. After turning it over, Su Luo took another breath. This is a rat man. Its face has a pointed mouth protruding. And there are two big buck teeth. The cheeks and eyes are sunken. And it looks like a replica of a rat. But such a face grows on a human body. And the rat-like cheeks are also flesh-colored, which looks extremely scary. Is this a mutation? After a brief shock, Su Luo quickly calmed down and analyzed calmly. Chapter 262. This person may have to leave here because of the zombies outside. Then after some unpredictable process, he became like this. Wait! Su Luo was suddenly startled and immediately ran to the place where the rat man bent down just now. It's over. She slapped her forehead helplessly. She heard it right just now. This is really a rat biting the wire. In front of her, the thick and long wire has been bitten beyond recognition. The black rubber outside has been bitten open. And part of the copper wire has been bitten off. What should I do? Su Luo scratched her head, feeling a headache. I can't really climb up. Can I? That distance is really not possible. If she uses her ultimate skill to fly up, Su Luo is afraid that she will have no life-saving skills if something happens next. After all, whether it is her ultimate skill or her talent skill, the CD is very long. How about going back? This rat man is so powerful. He must be worth a lot. No, I can't fall. Su Luo became serious. Her main goal was the crystal core, not just the points. Oh, right. The crystal core. Su Luo looked at the rat man on the ground. Such a powerful species must have a crystal core. Right? TSK. Although she felt disgusted, Su Luo still found a stone and smashed the ratman head with a bang. The ratman head was smashed open, and unknown red and white objects were scattered all over the ground. Sure enough, Su Luo's eyebrows were happy, and he immediately took it out. This should be a crystal core, right? Su Luo speculated as he looked at the transparent diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. No matter what. With this trip is definitely a great harvest. She felt relieved. And when she looked at the bitten wire again, she felt that it was not so ugly. That's right. Yun Feibai is a computer major, so he should have experience in connecting wires. Thinking of this, Su Luo immediately sent a message to Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai replied quickly. First, remove the damaged insulating rubber around the wires, leaving a certain length of exposed wires, and then tie them up according to the corresponding colors. Su Luo nodded, followed Yun Feibai's method, then pulled out the shoelaces on her shoes and tied the wires. This should work. Su Luo looked at the wires she had simply repaired with uncertainty, and finally made up her mind to turn off the main switch. There was an elevator on the underground floor, so she quickly went to the elevator on the underground floor to try it out. It really worked. Su Luo was delighted and took the tram to the top floor. There was not a single zombie on the rooftop. Yes, at such a high altitude, no zombie would choose to climb up. Su Luo walked out and looked down at the entire city. On the rooftop, she realized that this city was really big, and it felt bigger than the capital of this world. So it was conceivable how many zombies there were here. The distribution of zombies on the ground is in blocks, which is very strange. Because of this distribution, Su Luo did not look at it according to the buildings, but according to the location of the zombies. These zombies seemed to be deliberately gathered in the center of certain buildings, and then expanded in a circle. Su Luo was not sure if she had misunderstood, because this distribution was still very abstract. She looked carefully and found that the 1,000-layer tower where she was seemed to be a small center, surrounded by a large number of zombies. But the strange thing is that these zombies are not like the zombies in other places. Most of them are standing still or circling around the center. The zombies here seem to be expanding outwards, which is why Su Luo noticed this place. It seems wrong to say that they are expanding outwards. To be more precise, they are leaving the center. Su Luo was suddenly stunned. If you look at it from this angle, it is really like this. The zombies in other places seem to be attracted by the center and keep circling around the center. The attraction here seemed to be gone, so the zombies left collectively. Su Luo suddenly realized that this change was most likely caused by her. After all, she was the only one active in the 1,000-layer tower just now. So what did she do? Electrify the 1,000-layer tower and kill the ratman. Electrification can be completely ruled out. After all, there are also electricity in other central buildings, and the zombies did not leave. Then the source of all this is very likely to be the ratmen. Su Luo suspected that these zombies were circling around these mutant species. In other words, there are also rat-like beings in those central buildings. Thinking of this, Her eyes lit up. She quickly memorized the terrain and marked the locations of those central buildings in her mind. Now there is one more thing to do. Su Luo looked down at the floor under her feet. She might need to go back to the basement again. The Ratman can attract zombies. It must not be because it is powerful. After all, these zombies look brainless. And the Ratman has no wisdom and cannot lead the vast number of zombies. Secondly, it is definitely not because of the crystal core. Ratmen are much stronger than ordinary zombies. So the crystal core should be more powerful. But if the crystal core attracted the zombies, then the crystal core is still in Su Luo's hand. And they should still stay here. So what attracted the zombies? Su Luo felt that she had to look for clues from the body of the Ratman. She took the elevator back to the basement and came to the body of the Ratman. Well, since I have opened the brain, it is not too much for me to open the body. Right? With this in mind, Su Luo dissected the Ratman. She was not a professional student, so her movements were rough. After finally cutting open the Ratman's stomach, Su Luo began to search inside its body. She did not know which was the stomach, so she could only cut open the organs one by one. Fortunately, it was only the first one, and Su Luo hit the target and found a clue. In the Ratman's stomach, there was a piece of meat that had not been digested completely, and there was nothing else. What kind of meat is this? Su Luo continued to look for clues nearby. If this person ate here, he would definitely leave some food residue nearby. Is this rat skin? Under a box, Su Luo found several pieces of gray fur, which looked like rat skin. Then the piece of meat just now should be rat meat. Rat meat is definitely not something that normal people would like to eat. Considering this geographical location and the situation outside the door, it is not difficult for Su Luo to guess that this person must have come here to work. And then the people outside suddenly turned into zombies. He was smart and knew that he could not defeat the zombies. So he quickly closed the door and waited for the situation to improve. However, there was no movement here, and the 4 or 5 zombies did not leave. Although he was extremely hungry, he did not dare to go out. So he started to catch rats to eat. After all, although rat meat is harmful to the body, it can still survive for a short period of time. However, the rat meat in his stomach should be the last food he ate. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have only this piece of food residue. Then his transformation into a rat man must be related to these pieces of rat meat. TSK. Su Luo stood up unhappily. There were too few clues. Even she couldn't guess anything useful. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Luo had to leave the Thousand Layers Tower and return to the train. When she returned to the train, the sound of the train reminder rang in Su Luo's ears. Ding! You have killed a total of 42 zombies and a mutant ratman today, and you have earned a total of 142 points. Su Luo heard the voice and immediately looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that only she could hear the voice. It was known that zombies were worth 1 point each, so it was clear that mutant ratmen were worth 100 points each. Su Luo nodded, and then she knew that mutant ratmen were advanced zombies. Then this crystal core was the one that could increase attribute points. Then, the train's voice was not finished. It was detected that you have a speed crystal core in your hand. Do you need us to help you deal with it? Su Luo thought to herself. Can I use it directly after processing? Yes. After processing, you can put it in your mouth and take it orally. That's great. Su Luo nodded. I agree. The train prompt said, train processing requires 10 points. Please confirm. After Su Luo clicked to confirm, the crystal core in her hand suddenly disappeared and returned to her hand a minute later. Looking at the crystal core in her hand, Su Luo swallowed her saliva, raised her head, and put it in her mouth. Then she opened her eyes wide. She didn't expect that once the crystal core entered her mouth, it turned into a hot stream and flowed directly into her body without giving her a chance to react. A few seconds later, Su Luo felt that she was indeed full of power. In one word, comfortable. She immediately opened the system and looked at her attribute panel. She increased the speed a little, and the other things remained unchanged. Thinking of the prompt sound on the train just now saying that this was a speed crystal core, Su Luo understood it. However, thinking that this was a speed crystal core, and the owner of the crystal core, that is, the mutant rat man, was incredibly fast, Su Luo had reason to suspect that other advanced zombies had strong strength and thick blood bars. Maybe there would be some particularly beautiful ones? In any case, it was right to control them in advance. And you must prepare your ultimate move and be ready to release it at any critical moment. Su Luo nodded and cheered herself up. This was the first time she collected supplies. Although she failed to reach the goal of 330. At least she had a clear understanding of the resource points. And she could just go directly next time. Not long after, the two of them came back, looking at Su Luo, who had been sitting on the chair for a long time. Xingxing Bukong asked curiously, "Why did you come back so early?" "It's the ferry." She patted him. "I'm the first place, so I don't have to pay the points for carriage A." After being reminded of this, the boy nodded in sudden realization. Yes, the first place does not have to pay the points for the carriage. With Su Luo's strength, she is firmly in the first place of the train. Chapter 263. The two sat beside Su Luo wearily. "We are really exhausted today. We just killed zombies all the way. We can't go very far in the land reclamation." "It's the ferry," she said, a little collapsed. "The zombies here are so ugly and disgusting. I am dying from facing these things all day long." "Stars are not empty." Hug her and said gently, "It's okay. I won't let these things hurt you in the slightest. After we get out of the dungeon, we will go on a trip to refresh our eyes." Su Luo, why do these two people want to sit next to her? Just sit down. Why show her your affection? She coughed heavily. "So what did you get?" "Stars are not empty," said somewhat proudly. "Several skills of my fairy sister are group damage, which is very effective against these zombies that always gather together, and in large numbers. It's the little fairy." She shyly punched. "Stars are not empty." On the chest. "Oh, that's annoying. How can he be as good as you say? It's just 560 points. What a mediocre one." Su Luo twitched her lips. "So, you two now have 300 points each?" The girl nodded. "Yes. This is the first time. I'm not familiar with it. Next time, I think I can do better." Su Luo nodded. "It's really a master level. Although it looks weak, but it has its own foundation. It's amazing to be able to achieve this level for the first time. What about you? Lost sister?" The girl looked at Su Luo curiously. Su Luo scratched her head. "More than 100 points." "Huh?" The two people on the opposite side exclaimed at the same time, attracting the attention of the people around them. After quietly apologizing to the people around them, "It's the little fairy." Then, they looked at Su Luo unexpectedly. Su Luo's strength is definitely stronger than the two of them. There is no doubt about it. But why did she get so few points? "It's the little fairy," he asked straightforwardly. "Don't you have any group attack skills? Do you want to join us next time? After all, this is the benefactor who saved their lives. And the two of them don't mind helping her." Su Luo shook her head. "No. I don't need your help. After all, I don't plan to go to carriage A by relying on points." She half-jokingly said, "Maybe next time when collecting supplies, I can far surpass you?" "That's right." The girl nodded. If Su Luo didn't need points, she would naturally not pay much attention to collecting supplies. Maybe they were just playing around. What Su Luo didn't tell them was that she didn't need to rely on points to get in. But she also needed 1,000 points to buy the set meal in carriage A. At 11 o'clock, the train left on time. Su Luo looked out the window. Wow! There was blood all over the exit, which looked particularly eye-catching. If nothing unexpected happened, there must have been a fierce fight here. It's the little fairy. She also saw this scene, and she was a little relieved. Fortunately, they didn't choose to go out from here at that time. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether they would be injured in this fierce battle. Remembering that it was Su Luo who led the way back, she suddenly wondered if Su Luo had anticipated this situation. Seeing Su Luo's indifferent expression, she mustered up the courage to ask, why didn't you choose to go out from the exit, but from the tunnel entrance?" Su Luo glanced at her and said lazily, "I just chose it at random. This time, it's the little fairy." It's more certain that Su Luo must have guessed that she would go from the back. But Su Luo didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask, but just said gratefully, "Anyway, thank you." Su Luo looked at her in surprise, then looked away. Just as, "It's a fairy," thought. She did have some guesses at that time, so she went to the back. At that time, Su Luo found that most people were going to the back, and they looked at those who were going forward with sympathy and contempt. In this situation, Su Luo quickly thought of one thing. They saw it clearly when they came, and as they approached the tunnel, there were fewer and fewer zombies outside. The entrance is safe. But what about the exit? She didn't know if it was the same as here, or if there were still zombies. But after seeing the reactions of these people, she knew what was going on. That's why she said she wanted to go back. She closed her eyes and stopped talking. Time went by in a blink of an eye, and it was time for the second collection of supplies. This time, Su Luo's goal was clearer than the last time, which was to walk towards the central building closest to the train. This nearest building was actually not far from the train, and Su Luo reached it in just half an hour. This is a photo studio, and it is easy to tell just by looking at the storefront. There are a large number of zombies guarding the store entrance, making it difficult to enter. What can be done? Su Luo tried to summon a clone and let her attract the zombies at the door. Humans are very attracted to zombies. Soon, a large number of zombies chase Su Luo. The speed of these zombies is indeed a flaw, and the clone should be able to hold on for a while. Seeing that there were only a few zombies left in the photo studio, Su Luo quickly ran over and eliminated them with a series of operations. Entering the photo studio, Su Luo began to walk inside. There are many beautiful wedding dresses here. If it weren't for the impact of the virus, this should be the dream paradise of many girls. Walking to the backstage, Su Luo suddenly took a breath. There stood a bride with her back to her, wearing a beautiful dress. The bride was wearing a white wedding dress, and her hair was combed into a beautiful style, as if she was a bride waiting to be married. Su Luo smiled bitterly. Why was she facing away from her again? Don't you know it will cause psychological trauma to people? She used the same trick again, releasing the first skill followed by the third skill. This time, the mutant species was not as fast as the last one, and she was trapped before she could even turn around. It was good that she couldn't turn around. This way she couldn't be scared. Su Luo didn't hesitate, and used the first skill, and the health bar dropped by 1/3. It seemed that this was also a special thing. While waiting for the CT of the first skill, Su Luo used the second talent skill, conjured up a candy and ate it. Then she used her first skill again. The result was surprising. Su Luo's first skill killed the bride, who had 2/3 of her health left. Am I lucky? Su Luo opened the attribute panel in disbelief, and saw that her buff at the moment was to double her attack for 2 hours. She immediately became excited and did not check the corpses, but ran directly to the next location. It was rare to encounter such a good effect. She could not waste it. Fortunately, the next location was only about 20 minutes away from here. Su Luo arrived quickly, and then used the same method to lure away the zombies, and walked in. 2 hours passed in a flash, and when Su Luo's buff ended, she had already obtained 3 mutant species, including the previous bride. The total points were 400. This was very happy. Su Luo smiled and walked towards the next goal. This was probably the benefit of making a plan in advance. Otherwise, she would definitely still be wandering around like a headless fly. There are actually not many mutant species in this entire city, and Su Luo couldn't reach those farther places. So after getting 700 points, she walked back to the train with a sense of unsatisfaction. It's not that she doesn't want to continue, but first, if she wants to find it again, she will have to go further, and it may be a bit troublesome to come back. Second, she needs to save some for herself so that she will have resources when she collects supplies next month. You know, at the beginning of each month, the points of the previous month will be cleared. She only needs 1,000 points. There is no need to take too much. You came back earlier than us? It's the little fairy. Seeing Su Luo, he said with some surprise. Today, the two of them didn't calculate the time well, and came back a little early. I thought he would be ahead of Su Luo, but he was still a step late. Su Luo nodded and greeted them. It's the fairy. He came close to Su Luo and asked, how many points did you get today? Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but still covered up and said, not much. After that, she closed her eyes and pretended not to talk. She didn't need to tell others that she had earned more than 800 points. If she aroused the suspicion of these two people and insisted on following her, she would have to spend some effort to kill them. The previous deployment was in vain. As the saying goes, it is a crime to possess a treasure. Having this special scoring technique is a crime for some people. She does not need to test human nature. Her actions were indeed misunderstood by the two people, as the points she got were too few, and she was embarrassed to keep silent. Seeing this, it's a fairy. She did not want to be bored and returned to her seat silently. Soon it was time to upgrade the carriage, and Su Luo got on the A carriage without any obstacles. The gatekeeper of carriage A is also a fire attribute user. And she's a girl. Unlike the one I met before. This girl's control over the fire attribute is more sophisticated and her strength is stronger. Fireballs as big as fists are constantly fired at her. The speed is still too slow. Su Luo nimbly dodged the fireballs while complaining in a low voice. To be honest, only the zombies would be killed by such fireballs. Ordinary people would hardly be hurt as long as they pay attention. Releasing a fireball requires energy and physical strength. The girl soon ran out of energy and was panting. She glared at Su Luo, who was obviously at ease, and then returned to her seat without saying a word and sulked. Su Luo came to carriage A, as a matter of course, when she could buy the next month's benefits. She calmly bought the Crystal Core package worth 1,000 points. Chapter 264. She is definitely the one who made the most money on this trip. Even Yunfei Bai only found 17 or 18 advanced zombies by exploring on his own and following some rules. Su Luo killed 8 advanced zombies every month. By the time the trains met, she had gained 24 attribute points. Adding the monthly Crystal Core package, the total was 27 attribute points. This copy was really profitable. Su Luo was both excited and surprised. She had no doubt that the last 2 planes must also have channels to obtain attribute points. But why is this copy so magical? It is much more generous than the previous copies. Looking at the Mary Sue duo, she fell into deep thought. Will this be like the assessment copy? A copy specially designed for master-level players to widen the gap. If this is the case, then you have to go to the forum after the copy is out to see what is going on. When the trains intersected, Su Luo and the other 2 also successfully arrived at the second train. According to Yunfei Bai's description, this plane is the vampire plane. Unlike the zombie plane, the abilities of vampires make them nearly invincible. It is difficult to kill a vampire with just their abilities. Yunfei Bai had tried to fight a vampire before, but he knew the difference between the 2 with just one skill. The attack power of a vampire is not high, and its attack methods are relatively scarce. But it can't withstand the extremely high HP. With Yunfei Bai's attack power, after one skill, he can hardly see the opponent's HP drop. In short, no matter what, run away if you are discovered, and never think of fighting them. This is Yunfei Bai's advice to Su Luo. Although he said so, Yunfei Bai can be said to be smooth sailing in this plane. The reason is that his hidden profession played a big role. Because his hidden profession only manifests itself to himself in battle. It has almost no sense of existence. And his hidden profession is a vampire. Although it is called a vampire, it can only recover blood according to the damage it causes in battle. But in the end, this profession still gives him the breath of a vampire. With this aura, the vampires immediately recognized him as one of their own kind. Because it is difficult for vampires to give birth to new life. It is rare to see such a strange vampire. And the entire vampire society can be said to be giving and demanding to him. What? Want supplies? Give. Want food? Give. When he said this, Su Luo was extremely envious. This is why, when it was clearly time to collect supplies, Yunfei Bai was able to quickly reply to Su Luo's message. Because he is not in any danger, Su Luo could only envy him. After all, not everyone can have such an opportunity. But she also got some useful information. Such as only real silver can cause a lot of damage to vampires in this plane. In addition, it seems that there are really no treasures in this plane. Only Yunfei Bai got a heart of immortality because he is also a vampire. It is the heart left by a dead vampire. For people who are also vampires, it has great benefits. As we all know, vampires are very difficult to die. Especially the vampires in this plane. They are not even afraid of sunlight. The only thing that can kill them is silver. The heart was left by a vampire who had lived for N years because he was so depressed that he committed suicide. When they knew that Yunfei Bai was going to the first train, they gave him the heart in order to let this fellow, who was about to sail away, live well. Then they told him some information about the first plane and the hidden treasures. Vampires are a race full of wisdom. And with their long lifespan, they have a deep understanding of this world. They know that there are other planes on their planet. And they also know the existence of trains. Once a powerful person used his power to possess a passenger and came to the first plane. And then he learned the relevant information. But later the train repaired the bug, and they could not go through that plane. Su Luo blinked and collected her thoughts. Now is not the time to think about the last plane. She still has to live well in this plane. Speaking of silver, Su Luo looked at the sword of light in her hand and fell into deep thought. The sword of light itself is silver, and vampires are the product of darkness. So the power of the sword of light against dark creatures is unquestionable. But these vampires were very kind to Yun Feibai, and even gave him the treasures of their tribe. This made Su Luo a little reluctant. After thinking about it, she put the sword of light away. Anyway, she didn't need the points. So she didn't do this thing of repaying kindness with enmity. Just collect supplies with peace of mind. The vampire world is very prosperous, with dark gold and dark red as the main colors, which looks low-key, luxurious and mysterious. There are few buildings inside, but they are very tall, and most of them are castles. The Western European-style castles perfectly satisfy every girl who has a princess dream. Although it is dark, with the background of these castles, it looks like being in a fairy tale. Large tracts of roses make people feel relaxed and happy, and linger. Su Luo even thought that if this kind of place was really open to the public, it would definitely become a tourist attraction. A must-visit place for girls all over the world to check in. Vampires are cannibals, and humans who are embraced by them will not become vampires, but only shriveled corpses. This race prohibits people with impure blood from becoming members of the same race. The way they distinguish bloodlines is by aura. So Yun Feibai will not be exposed. He actually has the aura of a pure-blooded vampire. This is also the danger of this plane. You cannot be embraced by a vampire. However, although the vampires here know that there is a train, they cannot find it because of the special magnetic field. Su Luo also figured it out a little in the previous plane. The tunnel is like a separate space, intersecting with the zombie plane, but not entirely in it. It can only be found through special methods. Along the way, it's a ferry. They all seemed very excited. Vampire. I haven't seen one yet. The vampires in the novels are all very handsome. I wonder if it's the same here. A woman on the bus heard the words "it's a ferry" and sneered. It's very handsome. The kind that can kill you. I suggest you lie down on her bed directly. You know, it's very comfortable to be hugged by a vampire for the first time. Su Luo frowned. Although the words "it's a ferry" were inappropriate, it was very cool to say in front of a group of passengers that this existence that was a threat to their lives was very handsome. But the girl's words were a bit too much. But after all, it was. It's the little fairy who said the wrong thing first. So Su Luo just frowned and ignored it. She could ignore it. But? Xingxing Bukong. How could he see his girlfriend being wronged? He got anxious on the spot. What are you talking about? Why are you so vicious? It's the little fairy. Also shed tears appropriately. Woo-woo. Yes, I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. Brother Xingxing. Don't be angry. I'm fine. The short-haired girl was even more angry when she saw her like this. Why are you crying? You are here praising a bunch of murderers for being handsome, and I haven't scolded you much. But you are feeling wronged? Stars are not empty. Said angrily, I haven't scolded you much. If you scold people, will you be able to overturn this planet? My little fairy is too simple, so she doesn't think so much. Unlike you, an old witch. You have to think badly about everything you hear. Old witch. No. The short-haired girl was so angry when she heard stars are not empty say that. She laughed. I really don't know how you. A freeloader. And this little princess, who doesn't care about other people's fireworks, came to the second train. Did you lie on your thighs all the way? She mocked the two of them in a nefarious way, but suddenly turned the topic to Su Luo, who had been silent all the time. Now, everyone in the car looked over. They had been holding their breath when they heard "it's a little fairy." As a result, when the short-haired girl spoke, they did vent their anger, but they were indeed a little uneasy in their hearts, because what the short-haired girl said was a bit too much. These two people had just arrived, so it was normal that they didn't know the situation. Only passengers like them, who had been oppressed by the tyranny of vampires for many years, could truly hate vampires. It was a bit embarrassing to let the two newcomers empathize with them, especially since she asked them to lie on the bed. For a girl, it was really a bit vicious. That's why they didn't talk just now. But listening to them quarreling, they were a little confused. How did these two brainless people get promoted? They actually saw the fight between these three people. The girl with the high ponytail sitting down was very hard to figure out, and she didn't use any ability. She just relied on her speed to overturn the defender. But if you say that this girl's ability is simply to increase speed or strength, they don't believe it. The other two were more normal. They were elementalists. They produced attribute balls in their hands and knocked down the defenders. They were indeed very strong. But they had lived for so long. And they were still quite accurate in judging people. With this strength, it was definitely not enough to support the brains of these two people. Just like just now. Just one sentence could offend a whole car of people. This ability is also unique. Su Luo's glasses, which were originally closed, opened after being named, and her eyes were full of helplessness. She really didn't expect that she could be mentioned in this way. Who did she offend? She was thinking of denying it. But it's the little fairy. But suddenly said loudly, "We just hug thighs." So what? Do you have the ability to hug thighs? Su Luo, ? Chapter 265. Before she could speak, the short-haired girl sneered and said, "Just see if your thigh can protect you. If she falls, what will you do?" Su Luo, ? Pause for a moment. Su Luo frowned and said loudly. She was afraid that if she didn't speak, the development of the matter would become very strange. The main reason was that she really didn't have the kindness to be a shield for others. First of all, I am not a thigh of them. To be precise, I am from the same hometown as them. But I am a stranger, and I can't help them in any way, Su Luo said in a deep voice, looking at them coldly. It's the fairy. She could see that it's the fairy. She actually wanted to drag her into the water and force her to stand on the same side with them. It's the fairy. She also knew her tricks. And when she saw that Su Luo had seen through her tricks, she blushed and couldn't face her. Then, Su Luo turned to look at the short-haired girl. Secondly, do you think you are righteous? You are so vicious to someone who made an unintentional mistake. And you cursed a passerby who didn't participate in the battle for no reason. She looked at the three people who were making trouble in a cold voice and said bluntly, I warn you. You can make trouble. But don't involve me. Her strength was enough for her to say these words with confidence. After sitting down and closing her eyes again, Su Luo actually felt an unrealistic feeling in her heart. In her heart, she was still a rookie. After all, she had just been promoted to the master-level dungeon not long ago. I didn't expect that now she has the capital to look down on the heroes. But she ignored that the gains she had in the assessment dungeon before being promoted to the master level were equivalent to the efforts of many master players in several dungeons. That's why she was able to do well in these copies. It was because she had such a good foundation before. She worked so hard to improve her strength all the way, just to protect herself and the important people she wanted. Now Su Luo suddenly realized that, except for the accumulation of some time, she had probably achieved it. As Su Luo sat down, the car fell into a brief silence. Only, it's the little fairy. A slight sob occasionally appeared in the car. The stars are not empty. This time, he did not comfort her at an inappropriate time. He also saw that his girlfriend had just done something dishonest and wanted to drag the boss into the water. In this case, if he blindly comforted her, it's the little fairy. That would really hurt her. After a while, the short-haired girl returned to her seat silently. It's the little fairy. Also sat back with Xingxing Bukong. Don't mess with this person. This was a sentence that emerged in the minds of everyone in the car at the same time. Unlike the mindless provocations of the two people, it's a fairy. Su Luo's behavior is indeed in line with the style of a big boss. She is low-key when she should be low-key. And she is not willing to give in when it comes to herself. If she doesn't have enough strength to support it, how can she be so confident? And the big boss who is unfathomable in their hearts suddenly regrets it now. She is planning to stay calm in this dimension. Now that she is recognized as a big boss, these people are likely to follow her to seek shelter. If these tales are really dragged, then this plane will be in trouble. Forget it. Let's fight back. Anyway, even if I get into trouble, I can get out of it. But I don't know what will happen to those who are ready to take advantage of the situation. Time passed in the blink of an eye. And it was time to collect supplies for the first time. Su Luo heard the passengers in the car chatting and learned that the main supplies needed in this plane were actually wood, bricks and so on. But the sound of logging was too loud, which could easily attract vampires. They like quietness, and when they encounter a human who makes noise, they will chase him until he gets into the car. And turning heads, that is even harder to obtain. The main source of turning heads in this plane is those castles. There are indeed a lot of bricks on the castle. And for the sake of artistic sense, some vampires will also place a lot of bricks around the castle, making it into the shape of a rose, as if the castle is blooming in the roses. But the castle is the home of the vampire. Wouldn't it be death on the spot if you go there? Vampires are very sensitive to human smells. There are no humans in their world, and they rely on trains for supplies. To be honest, trains are food suppliers for them. Every time they collect supplies, vampires will be very excited. Vampires who have not gone out for a long time will also come out to look for food on this day. So the danger level of this plane is higher than that of the zombie plane. You know, facing a group of enemies who are far more powerful than ordinary people and have wisdom is a very headache. After getting off the train, Su Luo suddenly felt as if she was under the spotlight, with nowhere to hide. Although the map of this plane is quite large, there are no buildings. There are many gardens around, but most of them are still empty land. How can you hide here? If you walk on the street, you will be caught. Right? Su Luo turned her head and looked at the people in other carriages. They are all old passengers. They must have their own survival rules. Sure enough, she soon saw several passengers calmly walking into the castle. Castle? Su Luo stared at those people with wide eyes in disbelief. At this time, a man in the F carriage came up to him and said, "Boss, they are all hired workers." Hired workers? Su Luo looked at him in confusion, hoping to get an explanation. The boy with glasses smiled and said, "Human blood is indeed a delicacy for vampires, but it is not indispensable and will not make people addicted." Su Luo nodded, thinking of the name of hirer, and guessed. So some vampires will choose to hire humans to do things, in exchange for not killing them and providing them with supplies? I didn't expect that the person in front of me could deduce the general situation based on just a background introduction. The boy who was originally thinking of giving more face was stunned for a moment. But soon he smiled and said, "You are worthy of being a big boss. You are really smart. This is the general situation. But even the employers are divided into levels." Su Luo raised her eyebrows and did not follow his wishes to ask, but asked back, "What do you want? I protect you?" The boy didn't expect Su Luo to be so straightforward and was silent for a while. "Yes, I will provide you with information. And I hope you can help me at a critical moment." He raised his head, smiled brightly, and said openly, "Just once. If you happen to encounter me in danger, I hope to get your help when I can." Su Luo asked again, "What if you have never encountered danger? I will definitely leave this car after this month." The boy knew that Su Luo basically agreed, and immediately said, "Then I will give you this information for free." Su Luo nodded appreciatively, "Then go on." "I agree." The boy in front of her was very good at judging the situation, and all the options were very suitable for her, so it was not impossible to help. And for some reason, this boy looked familiar to her. The boy said, "One type of employer is blood employer, which is a low-level employer. They are a group of blood sellers." As he said this, he pointed to a person in a subtle way. Su Luo looked up and saw a pale and thin girl. Most of these people are selling blood to survive, because they sell blood for a long time. They are malnourished. People like her probably won't last long. Su Luo looked away. What about the other type? The other type is to please the vampires with some skills. For example, magic, acrobatics, etc. The boy said helplessly, "But this type is also very dangerous. If the vampires get tired of their skills, if they meet a good-tempered one, they will give them supplies for the last time and then part ways amicably. The other kind is just food. Right?" Su Luo continued. The boy sighed. "Oh, that's right. Vampires have unpredictable tempers, and you never know when you get tired of them." Su Luo suddenly asked, "How do the rest of the people live? I don't think there's any place to hide in this place." The boy pointed to the distance. "Where we are now is the center of the plane, the habitat of pure-blooded vampires. And this plane actually has not only pure-blooded vampires, but also mixed-blood vampires. Their place looks more like a human village, and it is easier for us to hide." Su Luo asked in confusion, "Isn't it said that vampires attach great importance to blood and strictly prohibit these things?" The boy laughed and said, "That's what they said. But there are always accidents. Although the blood of mixed-blood vampires is not pure, it is difficult for them to die. So they stay. Then they reproduce from generation to generation and became the village over there." Su Luo nodded and looked over here again. "Then let's go to the mixed-blood village. By the way, what's your name?" "Kadipi. Because pure-blood vampires hate noise and mixed-blood vampires. Their village is far from the center. Su Luo and her companions walked for an hour to get there. Of course, this was also because Su Luo was accommodating to Kadipi. Otherwise, with her speed, she might have arrived in less than half an hour. When we arrived, we saw the scattered houses. It really looked like a human village. On the way, Kadipi and Su Luo introduced the mixed blood vampires. Because their blood is impure, their desire for blood is much less than that of pure-blooded vampires. Their living habits and behaviors are also closer to humans. Most importantly, they are also easy to talk to. Passengers can come here and exchange supplies for labor such as helping them clean the house. Wouldn't this plane be very easy? Su Luo asked puzzledly. Chapter 266. Kadipi smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy? You know, vampires are very smart. How could they not think of the methods that humans can think of? Su Luo's eyes were a little serious. So, pure-blooded vampires will also come here to capture humans? He nodded and checked the time, if nothing unexpected happens. There are already several pure-blooded vampires stationed in this village. Is that so? Su Luo's eyes were shining, as if he was thinking about something. She suddenly asked, Do you know how vampires build their houses? Kadipi looked at her in confusion. Ah? Why do you ask this? If nothing unexpected happens, they should have built them themselves. Su Luo nodded. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. She looked at the main gate of the village, and then said, There must be vampires guarding the main gate. Let's go in from the side. Kadipi shook his head and said proudly, No. I have a better way to get in. Is this the better way you said? Looking at the dog hole in front of him. Su Luo looked at him with a frown on his face. Speechless, Kadipi nodded confidently. This place can't be discovered by the vampires, who are too arrogant. We will definitely not encounter vampires if we go from here. That's true. For safety, Su Luo didn't care about her image and followed Kadipi into the cave. There was a big stone in front of the dog hole, which perfectly blocked the figures of the two. Su Luo looked outside. The village was very quiet, with few vampires walking around. Kadipi simply mouthed, They are afraid of pure blood. Su Luo understood. Because there were so many pure blood vampires in the village today, and the half-bloods were afraid of them, so they naturally didn't come out to hang out. Su Luo carefully observed the surroundings. With her good eyesight, she soon found two vampires hiding in the dark and a half-blood vampire rushing home. Why could Su Luo tell the difference between the two? Of course, it was because of their completely different looks. The mixed-blood vampire seemed to be cursed. He looked extremely ugly and had pustules on his face. He was an existence that people would not want to look at again. The two vampires hiding in the dark were both handsome. Among the people Su Luo had seen, only Yun Feibai could compare with them. The clothes of the two vampires were also very gorgeous, very much like the exaggerated style of the Middle Ages in Western Europe. They were beautiful, but they always felt flashy and superficial. Looking at the costumes of the two vampires, Su Luo suddenly fell into deep thought again. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Su Luo didn't move for a long time, Kadipi gently pushed her, hoping to call her back to her senses. Su Luo came back to her senses and smiled embarrassedly. Let's go out. She pointed to the dog hole behind her and spoke to Kadipi with her mouth. Although Kadipi was confused, he still followed him out, adhering to the principle that it was always right to listen to the boss. After they got outside, the two of them could finally talk quietly without being so cautious. Su Luo asked quickly, How many vampires usually live together? Kadipi said, One person. They rarely live with two people. The long life has made them lose interest in human emotions such as love, family, and friendship. After hearing his words, Su Luo suddenly laughed. Let's go back to the area of pure vampires. Kadipi was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, Why? There is no place for us over there. Although there are a few vampires here, it is safer than over there. Su Luo said cunningly, Who said we have no place to stay? Aren't the houses of these vampires just vacant now? Ah, this? Kadipi was stunned. He never thought that Su Luo was so bold that he dared to pay attention to the vampire's lair directly. But after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly found that this was indeed a good idea. The vampires came here to wait for the opportunity, which gave them a chance to get rid of the fire. Those vampires will obviously stay in this village until the end of the event. So this period of time is just the time for them to let themselves go. It's just that going to the vampire's castle is too shocking. So no one has thought of this method before. Boss, you are too smart. Kadipi said excitedly. If we can get something good from the castle, then our trip will be worthwhile. Su Luo nodded and rode back with him at full speed. But on the way, Kadipi's excitement suddenly stopped. That's not right. Big brother? How can we know which castle is empty? His originally excited face immediately drooped, and he said with a sad face, it's over. This time it's a wasted trip and a half-day's time. Let's go back quickly. Su Luo grabbed his arm. The mountain man has his own ingenious plan. Don't talk nonsense. Just follow me. Seeing her say that, Kadipi was still a little suspicious, but he still chose to follow Su Luo. He was unwilling to go up the pirate ship and come down without catching anything. After arriving at the area of pure vampires, Su Luo distinguished for a while, and then strode towards an ancient castle. Kadipi followed her carefully, with fear written all over his face. Is there really no problem? He asked with a small laugh. How do you know there is no one inside? We won't run into a vampire as soon as we enter. Right? Su Luo was annoyed by him, and suddenly stopped and said coldly, you can only choose to believe me now, or go back by yourself. After that, she walked forward directly. Believe you. Believe you. Kadipi didn't dare to complain anymore, and followed Su Luo like a little wife, looking at the tall dark golden main door in front of him. Su Luo pushed it open with force without hesitation, because the vampire's pride does not allow them to steal things. The vampires here naturally don't have the good habit of locking the door. Squeak. The door was opened a little. Su Luo and the other two sneaked in through the crack, and then closed the door casually. The so-called castle is naturally very luxurious. Just looking up at the countless steps above, the two felt a little dizzy. Su Luo coughed softly. Ahem. No one came out, and the two immediately confirmed that there was really no one in the castle. Kadipi said in surprise, Boss, you are really amazing. How do you know there is no one here? Su Luo pointed at her eyes. Observe. After that, she was too lazy to explain any more and started looking for supplies. Let's find more supplies. After this method will definitely not work. If we get enough supplies at one time, we won't have to go out this month. Kadipi agreed and started looking for it with great interest. Seeing the huge starry sky pattern on the floor, Su Luo sneered. It was because of this pattern that she recognized the castle. Because the castles were built by the vampires themselves, they naturally contained many elements that these vampires liked. For this vampire, the starry sky is his favorite. There are many starry sky patterns on his castle, and the ground is also decorated with unknown colored stones to create the feeling of the starry sky. Because of these, Su Luo noticed this castle at a glance, and the clothes of one of the two pure-blooded vampires she saw in the mixed-blood village had many similar starry sky elements. So it was obvious which castle the owner was. Thinking of this, Su Luo shook her head and continued to search. There are definitely a lot of good things in the vampire's castle, although she didn't know if jewelry and other things were considered supplies. Su Luo still filled a large bag. As she walked, Su Luo reached the top floor. This is, looking at the beating heart on the top floor, Su Luo's heart also began to beat violently. Is this the heart of a vampire that Yunfei Bai mentioned? Although this thing can only be used by vampires, it is a good thing for her to take it away and give it to Yunfei Bai. Thinking of this, Su Luo picked up the heart and put it in the backpack behind her. Who is it? Suddenly, the Starry Sky Earl, who was hiding in the Half-Blood village, opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of anger. The Dark Knight Earl next to him asked curiously, what happened? The Starry Sky Earl stood up suddenly, not caring about hiding himself, and rushed to the pure-blooded vampire area. Someone stole my heart. After Su Luo took the heart, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Not good. She immediately realized that her behavior just now might have been flawed. Hurry. Follow me. She hurried downstairs and ran to the train with Kadipi. Kadipi had almost packed his backpack, so he immediately ran with Su Luo. When they were about to enter the train, Su Luo couldn't help but look back. This almost scared her to death. There was a small black dot running towards her in the distance. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the Starry Sky Earl. Wow, this speed is really fast. Su Luo immediately got into the train and breathed a sigh of relief. She was finally safe. When she exchanged the items, she realized that jewelry and other things were also very valuable. This big bag had 600 points. The heart could have been exchanged for 2,000 points directly, but Su Luo refused. She planned to leave it to Yunfei Bai. Kadipi was also full of smiles. He was considered to have made a fortune every time he went out to earn 50 points. But he didn't expect to have so many points this time. Then he really didn't need to go out again in the next few days. When it was evening, the Mary Sue duo also came back. They were not surprised to see Su Luo sitting on the chair. Chapter 267. Although there was a conflict in the morning, "It's a fairy" still came up shamelessly. "Boss, this plane is really difficult." Seeing her like this, Su Luo was too lazy to say anything, nodding casually, and then kept silent. "It's a fairy." Not discouraged at all, he continued with a smile. "I got the favor of a purebred vampire. He is willing to give me supplies for free." This surprised Su Luo a little. She didn't expect that someone could repeat Yunfei Bai's route. This is also a godsend, right? Seeing Su Luo's slightly surprised expression, although she felt that her degree of surprise was not as great as she thought. "It's a fairy," she still said happily. "Not only me. My boyfriend has also been favored by a female vampire. We should be able to do whatever we want in this copy." Su Luo didn't know what he was thinking of. He looked at her strangely and said lightly, "I don't plan to go out to collect supplies for the next month. It's the fairy." She was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Don't worry, boss. I can help you get some supplies. Although you don't need points. It's also good to come with more points and exchange for a better package in carriage A. Right?" Su Luo first told her and Xingxing Bukong about her activities for the whole day, and then said helplessly, "I advise you to think of an explanation so that the vampire will not think that you are my accomplices." Originally, they were quite surprised to hear Su Luo's actions. He thought to himself that he was indeed a big shot. Who could have thought of such a reverse operation? He must have made a lot of money. They had done something unnecessary. But after hearing Su Luo's reminder, the two of them turned pale. "Really? We have been staying in the castle of those two vampires almost all the time. We shouldn't be suspected, right?" Su Luo shook her head. "Although I won't suspect you stole it, I might suspect you of tipping off. It's a fairy." The face looked a little ugly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Xingxing Bukong said in a somewhat aggressive tone, "Why did you go steal things? You might have been able to establish a good relationship with them." "It's a fairy." Hearing this, he didn't refute him, but stood with him silently, then pulled his sleeves, signaling him not to speak. Su Luo glanced at them coldly and chuckled. As expected, this was the reaction they should have. "I can only say that I don't even need to remind you. Now I have done my best. I advise you to change your brains. Otherwise you will die in the dungeon sooner or later." After saying that, she closed her eyes and showed an attitude of seeing them off. The Mary Sue duo was a little annoyed, angry at their own reaction and Su Luo's attitude. "It's the little fairy." They stamped their feet and left with, "Stars are not empty." Kadipi, who had seen the whole process, came to Su Luo and said indignantly, "Those two people really don't know what's good for them. You don't know that they can have a good relationship with vampires. Why do you blame you?" Su Luo shook her head. "No. You are wrong. Even if I knew, I would still do it. They have nothing to do with me. What I did was based on my own ability. Reminding them is already the most righteous thing." Kadipi nodded. "Yes. There is really no need to explain anything to them. They are just passing by. So what if I offend them? By the way," Su Luo suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Kadipi. "Did you choose your name yourself?" Although Kadipi didn't understand why the topic suddenly jumped to this point, he still answered honestly, "Yes. I have no memory. So I gave myself a name." Su Luo nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "If you are not from this world, but you can only stay in this world, then would you still like to know what you were like before?" Kadipi obviously didn't expect Su Luo to ask him such a question. He hesitated for a while, then smiled and shook his head. "I don't think I want to. After all, I can't go back, knowing it will only make me sad and unwilling." "Is that so?" Su Luo waved her hand, signaling him to go back. Yes. She finally remembered the identity of Kadipi. No wonder she felt that he was familiar, because this was Lu Luomeng's boyfriend who died in the dungeon. At that time, she only saw Kadipi's appearance in that blurry photo, so she didn't have a deep impression. But after a day of constant thinking, she finally picked up this fragment in the corner of her memory. Kadipi returned to a seat from Su Luo, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Of course, he heard the hidden meaning of Su Luo. She knew her former self, and even knew which world she came from. In fact, for a moment, he was really moved and wanted to know what kind of person he was, whether he had relatives and friends, and how he lived. If Su Luo is so powerful, and she knows me, then maybe I was also a very powerful person in the past. At least, I would not be as cowardly as I am now. But reason made him retreat. If he had known that he could not go back, then he would be very unwilling to hear that he was so happy and perfect in the past. Fate is always so fickle. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the sigh finally dissipated in the wind. At the end of the month, Su Luo and the other two were successfully promoted to Carriage A, while Kadipi stayed in Carriage C. Without Kadipi, everything seemed to have returned to square one. But unlike before, their relationship was awkward now. In fact, the only ones who were really awkward were the Mary Sue duo, because Su Luo was completely indifferent, and the two of them were in their current predicament because of all the stupid things they did. In the past 2 months, Su Luo still didn't plan to go out. She was preparing for the final exam. That's right. During this period of time when she was not on the train, Su Luo was seriously preparing for the final exam. There was still a month until the half year, and they should start the exam. Su Luo still valued her academic performance very much. After all, she was a genuine good student. History is a major that takes the most time. So she was quite comfortable living like this. The Mary Sue duo was very unhappy, and they felt that they were about to become depressed. They have been on the train for more than half a year, except for the 3 times of going out every month. There are no activities. Most people on the train are indifferent, and only the passengers on the 4th train at the beginning are friendly. To be honest, they can't imagine how lonely it would be if only one person came to this copy. There are no activities, no communication, and it is completely autistic. In their eyes, Su Luo is a freak. She obviously has a boyfriend in this copy, but she is unwilling to let him stop and wait for her to go together. The two were clearly in a relationship, but Su Luo looked like a lonely old man. This was something the two conjoined twins could not understand. Shouldn't lovers stick together all the time? Otherwise, what kind of lovers are they? However, what no one expected was that in the last few days in Carriage A, the two conjoined twins had a conflict. The cause of the incident was simple. In the last month, when they were collecting supplies for the 2nd time, Stars Are Not Empty, asking for supplies from his vampire sponsor, his behavior was a little too intimate. This was seen by It's a Fairy, who was immediately jealous. Originally, Xingxing Bukong was in the wrong and had been trying hard to coax his girlfriend. However, unexpectedly, the situation changed. When they collected supplies for the 3rd time, Xingxing Bukong saw It's a Fairy's sponsor hugging her. Good guy. Both of them felt that they were green on their heads, and they both felt that they were justified. So their relationship naturally cooled to the bottom. But neither of them is in the mood for a cold war. So they are usually the ones who are noisy in the train these days. I told you that I sprained my ankle at that time. Soajai hugged me. It's the little fairy. Seeing Stars Are Not Empty. Always holding on to this topic, he said angrily. Stars are not empty. Laughed in anger, sprained ankle. No private relationship. Then what are you laughing at? The two of them hugged each other, laughing so sweetly. The happiness in your eyes was about to overflow. Then, he said sarcastically, I think you are attracted by the handsomeness of that vampire? You even forgot that you have a boyfriend. This immediately ignited the powder keg in the heart of It's a Fairy. What? I am attracted? I think you are attracted by that little vampire Loli. Right? She sneered. You are always around that little Loli. Like a male nanny. Are you sick? You are so good to her? I am good to her because I need the supplies she provides? Aren't you still using the time to collect supplies to date that vampire at public expense? Seeing that the two were about to fight, a person in Carriage A tried to stop them, saying, Stop arguing. This is the last time. You won't see these two vampires again. There's no need to argue over them. Everyone in this carriage knew that Su Luo and the other two were going to the first train, so they couldn't understand why they were arguing over someone they would never see again. This is true. The two people regained their rationality. It's a Fairy gave a way out. I won't see you again in the future. So what? It's an attitude issue. You see, he has been arguing with me about that woman. The stars are not empty, and It's a Fairy have been lovers for so many years, and they still have this tacit understanding. Hearing this, he immediately lowered his posture and hugged It's a Fairy, I was wrong. I was wrong. Little fairy sister. Please forgive me. It's a fairy. After a few fake struggles, she leaned against the arms of Stars Are Not Empty and reluctantly said, Humph. If it weren't for my love for you, I wouldn't forgive you so easily. The two of them reconciled after a few words. But Su Luo always felt that their reconciliation might cause problems. It won't happen at this critical moment. Su Luo muttered softly. A word is a promise. Chapter 268. On the day when the trains intersected, Su Luo and the other two were preparing to fight with the gatekeeper of the first train. However, as soon as they got off the train, the Mary Sue duo was stunned. Su Luo looked in the direction they were looking at, and was also stunned. The vampire sponsor of the two actually chased here. She quietly took a step back, and stepped into the first train, to ensure that the fight between the four of them would not affect innocent people. The little girl was holding a simple teddy bear, and looked at it pitifully. Xingxing Bukong, brother Xingxing. Don't you want me and the little bear? Brother Xingxing? It's the little fairy. She exploded on the spot. You let her call you that? Xingxing Bukong. She said helplessly. Just look at her like this. I just treat her as a sister. What a great sister method. Su Luo watched the show at ease, and even wanted to crack some melon seeds to help cheer her up. Brother Xingxing, if you stay here, I will give you everything I have. Please don't abandon me. Okay? The little girl pulled at his sleeves, and said very humbly. It's a fairy was furious, and was about to step forward to knock her hand away, but was suddenly grabbed by the handsome male vampire behind him. He looked at It's a Fairy affectionately. Little fairy. Is it worth it? It's a Fairy felt that his grievances had suddenly found an outlet, and tears suddenly flowed down. Brother Ajay. That Brother Ajay blocked It's a Fairy's mouth with his fingers, and said affectionately, No need to say. I understand. Stay here. I can bring you everything he can't give you. To be honest, although the action is a bit greasy, but the few people are handsome men and beautiful women, and it really looks like the feeling of an 8 o'clock idol drama. Su Luo was originally watching the show, but who knew that a vampire suddenly fell from the sky at this time? He looked at Su Luo fiercely. I feel the breath of the heart in you. Good guy. I was caught. Su Luo stepped into the first train with both feet to make sure that the vampire could not hurt her. I took it. But you can replace it with something of equal value. Starry Sky Earl said angrily. You despicable human. You actually stole things from other people's homes? Su Luo said puzzledly. You also know that I am a human. You don't say you are despicable when you eat as humans, but you say I am despicable when I steal your things? Starry Sky Earl said proudly. The law of the jungle is the law of survival. I think I have a clear conscience. Su Luo said shamelessly. Then I stole things by my ability. And I stood in front of you so that you couldn't hit me by my ability. You have a clear conscience. So I naturally have a clear conscience too? In fact, Su Luo did use some sophistry here. But there was no way, because the two sides were born in opposition. Starry Sky Earl gritted his teeth. Cunning human. He took out a crystal clear blue rose. The name of this rose is Blood Clan Enchantress, and it has 9 petals. Every time you pick a petal, you can get the news you want. Su Luo said suspiciously. How do I know if you are lying to me? Starry Sky Earl gnashed his teeth and replied. We proud vampires never lie. Su Luo believed it, and took out the heart from his backpack. One hand handed over the flower. The other handed over the heart. After receiving the heart, Starry Sky Earl smiled proudly. But the shelf life of this rose is only 1 year. And the information provided is also very vague. He smiled maliciously. Vampires will not lie. But they can hide key information? Su Luo acted very calmly. Oh. Then I will leave first. Now it was the Starry Sky Earl's turn to get upset. Wait. I lied to you. Aren't you angry? Su Luo said. I regretted it after I took it. But now that you've taken it back, I've finally gotten rid of my worries. This rose is free. Even if you tell me it's useless, I won't be angry. After saying that, Su Luo turned around and walked into the first train. Not eating melons anymore. She didn't lie. She regretted it after she got back to the train. The Blood Clan helped Yunfei by, so it was a bit unkind of her to steal here. When Su Luo returned to the train, she suddenly felt a little strange. Why did the vampire react so quickly and rush back so anxiously? The fact that the vampires could give a heart to Yunfei by it before proved that the heart of the dead vampire was not particularly important to the vampires. Then the heart she took was obviously not the heart of a dead vampire, It was even very likely that it was the heart of the castle owner. Su Luo did not dare to think about what would happen to the vampires without a heart. Although the Blood Clan is not friendly to the passengers on the train. But to be honest, this has nothing to do with her. What has to do with her is that the Blood Clan helped Yunfei by a lot. In this case, it would be very unkind of her to repay kindness with enmity. So Su Luo was holding this heart, which was actually very hot. Now it's good. Nothing to worry about. When she said this, the Starry Sky Earl seemed a little exasperated. Wait a minute. I can help you do another trivial thing. What's wrong with this? Su Luo looked at him strangely. Starry Sky Earl's face turned red. Well, we proud blood races disdain to take advantage of you. Su Luo said seriously, you didn't take advantage of me. In fact, it was me who took advantage of you. You, just tell me whether you want this help or not. Starry Sky Earl was helpless, and said like a spoiled child. Yes. Su Luo nodded. Don't be a fool if you get a free advantage. She didn't want to reveal too much. So she winked at Starry Sky Earl, who sent the other 4 people away very tactfully. Tell me. Let me get those people away. What do you want to do? He said unhappily. Su Luo smiled and said, no matter what kind of injury it is, it's harmless to you. Right? Earl Starry Sky nodded. Except for silverware. I guess you should know that. I know. I want to use poison. And I want you to help me feel the toxicity of this poison. The poison Su Luo was talking about was the toxicity of the box jellyfish. It is no longer accurate to say box jellyfish now, because it has undergone some indescribable mutations. In general, it is more transparent, and a little color appears at the end of the tentacles, which is dangerous and charming. Xiao Tu. Ah yes. The box jellyfish has a name. Su Luo gave it. Called Xiao Tu. After Xiao Tu mutated, Su Luo had no chance to test its toxicity. It was a good opportunity to see how powerful it is. Test the poison? The Starry Sky Earl laughed disdainfully. Come on. But I have to warn you in advance that not all poisons can make me react. Su Luo nodded. And Xiao Tu floated out from somewhere, and flew towards Starry Sky Earl. It's pretty good. Starry Sky Earl nodded in appreciation. He was always very tolerant of beautiful things. Xiao Tu arrived beside Starry Sky Earl, turned his head, and looked at Su Luo again, with his tentacles stretched out pitifully, not daring to touch Starry Sky Earl's skin. Su Luo nodded encouragingly, signaling it to be bold and not afraid. Xiao Tu then touched Starry Sky Earl with his tentacles with confidence. Nothing. The Starry Sky Earl, who was originally relaxed, suddenly changed his face after 2 seconds and took a step back. What kind of poison is this? As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. However, what was shocking was that the blood was actually black. And when it touched the ground, it even began to corrode the ground like sulfuric acid. Are you okay? Su Luo called her little jellyfish back with some concern, fearing that the Starry Sky Earl would get angry and hurt Xiao Tu again. Xiao Tu obediently returned to her side and rubbed her affectionately again. But he was cautious in his behavior, and was a little worried that his previous behavior would cause some adverse consequences to Su Luo. Su Luo patted it comfortingly, and looked up at the frowning Starry Earl. Hey, are you okay? Starry Earl seemed to relax for a long time, and then said with an indescribable expression, where did you get this pet? The poison is definitely extraordinary. Su Luo was not in a position to elaborate. Just tell me how strong it is. In the next plane, if you have it, you will be almost invincible. But I think your pet can't use poison unlimitedly. Following his gaze, Su Luo looked down and saw that the color marks on Xiao Tu's tentacles had faded a lot, and it felt like they would disappear after one more use. Feeling Su Luo's worry, Xiao Tu quickly passed the message to Su Luo, telling her that the color could be slowly restored through rest. Su Luo was relieved. Thank you. I leave first. After saying this, Su Luo boarded the first train without looking back, and Starry Sky Earl did not call her again. It was easy for Su Luo to get on the first train. After defeating the goalkeeper, she came to the F carriage. The moment she boarded the first train, Su Luo received a system notification sound. Ding! The dungeon is over. Do you want to leave directly? Su Luo decisively chose no. And the system said again, ding! The player, lost, can stay in the survival train dungeon for a month, and can exit at any time during this period. Please enjoy the dungeon vacation. The dungeon vacation is bullshit. Su Luo pouted and walked into carriage F. "Bye!" Su Luo shouted in surprise when she saw the most conspicuous person sitting in carriage F. "Isn't this person Yun Feibai?" Yun Feibai smiled and stood up to hug Su Luo, then buried his head in her neck and whispered, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Su Luo smiled and said, "Are you back from carriage A?" Yun Feibai nodded. "The dungeon is over. I can stay here for another month." "No problem. I will be promoted to carriage A at the end of the month." Su Luo said with certainty. "By the way, are the giants in this plane difficult to deal with?" When it comes to business, Yun Feibai also became a little more serious, even more difficult than vampires. "We are like mice to them. Small and weak." He sighed, "and being fast is not very popular. Because no matter how fast you are, you can't withstand their 10-meter step." "That's right. Then the passengers have only one way to survive. Hiding. They are small in size, so it's easy to hide if they really want to." But she has a second one. Su Luo asked Xiao Tu to come down and quietly introduced it to Yun Feibai. Since this matter had been mentioned online before, Yun Feibai was not surprised, but just looked at Xiao Tu curiously. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that he is a good sneak attacker. "By the way, how toxic is it? Is it still the same as when we were in the aquarium copy?" Yun Feibai looked up and asked. Su Luo shook her head and repeated what the Starry Sky Earl said. "What?" This time Yun Feibai was really surprised. Being invincible in this plane means that it can kill giants? Su Luo nodded uncertainly, according to what he meant. It should be like this. But every time Xiao Tu releases such toxicity, it should take a long time to recover. After saying that, he raised Shioto's almost transparent tentacles to Yun Feibai. "Then when can it release that kind of toxin again?" Yun Feibai said with a little shortness of breath. Su Luo asked Xiao Tu, and then replied, "Probably until next month." Yun Feibai said helplessly, "Then you have to stay here for another month." "We must not miss this opportunity." Su Luo asked puzzledly, "What opportunity?" Chapter 269. Yun Feibai recalled, "Didn't I get the heart of a vampire from them? And then add 5 attribute points to my strength and speed?" Su Luo nodded. Yun Feibai had told her about this matter. "That vampire told me that there is something more precious than the heart of a vampire. And that is the heart of a giant. This is a very precious treasure that can bring the dead back to life. I think, with this item, we can feel more at ease when we go through the dungeon in the future." Su Luo's breathing quickened after hearing this. "It can bring the dead back to life? Then if we get it, wouldn't it be like having one more life? This is too good to be true." Yun Feibai nodded solemnly. "That's why you need to stay here for a month. And make sure to get the thing. During this time, let's plan this matter. To be honest, I haven't thought about this matter before," Yun Feibai said with some emotion. When he first got the news, he was naturally very excited. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. How could the giants here be killed by human power? His skills hit the giant's solid skin, just like scratching an itch. Although he coveted the giant's heart, a god-level item, his reason still prevailed. Things that do not belong to him cannot be forced. This is a law since ancient times. Unexpectedly, once Su Luo came, they had a huge reliance. Yun Feibai knew that vampires would not lie. Since he said that Xiao Tu could let Su Luo walk sideways here, Xiao Tu must have the ability to kill giants. What is the saying after searching for a long time? You will find something without any effort. Isn't this true? But just having the killer Xiao Tu is not enough. They also need a specific and thorough plan. You know, the fall of a giant will cause a lot of noise. They need to hide the giant's body and take out the heart from the giant's chest. No matter which one. It is a huge project. When we go out to collect supplies this time, we can check the spot together to prepare for your action at that time. Yun Feibai leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. At this time, the intersection time was over. The door closed, and the train slowly moved forward, heading towards the giant world. Su Luo suddenly widened her eyes. Why didn't the Mary Su duo come up? Yun Feibai also remembered the two people through Su Luo's reminder. Hearing this, he said strangely, "This shouldn't be. You and I know the strength of the goalkeeper. Can't he stop them?" Su Luo muttered to himself in disbelief. "No way." Yun Feibai caught her words sharply. "No what?" Su Luo told Yun Feibai about their Mary Su drama outside the train, and then looked confused. They are not really left behind. Are they? Yun Feibai said speechlessly. Logically speaking, even if the two vampires treat them well, They should go back knowing that this is a copy world. Su Luo nodded, very puzzled, and these two people are not really Mary Sue. Love-brained. Logically speaking, they should know when to do what. Right? It's none of their business. Yun Feibai speculated casually. Maybe they didn't want to leave, but were forced to stay by the vampires. After all, as you said, the place where they talked was not safe. The vampires have high combat power, and they will be caught off guard if they want to do anything to them. Makes sense. Su Luo sighed. I don't know if they can complete this mission if they don't get on the car. This is their only chance to play the master level dungeon. So why not seize the opportunity? Yun Feibai said indifferently. Don't worry about them. They are not important people. Look at the scenery. The scenery of the giant world is very interesting. When he said this, Su Luo was immediately attracted. Why is it interesting? Is everything oversized? Yun Feibai smiled helplessly. Now that you say that, isn't it boring? He tapped Su Luo's head lightly. Sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. As the two of them played around, the scenery of the giant world gradually came into Su Luo's sight. Just as she imagined, everything in the giant tribe was oversized. The grass that was taller than her was just an ordinary weed, not a bush. According to Yun Feibai, the tree whose top was completely invisible was just a small sapling. Not long after the train started, a giant insect as tall as Su Luo's calf landed next to the train. Looking at the black shell, huge antennae, and 3-section spherical body, Su Luo asked in disbelief, Is this an ant? Yun Feibai nodded. Can't believe your eyes? I was also shocked at first. Based on its size, estimate the size of the giant yourself. Su Luo imagined it, then shook her body. That's really too big. It's no problem for them to say that we are from Lilliput. Yun Feibai smiled casually. Then what if the people in this Lilliput taste particularly tempting? Su Luo was silent for a while, then asked with difficulty, Giants? Eat people? Seeing Su Luo finally showing an attitude of as expected, Yun Feibai nodded and said, We are a luxury to them. A rare delicacy. Good boy. Su Luo took a breath of cold air. That's too tragic. We will surely be hunted down if we go out. Yun Feibai said, as a matter of course. What else? What else do you think the danger of this plane is? Su Luo scratched his head. I thought it was like an ant, with the risk of being accidentally stepped on by a giant. Yun Feibai sighed. That would be too easy. He pointed at the train. But there is good news. The treatment on this first train is really good. What do you find just looking at this carriage? Su Luo observed it after hearing this. Because of Yun Feibai's presence? Su Luo has not observed the carriage properly since she came in. After a while, she said hesitantly, The space in the carriage is very large, and everyone is far apart. There is also a small table in front of the chair. Yun Feibai nodded, stretched out his hand to a button under the chair and turned it. Ah! It turned into a bed. Su Luo said in surprise, as the back of the chair slowly lowered. She hadn't slept lying down for several months. And even with her physical fitness, she felt a little sore in the waist and back. Yun Feibai said proudly, Car A is better. There are Simmons mattresses inside. Everyone has a small Simmons mattress to sleep on, which is very comfortable. How is it? It's been a long time since you enjoyed it. Right? Seeing Yun Feibai's smug and annoying smile, Su Luo couldn't help but punch him, and then laughed. No matter what, it's great that the two of them can be together now. She finally felt the long-lost relaxation in this copy. Seeing Su Luo smile, Yun Feibai put away his annoying smile and hugged Su Luo with some heartache. Don't think he didn't notice that Su Luo has been in a tense state since she came in. Whether chatting about gossip or talking about things, she can't act relaxed. He knew that Su Luo had been alone in the dungeon for too long and couldn't adjust. He was like this before completing the mission, and it took him a month to adjust. After all, a dungeon that lasted for more than half a year, with few people to communicate with, and being very careful, would cause problems for everyone. Now that Su Luo smiled, he was relieved. Bang, bang, bang. A loud noise suddenly sounded outside the train, and then the light was swallowed up, and the entire carriage became extremely dark, as if it was completely covered by something. Su Luo was alert for a moment, and wanted to see what was going on. The next moment, Yun Feibai hugged her in his arms. He comforted her as if nothing had happened. It's okay. There's a giant nearby. The sound is the footsteps of the giant. Su Luo nodded and calmed down. Since Yun Feibai was so calm, there must be no danger now. She stopped paying attention to this matter and changed the topic. What kind of supplies do we need to collect in this plane? Yun Feibai said, food and the like. The supplies in this plane are actually quite easy to find, but the amount required is relatively large. Su Luo nodded to show her understanding. Everything in the giant world is magnified many times. Their piece of bread is probably enough for them to eat for a long time. So the train needs a lot of it. There are many talented people in this plane. I guess everyone was at least an elite player. Otherwise it would be impossible to survive in such a place. Su Luo recalled the battle with the goalkeeper just now and nodded. Indeed. That person's strength has reached the elite level. By the way, I saw my roommate's dead boyfriend on this second train. Yun Feibai was stunned. How is he? Su Luo said, if there is no accident, he should be able to live well in his own plane. It's pretty good for an ordinary player to live like him. Yun Feibai sighed. Then are you going to tell your roommate? Su Luo was silent. She didn't know. After all, this person can't come back. Even if they get the heart of the giant, they can't use it to resurrect him. Just like Kadipi himself said, since he can't go back, wouldn't knowing the truth only add to the sadness? Su Luo shook her head. It's unnecessary. Since Kadipi doesn't choose to know what happened in the past, I think he definitely doesn't want the people in the past to know what's happening now. Yun Feibai nodded in agreement. It's better for us to stay out of other people's business. Your roommate will heal the scars in his heart sooner or later under the influence of time. Without continuing the topic, Su Luo and Yun Feibai began to appreciate the scenery again. When everything is magnified several times, that kind of style is indeed unique. This train is a rare train that can open windows. Su Luo opened the window and enjoyed the scenery while enjoying the breeze. Little tomato. Seeing a bright red fruit, Su Luo looked at Yun Feibai in surprise. Yun Feibai nodded, opened his window, and then quickly moved a tomato back. Thankfully, this tomato is small enough. Otherwise it wouldn't fit into the window. Looking at Su Luo's stunned expression, Yun Feibai smiled triumphantly. He handed the tomato forward like a treasure. Yes, I give it to you. Su Luo was about to take it with a smile. But unexpectedly, a girl next to her said in a delicate voice, you are so amazing. You are worthy of being the big guy from Car A. You can actually move such a big tomato. As she said that, she looked at the other people in the car with a kind look. You said that he was driven back to Car F because of his lack of strength. But I think he came here because he was delayed by some people. Su Luo sneered. Don't delay? Isn't this an explicit and implicit accusation that her girlfriend delayed Yun Feibai? Just a clown. Su Luo ignored her and took a bite of the tomato as big as her head with a smile. It's quite sweet. Yun Feibai glanced at the girl coldly, then looked at Su Luo, took a bite on the other side, and smiled. It's really good. The girl was very annoyed when she saw that the two people ignored her. Isn't this reaction wrong? Shouldn't one be jealous and the other coaxing? Suddenly, her eyes rolled and she came up with a plan. A delicate voice sounded, this tomato is so red and so big. I also want to have a bite. I guess the boss won't mind. Right? As she said, she wanted to go over and take a bite of the place where Yun Feibai had bitten. Chapter 270. As she said that, she was about to take a bite. Su Luo continued to eat calmly, ignoring her. Yun Feibai quickly turned the carpet under her feet. The girl didn't react at all, and turned with the carpet, hitting the corner of another person's table, crying out in pain. Ah! My mouth! The woman's eyes welled up with tears, and she said pitifully, little brother, even if you don't want to, you can just say it. Right? Why do you treat me like this? She said pitifully, looking at Yun Feibai with a pair of charming eyes. Yun Feibai didn't even look at her, and said coldly, you don't think I can't kill you on the train? The girl's expression was stiff for a moment, and then she looked at him sadly. Is it because I didn't do well enough? What is better than me about that woman? I know more. Su Luo sneered, hee. I can make you leave this train right now. You don't really think you can beat me, do you? The girl's face was really ugly now. She originally thought that Su Luo was also the kind of person who relied on hugging thighs to get to the top. She knew her own advantages. Although her strength was not strong in the first train, she could barely keep her footing. She was beautiful and also proficient in this art. A beautiful appearance is a good thing in itself, but if it is in the wrong place, it will become a person nightmare. She was a person from the fourth train. In that plane, The passengers were loyal to enjoyment. After all, no one knew when they would die. The whole train was very dark. And in this case, her beauty became a sin. If it weren't for this, the woman thought, maybe she wouldn't have come to the first train. How can you know how far you can go if you don't push yourself? After coming to the first train, she has been looking for a big guy to get close to. And Yun Feibai, who came down from carriage A, is a very good choice. Originally, seeing that this person has been single, she was not in a hurry. After all, there is plenty of time. But when Su Luo came, she finally felt a sense of crisis. It turned out that this man was waiting for his girlfriend. Not a bachelor. But what if he had a girlfriend? She had seen many powerful men with 3 wives and 4 concubines on the 4th train. As long as she could get close to the big boss, it didn't matter if she had more women. However, Su Luo looked pretty, and she thought she was acting in a harem drama. But it suddenly turned into a fight scene. This shocked the woman a little. She really didn't expect Su Luo to say such a thing so confidently. If that was the case, the woman's eyes kept turning, and her brain was working quickly to weigh the pros and cons. After a long time, she stood up gracefully, then tossed her hair, and returned to her seat charmingly to touch up her makeup. Everyone around her looked at her with strange eyes. But she didn't care, and just did her own thing. As long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. She was very sensible. If Su Luo dared to say that, it was probably true. So she would not go and do something stupid. She originally thought it was the boss and the daughter. But it turned out to be a pair of male and female demons. If she had planned to compete with Su Luo before, she would have given up the idea now. It was a pity for her life. As for the boss, if this one doesn't work, the next one will do. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no shortage of firewood. Su Luo, who originally thought she would waste a few more words, saw that she left so naturally, and for a moment she was also a little amused. She smiled and shook her head, not wanting to bother about anything else. In the end times, everyone has their own way of survival. If it didn't really affect them, they wouldn't care. However, after this incident, Su Luo and Yun Feibai had a warning, and everyone in the carriage was honest and didn't dare to cause trouble. Soon, the first collection of supplies began. The two had a clear goal: to find an uninhabited and open place. In this way, as long as they can lure the giant over, they can kill him quietly. After getting off the train, Su Luo and the others immediately walked under the grass. The dense and inconspicuous lawn is the best place for them to hide. Su Luo suggested, let's go directly to their house to see if there are people living alone. Yun Feibai nodded. This is not a good method to directly break into the house and kill people. The two thought that a house where one person lives must be relatively small, so they should look for a small house. However, when they walked to the street of the giant tribe, they were dumbfounded. All the houses were so huge that they couldn't see the top. How could they distinguish the size if they couldn't even see the top? Forget it. Just pick one at random. Thinking of this, they slipped into a room through the crack of the door. As soon as they entered, they heard a female voice as loud as a bell. Come on, babies! It's time for breakfast. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps. Su Luo and Yun Feibai even felt that the ground was shaking. It is certain that there must be more than one person in this house. Retreat. The two people retreated directly, and then continued to search in different houses. After searching 5 houses door to door, the two gave up this unrealistic plan. This is too tiring. Su Luo sat on the ground. The green grass above her head shielded her from the scorching sun. Yun Feibai was also exhausted, fanning himself with his hands, and said helplessly, our method is too inefficient. We have to change it. Otherwise, it will take forever to find it. The population of the giants is not large, but it is far greater than that of vampires. Because of their huge size, the distance between rooms is ridiculous. It is almost like running a marathon for Su Luo and her partner to walk from one house to another. Oh, forget it. Forget it. Su Luo sighed. Let's implement plan A. Attract those hunters to catch us, and then lead them to a remote corner and kill them. Yun Feibai nodded, and the two of them acted separately to find the so-called remote corner. Giants are creatures that are very accustomed to living in groups. They don't have so-called villages, and all the houses are placed together. If you look at it from a bird's eye view, there are as many giants as there are houses in this area. Because of this, Su Luo and the others couldn't find any hidden corners at all. You can't kill people in the street in broad daylight. Right? The two looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After running for a whole day, there was nothing to gain. It was really a lonely escape. Let me see what this is. Two delicious little friends. Suddenly, a deafening voice sounded from the sky above Su Luo and the others. The next second, a huge net bag covered the two of them. Su Luo was startled and rushed over to tear the net bag open. But he didn't know what material it was made of. The net bag was extremely hard, and Yun Feibai couldn't tear it open successfully with his strength. Don't struggle. Ha ha ha. The giant laughed and lifted Su Luo and the others up, and raised the net bag in front of his eyes, so that Su Luo and the others were level with his eyes. To Su Luo and the others, these eyes were huge, as big as their bodies. Then they narrowed their eyes slightly. The new shoe covers are really good. There is no sound at all. New shoe covers? I see. No wonder they were caught without hearing any noise. Su Luo tried to use his innate skills to see if he could escape. Yun Feibai also tried to use his flash to see if he could pass through the net bag. Soon, the two of them smiled bitterly and looked at each other in silence. I don't know what method this net bag used to completely isolate their abilities. Seeing that it was getting dark, the two of them were a little anxious. If they didn't go back to the train today, no one would know where the train was. By then, Su Luo would definitely miss an attribute point. The giant carried the net bags of the two people to a room. There were many passengers in this room, and they were put in different net bags in groups of 3 or 2. It seemed that no one expected the giant to make such a silent new shoe cover, and they were all caught. Su Luo sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think. She was definitely defeated in a fight, and her only trump card was useless at this time. She suddenly asked Yun Feibai, has this net bag always been like this? Able to isolate abilities? Or did it appear together with the shoe covers? Yun Feibai shook his head. I have never been caught, and those who have been caught have never come back. So I don't know the situation very well. But judging from the performance of the giant who caught us just now, it should have been there a long time ago. Su Luo thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. That's right. That person praised the new shoe covers, but ignored the equally powerful net bag. If the net bag is also a new product, it should be treated the same as the shoe covers. So the net bag is an old product. Su Luo suddenly had a brilliant idea and said, if I can get the knife from the giant world, can I cut this net bag? Yun Feibai was stunned. It is possible. But where can we find scissors? Su Luo suddenly laughed. The mountain man has his own tricks. After a while, when the giant came back again, Su Luo suddenly shouted with all her might, Hey! I have something to say. The giant didn't hear it at first, and Su Luo shouted several times before finally attracting his attention. The man obviously had never encountered such a villain who dared to talk to him. So he squatted down and asked curiously, What do you want to say? Su Luo said, I can make your money make money. Do you believe it? The man shook his head. I don't believe it. Su Luo took out the balding machine and put a long-prepared hair into it. The next second, a little man who looked exactly like her came out. The giant was stunned, and then his eyes shone brightly. What kind of treasure is this? My God, he said with a short breath, with this thing, wouldn't I have endless wealth? Su Luo said, only I can use this machine. If you don't believe me, you can give me your hair to try. She was so confident that the giant naturally believed her. I believe. I believe. Little god of wealth. How can I not believe you? Su Luo said arrogantly, You know I am your god of wealth. Why don't you quickly change me to a better environment? The man immediately shook his head. Don't try to deceive me. You ran away as soon as you got out of the net bag, and I didn't know it. Su Luo said angrily, Oh, why are you so stupid? Wouldn't you prepare a small villa for me in the net bag? The giant hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Wait, I prepare a small house for you. After that, he turned and left. Hey! Wait! Su Luo suddenly called him. Don't let others know that you prepared it for the villain. Otherwise they will suspect you and come to find out, and I will be in danger. Seeing that the giant didn't care, she emphasized, Aren't you afraid that after they know my value, they will be tempted by the money and steal me away? You know, I can provide you with a steady stream of wealth. I don't think anyone can resist such a temptation. This touched the giant's heart. He was counting on Su Luo to send him little people continuously. If this treasure bowl was stolen, He would regret it to death. Don't worry. I will never let others know what I prepare these for. Su Luo nodded, and then let him leave with peace of mind. She said that just now. Of course, for her own reasons. The giant was overwhelmed by her great value, and she could take advantage of the giant's unclear mind to do some things quietly. For example, getting a pair of scissors. But other people would not be so irrational. When they knew that this little man wanted a pair of scissors, they would inevitably mention it to the giant. When the giant regained his sanity, it would be too difficult for him to do anything. When the giant left, the room exploded. Other humans looked at Su Luo with envy, and they didn't expect that she had such ability. But there were also a few malicious eyes among them. Chapter 271. Will the giants treat her like a treasure? Isn't that too happy? She will be a little princess in the future, and won't have to spend her days on the train. I think her hair will turn bald sooner or later. And then, I see how she can turn into a human. At this time, a man suddenly said in a voice that was not loud but could be heard by everyone, if I had this ability, I would let the giant release the others. Anyway, with so many hairs, there will definitely be more people than us. After these words came out, there was complete silence. Several people looked at Su Luo with a hopeful and greedy expression, hoping that she would speak. A few people came out to refute, that's their ability. Why do you morally blackmail others? Su Luo smiled at those who showed kindness to her, and then ignored other voices and closed her eyes to rest. This attitude showed that she didn't want to help. Seeing hope shattered, someone couldn't help but say dissatisfiedly, we are all human beings. You can obviously help everyone. That's right. It's just a little effort. How can you be so selfish? Don't be silent. Can you tell me if you can help us? Su Luo said nothing on the surface, but secretly took note of the people who spoke. What can't be done? Moral kidnapping number 1. After a while, the giant came back. As soon as he came back, the room immediately became quiet. The giant opened a small hole in the net bag and put the small house in it, making sure that Su Luo could not escape. Su Luo walked into the house and looked around, nodding with satisfaction. To be honest, this is like Barbie's house. Which little girl didn't dream of living in a Barbie house when she was little? Su Luo walked out of the house and pretended to be dissatisfied and said, there are so few furniture in this room. Is it for people to live in? The giant gritted his teeth and sighed. After all, he was the god of wealth, so he could bear it. So he ran for a long time and installed the small furniture for Su Luo. When he was running around, Su Luo kept ordering him, chair. Yes, I want that kind of luxurious princess chair. The bed needs to be Simmons. If it's not soft, I won't sleep well and my hair will fall out. After the furniture was installed, Su Luo said again, and cosmetics. Girls just want to be beautiful. The giant's face changed, and he said with some dissatisfaction, what else do you want? Can you explain it all at once? Su Luo was even more dissatisfied than him, and said proudly like a princess, how do I know that you, an adult, can't think about the problem so comprehensively? I am beginning to doubt whether you can remember it if I tell you everything. The giant was overwhelmed by Su Luo, and said helplessly, my little aunt, just tell me. I will take a note, and I will definitely not forget it. Su Luo nodded, my machine can work. All thanks to my hair. In order to prevent my hair from falling out, I need something to take care of my hair. The giant left immediately after hearing this. The people who witnessed the whole process said with some jealousy, they really treat her as their ancestor. Another person echoed, look at her acting like this. All thanks to the bald head machine. Sooner or later, she will be despised. Su Luo ignored these people and just looked at Yin Feibai. Both of them had smiles in their eyes. Yes, Su Luo did this on purpose. Only if the giant felt that she was just being unreasonable and made the giant anxious, he would not think carefully about what Su Luo was going to do. There is a method in psychology. When you talk, let a person nod all the time. Then when you really talk about your purpose, the other person will most likely nod as well. Su Luo used her acting to subtly make the giant obey her, and the hair care products in the end were her real purpose. Soon, the giant came to Su Luo with a bunch of things. Hey, these are for hair care. I can't prepare such small cosmetics for the time being. But don't worry. I've asked someone to do it. Su Luo flipped through the pile of things, and suddenly her eyes lit up. And then she piled up the things without leaving any trace. She waved her hand. Okay, I just need these for now. When you ask those people to prepare cosmetics, prepare some clothes, I haven't changed into new clothes for a long time. The giant was annoyed by her and nodded helplessly, turned around and left. Su Luo took the pile of things into the room and then took out the small scissors from them. Su Luo walked to the window, where a little bit of the net bag was visible. Su Luo used the scissors in her hand to cut the net bag. She jumped on the spot excitedly. Nice. Su Luo got out of the net bag from that area and then released Yun Fei Bai. When the others saw that Su Luo had actually left the net bag that imprisoned them, they were all stunned. You can actually get out, a girl said in surprise. This is amazing. Su Luo walked over with a smile and released her. Then he quickly released most of the people, except for the few gossipers before. Now they were panicking. Hey, you can't give up on us. You can't take revenge on me. Su Luo smiled. Why can't I take revenge on me? The man said angrily. If you don't save us, I will shout and lead the giant back. Su Luo shrugged indifferently, not to mention that it is impossible to lead the giant here with just your voices. Just say, now we are outside. You are inside. Who gave you the illusion that you still have a chance to shout? After saying that, she and Yun Fei Bai knocked them out, and then said to the others, now everyone, hurry up and run back to the train. Everyone was smart, and they didn't say anything more, and ran out immediately. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai also left quickly. Back on the train, the two began to think hard. This time the matter was resolved, but they still couldn't get the giant heart. Where on earth can they implement their plan? Is there anything that only one person can do? Is there a place that only one person can go to? The toilet. The two people said this answer in unison. Yes. Why didn't they think of it before? No matter how many people are there, a place like the toilet can only be visited by one person. Now we have a location, and the tools for committing the crime will be ready soon. Yun Fei Bai breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, then let's go to the toilet directly to check it out next time. Su Luo nodded with a smile. The giant's heart should be stable. Just leave the dungeon with peace of mind. I will definitely bring it back to you safely. Yun Fei Bai said with some regret. It's a pity that the dungeon has a 1-month time limit, and I can't accompany you to complete the task. Su Luo waved her hand indifferently and encouraged him. Why don't you leave the dungeon directly now? Anyway, the time in the dungeon is fleeting in reality. In this way, in your opinion, we will all return to reality quickly. Yun Fei Bai touched her head. You also said that in my opinion. Then in your opinion, you have spent 2 months alone in the dungeon? No matter what I say, I will stay with you until the end. Su Luo did not refute, but nodded with a smile and said nothing more, because Yun Fei Bai is already familiar with this place. The next 2 times of collecting supplies, the two of them had a very smooth time. When the end of the month came, Yun Fei Bai's time was finally up. As soon as you get the heart, quickly exit the dungeon. If you encounter any danger that cannot be solved, just exit the dungeon immediately. Yun Fei Bai warned Su Luo seriously. Su Luo looked at him with amusement. Hey, it's not the first time we've been apart. Don't be so nervous. Right? Yun Fei Bai refuted her seriously. But this is the first time you've been alone in a dungeon since we became boyfriend and girlfriend. As a competent boyfriend, isn't it normal for me to worry? Su Luo nodded and smiled. Yes. If you are not worried, then I should be worried. Not talking to her, Yun Fei Bai gave her a few more serious instructions, and finally left the copy reluctantly when the world ended. After Yun Fei Bai left, Su Luo's sticky energy just now disappeared immediately. She put away her smile, quickly went directly from the F car to the A car, then sat down and closed her eyes. Time passed, and it was time to search for supplies. When that person comes in, I wave my hand, and you will poison him to death immediately. Understand? Touch her neck with your tentacles. That's the most deadly place. This is the 3rd time Su Luo has said the same thing to Xiao Tu. This prop is really precious, and she must make sure it is foolproof. Xiao Tu, on the other hand, is not impatient at all. Knowing that the owner attaches great importance to such things, he always listens attentively like a good student. After getting off the train, Su Luo took Xiao Tu straight to the house that he had chosen before. There were only 2 people in this house, a man and a woman, so it was easier to start, because she had squatted there before. Su Luo found the toilet easily. She walked in, then waited in the corner, waiting for any owner to come in. She didn't have to wait for long. And Su? The male owner hurried over with a look of urgency. Su Luo didn't have the good habit of watching men go to the toilet. So she waved her arm while he took off his pants. Xiao Tu immediately followed the instructions, and quickly injected the venom into the man's neck. Its tiny body formed a sharp contrast with the man's huge body, which was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Such a strong contrast made Su Luo worry whether it could poison the big man. Time passed by, and nothing happened to the man. Whistling to solve the 3 urgent needs, he was ready to go out. It seemed that the mission failed. Su Luo sighed and prepared to leave the dungeon. However, when the man's hand touched the door handle, he suddenly stopped, and then leaned back, and it seemed that he was about to fall. No! If he fell down directly like this, it would definitely make a loud noise and attract the other person in the room. In that case, their mission would still fail. Su Luo instantly launched her ultimate move. A golden light flashed. Wings grew on her body, and her whole body was filled with holy light. But Su Luo didn't have time to appreciate her changes. She rushed over quickly, and then used all her strength to take off the man, giving him a buffer for his body to fall. Su Luo's face flushed, and she held her breath to prevent herself from losing her temper. When the man was only a few fingers away from the ground, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Su Luo used her last bit of strength to fly away from under the man. In the last second before flying away, she thought that at that distance, there shouldn't be any sound. Fortunately, Su Luo's bet was right. The man landed silently, and no one outside noticed anything unusual. Su Luo immediately took out the sword of light, and made a strong cut on the giant's chest. Then, just like cutting a cake, he cut open his chest. Soon, the giant's heart was exposed. Unlike their huge bodies, the giant's heart was very small, only the size of Su Luo's fist. But this heart was emitting golden light, translucent, and looked beautiful and noble. Su Luo held the heart tightly in her hand and took a deep breath. I want to exit the dungeon. As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt sounded, ding. The dungeon is over. Chapter 272. Congratulations to the player lost complete the dungeon survival train. Get rewards. 1. Successfully passed the dungeon. Get points plus 200. 2. The strongest in the world. Get attribute points plus 2. 3. Get the item, Giant's Heart. Click to view. 4. Get Crystal Core X27. Speed plus 8. Spirit plus 5. Strength plus 9. Endurance plus 5. 5. Explore the truth of the world. Get attribute points plus 3. What is a fruitful harvest? This is it. What a great harvest. Su Luo couldn't help but smile. All 5 attribute points are added to Spirit. Life, 30, plus 258, Strength, 12, plus 9, Speed, 17, plus 36, Spirit, 19, plus 58, Endurance, 15, plus 5, Charm, 17. Points, 1,310. Talent skill, God's Redemption, Legendary Teleport a person with full health to any place the skill owner has passed. This can only be used once in a dungeon. Clown's Candy Jar, Master the Clown has a treasured candy jar, which contains a lot of candies. However, even the clown himself does not know what flavor he will take out next. Skill 1. Healing Bullet, Increase, Reduce, Friendly, Enemy, Spirit Value X 100% of HP CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy Light Array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, reduces, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Holy Imprisonment, after releasing the skill, you can imprison enemy players within the range for 5 seconds, CD, 20 seconds. Skill 4. Holy Radiance, use the skill to be immune to all negative effects. For every 10 points of spirit value, you can use skills for 1 hour. And you can interrupt the skills in the middle. CD, none. 5th skill. Angel Descends, the player is possessed by an angel for 5 minutes, has wings, and is not harmed. But at the same time, the angel's mercy makes the possessed player unable to use attack skills. CD, 24 hours. After adding points, Su Luo exited the system, said hello to Yunfei Bai, and went to class without stopping. When he returned to the dormitory, the remaining 3 people had already finished their classes and returned. He Weiwei was telling Lu Lumeng about her experience on the black market trip, and Chu Qingqiu supplemented it. Lu Lumeng suddenly asked, do you think there is a prop that can resurrect people? He Weiwei and the others didn't know her secret, and thought she was just curious. So they also said excitedly, "There should be. I really want to see it." Su Luo was afraid that Lu Luoming would have some delusions about this. So she quickly added, "But it must be very expensive. We can't afford it even if we sell our belongings." Chu Qingqiu nodded, "Yes. Even I have never heard of such props. It must not be accessible to us at this level. Even if we go to the black market to ask, they may not tell us." Lu Luoming sighed, "Alas." Then she went back to her bed. "What happened to her?" He Weiwei asked in a low voice. Su Luo shook her head helplessly. "Wait until she is willing to tell me." In the evening, Su Luo searched the master forum and saw the tall building about the survival train copy. Let's talk about the survival train that almost everyone has to go to. LZ, most people have been to the survival train. Right? When did you go there? The author discussed this dungeon with several master-level friends, and I feel that I have almost understood it. In order to get back to the forum, I'm posting a thread to help everyone solve their confusion. 1L, squat. This dungeon made me confused. I was besieged by a group of zombies in the zombie world and failed directly. It was so easy before. 2L, Is this a dungeon that everyone has to go through? 3L, wait a minute. I don't really understand this dungeon either. LZ, first of all, as we all know, this dungeon has a total of 6 planes. The first 3 planes can be said to be simple modes, and you can get there with almost no effort. But the living conditions here are too poor, and even if it's easy, you can't actually be happy. 12L, really? I will never forget that mouthful of sand. 13L, can the host tell us something we don't know? You are not just reviewing the game. Are you? LZ, the last 3 planes are the key, and there are a lot of resources hidden in them. Do you know the crystal core of the zombie plane? There are 2 ways to get this thing. One is to spend 1,000 points on the A train, and you can get one every month. The second way is to fight advanced zombies. 15L, to be honest, I have never seen advanced zombies. They are surrounded by the zombies so tightly that I can't see them at all. 16L, to be honest, I only know that I can get a crystal core by spending 1,000 points. And I don't even know that this thing can be obtained by myself. 17L, to be honest, I didn't earn enough points, so I didn't take the package. Can anyone explain what the crystal core is used for? 18L, to be honest, I personally tested that advanced zombies are not easy to fight. Forget it. I can't beat them at all. I failed a mission when I was fighting advanced zombies. 19L, back to the 17th floor. A crystal core is equivalent to 1 attribute point. LZ, advanced zombies are indeed difficult to fight. If you don't have control skills, you have to waste a lot of effort to beat them. Especially the speed type advanced zombie. That thing is really impossible to beat. The speed is too fast. This is the only good thing in this layer. Let me go to the next layer. 20L, the host is a master of hooks. 21L, hand over the strategy and I will spare your life. 22L, oh my god. 1 crystal core and 1 attribute point. Then I will lose a lot. LZ, thank you for the system turning my post into a strategy post, so that players who have not experienced this dungeon will not see it. Next, let's talk about the vampire world. In addition to being extremely strong, vampires also have a special hidden ability: attracting the opposite sex. 31L, is it because of good looks? Is this considered as ability? 32L, apart from anything else, he is really good looking. LZ, when a player has long-term contact, long-term here means more than 1 month, with a vampire, the unique charm of the vampire itself will unconsciously attract you and make you stay in this world. This point is really hidden. If my other friend and I hadn't met friends who stayed for unknown reasons, we really wouldn't have discovered this problem. 33L, shock. 34L, oh my god. I was wondering why a player didn't get on the first train with me. I thought he wanted to wait a little longer. 35L, I had no chance to get in touch with vampires, so I shed tears of jealousy. 36L, a polite question. How can you stay with a vampire who wants to kill you for a month? 37L, this is the legendary world of the big guys. I don't understand. When Su Luo saw this, she was suddenly stunned. Couldn't Yunfei Bai get in touch with vampires at will? Fortunately, he was eating at a 100 family restaurant. Otherwise he might have stayed. She continued to read. LZ, besides, everyone knows the dangers of this plane. Let me talk about the treasures. 1. Vampire Heart. This treasure is said to be good for people with vampire blood. But I don't have any friends who can eat it. So I don't know. 41L. Polite question. How can I have vampire blood? 42L. Polite question. How can I get the heart of a vampire who I can't beat at all? 43L. I know the question above. The heart of a vampire will not corrode. And the heart of a vampire will remain after death. LZ. 2. Vampire Fangs. This item can be made into a weapon. It's quite powerful. But this item is hard to get. After all, vampires don't change their teeth. The teeth of a dead vampire won't fall off. So it's all luck to get it. 54L. I'm impressed that the OP can dig this out. 55L. Damn! The OP is probably hiding a vampire. 56L. I got this. Don't ask. The answer is that the stupid vampire hit my knife with his teeth. When you install it on a weapon, it can add a blood-sucking attribute. When you chop someone with a weapon, the opponent bleeds, and you can recover blood. It is useful. But the knife looks a bit abnormal when it sucks blood. 57L. 666. 58L. Now we can't help but think about the material of the main knife on the 56th floor. Vampire teeth are very hard. Don't ask me how I know. LZ. The last plane. The giant plane. The most disgusting thing about this plane is that giants are actually similar to humans. And their hunting methods are constantly improving. I went there first. And at that time, giants were easy to deal with just by relying on their own advantages of being tall. Later, when my last friend went there, they already had boxes that could isolate players' abilities. 71L. I also feel deeply about this. They are really constantly improving. 72L. Huh? What? Has it progressed to this extent now? 73L. To be honest, the giants are really too big. Even without those, it is difficult to escape once you are targeted. LZ. The danger of this world is the ever-improving giant technology and the threat of the giants themselves, which is actually worse than the last vampire world. But the treasures are not as good as those in the vampire world. I just found one. 88L. Question mark. Which one? 89L. The OP is stuck. 90L. I was watching it so hard, but it was lost at the key point. LZ. That's the giant chip. This thing is in their research center, and it's a bit difficult to find. The chip stores some of the giants' research results. Their technology is actually very advanced, as can be seen from the box that can isolate abilities. There is such a thing? Su Luo was a little surprised. If the chip could be brought out and handed over to the country, then the technology of human society would definitely make great progress. But they didn't find the giant's heart. After all, this thing is really hard to get. Almost impossible. She was also a trick. LZ. After briefly introducing the copy itself, let's talk about the hidden information in the copy. Chapter 273. LZ. First of all, this is the world itself. It is the world that human players will enter after they die in the dungeon. This discovery was guessed based on the abilities of the passengers in it that are similar to innate skills. 108L. What? This is something I didn't expect? Really? 109L. So the one I met is really my sister? I haven't even talked to her about the past. Ah. 110L. I guessed this too. And it turned out to be true. LZ. Secondly, in this world, passengers, including players, need to summon themselves if they want to activate their original abilities. This summoning is when you want to use this ability, and you have it. It will appear. 134L. So this is why some passengers don't have special abilities, and some do. 135L. Wait. What does this have to do with the players? 136L. Can you explain it again? I don't quite understand. 137L. I understand. What about you? LZ. We can use our own skills as soon as we enter the dungeon because we know we have it. And we summon it naturally when we need it. And some of the things you once had, if you can remember them, can also be realized in this copy. Seeing this, Su Luo suddenly realized. This is why her Xiao Tu can reappear. She really thought about it at that time. Su Luo looked down at Xiao Tu, who had just been summoned by her in the quilt. Xiao Tu was staying in bed obediently. She couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, she summoned it. Otherwise, she might never see it again. Continue watching. LZ. Besides, as we all know, this dungeon is something almost everyone has to go through after becoming a master. The purpose is to make the master players and ordinary players have a gap. and to understand some of the truth about dungeons. But if you become a master in the last dungeon within half a year, you will lose this opportunity. You can only rely on the assessment dungeon given by the system to help the poor to widen the gap. This is the last thing the host of this post said, followed by the player's feelings. Su Luo also reviewed this dungeon through this post. In general, she had stepped on all the pits and encountered almost all the opportunities in it. It was worth the trip. Speaking of which, Su Luo suddenly realized that all the dungeon tasks for this month had been completed. In other words, she could concentrate on preparing for the exam without worries for the next half month. No, there was one more thing. A light flashed in Su Luo's eyes, and she called Yunfei by. The next morning, at the door of the bar, a disguise potion worth 200 points. Hiss. The system is too dark, Su Luo said with some distress. Each of them bought a disguise potion configured by the system to change their appearance. This potion can also be used in reality. But if you want to bring it to reality, the money you need to spend is quite expensive. That is to say, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai are already master players. Otherwise they really can't afford it. They are now at the entrance of the black market. And the purpose of the two people is naturally to sell the Zutianyu in their hands. He spent a lot of money to buy the disguise potion because he was not sure about being exposed. After the same process, Su Luo and Yunfei Bai went straight to the largest tower in the black market. Unlike ordinary shopping malls, the counter at the entrance of such a place is also very important. As the gatekeeper, he needs to know the information of the whole building clearly, so that he can make money when customers need it. The gatekeeper here is a little old man with gray hair and a thin body. Who would have thought that he has been guarding the gate here for 100 years? Su Luo walked up to him and said, I have a tool that can repair the power spirit stone. Take me to see the buyer. Hearing this, the old man's dim eyes suddenly became bright. He looked at Su Luo and Yunfei Bai deeply, as if he wanted to see their true faces behind their disguises. After a few seconds, he put his hands behind his back and said, Follow me. After saying that, he walked towards the stairs. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai looked at each other and followed. They were very confident in their own strength. Even if the other party blocked them, they could leave smoothly. Soon, they went to the top floor. Unlike the ancient atmosphere of the entire black market, the environment of this top floor was like an office in an ordinary office building, full of modern atmosphere. The office was empty, which made Su Luo and the others look at each other in bewilderment. The old man curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Sure enough, he skipped work again. I am the only one holding the position downstairs. Probably because he didn't want to let Su Luo and the other two outsiders laugh at him. The old man didn't say anything more, but smiled at them apologetically. Wait a minute. The boss will be back soon. I make you a cup of tea. After saying that, he walked out. Su Luo could vaguely hear him on the phone. His tone was very bad, and he cursed, You have 10 minutes to get back here. Otherwise, I rip your nest. The previous tense atmosphere was gone. Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Where's the secret? Yunfei Bai also laughed. Slacking off during work hours is fine. It's very bossy. Soon, the old man came back with 2 cups of tea. The tea soup is clear and attractive, with a bright yellow color, and it is good tea at first glance. Su Luo and the other two don't know much about tea, but after taking a sip, they both raised their eyebrows in surprise. This tea smells very fragrant, slightly bitter at first, but full of sweetness. Wait! The two suddenly looked at each other. Yunfei Bai's feeling was the most obvious. I seen to. He immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look. And sure enough, Su Luo also saw the changes in herself. Her mental strength actually increased a little. She looked at the tea in surprise. It is really good tea. While the two of them were sipping tea, the old man carefully brought up the power stone and gently placed it on the table in front of them. Because this thing was originally transformed from Zutianyu, it looked 70% similar. However, there were some obvious small cracks on the power stone. And there was also a crack that was 5 millimeters in size. The entire power stone could not be used. And it seemed to be the result of this crack. Seeing that the two of them knew the goods, although he felt a little distressed, the old man still smiled and said, Yes. This is the tranquilizing tea. The first time you drink it, it can increase the player's mental strength. After that, it can only make the player feel refreshed. Of course, drinking it for a long time can also prolong life. Su Luo smiled and said, It's worthy of being the boss office. Any tea served here is top grade, and can enhance the player's strength, the old man said helplessly. If that guy hadn't been slacking off, I wouldn't have taken out such good tea. This is my treasure. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai looked at each other, both seeing through it but not saying it. This tea is indeed precious. But it is definitely not the old man's treasure. From the attitude of the old man when he brought out the tea and the Imperial Spirit Stone just now, it can be seen that the Imperial Spirit Stone is a treasure to him. And this tea is at most a treasure. By the way, old man, after we hand the things over to you, can you wait for a while before announcing that the Power Stone has been repaired? We don't want to reveal our identities, Su Luo suddenly said. The old man nodded. That's for sure. We know the rules. If it can really be repaired, we will wait a month before announcing it. Su Luo was relieved. Although she was not afraid of danger, it would be bad if it affected the students around her. The old man smiled and said, You can call me Mu Lao. And the one who will come later, you can call him Lao Wang. Su Luo laughed in silence. Mu Lao and Lao Wang. Their status and position were clearly distinguished. A distinguished guest has arrived. I am sorry for not welcoming you. Suddenly, a male voice came from outside the door. And then a slightly fat man, with a beer belly, and wearing a tang suit walked in. Yun Fei Bai looked down at his watch, then raised his eyebrows. It was exactly 10 minutes. Su Luo looked at the man and frowned. For some reason, she always felt that the suit didn't fit her well. It was as if he didn't know his own size, and bought the clothes too big on purpose. But seeing that this person's hair and other things are very casual, he probably doesn't pay much attention to these details. Su Luo looked at him meaningfully, then lowered her head to drink tea to cover up the thoughts in her eyes. The man sat down at the main seat, then looked at Su Luo and the others seriously. I won't beat around the bush. Do you have Zudianyu? Su Luo nodded, took out Zudianyu from the space, showed them a look, and then stuffed it back. Let's talk about the price. This is what we want most. Old Wang had such a sharp eye that he could tell at a glance that the one Su Luo took out was the real thing. Seeing this, he was no longer anxious, and smiled and narrowed his eyes. Miss, you are straightforward. But I don't know your names yet. My last name is Wang. You can call me Lao Wang. Su Luo wanted to say her last name was Su, but then she felt it was unnecessary. Just call me Xiao Shi. Her game name is Lost, so there is nothing wrong with that. Yun Fei Bai followed closely. Just call me Mr. G. The corners of Lao Wang's mouth twitched slightly. Sure. G? What are these two words? He really knows how to name things. Although he was a little speechless, his businessman nature still made him greet him with a smile without any expression. Excuse me. Is your Zuyanyu permanent? Or is there a limit on the number of times you can use it? Upon hearing this, Su Luo was sure. This is an expert. She did not hide it, and said honestly, it can be used 3 times. And we too haven't used it yet. 3 times is not a small number. Lao Wang's smile became more sincere. So how much do you two expect? Su Luo glanced at him, and the corners of her mouth drooped. Boss Wang is not sincere in doing business. And he actually set a trap for people. You know, the way to exchange items between players is not only to buy with money, but also to barter. The two of them hold Zidianyu in their hands, so they can definitely exchange for a few good props. This fat man came up and asked how much it cost. Isn't this leading them into the ditch? Seeing that his little trick was exposed on the spot, Lao Wang didn't feel embarrassed at all. To do business, you have to be thick-skinned. He smiled and comforted. I'm used to it. What do you need? Chapter 274. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai had discussed this issue before they came. Upon hearing this, he immediately said, props for attack, and props with special effects. They both have the ability to save their lives, so naturally they don't need defensive props. But Su Luo's attack power is relatively scarce, and only one skill has attack power. That's why he needs attack props. As for props with special abilities, of course everyone lacks this kind of thing. The more the better. Lao Wang nodded and turned away, leaving Mu Lao to chat with them. Can you tell me where you are from in Zudianyu? If not, forget it. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. The two of them still have long-term tasks in the Zodiac continent. If this news is leaked and attracts too many players, it will disrupt the changes in the continent. Mu Lao nodded to show his understanding and changed the subject. Are you interested in leaving your name on the Yuli Spirit Stone later? Su Luo asked in confusion. Isn't it temporarily unusable? Mu Lao smiled. As soon as the materials are obtained, this power stone will be quickly restored. Is that so? Su Luo glanced at Yun Feibai and nodded. They both wanted to know what level they were at now. Although it was not comprehensive, the rough estimate was enough to understand. After a while, Lao Wang came back with a box. Look, I am honest and fair. After that, he put the treasure chest on the table and opened it, revealing a lot of props. Each prop has a label on it, recording its effect. Lao Wang took out the props and divided them into two groups. The ones on the left are attack props, and the ones on the right have special abilities. Take a look. Su Luo and Yun Feibai divided the work. She looked at the ones on the left, and Yun Feibai looked at the ones on the right. The black market has been established on this continent for a long time, and the savings inside cannot be underestimated. After a while, Su Luo and Yun Feibai each picked out a few props. Seeing the props Su Luo picked out, Lao Wang's eyes flashed with surprise. It was not because Su Luo picked too good, but because she picked too bad. When he brought the things, he said that he was honest and trustworthy, and it was not nonsense. The labels on these props really stated the advantages and disadvantages of the things. To be honest, if it weren't for these two people bringing Zhu Tianyu to solve his urgent need, he really wouldn't be so kind. But I didn't expect that what Su Luo took was so ordinary. I don't know if she saw the hidden function in it, or if she was really stupid. The two props Su Luo took were the light energy Gatling and the small landmine fruit. The light energy Gatling was a black Gatling. Su Luo felt like a beauty and the beast when she held it in her hand. This prop can accumulate light energy as a cannonball, and then fire it out. However, it takes a whole day to accumulate it once. When the stored light energy is used up, this is equivalent to a piece of iron and is useless. It is actually a mediocre item. Although it has strong lethality, it can only store 1 day's energy at a time, and each bullet consumes a lot of energy, which is almost equivalent to an instant weapon. So it is not very popular. However, Su Luo naturally couldn't be stupid to take it. She had her own intentions. You know, she herself has the light attribute, which should be able to speed up the charging of this thing. At that time, this will be a very invincible weapon. Another small mine fruit looks like a bald sea urchin on the surface. Dark appearance. Not many sharp thorns, each the size of a fist. This thing is buried underground, and will explode when someone steps on it. It looks similar to the bomb that Su Luo exchanged in the Great Lord copy. But the difference is that this one is instantaneous and more precious. But there are also advantages and disadvantages. The small mine fruit is small, so its power is naturally not great. If there are multiple, it would be more powerful. But as for one, I am afraid it can't even blow up 1/5 of the health of a master player. Su Luo dared to choose it because just yesterday, the long sleeping by Tuan finally woke up. For details, see the Great Lord copy and the subsequent assessment copy after waking up. It has a new ability, which can make plants mature quickly. Su Luo asked it before choosing. The mine fruit is also a plant. As long as it is buried in the soil, it can make this thing sprout. With such a main force, she naturally did not hesitate to put this weapon in her pocket. Yun Feibai chose 3 things: a pair of flying shoes, a terrain spray, and an invisible potion fake. There are 2 small wings on the flying shoes. As the name suggests, you can fly when you put them on. Su Luo can also fly, but once a month is a luxury. The disadvantage of this pair of shoes is uncertainty. It is alive, and you don't know when it will get tired and stop flying. Imagine that these shoes are suddenly tired and land in the center of the enemy. That feels very painful. However, the shortest flight time is 5 minutes. So Yun Feibai can still accept this. Invisibility potion, fake, as the name suggests. Drinking it can make people invisible. Just 1 sip is enough, and the bottle can probably last them 10 times. But the word fake proves that this thing is not that good. Although it is called invisibility, it is actually a chameleon potion. It will make you completely integrated with the environment around you, provided that you do not move. Once you move, you will be deformed. Despite this, the ability of invisibility is still great. Yun Feibai decisively chose this one among other crooked melons and cracked dates. The last terrain spray, sprayed on the ground, can change the terrain within a radius of 1 kilometer. Plains become peaks. Hills become basins. That is all possible. But there are also problems. One is that it can only be used 10 times, and the other is that it will recover after 10 minutes. After looking at their respective piles of props, the two people twitched their lips. Su Luo glanced at Lao Wang and said in a strange tone, "You are really honest and fair." She deliberately emphasized the words honest and fair. It must be said that the props selected by Lao Wang are all ingenious. If you say it's not good, it's really good. If you say it's good, then they all have flaws. Lao Wang said with a smile. No way. I'm a businessman. So you two want these? Su Luo nodded. The value of these things is definitely not as good as Zudianyu. You have to add some extras. Lao Wang's eyes turned and he suddenly asked. You chose the light energy Gatling. You're not a light attribute, right? Su Luo was shocked. This guy is really sharp. He thought of this so quickly. Her reaction was enough to confirm Lao Wang's guess. If that's the case, this kind of thing will be of great use to you. I don't think you need any extra stuff. Su Luo looked at him with a half smile. I have the light attribute. That's my ability. What does it have to do with your jump prop? Your prop itself has a big flaw. I can turn it into treasure. Why should it be your fault? Lao Wang laughed innocently, knowing that he couldn't trick Su Luo, and hurriedly laughed it off. Ha ha ha. I was distracted just now. There is still a need for extra stuff. There is still a need. Su Luo curled her lips. This man really had the face of a businessman, unwilling to let go of any benefits. Yun Feibai held her hand, signaling her not to be impatient, because if she was impatient, she would reveal the truth. Su Luo nodded silently and handed the matter to Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai leaned back and said comfortably, Then tell me, what can you give as a bonus? Seeing him like this, Lao Wang knew that he was also a man with a long business experience. It would be useless to argue. So he had to grit his teeth and said, We can give you another 1,000,000. Plus 2 attribute cards. Yun Feibai thought to himself that this bonus was actually quite good. Attribute cards are things that can give players a few more attribute points. Originally, I thought I could only get money, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. However, he didn't show it on his face. Just said lightly, not enough. Lao Wang said pitifully, this is already the bottom line. If this item hadn't been with us in the black market for a long time, we wouldn't even repair it. And it's useless. It's all about feelings. As soon as these words came out, the old fox Yun Feibai knew that this bottom line could definitely be lowered. He smiled. Oh? Sentiment? I didn't expect that a shrewd businessman like Boss Wang would have such a thing as sentiment. Old Wang smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. G. What are you talking about? After all, this power-controlling spirit stone has been with us in the black market for a long time. Yun Feibai interrupted him. If you can't make a profit from it, I don't believe you would pay so much just to repair it. Isn't this thing able to replenish your own body? As soon as these words came out, both Lao Wang and Mu Lao, who had been watching the show with a smile, changed their expressions. Lao Wang couldn't help but stand up and said, How do you know so much information? Yun Feibai said calmly, I naturally have my channels. You don't need to know. Right? Lao Wang gritted his teeth and sat down, knowing that he would definitely bleed a lot this time. How about this? I add another prop, and then increase the money to 10 million? Yun Feibai nodded indifferently. Take out that prop first and show it to us. Lao Wang sighed helplessly, stood up and left with Mu Lao. After they left, Yun Feibai and Su Luo smiled at each other. Why did they know the other function of the power-controlling spirit stone that was unknown to outsiders, and caught them off guard? Of course, it was a little guess based on the facts. Before coming here, the two actually wondered why the black market spent so much effort to repair the power-controlling spirit stone. In theory, this thing can only measure the inaccurate strength of the player, which is actually quite dispensable. Chapter 275. The effort that the black market has put into this must definitely exceed its own value. So there is only one possibility, that this thing still has hidden value that has not been discovered by the public, because the raw material is Zudianyu. Su Luo and the others searched for keywords in the forum, and then read one post after another, and finally found some useful information. The first thing is that Zudianyu itself has the ability to store energy. When a person hits Zudianyu with all his strength, Zudianyu absorbs this full-strength attack. Of course, it won't be released. However, when Su Luo and the others saw Mu Lao holding the power spirit stone, they suddenly felt something strange. The lifting action seemed a bit deliberate. On the contrary, when he took Zhu Tianyu from the bracket to the table, They felt that the other party's action was smooth, as if he often held a power spirit stone. While they were busy, Su Luo and the others were also studying and observing the power spirit stone. This thing is used to measure strength, so it is indeed often held by people. But the strange thing is that there are faint finger marks on the power stone. And the shape is also like someone has been holding it for many years. Especially those cracks. It seems more like cracks caused by being held, rather than being touched. The difference between holding and touching is that the former is to hold it in the hand, while the latter is just to touch it with the palm facing down. Obviously, this power stone has been held in the hand for many years. So why play with it? Thinking of the ability of Zhu Qianyu that they had previously inquired about, and the method of testing strength that they had learned before, Su Luo and Yun Feibai finally had a guess. When Su Luo saw that Lao Wang's clothes didn't fit, she almost confirmed her own thoughts. Lao Wang might have been a thin man who relied on the power stone to maintain his body shape. Because the power stone was ineffective, he became fat. From a thin man to a fat man, the original clothes are naturally unusable. Lao Wang himself is not particular about details, so he bought the largest size of clothes to wear, which caused the clothes to not fit. It was originally just a matter of details, but it verified Su Luo's guess. It can only be said that details determine success or failure. This is also the reason why Yun Feibai dared to test Lao Wang just now. Fortunately, they guessed right. The truth is indeed like this. But in this case, this power-controlling spirit stone is more important than they thought. So Lao Wang's performance just now was just acting. He is worthy of being a big businessman. And his acting skills are also amazing. After a while, Lao Wang came back with a small box. He carefully opened the box, and inside was a gorgeous brooch. This brooch is really beautiful. It is blue-purple in color, with a purple gem the size of a pigeon egg on it. It is gorgeous and charming. Su Luo was amazed at the gorgeousness of this prop, and then looked at Lao Wang. It's not easy to hide this thing when you wear it on your body. Right? Lao Wang smiled and said, this brooch was made to be conspicuous. Its name is the Noble Brooch. Noble Brooch. Su Luo and Yun Feibai repeated the name, and they were also guessing the purpose of such a thing. Lao Wang did not let the two wait for long, and soon announced the ability of the Noble Brooch. When you wear this brooch, no matter who you are, they will think you are a noble from the bottom of their hearts, even if this is a place without nobles. Su Luo and the others' eyes lit up. This prop is precious. As a noble, you will be respected wherever you go. If you swell, it can provide great convenience for the task. Lao Wang was a little sad about the loss of this treasure, but he still introduced it conscientiously. This prop only makes others think you are a noble. So if you go to a place that hates nobles, you know the consequences. Su Luo nodded, feeling very satisfied with the item. Yun Feibai was also very satisfied, but he didn't show it on his face. Then we will accept this item. Please pay on this card. He took out a card from his pocket. This was a black card they had opened on purpose, and it was impossible to trace the owner through the card. Lao Wang gave Yun Feibai everything he had promised, and Yun Feibai took out Zhu Tianyu as promised. After Lao Wang got Zhu Tianyu, he immediately put Zhu Tianyu and Yuli Lingshi together, and then closed his eyes tightly, not knowing what he had done. After a few seconds, the Power Stone and Zhutian Island simultaneously emitted a blue light, and then gradually merged into one. After they completely merged, a new Power Stone was freshly produced. You too, please? Mu Lao looked at Su Luo and the others, and the meaning was self-evident. Su Luo did not refuse, and directly placed her hand on the Power Stone, concentrating her power in her palm. A white light surged from the Power Stone, enveloping Su Luo's hand. At the same time, a blank name rose rapidly on the leaderboard. Of course, because the Power Stone could not be used before. The ranking list originally placed in the hall was also closed at this time. Only the 4 people in the office saw this strange phenomenon. The white light disappeared. Su Luo took her hand back and looked at the ranking displayed. 12th place. After thinking about it, she still had 3 copies to completely complete the promotion road. So this ranking was not bad. After half a year, it is estimated that she can sit in the 1st place. Although Mu Lao was a little surprised by this ranking, he was not surprised. Come to think of it, how can a player who can get Zhu Tianyu be bad? Please leave a name here. He pointed to the blank space in the ranking and said to Su Luo. Su Luo thought about it and did not leave the one he just mentioned, but wrote a new one. Miss Sure. Originally, she planned to leave Xiao Sure or Miss Sure. But when she thought that Yun Feibai might leave a name like Mr. G at that time, and Chu Qingqiu and others knew their game names, that would be bad if she was suspected. Yun Feibai saw Su Luo like this and immediately understood what she meant. After he finished the test, he left a Mr. 7 in the empty space of his 13th place, which was considered a pair with Su Luo. The two smiled at each other and looked at Mu Lao and Lao Wang. Then shall we leave first? After that, Su Luo used her talent skill first and sent Yun Feibai away. Before leaving, Yun Feibai used his second talent skill to eliminate the CD of Su Luo's talent skill that she had just used. Then Su Luo used her innate skill again and sent herself away. This was the only way to be foolproof. After all, these two people were not easy to deal with. If they really left according to the plan, there was no guarantee that these two people would not use their abilities to track them. Now that they were back at school, the two of them were relieved. The next step was the exciting part of dividing the spoils. Su Luo first took the two props she had chosen and told Yun Feibai about her plan. Yun Feibai's eyes lit up after hearing this. If what Su Luo said could really work, then they would have a great help. After Su Luo finished choosing, Yun Feibai took the shoes away. As for the spray and potion, they could just put them in the system space. Anyway, their system spaces were connected, so anyone could use them. The last noble brooch, the two of them tentatively decided to give it to Yun Feibai, because Yun Feibai had a more noble aura. The brooch would complement each other. Su Luo felt a bit out of place when she put it on. Back in the dormitory, Su Luo gave the small mind fruit to Bai Tuan, asking it to work hard to grow new ones. By the way, she also put the silent Xiao Tu into the system space, asking it to supervise Bai Tuan. This can be regarded as cultivating feelings for the two little things. At the beginning of the month, the two of them opened the last assessment copy that could improve their strength. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the last change in their health. After a dizzy spell, the two entered the copy. At the beginning, it was still the same as before. A pure white space. Yun Feibai and Su Luo stood in the corner holding hands. A short man stood up and said, "Most of you are veterans, and you all know the rules. Let's gather together and set up the formation, and then disperse. If you have anything to say, just say it in the chat interface." There were very few newcomers in this dungeon, and Su Luo looked around and saw a pair of newcomers. They seemed confused about the rules the short man mentioned. Fortunately, an old player soon went over to explain to them, and Su Luo and the others withdrew their gazes. There are so few people in this dungeon, Yun Feibai whispered in Su Luo's ear. Su Luo nodded. Indeed, there should be only about 100 players in this space, according to the usual 200 people in a camp. The number of people this time is indeed a little less. She thought about it and guessed, if the number of people in a camp is reduced, then I think the types of camps should increase. After all, there must be a balance. Yun Feibai frowned. I feel that the rules of this dungeon should be quite interesting. Otherwise the number of people would not decrease. Let me think about it. He pondered for a while, then said, if, as you said, the number of people decreases, and the number of camps increases, then the more important thing for us in this copy should be to protect our own people. After all, the number of people is small, and they will be gone after a little consumption. Su Luo scratched his head. I think so too. The rules of this copy should be quite interesting. At least, it should be quite feasible. There was no clue, and after talking for a while, the two did not continue this topic. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the system sounded in everyone's ears. Ding! The game begins. After another dizzy spell, Su Luo opened her eyes and unexpectedly found that this was still a pure white space. The difference was that the number of people had obviously increased. Before she could think about the changes, Yun Feibai beside her suddenly shot out like an arrow from a sheath. Su Luo immediately turned her head to look at his position, and saw Yun Feibai flash twice and directly landed on an open space. At this time, he was holding an oversized brush covered with ink in his hand. Chapter 276. What is this? Su Luo was puzzled. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the blue player for grabbing the copy buff. Please choose the terrain within 10 minutes. During this period, the player receives copy protection. What's going on? Hearing that Yun Feibai was protected by the copy, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief and asked loudly. Yun Feibai said to his own camp, for this copy. We can choose the copy terrain ourselves. And then the system will generate rules based on this terrain. Think about it quickly. What kind of rules and terrain are you looking for? There are still 10 minutes left. And everyone started to discuss. Su Luo finally had time to look at the situation on the field at this time. There are 6 camps in total. Clearly divided. The people in each camp gathered in a small group. And the 6 camps formed a hexagon. With Yun Feibai and the brush right in the center. It seems that Yun Feibai should have seen the brush. And then rushed up immediately without thinking too much. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't help but frown. If Yun Feibai had rushed up without thinking, it would have been a bit risky. Fortunately, the result was good. They seized the initiative and could be the first to draw up a map. The short man spoke first. We have to choose a terrain that is beneficial to most people. First of all, I want to ask, how many priests are there among us? Su Luo raised his hand and looked around at the same time. Among the 100 human players, there are only 8 priests. In fact, 8 priests out of 100 people is not a small number. But judging from the performance of the short boy, it is obviously not enough. After counting the number of people who raised their hands, the man sighed in disappointment, and then said, since there are few priests, we can't find a terrain that consumes a lot of blood. Hearing this, Su Luo immediately understood what he meant. If there are many priests, then find a terrain that can consume blood, and let the priests add blood to the players and be self-sufficient. In this way, it is effortless to consume the blood of players in other camps. How about this? Another person suggested, raise your hands if you are a tank among us. If there are many tanks, we can still create a terrain that consumes blood and consumes the enemy. Obviously, he also understood the short man's intention. But he thought about this problem in a different way. Su Luo added, no. It should be the players who think that their blood volume is enough to be a tank. I think there should be many players who are not tanks, but have sufficient blood volume. Right? For example, she and Yun Feibai. As she finished her words, 33 people raised their hands. Among them, only Su Luo and a girl were priests, and the rest were players of other professions. Now everyone's eyes lit up. Among 100 people, more than 30 people were tanky enough, which was already a lot. In addition, there were so many priests. They could try to choose a map with high natural damage. By the way, Su Luo glanced at the players of other camps. Most of them were of average build, and one team even had a significantly lower altitude than the other players. Su Luo was relieved that there were no big, strong, and sturdy players. If there were, then Su Luo would have to wonder if they had a natural racial advantage of high HP. The first problem was solved. So what kind of map would have a high probability of the system matching incidental natural damage? This map itself must not be too gentle. Su Luo recalled the previous dungeon experience and blurted out, what is the terrain of the Flame Mountain like? Everyone began to think about Su Luo's words. It is true that there is a high probability that the Flame Mountain will have natural damage from high temperatures. But, how many people in our camp have fire attributes? A girl asked. 28 people slowly raised their hands. There are 5 mainstream attributes in total. And it is really good to have nearly 30 players with fire attributes among 100 people. Everyone immediately agreed with Su Luo's suggestion. After all, players with fire attributes naturally have some attribute advantages in a dungeon like the Flame Mountain, and can survive better in this environment. Seeing that everyone agreed, Yun Feibai nodded and drew a volcano in a twisted way. Fortunately, the color of the ink can change according to Yun Feibai's wishes. Otherwise, if he really drew a volcano in ink painting, it is not certain whether the system can recognize it. Soon, a crude red volcano was drawn. When Yun Feibai finished the last stroke, the drawing paper suddenly flashed a golden light and flew into the air. The paper flying into the air was shaky, but it became bigger and higher. Then, the ink that was originally printed on the paper came out of the paper and slowly floated to the ground, while its size continued to grow. When the ink completely fell into the pure white space, it was already boundless. The moment the ink stained the ground, the entire pure white space emitted a dazzling light. Su Luo couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hands to ease the stimulation brought by the strong light. Gradually, the light dissipated. Su Luo opened her eyes and found that the front had indeed turned into the appearance of the flaming mountain. There were volcanoes everywhere, some of which were still smoking. The ground was flowing with boiling magma, emitting heat upwards. The sky was a light red, and a huge sun was hanging high. The whole space was like a huge steamer, which could heat people to death. Su Luo suddenly regretted it. Wasn't it deliberately embarrassing herself to choose such a map? She looked around and saw that Yun Feibai was still beside her. But the other players were gone. Presumably, when the strong light shone, everyone had been separated by the dungeon. This is good. There won't be the embarrassing situation of being beaten up by other players the next second after selecting the map. Thinking of this, Su Luo opened the system and checked the rules of this dungeon. On the first interface, Su Luo found that there were indeed 6 forces in this dungeon. They were on the blue side. A. 100/100, red. B. 100/100, orange. C. 100/100, purple. D. 100/100, blue. E. 100/100, green. F. 100/100, pink. Click on the second task interface. Task 1. Killing task. Kill a player from the enemy camp, mandatory. No reward. Kill 3 players from the enemy camp, optional. Reward, health +1. Kill 5 players from the enemy camp, optional. Reward, health +2. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are stacked in sequence. Kill 10 or more enemy camp players, and each kill will reward 1 more health point. Team players cannot share 2. Other tasks, exclusive to Shadow Priests. Healing amount/attack amount reaches 0/3000, required. No reward. Give debuff to the whole camp, optional. Reward, attribute point +1. Kill the player with the most heads outside the camp, optional. Reward, attribute point +1. 3. Grab the copy exclusive buff. Map pin. The map pin refreshes every 2 hours. Players who grab it can change the dungeon map and randomly generate map buffs. All damage caused by the map buff belongs to the person who grabs the brush. Finally, there is the map interface. The entire interface is red, except for the 3 larger active volcanoes that are marked. There is no other terrain. Only the blue light dots representing players in the same camp are shining. They are in the upper right corner of the map. According to the old rules, the main force should gather in the center of the map, so they have to go to the lower left. At the bottom of this interface, the map buff generated by this map is introduced. All players in this map will lose a little health every 10 seconds due to the high temperature. If a player is splashed by the magma from the volcano, or falls into the magma, he will suffer a lot of damage. After reading it, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. As they expected, the copy rules generated by such a map are accompanied by natural damage. In a hot environment, a little health is lost every 10 seconds. Although this number is very small, if there is no solution, it will still cause a slow death. The falling magma will cause a lot of damage, which is not clear. But just looking at the bubbling magma, Su Luo can't underestimate the word a lot. This copy is good. Su Luo and Yun Feibai smiled at each other. Your reaction just now was too fast, Su Luo praised. She didn't even see it, but she didn't expect Yun Feibai to rush out directly. Yun Feibai smiled proudly. That's right. Seeing that the brush was right in the center of the players, I guessed that they wanted to snatch it. I immediately rushed out. Indeed, that's the reason. Su Luo was still wondering how Yun Feibai dared to be the first person to eat crabs. And it turned out that he had thought about it. Su Luo smiled and said, "It's a good thing that you got it. After all, the heads killed by the copy rules are also counted as the person who created the copy environment. In this way, you are equivalent to having an extra head income." Yun Feibai also smiled when he heard this. This benefit was something he had not expected. Although this buff is not so intense, it will definitely give many players a headache. He raised his eyebrows. Let's go. Let's go to the center of the map and see if we can get a few heads on the way to cheer us up. Su Luo smiled and nodded, and walked towards the other side of the volcano with him. After walking a few steps, Su Luo and the other person slowed down their pace at the same time. The 2 heads did not move, but their eyes met. As the undercurrent surged, Su Luo and Yun Feibai exchanged glances. It was obvious that they both felt someone was following them, and the map did not show any players from the same camp behind them. So the people behind them must be from another camp, with bad intentions. Su Luo raised her eyebrows and smiled. Let her see which unlucky guy bumped into them. The 2 of them acted separately, and walked to the 2 sides tacitly. Chapter 277. Seeing the 2 people suddenly separate, The two people who were following them were stunned. Why did they separate? Aren't they in the same group? The girl asked in a low voice. The man shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, "We can't separate. What if they want to trick us?" It made sense. The girl nodded, and asked again, "Who should we go with?" The man had a clear goal: go with that guy. As he said that, he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for this guy, how could this dungeon be so disgusting? For this operation of losing blood every 10 seconds, I ask you whether he should die. Hearing this, the girl's goal became clear. Damn it! Let's go. Let's kill him. When they walked towards the path that Yunfei left, Su Luo had already arrived behind them. TSK. You're pretty smart. Su Luo sighed lightly. But it was a pity that being smart was useless. The gap in strength was obviously a bit large. The two red players had almost no chance of winning against Su Luo and the others. Why did she think so? In fact, a person's strength can be seen from many subtle details. These two people were discovered when they followed them, which shows that their strength is not very good. She followed slowly, ready to attack them from the front and back, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Yunfei knew that Su Luo was already following behind and ready to be the yellow bird. So he, the cicada, naturally had to do better and lure the mantis into the bait. He then slowed down his pace, making the distance between him and the two people behind him closer and closer. Seeing that the skill could be released on the opponent, the girl was delighted and threw a vine wrap skill. As we all know, control skills are the most difficult skills to obtain besides healing skills. The difference is that healing skills can at least be obtained by the priest profession, while control skills depend entirely on luck. The girl has relied on this control skill to get to this point. With this skill, the two of them are basically invincible. Yunfei didn't expect that these two people actually had precious control skills. But it was useless even if they had them, because Su Luo could release the control. Seeing that Yunfei was controlled, the two men immediately rushed forward to attack. Su Luo followed them, and used her force skill to release Yunfei's control. What? Seeing that her control skill was released, the girl cried out in surprise. How could you release my skill? Su Luo shook her head and smiled. It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you two are finished. When she said this, she had already grasped the sword of light in her hand, and rushed over with unstoppable force. Yunfei, who was released from control, rushed over with Su Luo in tacit understanding to attack the other person. The two of them were busy with their own affairs, so they naturally couldn't take care of each other. However, their strength was far inferior to that of Su Luo and the others, and their skills were like tickling them. They couldn't stir up any waves on their health bars. In the end, they could only passively take the beating. Su Luo didn't even use her control skills, but she had already made the two people unable to resist. Wait a minute. Seeing that he and his teammates could not defeat the two evil spirits in front of him, the boy suddenly shouted, bringing Su Luo and the others to a sudden halt. You will be unlucky if you kill us. How unlucky? Su Luo stopped what she was doing and asked curiously. The man said proudly, when we die, we will leave a mark on you. Yunfei continued, and everyone in your camp can see us? Ah. This? The man was stunned for a moment, and then asked, how did you know? Is it true? Yunfei said with a smile, I guessed it based on your confidence in this skill. Although Yunfei's direct guess disrupted his rhythm, it didn't matter. The man adjusted his expression and said threateningly, you guessed right. If you kill us, nearly 100 people in our camp will be able to see your mark on the map. The girl next to him said, think carefully. This is against the whole camp. Although there are only 2 of you, a mosquito is still meat. I think the people at our camp will not let you go. Su Luo and Yunfei did not continue to move, thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. At present, the disadvantages are definitely greater than the advantages. Imagine that 2 bright and different colors suddenly appeared on the map full of blue dots. They would also want to go over and get the heads. If the vision is exposed, the next risk factor will definitely be very high. Maybe they really capsized in the gutter and died here. But Su Luo looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. Their expressions were indeed righteous, but there was a hint of guilt in other places. It was not their eyes that made Su Luo see that they were guilty. After all, they were all 1,000-year-old foxes and had very good expression management. But the expression could be controlled. But some small movements could not be restrained. The girl touched her neck while talking. and Su Luo keenly felt that something was wrong from this action. After hesitating for a while, Yun Feibai said, "Forget it. You go. We can't afford to offend you too. It's just two heads. There's no need for them to put themselves in danger for such a small benefit. Even if what these two people said may be true or false, there is definitely a part of it that is true." The two people showed an unexpected expression and smiled complacently. "Hey, that's right. It's still a wise man to know the times. You two are wise." Su Luo and the other two were too lazy to say anything. The opponent's skill was quite disgusting. If they were close to the main force, they could kill them without feeling anything, and then attract the enemy outside the main force. But they were still a long way from the main force. If they exposed their vision, they would really have to go through the same hardships as Tang Xing and his disciples when they went to the west. After walking a few steps, Su Luo stopped and looked at the two people who were refusing to leave. "Why are you still following us?" The man spread his hands and said shamelessly, "Is this road yours? I was planning to go this way. What's wrong?" In fact, just hearing this, most people would think that this man was deliberately disgusting. Su Luo originally thought so, but she saw the shrewdness in the other person's eyes. That was definitely not the look of a scoundrel. The moment she saw that look, Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. Without bothering to explain, Su Luo immediately said, "Do it. Leave the head to me." After that, she used her first skill to attack the man again. The long-standing tacit understanding made Yun Feibai extremely confident in Su Luo's judgment, and he immediately took action after hearing the words. "What are you doing?" The man's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that someone would dare to take such a risk to attack them. "Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by people in our camp?" Su Luo sneered. "Don't pretend. Didn't you inform the people in your camp a long time ago? You have been following us all the time. And you also want to inform the people in your camp, right?" The two people on the opposite side were obviously panicking. They didn't expect that their tried-and-true tactics were actually discovered by others. The girl begged for mercy. "Can we leave now? Don't kill us. After we leave, no one will know your whereabouts." Su Luo was merciless. "It's unnecessary. Who knows if you two will come back to kill us? Rather than being exposed by you, it's better for the two of us to expose ourselves. At least we have the upper hand. There is only 1,000 days to keep thieves. How can there be 1,000 days to guard against thieves? Letting these two go now is like letting a tiger go back to the mountains. I don't know what other obstacles they will create. So let's get rid of them once and for all." The two were already low on health, and under the powerful output of Su Luo and Yun Feibai, they quickly turned into white light and disappeared. However, when they turned into white light, the beam circled around Su Luo twice before disappearing. It seems that the buff has been given to her. Su Luo calmly opened the system to see what buff this person brought her. At the bottom of the character interface, there was indeed an extra line of small words. "Death mark. The player will expose the entire map to the red team for 1 hour. At the same time, the player can also see the direction of the red team players. The mark time is left 59 minutes 58 seconds. The two men really lied to them. This mark is not as powerful as they said. Although it does expose the red team's vision, it only lasts for 1 hour. More importantly, they can also see the direction of the red team players. This is good news for them. They can carry out the next action in a targeted manner, and no longer move around aimlessly." Su Luo immediately opened the map, and sure enough, there were many more shining red dots. And these red dots almost all had one common feature. They were rushing towards them. The two looked at each other helplessly, and sped up to rush towards the direction of the main force. Although there were also many red players coming in that direction, they could only face the challenge head-on. Soon, the first wave of red players came over. A total of 4 people, 3 women and 1 man. The 4 of them were obviously in a group of 2, and they were still a little wary of each other. Although they were in the same camp, they couldn't hurt each other. But if they really wanted to trip them up, they could do it, because their vision was completely exposed. Su Luo and Yun Feibai had no intention of hiding and walked straight towards the 4 people. "I advise you to surrender." Seeing Su Luo and the other 2 coming towards them, a girl with a high ponytail smiled and said, "Now the entire red team wants your heads. You will definitely not be able to escape." The short-haired girl next to her clapped and agreed. "That's right. How can 2 people go against the entire camp? It's better to give us the heads because we came early." Chapter 278. Su Luo sighed. "Actually, What the other party said was true. But the problem was that the two of them didn't want to accept this fate. Without further explanation, Su Luo took out the sword in his hand, and Yun Fei Bai also took a fighting stance. The dagger was hidden in his sleeve, waiting to give the enemy a fatal blow. Seeing the two of them like this, the four people on the opposite side also knew what they meant. It seems that they can't get the head for free. The girl with a high ponytail sighed with regret, and suddenly rushed over. Her teammate was obviously a girl with short hair, and the two of them rushed towards Su Luo in tacit understanding. Now there are two prey and two teams of hunters on the field. It is unlikely that they can get both heads. So their goal is very clear. Two people attack one person together, so that at least they can get a guaranteed head. As for the other one, it depends on luck. The idea is good, but Su Luo is not easy to deal with. Her personal output ability is relatively poor, and she really can't face these two people 1v2. But she has a lot of HP, and she is a priest. Su Luo stood there indifferently without moving, just using the sword to hurt people. After many times of adding points, especially the random addition of points in the last survival train copy, her strength attribute has made great progress. It is no exaggeration to say that if Su Luo is in an elite copy now, then she can say that she is a warrior without any problem. So although the opponent is not a dark player, Su Luo holding the Sword of Light can still cause certain damage. As for what Su Luo used her only skill that could cause damage for, it was naturally used to add blood to herself. To be honest, for a long time recently, she really treated herself as a pure mage. It has been a long time since I experienced the fun of being a priest. She first threw a second skill to Yun Fei Bai to increase his speed, and then stood there and practiced swordsmanship with peace of mind. The attacks of the two people on the opposite side were quite painful, but she had enough blood, and she could recover most of her blood with one skill. After the opponent used up all his skills, Su Luo still had 3/4 of his health left, sitting on the fishing island. But they were already showing signs of fatigue. After all, there was a window period after the skills were used up. At present, except for the first skill, they could not cause a lot of damage to Su Luo. Seeing that they were in trouble, Su Luo did not replenish her own blood, and directly used the first skill to support Yun Fei Bai. The two women panted. The damage is not high, but it is extremely insulting. They felt that they were strongly discriminated against. Hey! The short-haired girl looked at Su Luo unhappily. You don't have to support your teammates after the 1v2. Right? Give us some face. Please? Su Luo couldn't help laughing. Sorry. I saw that you didn't have any skills to attack me at the moment, so I wanted to help my teammates get out of the misery as soon as possible. The short-haired girl. Goodbye. We're leaving. After saying that, she took Gao Maoi's hand and left decisively. Gao Maoi thought the same thing in her heart, so she followed her very obediently. The two of them beat the girl like scraping, seeing that the health of the red team player next to them was also decreasing. It was obvious that they could not beat the boy in a 1v2 match. In this case, they would definitely fail in the end. Rather than waiting for the two to be killed and the boys to free up their hands to deal with them, it would be better to run away while they can't stop them. Su Luo appreciated the two people's behavior of turning around and running, but she regretted that she lost two heads. If Yun Fei Bai's side was about to end, she could consider using the third skill to control the two girls, and then wait for Yun Fei Bai to come and kill them all. But it would obviously take Yun Fei Bai a while to kill the two men, so she could only let it go. Taking advantage of the CD of the first skill, Su Luo looked at the map and saw 6 more people coming. She immediately raised her head and rushed over with her sword, attacking with Yun Fei Bai. Let's hurry up and change places. 6 more people are coming. Yun Fei Bai nodded, increased the intensity of the attack, and attacked without reservation. Soon, the 2 men were killed. The 2 hurried forward. Of the few people who were about to approach, only 2 came from behind, and the rest were obstacles in front. The people arrived quickly. This time Su Luo did not save skills. Directly used the third skill to control the people, the second skill to increase the power, and then started fighting. After this wave, both of them were a little tired. However, it was obvious that the players on the red side also began to be a little cautious. For a while, several small red dots circled not far from Su Luo and the others, but no one dared to come over. So many people came over just now, and they were all defeated by Su Luo's 2 blue dots, which shows their strength. No one wanted to be killed in the assessment copy, so no one dared to go over. Su Luo and the other two had a rare leisure time to keep moving forward. However, they soon found the problem. In order to avoid the red players, they all looked at the map and walked around, just to keep a relative distance from these people. But Su Luo found that their route seemed to be gradually guided by these people, and went in one direction. And this direction is exactly where the largest active volcano crater marked on the map is located. The so-called active volcano. In addition to the possibility of an accidental eruption at any time. Another dangerous thing is that there is boiling magma in the crater. Seeing that she and Yunfei Bai were gradually moving towards that direction, and the red team was also gradually closing the net, Su Luo instantly understood their sinister intentions. Isn't this just to force Yunfei Bai and herself to the crater? And then they come together to take the heads? Because there is a volcano behind them. Su Luo and the others will definitely be cautious. And then, they may let the red team take advantage of it. To put it another way, Yunfei Bai took the first pen and created such a headache-inducing dungeon map. Even though they knew it was the collective idea of the blue team, the hatred was still attributed to Yunfei Bai in the end. Even if they couldn't get a kill, letting these two people fall into the crater was a good way to vent their anger. This was the main topic of the red team's chat interface. Coincidentally, most of their players in this dungeon were squishy, and there were very few tanks and priests. In just a short period of time, Yunfei Bai had already harvested 6 kills, 4 of which were from the red team. This made the red player hate him to the core. When the man and woman found them, they quickly called other players on the chat interface. Their original intention was to tell others that they had avenged the red player. Unexpectedly, the two were no match for Su Luo and the others. So they quickly asked for help, because they didn't expect to be defeated. The two didn't tell the red player that a mark would appear after their death. When Su Luo and the others suddenly jumped up, it was too late to say anything. However, master players are all very smart. How could they not see that the 2 blue dots are the 2 annoying blue players? This blue dot suddenly appeared, and the red dots representing the 2 disappeared. It was clear what happened, and the red players quickly guessed the truth. What they didn't know was that Su Luo could also see their location, and this also left an opportunity for Su Luo and the others to counterattack later. At this time, the red chat interface was very lively. Death is not scary. These 2 blue players are really good? So many people lost there? I la. Let's not talk about anything else. No matter whether we can kill these 2 people in the end, we have already lost. A wonderful day, really. Look at the team number interface. We are already at the bottom. Roll to the grandma bridge. What is stealing a chicken but losing the rice? Still thinking about revenge. Are you happy now? Knock on the head quietly. Now we have to shoot the arrow on the string. If we don't kill these 2 people after sacrificing so many lives, then we are really useless. Look at me smiling. We are not involved in this matter. You can go if you want. I go to your place. Is there any blood in the room above? Look at me smiling. We really can't beat those 2 people. 2 more or 2 less of us doesn't really affect the result. No ice and sugar, haha. If you are cowardly, don't make excuses for yourself. Look at me smiling. I hope you go to take revenge. Don't send yourself to jail. That's all I have to say. Look at me smiling. It was the short-haired girl. They left quickly and looked at the 6 people who were wiped out in another wave, patting their chests in relief. 6 people couldn't beat these 2 people. So how could the 4 of them beat them just now? Fortunately, the 2 of them judged the situation and ran away quickly. Otherwise they would have died on the spot. I don't know how many people these 2 big guys can face at a time. I'm afraid it's not a problem for 2v10. However, they really thought too much. Su Luo and the other 2 could only face 5 people at most at the same time. The reason they were able to wipe out 6 people before was mainly because they had a time difference. First, they rushed forward frantically to increase the distance between them and the 2 people behind them. Then, they quickly wiped out the 4 people in front of them, and then fought with the 2 people coming from behind. This gave them a sense of 2v6. And now there are 10 people surrounding them, which is really not a number they can deal with head-on. To be honest, Su Luo and the others were also confused. Is it really necessary to sacrifice 10 people for 2 heads? This is when 2 people ran away. The number of people in each camp in this instance is small to begin with, and the red camp's 100 people are now 1/10 less. Su Luo glanced at the camp population interface and twitched her lips. A. 82/100, red, B. 95/100, orange, C. 91/100, purple, D, 99/100, blue, E, 89/100, green, F, 93/100, pink. Chapter 279. Perhaps because of the small number of players in the camp this time, most of the players in the camp started to stick together. This also resulted in a small number of deaths. Under such circumstances, the red team ranked last with an excellent record of 18 deaths in 1 hour. This number of deaths was not small when there were usually 200 people in a camp, let alone in such a situation. Su Luo sighed speechlessly. The red team must have been mad at us and was going to break the jar and throw it away. Otherwise, they would never have done such a cool move of 10 people besieging us. Yun Feibai nodded and said with a smile, "Who let us take 10 of their heads directly? I don't know if any of the remaining 8 dead people were killed by the map buff." When he said this, Su Luo and Yun Feibai had already reached the crater. The magma in the volcano was surging and steaming, and it was obvious whoever fell in would die. Seeing that the time had come, the 10 people immediately surrounded him. "Didn't expect it? This time you two are in a desperate situation." These people probably thought that Su Luo and the others had no way to escape, so they were not in a hurry at all. They walked over slowly and said hypocritically, "Speaking of which, we admire you." Su Luo sneered, "No need." The man was a little annoyed when he saw that Su Luo was on the verge of death, but still calm and composed. "It's a pity that the devil is always stronger than the righteous. Didn't you two expect it? We have been blocking you all the way, and our purpose is to lead you to this crater." Su Luo was calculating the distance between them, but she was not giving up. "Haha. You are just relying on your numbers. If you were fewer, would you still be so arrogant?" The people on the opposite side were relieved when they heard Su Luo say that. At first, seeing Su Luo and the other two so calm, they thought there was something wrong with the plan. But what Su Luo said just now put their minds at ease. This is obviously the stubbornness of a dying man. The villains in TV dramas are all like this. After being forced to death by the protagonists, they must say cruel words before dying. Seeing Su Luo and the other person retreating, several people unconsciously surrounded them, and the distance between them became smaller and smaller. "Now!" Su Luo suddenly released a third skill to control everyone. Then without saying much, she directly pushed them into the crater indifferently. Originally, if they were not in this geographical location, and were on flat ground, even if she controlled everyone, she and Yun Feibai might not be able to kill many. In the end, they would still be killed by the human wave tactics. Now, they are seeking their own death, and have found a convenient way to die for themselves. "You just got 10 more heads casually?" Su Luo looked at Yun Feibai and said with a smile. Yun Feibai couldn't help laughing. "With this harvest, I think we don't need to move next time. Just wait for the enemy here." Su Luo said with some regret, "I guess the red team will not come again. Who from other camps would go to the crater for no reason? We probably won't be able to wait for anyone." "That's true." Yun Feibai sighed. "Then let's continue to rush to the main force. It's almost time to refresh the buff and change the map next time." Su Luo nodded. "We probably won't get this brush. We just need to wait for the map to change. Anyway, in this first map dominated by them, the two of them have gained a lot, and they are in a very Buddhist state of mind. Seeing that the 10 people who came to trouble Su Luo and the others were wiped out. "I see you are smiling," sighed helplessly Yin. "We should hide well in this copy, and don't think about getting any heads." Yin was looking at the number of people in the camp at this time. The number of deaths in their camp was really far ahead. If there were no accidents, it would be estimated that they would be the last. Hearing this, she said in despair, "Do they really not know? The last player in the camp cannot be resurrected after death. Even if not for yourself, at least for those who died, and for those of us who are alive. Think about it." "That's right," the girl complained. "Are you really acting on impulse? We are all master players. How can we still be so brainless?" Yin kicked the small stone under her feet. "I go to the chat interface and tell everyone. Let's just stick together. If we don't stick together now, we're going to be wiped out." "I see you're smiling." Nodding. "You go. It's not good to go with my name. It might cause them to rebel. After all, she said before that she wouldn't go with the 10 people. Now that the 10 people are wiped out, if she goes out to organize, people might think she's gloating. Don't think that the players will think she's far-sighted and willing to listen to her. These master-level players have a lot of ideas. If she goes out to organize, you can't be sure what they will think. On the other hand, Su Luo and the other person had already gone down the crater. In front of them was a large river of magma. This magma river was endless, dividing the entire map into two halves. Okay. Su Luo shook her head helplessly. Let's wait until the map changes before going over. Yun Feibai smiled proudly. In fact, I can flash over twice in a row. Su Luo rolled her eyes. I can also use my ultimate skill to fly over. Aren't you afraid of wasting it? Hearing this, Yun Feibai took out the flying shoes he got from the black market. Use these. The river is not wide. Don't worry about the shoes falling off halfway. That's right. I forgot that their props have been replenished. Su Luo smiled and put on the shoes, and crossed the river with Yun Feibai. Ding! The second copy buff refresh. Suddenly, the system prompt sound came to Su Luo and the others' ears. It turned out that it had been 2 hours. This time the copy buff refreshed. The system still gave a prompt? Su Luo said with emotion. Yun Feibai smiled helplessly. This is obviously to watch the fun and remind players to grab the buff. The system malice is about to overflow. Su Luo opened the map. Let me see where the copy buff is refreshed this time. There was a flashing buff sign flashing in the west of the map. This location is far away from them. Su Luo shrugged. We have no chance. Because the first copy buff went to the blue team, giving the blue team the upper hand. So the second buff refresh. The players all tried their best to get the buff. Once they get it, they can imitate the blue team's tactics and use the map to bring advantages to their own team. As for the buffs brought by the map, we can only do our best and leave it to fate. Because the buffs of this dungeon will be occupied as soon as they are touched. The players with good speed are eager to try. Coincidentally, there is no camp gathering where the buffs of this dungeon are refreshed. And there are only individual players hanging around there. So now a chaotic scene of 4 parties has formed. And the red party, purple party, green party, and pink party. Each of these 4 camps has a few players in this area. It's better to strike early. An assassin suddenly rushed out while everyone was watching, aiming straight at the huge brush. He's going to sneak attack. Amid a burst of exclamations, a girl suddenly released a skill. Water mist barrier. Then, the copy buff seemed to be blocked by a light blue square film, and the assassin was directly bounced out by the film. Everyone was already angry at this man's sudden sneak attack. And seeing this, they seized the opportunity and mercilessly used all their skills on him. In just a few seconds, the man disappeared in a white light. Good guy. Everyone became cautious, and no one dared to take the initiative to attack. Even if the blue barrier disappeared, no one dared to continue. No one knew if there were other people with similar skills. Now it was obvious that if they failed, they would die. Once they failed, their fate would be the same as that of the assassin. This was a risk that no one was willing to take. The scene was deadlocked for a while. Suddenly, a sound came from the opposite side of the buff. That is, from the back of everyone. One of them turned around and exclaimed, "Why are there so many people here?" Hearing this, the others also turned around. Sure enough, the pink team behind them was so huge. It seemed that the entire pink camp had come. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? As everyone was surprised, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the pink player for grabbing the dungeon buff. Please choose the terrain within 10 minutes. During this period, the player received dungeon protection. Everyone turned around suddenly and found that the brush had been held in the hand of a pink player without knowing when. Oh my god! You cheated? Seeing this, everyone realized that this was a diversion. They turned around again, and all the pink players who were just there were gone. The man holding the brush smiled and said, "How is it? Is my talent skill very realistic?" So that's it. The pink players just now were an illusion created by this man's talent skill. Everyone was so angry that their teeth itched. But there was no other way. 10 minutes later, Su Luo felt the ground shaking violently. And when she opened her eyes again, she suddenly saw a flat grassland in front of her. A map like this? She was stunned. It was obvious that Fan Fong, who got the brush, had no advantage. So he chose such a map. Indeed, the flat grassland map is the fairest and the least likely to use any tricks compared to other maps. After all, the whole map is a plain. What tricks can you do? I just don't know what the map buff generated by this grassland map is. Su Luo opened the system and checked the current map buff. Chapter 280. Map buff, every 10 minutes. 3 waves of locusts will randomly refresh on the entire map to form a locust plague. At the end of the dungeon, the person who kills the most locusts will receive attribute points as a reward. Ah. Is that so? Ah? Su Luo stared at the map buff with wide eyes, unable to believe her eyes. She read it carefully again. And it was indeed correct? This buff. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other in bewilderment. Did they misunderstand something? The map buff this time looks very simple. Just a few words. Concise and clear. But what is contained inside is absolutely terrifying. 3 waves of locusts every 10 minutes. First of all, just saying the word locust plague, you can see that the number of these 3 waves of locusts is definitely not small. Although locusts themselves should be relatively easy to kill, these locusts will not disappear with the appearance of the next wave of locusts. In other words, if the refreshed locusts are not eliminated at once within 10 minutes, then the locusts in the dungeon will increase. 3 waves in 10 minutes. This frequency is not slow. The dungeon buff will not be refreshed within 2 hours. In other words, the bug will continue to refresh 3 times every 10 minutes for 2 hours. So, as long as they fail to quickly eliminate the locusts, the disadvantage will snowball and soon reach a trend that they cannot control. Su Luo's face darkened. I think we have to prepare in advance. It is better to find a place to bury ourselves first than to pin our hopes on the players to quickly eliminate the locusts. Yun Feibai looked confused. No. This map buff is so random when it comes to refreshes? Why is this buff so much harder than the volcano map? The buffs on the volcano map are very common. If you say it's difficult, it's definitely not difficult. If you say it's simple, you can see that they can use the map's advantages to harvest so many heads, which is not very simple. In general, it's just average. And it all depends on how the player uses the characteristics of this map. And what about the buff of the grassland map? It has almost nothing to do with the players. It reduces the subjective initiative of the players to the minimum. Once it really drags on to the later stage, it can be described as a natural disaster. Su Luo was also a little confused. Yes. Volcanoes and grasslands. Obviously volcanoes are more dangerous? Why is the map buff generated by the grassland map more disgusting? After thinking about it, she suddenly understood. I understand. The simpler the map set by the player itself, the more difficult the generated copy buff will be. The harder the map, the easier the buff. Yun Feibai nodded, smiled bitterly and said, that pink side is really hurting others and themselves. I guess they originally thought that no one should take advantage of the map. Now it's good. Not only can no one take advantage, but also have to give up their lives. Oh! Let's go! Su Luo sighed. Let's not rush to the main force. Let's walk around and see where the locusts are refreshed. 20 minutes later, Su Luo saw a wave of locusts refresh in front of her. She and Yun Feibai were stunned at the same time. Oh my god. Isn't this too much? Looking at the overwhelming army of locusts in the sky, the two of them didn't know what to say for a while. Su Luo said hesitantly, I hate it. Why don't I have group attack skills? Yun Feibai was speechless for a while. Why don't I have group attack skills? What a shocking bug. Why don't we both have group attack skills? Looking at the locusts covering the sky in front of her, Su Luo slowly took out her new light Gatling from the system space. Baby, it's up to you now. She patted the Gatling gun, and then aimed it at the locust army in the air that was staring at them. Bang, bang, bang. Each hole of the Gatling gun spit out small balls of light, rushing towards the locust army. Su Luo took advantage of this time to frantically use her first skill into the Gatling gun. She attacked frantically here, and Yun Feibai was not idle either. He stood in front of Su Luo, fighting against the fish that escaped the net. Fortunately, players of the same camp cannot attack each other in the assessment copy. Otherwise Yun Feibai would be shot into a sieve by the Gatling gun. The power of the light Gatling gun itself is very great. Once the ammunition is used up, it will directly shoot a hole in the dense army of locusts in the sky. Su Luo's first skill contains a strong light attribute, which is a very sufficient ammunition supplement for the light Gatling gun. Su Luo tried it, and only needed 5 first skills to replenish the ammunition required for the light Gatling gun to attack once. Then Yun Feibai will need to help block the 25-second gap in between. But Su Luo can naturally help. Seeing Yun Feibai frowning as he was bitten by a group of locusts, Su Luo quickly used her third skill. The locusts were densely packed, so Su Luo controlled them all. Yun Feibai took this opportunity to quickly wave his dagger to kill a large group of them. Sulu also raised his sword and stepped forward, attacking crazily. Although there were many locusts, the damage they caused was not great, so they were easy to kill. The two of them quickly survived 25 seconds, and once again used Gatling guns to strangle them. 10 minutes later, the large group of locusts was finally wiped out. Sulu sat on the ground, sweating profusely, and took out 2 coats from the system space, one for Yun Feibai and one for herself. After killing the locusts, both of their clothes had become tattered. Fortunately, I prepared a pair of coats in the system space in advance. Otherwise, I really didn't know how to wear the tattered clothes and continue walking. Okay, this time it's confirmed. Unless these locusts are refreshed in a large group, it will definitely not be completely eliminated by a few players alone. Sulu said speechlessly. That is to say, they changed their equipment this time, and the light Gatling gun was really useful. Otherwise, even they would not be able to eliminate this group of locusts. Yun Feibai sighed, be optimistic. Fortunately, these locusts don't seem to have much intelligence, and they don't know how to run away when they encounter danger. At least it's easier for us to kill them. Indeed, when the two of them were killing people just now, there were no locusts who were deserters and rushed towards them. If these locusts ran away, they really didn't know how to eliminate them completely. Sulu sighed as she looked at the finally clear sky. I wonder what happened to other players who encountered the locust army. At this moment, the other players she mentioned were in dire straits. Disgusting. We have run so far. Why are they still chasing us? This name is blessed, she shouted in despair. Now she and her partner are galloping on the grassland. Not really. They were just walking peacefully. But who would have thought that they would just happen to catch up with the locust army's refresh? In fact, the two people reacted very quickly. When they saw the number of locusts increasing, they realized that something was wrong. So many locusts. They should be unable to defeat them. Right? Realizing this, the two people immediately stopped eating melons and watching the show, turned around and ran. But they were still a step too late. The locust army quickly gathered and chased them and bit them. The locusts themselves did not cause much damage, and their bodies were strengthened by attribute points, making them very tough. Even if the locusts kept biting, it was difficult to break their skin. But if one locust can't bite through, 100 or 1,000 locusts will surely bite through. Right? They were originally planning to fight, but they were almost suffocated by the locusts. What's more terrifying is that they have attribute points, and ordinary attacks can hardly hurt them. But their clothes don't have them. After the locusts entangled them for a while, the two of them were almost running naked. This won't do. The two girls immediately ran away quickly, while trying to put on their coats. But after running almost half of the map, the locust army did not stop to change the target. To make matters worse, they actually met another group of players being chased by locusts on the road. Once the locusts from both sides mixed together, the number of locusts that had been reduced due to continuous consumption immediately increased again. Don't complain. We will soon reach the main force. And when we do, there will be more people and more strength. And these locusts will not be a big deal. Her teammate, that is, her sister, my mother said, frowning. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the main force, the two of them felt relieved. Soon, they would be free soon. However, as soon as they saw the shadow of the main force from a distance, they were desperate. There were also many locusts above the heads of the main force, densely surrounding them. This was not only a physical attack, but also a psychological attack. Imagine a group of disgusting bugs crawling on you. Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? My mother said. Speechlessly said, it seems that everyone in my hometown is the same as us. And they come to the main force when there is danger. Now it's all right. The big army can't handle so many locusts. What? Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. The two sisters turned their heads and saw that two men in the same camp were also being chased by locusts. From their looks, they also wanted to seek refuge in the big army. It's raining cats and dogs, the man who spoke before said in a panic, and then ran around the big army side by side with the two sisters. The boy took the time to attack the locusts behind him, and said, my mother said, talk to him, you were planning to seek refuge with the army, weren't you? We all share the same pain, my mom said, nodded helplessly, but looking at this, I think we shouldn't cause trouble for the army. The boy smiled heartily, great minds think alike. What do you think? Let's run outside and kill this wave of locusts together. This name is a blessing. Immediately agreed after hearing this. Sure. Sure. Do you have a group attack skill that can cause large-scale damage? Chapter 281. The boy nodded. My companion has a group attack skill. But this skill is very troublesome. There is a charging process, and he cannot be attacked during this period. He smiled bitterly. It is because I can't protect him that I have not been able to eliminate these ghosts. Otherwise, we would have been freed by now, my mother said. And this name is blessed. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Let's find an open space quickly. And my two sisters will help you protect him together. After discussing, the four people immediately moved their positions and left in the opposite direction of the main force. However, there were not many players who were so conscious as them and did not bother the main force. Most of the players ran madly in the direction of the main force when they were chased by locusts. Now the main forces of the 6 camps were very anxious. There was no way. There were too many locusts. Even if they had a large number of people, they could not resist the attack of tens of thousands of locusts. Every time when they were about to eliminate the locusts, a few people would come with a large wave of locusts. It was endless. Not long after, when a new player with locusts joined again, the conflict in the main group finally broke out. Don't you come over here again? Don't you see that we are already busy and exhausted? Can't you find a place to solve it yourself? Why do you have to come to the main group to make trouble for us? A player angrily scolded the new player. The player was also wronged. If I can't beat it, why do I come back to the main group? I was thinking that the large army would be able to quickly wipe out these locusts because of their large numbers. Who would have thought that there would be so many of them here? She said aggrievedly. But the players in the team were not willing to give in when you were far away. You saw that the large army was already very tired. But you still insisted on making trouble for us? The girl also got angry when she heard this. I said I was there because I couldn't beat them. Besides, I'm definitely not the first one to come. Right? Why are you blaming me? As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. It's because my teammates died. And I was alone and weak and easy to bully. If my teammates were still here, I wouldn't have fallen to the point of having to seek refuge in the big team. As soon as she said this, everyone was silent. Indeed, she came here alone. And her teammates must have died. Someone in the team said, forget it. Forget it. We are all in the same camp. There is no need to blame each other. Help if you can. Isn't this also the original intention of forming a big team? Another player also persuaded, hey, we still have some strength now. When it's really difficult, we will separate and escape. No matter what. We must unite when we are together. With the persuasion of these few people, the atmosphere of the human race finally eased. The girl also wiped her tears and joined the team. The human race is famous for its unity. But some factions are different. The purple team also quarreled because there were too many people coming. And everyone showed their skills. We were in the main group from the beginning. And our purpose is to protect everyone. And what about you? When there is no danger, you are free and easy. And when there is danger, you come to the main group for refuge. Do you think this is appropriate? A player who was in the main group from the beginning said indignantly. This immediately resonated with many players. That's right. You really treat us as tools. Don't you? My suggestion is that we drive these newcomers out. And we won't accept newcomers later. This way, we will all be safe. A man with shifty eyes suggested. This made the new players angry. They were indeed a little wrong because they kept silent when other players accused them. But if they were to be driven away, it would involve their vital interests. And these people immediately refused to do it. No. You can't say that. Didn't you form a large team to protect us? Now that we are here, you say you won't protect us? The red-haired girl yelled in dissatisfaction. The person next to her echoed, that's right. Besides, there are so many of you. Even if we don't come, the locusts will target you sooner or later. It's better to adapt in advance and protect fellow players. By the way, there was an immediate rebuttal in the team. I just don't want to protect you shameless people. So what? Get out of here. The red-haired girl put her hands on her hips. We are staying here and won't leave. If you have the guts, don't fight the locusts. Another shaved boy also said shamelessly, I want to see how you can drive us away. Ha! A player who had been in the army laughed angrily. You are so good. You are really shameless. Right? The shaved boy raised his eyebrows and said proudly, I really am shameless. So what? The man heard it and said loudly, You all saw the faces of these outsiders, right? If you want me to protect them, I will definitely not do it. I won't stay with this large group. Whoever wants to take this humiliation can take it. After saying that, he turned and left. He has a point. I won't take this humiliation. Another person also found a random direction and left. I won't stay either. Then, one after another, many players who had been staying here left on their own. After a while, half of the people in the large group were gone. With only so few people, the locusts won't be able to protect me later. After complaining in a low voice, a person also left. This awakened many people. Yeah, there are so few people. I might as well find a place to hide. Another large group of people left. 5 minutes later, the purple team was in name only. Oh my god! How come we are caught up with another wave of locusts? A male voice shouted in despair. This is the second time they have encountered locusts. The last time, the two had no experience and were still watching the show happily. When the locusts surrounded them, they began to panic. Fortunately, one of the two was a mage, and he had a group attack skill. That's how it was. They also spent 2 pieces of clothing and 10 minutes to kill the locusts. Oh my goodness. Another wave came in a blink of an eye. His partner frowned. I'm not saying that the refresh rate is too fast. Right? I didn't think anything of the 3 waves in 10 minutes. But now I see that the speed at which we kill the locusts is far less than the speed at which the locusts refresh. The boy was outputting crazily while thinking about this problem. You're right. This speed is too fast. After a while, I'm sure this dungeon will be full of locusts. What should we do? The partner had a grim expression. I refuse to be covered with locusts. It's disgusting. Besides, there are too many locusts. We can't stand it. The boy sighed. Oh, after this wave is over, let's find a place to hide. I don't know if we can take the locusts with us when we change the map. As the locusts became more and more, the dungeon entered the 3rd hour, and all the large forces of the camps fell apart, and the players began their own escape journeys. At this time, the sky was already dirty, with flying locusts everywhere. Get away from us. A young couple in ragged clothes angrily scolded the 2 boys who were following them. The clothes of the 2 boys were obviously even more ragged, and their faces were full of bitterness. The short boy who looked weaker said helplessly, "Please help us. We really can't beat so many locusts." The girl in the couple almost knelt down to him. "If you can't beat them, don't drag us in. They are obviously targeting only the 2 of you. But now you insist on following us and letting us suffer together. What's going on?" Her boyfriend obviously didn't have such a good temper, and cursed, "You are relying on the fact that players in the same camp can't attack each other, and you force us to follow you. Do you want us to be buried with you?" The short boy shook his head and tried to persuade them. "I think if the 4 of us work together, maybe we can get rid of these annoying locusts. Don't you have a mage? Help us." The girl rolled her eyes. "My ultimate has a full 10-minute CD. If I use it now, what if we get targeted by locusts later? What should we do?" The short boy didn't give up and continued to persuade. "Look, there are so many locusts in this dungeon. We should try to kill some. Right? Besides, if we kill more, we may get attribute points. It's a win-win situation. Right?" The girl was not moved by his sweet talk and directly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You don't have to pay anything, but you can get benefits. And you tell me this is called mutual benefit?" The short boy was a little angry when he saw that the couple was not willing to listen. "After all, we are in the same camp. So what's wrong with you helping? It won't cost you your life. Wouldn't it be better if we had more people in our camp?" The companion with medium-long hair next to the boy stopped the companion, who wanted to continue persuading him, looked at the young couple in front of him with disdain and said, "Anyway, now we have already targeted them. At worst, we can just fight together. If you don't want to help clear the locusts, then help share the attention." The girl was angry. "How can you be so shameless? You're forcing yourself on us? You really think we can't do anything to you? Right?" The short boy wanted to hold his companion back and told him not to add fuel to the fire. But the girl with medium-long hair obviously didn't appreciate his kindness. "Don't stop me. I want to see what they can do to us." The young couple laughed out of anger. Okay. We originally planned to leave this ability to players from other camps. But since you're looking for death, don't blame us for being rude." Chapter 282. After saying that, the boy suddenly took out a spray and sprayed it at the girl with medium-length hair and the short man. His girlfriend built a wall of earth to prevent the spray from spreading to them. What are you doing? The boy with medium-length hair felt something was wrong and asked in a panic. However, before the couple could reply, the locusts around them swarmed over like flies smelling feces. Uh-huh. Why suddenly? Uh-huh. Don't come close. I can't breathe. Help. Help. Intermittent cries for help came from the dense pile of locusts. However, the young couple just retreated silently, away from the battlefield, hiding their achievements and fame. On the way, the girl complained speechlessly, "This monster-attracting spray only has one use left now. It's all because of these two idiots." The boy sneered, "Heh. Those two idiots really think we can't deal with them? It's probably because they have just become masters and have a deep misunderstanding of master players." The girl nodded. "Which master doesn't have some good stuff? Do you really think we don't have any props like the elites?" The boy said seriously, "After this, we will become official players. And the enemies we face will also be official players. We must be careful in what we say and do. That's for sure. Who knows if we are facing an old monster who has lived for many years?" The girl nodded solemnly. "Official master players must be those with rich family backgrounds. Who knows if they will have any lethal props in their hands?" The two of them were sneaking around in the grassland full of locusts, chattering. "Look, I'm smiling." And Yin Yin were hiding underground. Yin Yin patted her chest and said thankfully, "Fortunately, I'm an Earth-type player with the skill of soil dissolution. Otherwise we would be in trouble now." "Look, I'm smiling." Didn't answer her. She opened the system with a serious expression. Yin Yin asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Look, I'm smiling." She sighed and said, "Look at the number of people in the camp now. I suspect this is a natural disaster sent by the system to our monk tribe." Hearing this, Yin Yin immediately opened the camp interface. A. 54/100, red, B. 71/100, orange, C. 75/100, purple, D. 88/100, blue, E. 69/100, green, F. 63/100, pink, hiss. She couldn't help but take a breath. More than 50 master players are gone. My God. Look. I'm smiling. With a face full of despair. How many master-level players do we have in the monk tribe? So many died in this dungeon. How can we compete in the next assessment dungeon? Yin Yin was silent for a while, and forced to comfort. Fortunately, it only affects the new generation of 1 year. We will soon become official players. This will not have much impact on us. Look. I'm smiling. Gritted his teeth and said, "These damn people. If they didn't go to die at the beginning, then we wouldn't be so beaten now." At the same time, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai were huddled in a hole, which they dug before the locusts became numerous. Alas! Su Luo sighed heavily. What's the point of getting rewards for killing locusts? Who dares to go out and fight the locusts head-on in this situation? Yun Fei Bai was also very helpless. There are probably not many players on the ground now. Whoever goes out will be targeted by the overwhelming locusts. We can't just stay in this hole for 3 hours until the dungeon is over. Right? He thought with some luck. I don't know if I can refresh these locusts when I change the map. We can't just pin our hopes on the idea that the system will let us go mercifully. We have to think of a way. Su Luo pondered. Is there any way to quickly kill so many bugs in the outside world? Suddenly, Su Luo didn't know what he thought of. Raised his head and said excitedly, "Do you still remember the principle of dust explosion?" As a top student, Yun Fei Bai nodded as a matter of course. Of course I know. Dust explosion means that the combustible dust encounters a heat source within the explosion limit, and the flame instantly spreads to the entire mixed dust space. And then a chain explosion occurs. Su Luo said, "You said, if we make a dust explosion here, wouldn't these locusts be wiped out quickly?" Yun Fei Bai thought for a while, then shook his head. "I admit that this idea is very creative, but it can't be implemented." He put on a reasonable look. The conditions for dust explosion first require that the dust itself is flammable or explosive. There is no flour in our system space. And even if there is definitely not enough to wipe out all the locusts. Su Luo said, "This is a grassland, with grass clippings flying everywhere, which is very flammable and explosive. It is called a dust explosion, but it does not necessarily require flour. As long as it is a tiny particle that can be burned, it will be fine." Yun Fei Bai nodded, and then said, "This is possible, but there must be enough fire source for the dust to explode." Su Luo responded, I think. In a place like the grassland, we only need to light a fire casually, and it will form a prairie fire. I remember that there are a lot of lighters in our system space. But what about the space? Yunfei asked. This is also the most important point. Dust explosion must be in a limited space. This grassland does not meet this condition at all. How do you solve it? This is a big problem. Su Luo was silent. After a while, she asked without giving up, but this is indeed the most permanent method I can think of at present. Is it really impossible to use this method? Yunfei hesitated, unless we can find a player who can isolate the space. Let him constantly divide this entire grassland into small spaces. And then we will form explosions in each space separately. Su Luo's eyes lit up, and she opened the chat interface. Then I go to the chat interface and ask. Maybe there are players who can help. We have nearly 100 master players after all. So the probability of running into each other is still very high. Lost. Now there is a way that may solve the current dilemma. Are there any players who can split the space? You want me to say, is it so powerful? There is a way to solve this. I want to watch TV. This skill is a bit rare. I hope someone has it. Strawberry pudding milkshake, please solve it quickly. I'm still running like crazy. A bunch of locusts are chasing me. There are locusts everywhere. Withered vine. Old tree. Dust crow. Fortunately, there are not many players on the ground now. Otherwise my naked running will be exposed to the public. Fu Lu Shou family. Split space. I have a skill that can cover a large area of space with a cover. Is it okay? Seeing this reply, Su Luo finally came to life and typed quickly. Lost, yes. Yes. That. Fu Lu Shou family. Your skills are what we need. Strawberry pudding milkshake, nice. You guys solve it quickly. Fu Lu Shou family, but we can't get out now. There are locusts everywhere outside. Whoever comes out will die. Lost, where are you now? We will go to find you directly. Fu Lu Shou family, we are in the middle and western part of the map. And we are circling in the same place now. You guys look for us. Su Luo and Yunfei opened the map, and indeed saw two blue dots with strange behavior in the middle and western part. Lost, okay. Just stay there and don't move. We come find you soon. Fu Lu Shou family, got it. Closing the chat interface. Su Luo looked at the sky full of locusts outside. We'd probably have to fight our way through. I haven't been to that place. And I can't use skills to teleport there. Yunfei shook his head. You stay here. I go. Perhaps because he was afraid that Su Luo would refuse. He also explained, I'm fast. And I can get there quickly if I accelerate at full speed. If you go with me, you will be a hindrance. Su Luo was not a hypocritical person. After realizing that what Yunfei said made sense, she nodded, okay. Then you go. Be careful on the road. I stay here. If something happens, I can also respond here. Yunfei nodded and went out of the cave. As soon as he went out, thousands of locusts surrounded him in an instant. Yunfei immediately released his innate skills, and a large black mist covered the exit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he used 3 flashes in a row and moved away from the cave entrance. Because most of the locusts had been attracted here just now, and now the black fog blocked their sight. There were no locusts chasing Yunfei for a while. He used this time to run away quickly. Along the way, Yunfei also enjoyed the scenery of the locusts passing by. The few trees that were originally on the grassland map disappeared. Large areas of grassland turned into bare land, probably all eaten clean by locusts. Seeing this scene, Yunfei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If they hadn't figured out this method so quickly, it would probably not take long for the entire grassland to be eaten up. By then, the most important dust in the dust explosion experiment would be gone. And even if they wanted to use this method, they would be helpless. 10 minutes later, Yunfei appeared in the hiding place where Fu Lu Shou family was huddled. He was also a little genius, digging a hole in the tree and hiding inside. Yunfei didn't find him at first, but was attracted by the man soft shouting. Seeing Yunfei coming over, Fu Lu Shou family's eyes lit up. Is it lost? Yunfei found him in the tree hole. Well, it's me. Can't you make a space? Now make me the biggest space you can make. Chapter 283. Fu Lu Shou family. Nodding. Seeing that there were not too many locusts outside, he carefully left the tree hole. Do it here? Yunfei thought for a moment. Stay away from the tree you are hiding in. I will try it first. Fu Lu Shou family. using his innate skills at a distance of 20 meters. A huge lavender cube was built. This cube is still very large, with a full 20 cubic meters, and it looks like a behemoth. Yunfeibai touched the surface of the block suspiciously, and it felt very smooth, like glass. How do I get in here? Fu Lushou family. After a pause, you want to go in? Yunfeibai nodded, yes. I have to lure the locusts in. Otherwise how can I catch them all? I see. The man nodded, waved his hand, and the originally square purple block suddenly lost one side. Do you think this will work? Yunfeibai nodded, then I will need your cooperation. After I lure the locusts in, they will quickly leave this block. Then you can seal the block. Fu Lushou family said with some embarrassment, this is a bit difficult. I'm afraid that I will harm you if I don't operate it properly. Yunfeibai said, then how about this? As soon as I call you, you immediately seal this block. Fu Lushou family nodded, okay. Big brother, you go and lure the monsters. I hide first. After saying that, he went back to his little tree hole. Yunfeibai took a deep breath, then put on his flying shoes, and ran around the map ostentatiously, and soon attracted a large wave of locusts. He led the locusts to the purple block and stood still. After the locusts had gathered, he suddenly took out a lighter from the system space, lit it, and threw it on the ground. Then he flashed and ran out, shouting, Fu Lushou, close it quickly. Fortunately, Fu Lushou family did not let down the chain, showing the reaction speed of a master player, and quickly sealed the last side of the purple block. Bang bang bang. The next second, the purple cube was ablaze with flames and explosions. There were also crackling sounds, and it seemed that the locusts were not having a good time inside. Hearing the explosions behind him, Yunfeibai was delighted. It worked. The dust explosion trick really worked. And now they were saved. Fu Lushou family. He was stunned by the situation in the cube. Oh my god. Why did it explode? Did you put a bomb in it? Or a chain bomb? Yunfeibai was full of black lines, but he did not refute. If Fu Lushou family understood the principle of this method, he would realize that he was the key, and he was just a guest. Then, Fu Lushou family would probably abandon him and kill the locusts by himself. After all, players who kill more locusts will get attribute points as rewards. Yunfeibai did not believe that the man in front of him could resist such temptation. Since this method was successful, Yunfeibai would follow the same method to attract monsters crazily and repeat the operation. At this time, Su Luo was anxiously waiting in the cave, not knowing what was happening with Yunfeibai. If it succeeded, it would be fine. But if it didn't, it would be troublesome. Yunfeibai didn't have the light Gatling gun, so the damage to the locusts was not enough. He had just used up his talent skills, and it was impossible for Yunfeibai to come back intact after such a long journey. She could replenish her blood volume, but she couldn't recover from the injuries on her body. If Yunfeibai really came back with injuries all over his body because of this trip, Su Luo felt that she would be heartbroken. After hesitating for a while, Su Luo still sent a message to Yunfeibai. How are you doing? Yunfeibai quickly replied, it's done. We are frantically killing the locusts. Seeing this message, Su Luo finally felt relieved. After thinking about it, she posted this good news on the camp chat interface to reassure other players. Lost, the experiment was successful. The locusts are being strangled, and everyone will be able to come out soon. Surrounding me every day, really. I love it. As expected of a big boss. Smiling and saying goodbye, Big Boss is the best. Now I feel relieved. My shoes are real. I was wondering why the density of locusts on my side seems to be decreasing. It turns out that the Big Boss succeeded. Strawberry pudding milkshake, in this case. Players who think it's almost done should also come out to help. Don't rely on the Big Boss alone. Yes. 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 Maybe we can get attribute point rewards. Everyone go for it. Surround me every day. Go for it. My shoes are real. Go for it. Su Luo smiled happily. Everyone's concerted response didn't make her feel that her efforts were unnecessary. Have you noticed that as time goes on, there are fewer locusts outside? A green player looked at his companion in confusion. The companion was also puzzled. That's true. But it shouldn't be like this. No one should dare to go out and be the first to do this. Logically, there should be more and more locusts outside. Right? The two looked at each other. both with puzzled expressions. Perhaps the system is merciful and thinks that the map will be changed soon. So it takes away the locusts in advance? He guessed. The companion shook his head and sneered, instead of believing that the system can be merciful. It is better to believe that sows can climb trees. I think this is the calm before the storm. Whoever is deceived now and dares to go out will be killed. Listening to his companion's words, the man trembled. He said in a trembling voice, "It's worthy of being a system." What a vicious mind. Innocently caught in the crossfire system. ? Ding. The third copy buff refreshes. When the system prompt sounded again, the locusts in the copy had been eliminated by the blue team players, and there were few left. The copy buff has been refreshed. Hearing the system voice, Su Luo sighed. Then opened the map to see where the buff was refreshed this time. At a glance, Su Luo said helplessly, "Well, we are not destined to be together again." The dungeon buff was refreshed very far away from them. And the most annoying thing was that there was not even a blue player around. Su Luo said indignantly, "I seriously suspect that the system deliberately refreshed the buff in this place because it saw that our blue team had too much advantage." Yun Feibai was also a little helpless. Except for the first buff location. The remaining two buff refresh locations were indeed somewhat targeted at the blue team. Seeing that they had no chance to win, Su Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. "I don't know who got the buff this time. I hope they can be smarter and make a normal map." Yun Feibai smiled bitterly. "If they make a grassland map like the pink team did before, and then a map buff like this appears, we will just hide underground and not come out. I hope they can understand the disadvantages of a simple map. Anyway, we are strong enough, and we are not afraid. If they choose that kind of map, they will suffer in the end." After waiting for 20 minutes, the copy buff was finally choked. Ding. Congratulations to the red team player for grabbing the copy buff. Please choose the terrain within 10 minutes. During this period, the player receives copy protection. Did the red team grab the copy buff? Su Luo was a little surprised. She thought the red team had completely quieted down after the crazy reduction in personnel. Yun Feibai touched his ear. The red team has made great progress. They were able to grab the buff even though they were already few in number. Could it be that the dungeon buff this time has landed on their home base? Su Luo laughed and joked with him, and opened the interface for the number of people in the camp. You don't know until you see it. And you be shocked. Abai. Look! The number of people in the red team has dropped a lot. A. 42/100, red, B. 65/100, orange, C. 70/100, purple, D. 82/100, blue, E. 60/100, green, F. 56/100, pink. Yun Feibai took a look and it was true. The last time they looked, there were more than 50 people on the red side. But now there are almost 10 fewer people. After a moment of silence, Yun Feibai's face suddenly became serious. The reason why they suddenly lost so many people must be the fight for the dungeon buff. But why are they trying so hard to grab this buff? Su Luo followed his words and thought, unless they think that as long as they grab this buff, they can turn the tide and make up for the previous losses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked so hard. Yun Feibai nodded in agreement. So this map must be very difficult. It must be very advantageous to the red team. And it may even be their home map. We have to be careful. Su Luo sighed. I hope nothing unexpected happens. We have to protect the first place. The red team just grabbed the dungeon buff, and within 2 minutes, the dungeon map was changed. In a dizzy state, the last thing he thought of was, it changed so quickly. They must have been prepared. When everything calmed down, the sense of touch in her body returned. She felt something was wrong before she opened her eyes. Gulyulu. Garulu. Cough. 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 After choking on the water a few times, Su Luo barely floated to the surface. She stepped on the water and looked around blankly. Splash. The next second, Yun Feibai also appeared on the surface of the water. He stroked his face hard and wiped the seawater off his face. Pooh. Fuh. Fuh. How did we get to the sea? Su Luo finally saw the surroundings clearly at this time. Yun Feibai was right. They were now floating on the sea. Chapter 284. No. It's not just them. There are 2 blue players standing by. Looking at their expressions, they are equally confused. The red team is so cool. Su Luo exclaimed. Are they planning to compete with us in endurance? Whoever can't hold on at sea first will be eliminated. Who knows what they are thinking? Look at the map buff this time. This map is not too easy. And the buff shouldn't be too difficult. Su Luo opened the map. And the first thing that caught his eye was this narrow sea area. She also said how come there was a player who was also teleported next to her. It turned out that the area of this sea was very small. There were 3 orange-yellow marking points on the blue map, shining on the sea surface. I don't know what they are used for. Let's look at the map buff below. For every half an hour that a non-marine player stays in the sea water, his health will be reduced by 50. There are 3 resource points on the sea surface, with wood on them, and players can go up to build ships. After reading it, Su Luo was stunned for a moment, and then looked at her attribute panel. My health is over 200, and there are still 2 hours left in the dungeon. In other words, I can still pass the level even if I don't go to the resource point to build a ship. Yun Fei Bai, that's true. But you have to know that we don't only have the natural environment as our enemy, but also the players from other camps. He flicked Su Luo's forehead. This map is so small. It's easy for us to run into others. If you stay in the sea, you will be beaten passively, and you are still in a low health state. Su Luo covered his forehead and looked at Yun Fei Bai with a little grievance. I was too excited to see this information and forgot it for a while. You're going too far by hitting me. Yun Fei Bai looked at her with amusement. Is this called hitting? After saying that, he came forward with a bit of heartache and touched the place where he had just hit her. Is it not very hard? Does it hurt? Su Luo blushed a little, and realized what nonsense she had just said. She shook her head quickly and took a half step back. Let's take a quick look at the map buff again. Don't ignore any key information. When it comes to business, Yun Fei Bai also became serious. Speaking of this, there is indeed a detail worth noting. Look at the first sentence of the buff explanation. Su Luo followed his words and found that sentence, and read it out, non-marine creatures players. After reading this, she also realized that something was wrong. Huh? Why did you suddenly add this sentence? Yun Fei Bai said, right. When we were on the volcano map, the system didn't exclude fire-resistant players. So why did it specifically pull out marine creatures players here? Su Luo said thoughtfully. Compared with the buff on the volcano map, the system intention in saying this is questionable. This red team is probably the so-called marine creature. Yun Fei Bai nodded, yes. I think so too. This can explain why the red team tried their best to get the last copy buff, in order to give other camps' players a surprise attack in their home field. That? What did you two say? Can you let us listen to it for the sake of being in the same camp? Suddenly, a nice male voice interrupted. Su Luo turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a little milk dog with dimples when he smiled. The 2 players from the same camp that they saw just now, who landed next to them, were these 2 people. Thinking that this was not something that could not be said, and letting these 2 people know could also strengthen the strength of the camp. Su Luo told these 2 people about the speculation that she and Yun Fei Bai had just made. That makes sense. The dimple-faced little milk dog slapped his forehead. We didn't notice this detail just now. You are too careful. Su Luo smiled and said nothing. The little milk dog continued, Miss, you and the guy next to you are a couple. Right? Just now, watching you two get along, we were fed a lot of dog food. After he said this, Yun Fei Bai, who had been expressionless, also showed a clear smile. We are a couple, and our current goal is to go to the nearest resource point to get wood. What? Want to go together? After hearing this, the little dog immediately replied, yes. Yes, my partner and I think so too. Now the 4 of us are traveling together, and it will be safer on the road. If we encounter the red team, we can take care of each other. Yun Fei Bai thought so too. After all, before they knew the strength of the red player in the ocean, if the 2 of them acted alone, they would regret it if something went wrong. Now there happened to be 2 players from the same camp, so why not go with them? If it weren't for this reason, even if this kid had good eyesight, he wouldn't be willing to let them follow him as a light bulb. After the few people introduced each other, Su Luo knew that Xiao Nega had a very powerful and domineering game name that was very inconsistent with his personality. True Dragon Going to Heaven. And his companion's name was worthy of the name. Called Silence is better than sound. On the way, Su Luo discovered a characteristic of True Dragon Going down to heaven. That is, he is sweet-mouthed and never skimps on his compliments. Apart from anything else, just these compliments make people feel comfortable physically and mentally. Sister, you are so fast. Are you an assassin? Sister, Your swimming posture is so beautiful. Have you practiced professionally? If I could swim as well as you, I wouldn't hold my companions back. Of course. He also praised Su Luo equally. Not just Su Luo. Jihei. Boss. I feel you are very charming. You must be a boss in real life. Right? You are so charming to attract such a good girlfriend like my sister. When you and my sister swim together, it's like two lovebirds in the sea. Especially well matched. Obviously, he found that it was useless to praise Yun Feibai alone. But when he and Su Luo were praised together, Yun Feibai would often show more joy. That was naturally more popular with the right compliments. Unlike him, his companion, just like his name, the buzzcut boy didn't say much along the way, only occasionally correcting the little puppy when he swam off track. Wait! Yun Feibai suddenly pulled Su Luo and whispered. Su Luo subconsciously slowed down and walked side by side with Yun Feibai. What's wrong? Yun Feibai said, there's something wrong with this area of water. Just now I clearly felt that there was a way that shouldn't exist. But it suddenly appeared. Su Luo immediately understood what he meant. You mean, there is something in the sea? Yun Feibai nodded. Since the map buff does not say there are other creatures in the sea, then this danger must be man-made. Su Luo nodded. I'm afraid there are red players here. Let's be careful. After saying that, she whispered the news to the two people. For a moment, everyone slowed down their breathing and swam carefully in the sea. No one spoke. Suddenly, Su Luo felt the water flowing under her feet. Get out of the way! As she said this, she dodged and moved away from her original position. Almost only 0.01 seconds later, the sea water there surged, and a man emerged from there, holding a sharp spiral knife in his hand. Yun Feibai rushed over instantly and hit him with his first skill. The man's health immediately decreased by half, and he looked like a fragile person. But what was shocking was that the health that Yun Feibai had just hit suddenly rose back at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 seconds, this guy's health was restored to full. Seeing the shocked eyes of Su Luo and the other three, the red player sneered, You still want to fight us in our home court? After saying this, he dived underwater again, waiting for an opportunity to make the next attack. Su Luo frowned, staring at the surrounding sea water, not letting go of any unusual movement. At the same time, she was also wondering, can this red player restore health infinitely in this map? That's too invincible. After a few breaths, silence is better than sound suddenly turned over and emerged from the water, avoiding the attack of the red player. At the same time, Su Luo and the other two reacted very quickly and gave him a skill. But that man was not a pushover and retreated back into the sea in an instant. Only the skill of True Dragon going down to heaven hit him. But according to previous experience, it is estimated that his health has been restored in just a moment. A vague voice came from the bottom of the sea. Give up. Don't waste everyone's time. Can't you see now that I am invincible in this map? His voice was full of temptation. You will never be able to beat an invincible me. Instead of wasting time and being worn out by me here, it is better to give up resistance and get rid of it earlier. True Dragon goes to heaven. Angrily shouted, You are talking nonsense. Even if it is a waste, we will wear you out here. After all, it's only 2 hours. I want to see who can outlast whom. The man chuckled, as if laughing at his naivety. You are right. But have you ever thought that I will not lose blood in this map? And you don't have a ship. And you will lose 50 points of blood every half an hour. His words made everyone feel depressed. He was right. Now they had enough energy and could block every attack from him. But when everyone ran out of energy, they would definitely be attacked. With the health already consumed by the map buff and this person attack, it would be difficult for them to survive until the end of the dungeon. No. Su Luo calmed down. Think carefully about the way out now. The more critical the situation is, the more you can't panic. If you panic, you will really have no way out. Because this person has little health and is fragile. So if 3 of them hit him with their skills at the same time, they can kill him instantly. Chapter 285. But after the previous lesson, this person must also know this. So now he always retreats into the sea after firing a shot and waits for the next attack. So it is difficult for them to hit him together. If Su Luo's third skill can control him, it will actually work. But the conditions for implementing this operation are a bit harsh. First, because this person will go back immediately after attacking. So she must release the third skill as a conditioned reflex the moment he comes out, so that she can hit him. But her third skill is not a lock skill. It needs to be aimed. And there is a very short buffer time when it descends. So once the person is not next to her, the third skill is likely to miss. And her third skill does not care whether it hits the person or not. As long as it is released. It is released. It takes 20 minutes of CD to use it for the second time. Su Luo sighed and stopped pinning her hopes on this third skill. She needs to look at this problem from a different angle. How does the red team recover blood in this map? This is very important. If they rely on water elements to recover blood, then there is really nothing they can do. After all, there is sea water below, and water elements are inexhaustible. It is almost impossible for them to prevent this person from recovering blood. But if this person's blood recovery is controlled by some other medium, then they only need to control this medium to prevent him from recovering blood. The next time that person attacked, Su Luo did not move, and stared at his every move. Everything seemed to be slowed down in front of her eyes. Water splashed, and the red player jumped out of the water with a knife to attack. Yun Feibai was ready to attack, and his first skill hit the person. A small whirlpool appeared on the water surface, and the red player dived into the seabed. Wait! A small whirlpool? A small whirlpool. Su Luo carefully recalled the scene just now. After the red player was attacked by Yun Feibai and lost blood, a small whirlpool suddenly surged in the sleeper close to him. And then the person began to recover blood crazily. Su Luo was sure that she remembered correctly. Before the man was injured, there was no whirlpool on the sea. Her eyes lit up. This whirlpool must be the key reason for the red player to recover blood. She had to focus on observing this place. After 3 more attacks, Su Luo finally got a clue. This man seemed to be madly absorbing seawater when he was injured. And the seawater he absorbed could replenish his blood. Therefore, the medium for the red team to recover blood is actually seawater. He had been blurring the lines, saying that he was invincible in this map, making other players subconsciously think that he was invincible in the entire map, ignoring the fact that he might only be invincible in the sea. After realizing this, Su Luo's frown finally relaxed. She immediately told the other 3 people about this discovery. We just need to keep him from contacting the seawater. True Dragon descends to heaven. Smiled, is that all? I'm good at this. Then watch me. When this person came out next time, True Dragon going down to heaven immediately released his skills. Suddenly, a huge wind column appeared on the sea surface, and the wind column vigorously split the seawater in the middle, leaving a space with only land. The red player obviously did not expect them to do such a thing, and did not react for a while. Su Luo and the other 2 seized the opportunity to attack him. Because all these changes happened too quickly, they did not react. So this person still wanted to dive into the seabed as before. Unfortunately, he was diving in vain, and there was no seawater under him. Su Luo and the other 2 seized the opportunity and killed the player in one fell swoop. The next second, the wind column disappeared and the seawater flooded back. Finally, it's done. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and the others also relaxed. After knowing how to deal with the red player, they were relieved. True Dragon descends to heaven. He smiled and looked at Su Luo and the others. This is my 4th skill, which can be used once every 10 minutes. During this time, if we encounter danger, we will need your protection. Having just gone through hardships together, Su Luo and the others said amiably, that is a must. We will definitely protect you as the main force later. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the bodies of several people. The next second, everyone's health bars dropped a lot. It seemed that half an hour had passed, and the map buff took effect. Su Luo quickly added blood to everyone. And in just 5 minutes, everyone's blood volume returned to full. After finishing the arrangement, they headed to the resource point. After a while, they arrived at the nearest resource point. The so-called resource point is actually a small island with a few sturdy trees. But it is obvious that even if they don't get close, Su Luo and the other 4 know that there is something wrong with this resource point. Why do you say that? Because there is not a single player on the island. Is this reasonable? It is definitely unreasonable. After all, although the number of players has been greatly reduced after the previous grassland map, there are still at least 300 people on the field. The map is not big, and there are only 3 resource points. Logically, there should be a huge crowd of people and a chaotic situation everywhere, especially since they have been entangled by the red player for a long time. If there is no problem here, then the trees on the island are probably robbed now. instead of being left here intact. Several people hid behind the reef in the distance, with solemn faces. Su Luo said in a deep voice, "It seems that there should be many red players squatting around this small island. Otherwise it wouldn't be so quiet." Yun Feibai frowned. "I don't know how many people there are. Whether we can beat them or not." "Oh my god!" Suddenly, the true dragon goes to heaven next to him exclaimed in a low voice, "What a good plan." "My god." Su Luo and the other two looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" True dragon goes to heaven, with a complicated expression. "I thought that none of those trees were cut down," proving that no player had climbed onto the resource point. "Then those players who came here either found something wrong and ran away, or were killed by the red team." Su Luo nodded. "Yes, that's right." He continued, then out of curiosity, "I went to see the current number of people in the camp." Seeing that he was speechless, Su Luo and the other two opened the camp number interface tacitly. A. 40/100, red, B. 51/100, orange, C. 64/100, purple, D. 77/100, blue, E. 52/100, green, F. 48/100, pink. In just half an hour, the number of people in all camps except the red camp dropped significantly, and several camps that originally had fewer people were almost falling behind the red camp. "Amazing," Su Luo said confidently. "The red team really planned hard and turned the tide. Playing at home is a huge advantage for them, and no one expected it, so they were caught off guard." Yun Feibai nodded in admiration. "It's only been half an hour, and they were able to turn the previous disadvantage around. I have to say, it was a good decision to give it a try this time. True dragon descends to heaven. Even if you have turned the tide, you don't have to destroy your own prestige and boost others' ambitions. Right? Can we think of a solution?" "Oh, that's right. Now is not the time to praise the enemy." Su Luo's expression was restrained, and he became serious again. "Half an hour has passed now. If nothing unexpected happens, the red players should have already taken their positions." Seeing that the two people were confused, Yun Feibai tacitly added for Su Luo 3 resource points. They must have divided the existing players equally and stationed them at these 3 resource points. Half an hour is enough for them to take their positions. Now the two understood. True dragon goes to heaven said admiringly, "This idea is good. If that's the case, then there are about 13 red players stationed at each resource point." Su Luo nodded, then shook her head. "About 10. And there must be a few who are sent to wander around and catch single players. Otherwise, those with enough health can survive this dungeon as long as they don't go to the resource points." True dragon goes to heaven was stunned for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Do you two have enough health?" Su Luo nodded. "Enough. If we don't encounter enemies, then the two of us can definitely survive this dungeon." This is also the reason why she and Yun Feibai have always been calm. Because if there are no accidents, they are very safe in this dungeon. The only difference is how much they gain. True dragon descends to heaven, twitched the corner of his mouth, looking speechless. "Then why do you still come here to take risks? Just find a corner to stay. And if there is an enemy, fight. Isn't it wonderful?" Su Luo smiled and said, "We came here mainly to see if we can get some kills. To be honest, the kills in this game are a bit too few. Not very impressive." After saying that, she suddenly used her first skill to True Dragon Goes to Heaven. "Have you forgotten that I am a priest? If you really can't think of a solution, you two can follow us to that corner, and then I will restore your health." "Yes." The boy's fair face showed ecstasy. "Then let's go directly. Life safety is the most important thing, isn't it?" Yun Feibai couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "Can you stop being so unmotivated? Who said there is no way?" Yun Feibai noticed Su Luo was always tinkering with something with her head down, and he moved closer to her. Luo, what are you doing?" Su Luo raised her head. "I share our previous findings with everyone in the chat interface. If possible, I think we can siege a resource point together. After we take it down, we will go to siege the next one." Chapter 286. True Dragon Descends Heaven. He opened his mouth, his face full of doubts. But he didn't say anything. He remained silent like a mute. "Silence is better than words," he said. "Chat interface?" He said it briefly, but Su Luo still understood it. This is because he didn't know there was a chat interface in the master level assessment copy. Su Luo, She hesitated for a rare moment, then asked, Is this the first time for you two to come to the master level assessment copy? The two nodded obediently. True Dragon Descends to Heaven took over the conversation, to be precise. This is a master level dungeon given to us by the system to improve our strength. Oh, is that so? No wonder you didn't know. We had already learned what the assessment dungeon given by the system was. These two people seemed to be masters who came at the tail end of the car. Su Luo patiently brought up the chat interface for them, and then explained, master level assessment dungeons. Players in the same camp can chat and exchange information in this interface. Both of them looked educated, because they had been getting along well before. Su Luo didn't mind saying more. In the master level assessment dungeon, the cooperation between players in the same camp is very important. Yun Feibai continued, yes. Just like a large army, it is spontaneously organized by players. If you still fight alone at the master level, you will easily be bullied by other camps. True Dragon Descends to Heaven nodded with some novelty. I understand. But this is completely different from our experience at the ordinary level, or even the elite level. We were fighting alone before. Su Luo looked at him with some emotion. These words were so similar to what they thought when they first came to the master level dungeon. In the blink of an eye, she could actually teach others. Shaking her head with a smile, Su Luo opened the chat interface to see how those players reacted. Sad tears. So that's how it is. I thought they were really invincible in this map. I'm serious about being funny. Eh? Is it so easy to deal with them? Lovely me. Oh my gosh. Luckily I didn't go to the resource point. Otherwise I might be dead now. Although I know the solution. It's still not easy to deal with them. How many people have the skills to isolate the seawater? I'm serious about being funny. I have the skills to make them fly. I fly to the sky. I have a way too. I'm in the mood every day, although I don't have it. I also want to go to the resource point to fight people. It's so annoying that they're squatting there. I really had to go through a lot of trouble to escape before. I wish the girl sighed. I also went to the resource point early in the morning. And then I was stewed. If I hadn't used the life-saving props, I would have become a dead soul under the sword of the red team. He laughed and cried. I also have skills that can be used. I will participate. Most of the players kept an eye on the chat interface. And soon a large number of players replied. Su Luo counted and found that there were 13 people who had the skills that could make people leave the sea. That's enough. She replied immediately, calling the players to start the action. Lost. Let's start from the resource point where I am now. We will use lightning tactics to eliminate the red players guarding here as quickly as possible to prevent them from leaking information. 5 minutes later, more than 30 players collectively headed towards the resource point. Seeing more than 30 people suddenly come to the resource point she was guarding, Lotta Beta was a blunder. She couldn't figure out why these people came together. Did they discuss it? Could it be that they wanted to rely on their numbers and use the human wave tactics to intimidate them so that they dare not come out to attack? Lotta Beta sneered. If that was the case, then they were too naive. According to their racial characteristics, this time the map is still in the sea. Not to mention a mere 30 people. Even if it is 300 people, as long as they do not leave the sea, it does not matter. They, the monk clan, are amphibious creatures. In the ocean, they can restore their health by absorbing seawater, but their health will be greatly reduced. On land, they are similar to ordinary players, but more vulnerable, with reduced attack power. When they figured out the dungeon rules, they had already started planning this in the chat interface. They were going to grab a dungeon buff, and then turn it into an ocean map to kill everyone. However, plans can't keep up with changes, because of the biased behavior of a few idiots. Their camp lost nearly half of its combat power in the first map. This made the red camp depressed for a long time, and no one had the confidence to grab the dungeon buff with so few people. The disadvantage is too great. But for the development of the race, we have to fight. There are not many people in the monk tribe, and there are even fewer master players. If this dungeon is allowed to continue like this, the final result will be that the master players who died here will not be resurrected, and the entire race will suffer huge losses. In the end, everyone thought that they would die anyway. So if they fought hard, they might still have a chance of survival. So at that time, several red players near the dungeon buff really rushed forward desperately, just to get the dungeon buff. Now, the situation is gradually getting better. Everything seems to have returned to what they had discussed at the beginning, using the ocean map to kill all the enemies. When the pink team replaced them and became the last in number, looking at the countdown of more than an hour, Lota Beta felt that they could definitely rush to the top 3. Everything was full of hope. And now, looking at the large number of blue players with great momentum, Lota Beta suddenly felt that they could hit the throne of the first place and revive everyone. If all these people died, the blue team would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, they would take advantage of the situation and catch up. It is hard to guarantee that they will not be able to become the first place with the advantage of terrain. Lota Beta immediately looked at the chat interface. At this time, most of the opinions were very consistent. They must kill him. Of course, there were also people who disagreed. Shavaro, what if these people came here on purpose? Patch, I think so too. They came with great momentum and were well prepared. Yukret, if we fall into the trap, all our efforts will be ruined. Why don't we just stop? Seeing this, Lota Beta cursed inwardly that he was a coward. Aren't you just afraid of death? You said it so high-soundingly. In order to prevent the army from losing morale. She quickly typed, Lota Beta, if there is a conspiracy, it must be hidden. How can it be so public? Safashatek, that's right. This is the only chance. How can I not treat you well? Lota Beta, if you were scared, don't come out of the water later. Anyway, it must be safe under the water. And we won't force it. Seeing that more than 30 people have already reached their attack range, she didn't bother to say more. 8 or 9 red players hiding in the sea suddenly jumped up. 2 or 3 people attacked a target, ready to take a hit and run. However, how could the blue team, who had been prepared, give them this opportunity? As soon as they jumped up, all kinds of skills were used. Some people created bubbles to wrap the enemies and fly them out of the water. Some people sprayed pillars of fire to push them above the water. And some people used tentacles to tie them out of the water. Everyone showed their own tricks. Oh my! It's a trick! The player who was controlled by the skill shouted loudly with extremely fast reaction. However, his reaction was fast. And the reaction of the blue team was even faster. They had already controlled the few people who came out of the water. After leaving the water, these red players were like tigers with their teeth pulled out. And they were no longer fierce. In just a few seconds, they turned into white light and disappeared. TSK. Su Luo looked at the calm water surface unhappily. There are still a few who haven't come up yet. We can't fight a blitzkrieg now. The news must have spread. Yun Feibai swam to her side. Oh, there's nothing we can do. It's normal for them to be cautious. Anyway, as the camp with the largest number of people in the dungeon, no matter which resource point we go to, they have to make way for us. Su Luo nodded and looked at everyone. The next step is the resource allocation. As the initiator of the incident, isn't it too much for us to ask for a shipbuilding timber? It is true that the 2 of them don't need a boat to get through this instance. But if there is still more than half an hour before the end of the instance, they will feel uncomfortable soaking in the water. They will not miss out on anything they should take or enjoy. Everyone knows that if Su Luo hadn't told them the weakness of the red team, they would definitely still be living under the shadow of the red team. Hearing this, they agreed without hesitation. Su Luo and the other person chose a tree and used their swords as axes to chop it down. Her sword of light was extremely sharp, so chopping down trees would only be a waste of resources, and it would not be cut off. Soon, a piece of wood came out. While chopping down the tree, Su Luo suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile, Abai, you can build a ship, right? Yun Feibai nodded as a matter of course, of course. Do you think I worked in the Great Lord's dungeon for nothing in those 2 years? I learned a lot. In that dungeon, because he was born on an island, he had been developing the shipbuilding industry. They also knew a little bit about shipbuilding technology. After all the trees on the island were cut down, it immediately turned into a light spot and disappeared. Yun Feibai also made a simple raft while everyone was cutting trees. Let's go. We're going to sail away today. Su Luo sat on the raft, looking comfortably at the sparkling water reflected by the setting sun. Presumably after the battle just now, the red players would have to hide when they saw them, and the players of other camps were not to be feared. So the last half hour was just for sightseeing and entertainment, enjoying the scenery. Before leaving, Su Luo called out to True Dragon going down to heaven, hey, you have the wind attribute, right? Maybe we can make a deal? True Dragon, going down to heaven, looked at Su Luo in confusion. What deal? Su Luo took out the Wind Spirit Pearl. This thing can greatly increase the attributes of a wind attribute weapon when embedded in it. Really? He was stunned, then asked excitedly. There were too few wind attribute props, and he had finally obtained a wind attribute weapon fan. But he was not very satisfied with the power of the weapon. But there were too few wind attribute weapons, and he was struggling to find a replacement. If he could improve the attributes of the fan, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of looking for a new weapon. Su Luo knew that this thing would most likely work out when she saw his reaction. So she handed him the Wind Spirit Pearl to check its attributes. Do you want it? After reading the introduction of the Wind Spirit Pearl, True Dragon, descending to heaven, nodded frantically. Yes. 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 Wait for me to think of something to exchange for it. Silence is better than words. Pulled him a little, leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. True Dragon descends to heaven, looking a little distressed, but still nodded. Took out a crystal ball from the system space. Don't say I'm cheating you. I really spent a lot of money. Su Luo took the crystal ball and checked its properties with the system. Reading the crystal ball contains the power of time. Once it is broken, this power of time will be released, and the time of the copy will be rewound to 5 minutes ago. Su Luo looked up in shock. True Dragon descends to heaven. The two, are you crazy? This item is too precious. Although it only lasts 5 minutes, it can completely change the situation if used well. Her Wind Spirit Pearl is also a very precious item. But compared with this thing, it is completely not on the same level. If they are not crazy, why would they exchange such a treasure with her? True Dragon goes to heaven. Smiled, to be honest. If it weren't for you two leading the way, we would never be able to survive this last map of this dungeon. Silence is better than words. Holding his shoulders, he looked at Su Luo and the others seriously. Really? Although you didn't mention it, this is indeed a life-saving grace. If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't be able to beat the red player we met at the beginning. True Dragon descends to heaven. Pushed the crystal ball that Su Luo had pushed back and forced it into Su Luo's hand. Sister, please take it quickly. I'm afraid I will regret it later. This is what you deserve. It's your reward for protecting the two of us. Su Luo smiled. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. She nodded and accepted the item without further refusing. I hope we can meet again in the future. The four of them hugged and said goodbye. They all knew in their hearts that the possibility of meeting again in the future was very small. Half an hour later, the system prompt sounded. Ding. The copy ended. Chapter 287. Congratulations to the player for passing the assessment dungeon. In this dungeon, the player will receive the following rewards. 1. Successfully pass the dungeon. Reward, attribute point +1. 2. The team wins. Reward, revive all the dead, since the player and his team have no deaths. Additional reward, attribute point +1. 3. Kill 43 enemy team players. Reward, health +43. 4. The first place in the dungeon in terms of the number of locusts destroyed. Reward, attribute point +10. 5. Upgrade talent skills. Please check the effect after the upgrade. When she saw 5, Su Luo immediately scrolled down to see the effect after the upgrade. She had 2 innate skills, so the upgrade should have upgraded both of them. If the innate skills were obtained after this time, then I guess there would be no chance to upgrade again. God's Redemption, legendary teleport 2 people with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a copy. Clown's Candy Jar. Master the Clown has a treasure candy jar with a lot of candies in it. However, even the clown himself doesn't know what flavor the next one he takes out will be. However, the advanced clown can detect the flavor of a candy every day. After seeing the changes, Su Luo nodded with satisfaction. The change of God's Redemption is that the number of people teleported has increased from 1 to 2. In this way, if she needs to rely on this skill to escape in the future, she can take Yunfei Bai with her, which is very nice. As for the change in the skill of the clown's candy jar, it means that among the 10 candies produced every day, she can detect the buff of one of them. This change is not bad. At least, she won't be fooled by the candy. If the effect of the one tested is very poor, she can avoid it in advance. Next, I will add some points. Although they killed fewer people in this dungeon, they gained more unexpectedly. The reward of 10 attribute points for killing the first locust really surprised Su Luo. she said without hesitation. 8 points added to spirit. 4 points added to speed. Look at the system panel again. Life, 30, plus 258, strength, 12, plus 9, speed, 17, plus 40, spirit, 19, plus 66, endurance, 15, plus 5, charm, 17. Scores, 1,310. Talent skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport 2 people with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. Clown's Candy Jar, Master the Clown has a treasured candy jar, which contains a lot of candies. However, even the clown himself does not know what flavor the next candy he will take out will be. However, the advanced clown can detect the flavor of a candy every day. Skill 1. Healing Bullet, increase, reduce, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of HP CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy Light Array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, reduces, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Holy Imprisonment, after releasing the skill, you can imprison enemy players within the range for 5 seconds, CD, 20 seconds. Skill 4. Holy Glory, use the skill to be immune to all negative effects. For every 10 points of spirit, the skill can be used for 1 hour, and the skill can be interrupted in the middle. CD, none. Skill 5. Angel Descends, the player is possessed by an angel for 5 minutes, has wings, and is not harmed. But at the same time, the angel's mercy makes the possessed player unable to use attack skills. CD, 24 hours. Su Luo exited the system and told Yun Feibai about the new changes in her skills. Yun Feibai's eyes lit up when he heard that Su Luo's God's Redemption could now teleport 2 people. If 2 people can be teleported at a time, then they can use this skill together. This means that the safety of both of them has been greatly improved. He also told Su Luo about the changes in his skills. The change in my main skill is that the range of the black fog has become larger, and the change in the other skill is that the time has been shortened from once a month to once every half a month. Seeing that class was about to start, the 2 of them said goodbye and left without saying much. When get out of class was over, Su Luo was suddenly hit by a white ball in the space. When she looked, she saw that Bai Tuan had already planted the small mine fruit. Looking at the 10 small mine fruits in her hand, and Bai Tuan's proud expression, Su Luo couldn't help laughing. She rubbed Bai Tuan's head. Well done. You will be the exclusive supplier of mine fruits in the future. Bai Tuan nodded seriously, and went back to tend to his land. Su Luo smiled, and shook her head, and walked back to the dormitory. After a month, Lu Luoming finally stopped frowning every day, and occasionally smiled. Seeing Su Luo coming back, she suddenly asked, Luo Luo, our department will have a fashion show in a few days. I need a few models. Su Luo asked in confusion. 4 models. You can find Qingqiu and Wei Wei. Why are you looking for me? Chu Qingqiu and He Wei Wei are both beautiful and tall beauties, and they are the best for this kind of thing. Lu Luoming sighed and rubbed her head. Do you have any misunderstandings about yourself? Although when you first came, you were indeed not so eye-catching compared to a big beauty like me. When she said this, Su Luo slapped her hand away. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, be a decent person. Lu Luoming laughed out loud. Anyway, you are definitely a beauty when you walk outside now. Su Luo was stunned. Yes, her charm value has reached 17 now. The highest for ordinary people is only 15. She is already very beautiful. Especially, her charm value is not added by attribute points, but because of various reasons. It has become a senior attribute. This makes her beautiful very naturally. As I said before, if you add attribute points to your charm, the result will be a little unnatural, like plastic surgery in the original continent. But Su Luo has no such worries. So although her appearance has changed a lot, even Lu Luoming, who has been with her day and night, didn't notice anything wrong. Su Luo hesitated, but I'm not tall enough, so I'm not suitable to be a model. Right? She is only about 1.6 meters tall. And aren't most models over 1.7 meters tall? Lu Luoming countered. You don't know. Just based on your temperament, people think you are 2 meters and 5. When we walk on the road, people will definitely see you first. Although it was persuasion, she didn't lie. Su Luo's temperament was really magical. Even if she knew what kind of personality Su Luo had, she would feel like she was facing a superior when she occasionally saw Su Luo. This feeling has nothing to do with attitude or something like that. It's just a temperament. And there are also some feelings caused by small details. For a while, after she knew that Su Luo was already an elite player, she thought it was the aura that elite players naturally had. After all, Chu Qingqiu sometimes gave people a cold and elegant feeling. But later, when the three of them were chatting, they happened to talk about Su Luo's temperament. Only then did she realize that everyone had this feeling. She knew that her roommate obviously had many secrets. But Lu Luoming did not have the good habit of asking about other people's privacy. But even so, she can still make reasonable use of this advantage. I'm serious. Don't look at you as short and a bit baby-faced. But your noble and cold temperament that men don't match is still very eye-catching. And it feels like, it's like the vicissitudes of life and death. Lu Luoming tried her best to persuade. Su Luo was amused by her description, nodded, and said, okay, but I may not have much time to rehearse with you. You know, the final exam is coming. Seeing that she finally agreed, Lu Luoming was overjoyed and quickly agreed, don't worry. The final exam is more important than anything else. I also need to review. It will definitely not affect you. We can just practice a few times when the time comes. Su Luo nodded, but speaking of it, you guys left the final assignment a little early. We haven't left it yet in the history department. Lu Luoming shook his head helplessly. Don't think that we left the homework early. But the exam is also early. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you for help at this time. Su Luo smiled and was about to say something to comfort her. Suddenly, the phone rang and a message came. She opened it and saw that the smile on her face froze. A plant. If you mention the devil will appear. Lu Luoming saw that her expression was not right. What's wrong? Who sent the message? Su Luo sighed, our teacher. The final homework is here. Things change. Lu Luoming suddenly felt very comforted. She immediately changed her position, smiled and comforted Su Luo. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see if your homework is difficult first. Su Luo felt the world's great malice towards her. She read all the information with a bitter face. And then her face relaxed a little. It's okay. Just choose a museum to visit and complete the practical report. Lu Luoming's face, which was originally full of smiles, immediately lost its smile. This assignment was indeed easier, and it was incomparable to hers. She immediately sat back on her bed with a lack of interest. No more talking. I will continue to improve my design. No words were spoken all night. The next day was the weekly tutoring time again. Su Luo went this time, first to finish the class, and second to quit this job. She and Yun Fei Bai split the money she got from the black market. And there was still 5 million left. Enough for her to spend 4 years of college in a very wealthy way. There was no need to trouble herself besides the intense dungeon and schoolwork. And after becoming a master player, the points became abundant. As mentioned before, points can be exchanged for circulating currency. So she is not short of money. Chapter 288. What? Xiao Su. You don't plan to continue? And Xiao looked a little surprised. I think the price. Su Luo shook her head. Of course not. The price you gave is already very generous. It's just that my life is not so tight now. I want to concentrate on my studies and dungeons. At this time, Wei Qichao came downstairs. Sister Luo, you came so early today? Su Luo nodded at him. I'm here to resign today. I leave after teaching you for the last time. It just so happens that you are about to take the final exam. So review well. Ah? You won't teach me anymore? Wei Qichao looked a little disappointed. Su Luo smiled and comforted him. You have learned a lot during this period. If nothing unexpected happens, your skills will be among the best among novice players. Wei Qichao said aggrievedly, but I have never beaten you. You are so powerful. There must be a lot you can teach me. Besides, I also need you in my studies. Su Luo laughed. Although Wei Qichao looked the most arrogant at first, he was totally different from his brother. But after getting along for a while, he found that he and his brother were essentially the same. Both cute and clingy. She shook her head. I just don't work at your house anymore. But we are still friends. Right? I will come to see you in the future. And I believe Aunt Xiao will not refuse. Hearing this, Aunt Xiao also stood up to ease the atmosphere. Yes. Every New Year and festival, Xiao Su must come to see me. An old man. Su Luo smiled and said, what old people? I think Aunt Xiao will always be a little girl. Although Wei Qichao was reluctant, He still came over and hugged Su Luo, and said in a sticky voice, "Then you must not forget to come and see me." As he said that, he sniffed and returned to his usual bully appearance, at least once a year. "No. Come and see us once a month. Otherwise, I will go to your school to find you." Su Luo nodded in agreement. Before she finished speaking, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. Several people turned their heads and looked. It was Wei Xiaoyan, being stared at by 3 people. Wei Xiaoyan was obviously stunned. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Su Luo said, I quit my tutoring job, but I will still come to see you in the future." Wei Xiaoyan has obviously matured a lot during this period. After a short silence, he laughed. "It seems that you are doing well now." Su Luo was stunned for a moment, and also laughed. "Yes, you are doing well now, aren't you?" Wei Xiaoyan came over. "I am also a master player now. We may meet again in the dungeon in the future." Su Luo was really surprised. When did this happen? The boy in front of him laughed. "The last dungeon. The master dungeon is really long." Su Luo's eyes flashed with understanding. No wonder Wei Xiaoyan looked much more mature. I am afraid he has been in the master dungeon for a long time. Knowing that Wei Xiaoyan must know that he has reached the master level, Su Luo did not hide anything. The master dungeon is mainly to prevent the assessment dungeon. The game dungeon is nothing to be afraid of. Wei Xiaoyan nodded. "You don't have any family here, right? We will be your family from now on. You must come often. Otherwise, I will really go to your school to beg you." Su Luo really couldn't help laughing this time. "Ha ha. You and Qin Chao are indeed brothers. You are so alike." She wiped away the tears from her eyes because of laughing, and promised, "Don't worry. I will come often." After this matter was over, Su Luo returned to school. Tomorrow she would start another dungeon, so she had to rest well. The next day, the two stood in the same place as agreed. "Let's start." Su Luo clicked. Enter the dungeon. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo found herself in a room. This room looked a bit like the room in the snake dungeon, full of a luxurious atmosphere. The various decorations in the room were either gold or silver, and precious gems were dotted in every corner, as if they were free of charge. Looking at the surroundings, Su Luo was completely sure that this was not a modern dungeon, nor a future dungeon or a doomsday dungeon. Such a luxurious configuration. This copy is likely to have a story, not related to survival. Since there was no one around, Su Luo quickly opened the system interface and checked this copy. Copy, Princess and Dragon. Copy background. In this beautiful fairy tale kingdom, there is a beautiful princess. The princess was captured by the dragon when she came of age. Fortunately, the brave and warlike prince went through hardships, killed the dragon, and rescued her. However, not long after, the princess died suddenly. The furious king invited an elite detective to find out the truth of the incident. Dungeon. Task. Find out the truth about the princess' death. Dungeon rewards will be determined by the player's event exploration. This is a fairy tale world. Su Luo read the entire dungeon introduction and showed a regretful expression. If the princess hadn't died in the end, this would have been a very standard princess story. But now that the princess is dead, there is a high probability that this story is a dark fairy tale. This time the reward is determined by the exploration level. So even if the real murderer is found, perhaps the reward will not be fully obtained. They still have to figure out the reason behind it. Su Luo looked at herself, dressed as Sherlock Holmes, which seemed a bit out of place in this copy. Obviously, her identity this time was one of the detectives. According to the usual routine, she should meet the king to understand what happened and get to know other players. Speaking of which, if this is a fairy tale world, that's right. Su Luo suddenly stood up with excitement. This world is a fairy tale world with princesses and kings, so there must be nobles. Wouldn't it be more effective if Yun Fei Bai wore the brooch? She immediately told Yun Fei Bai about this idea in the chat interface between the two of them, and asked him to put on the brooch quickly. Yun Fei Bai thought the same as she did, and had already put on the brooch before she spoke. After sitting on the bed for a while, a familiar knock on the door sounded. She got up and opened the door, and a soldier in silver armor stood outside. The heavy armor on his body made his face invisible. It was full of fairy tale style. The soldier saluted Su Luo, and then a dull voice sounded, "Dear detective, in accordance with the king order, please go to the king palace with us." Su Luo nodded and walked out with him. On the way, she chatted with the soldier. hoping to get some information. How is the king feeling now? Is he not too sad because of the princess' death? On the way, Su Luo seemed to ask the soldier with concern. The soldier shook his head. Although the king is sad about the princess' death, it doesn't affect him much. The queen and the princess have a deep mother-daughter relationship. They have been grief-stricken and have stayed indoors for a while. Su Luo raised her eyebrows. Are the queen and the princess in a better relationship? When they arrived at the palace, there were already several people standing there, including Yun Feibai. However, unlike the other two people, Yun Feibai was sitting on a chair that looked very luxurious, and there were several servants around him. It seems that the brooch worked. Su Luo's eyes paused on Yun Feibai for a moment, and then she stood in a corner with a normal expression. After so many experiences in the dungeons, she would not do anything to expose the identities of the two people before she was sure of the situation. When Yun Feibai saw Su Luo coming in, he only glanced at her lightly, and then retracted his gaze. It was as if the two had never met before. Everyone was a master-level old fox, and no one would be the first to expose anything. All the best actor, best actress, walked around of catwalks, and Su Luo and the others were stunned and could not see anything. The last one to make a grand entrance was the king. Just like in all fairy tales, he wore a golden crown, a red turban, and held a scepter inlaid with gems. Are you the famous detectives from all over the world? I've heard of you for a long time. Ha ha ha. The king's deep voice surrounded Su Luo's ears in 3D. She twitched her lips, a little speechless. They were all new players. It was impossible for the king to have heard of their names. It's just a business bragging. Why is there a noble aristocrat here? Seeing Yun Feibai, the king's face showed obvious confusion. Yun Feibai stood up politely. Dear king, I have had a dream of being a detective since I was a child. This time, I came to experience the feeling of being a detective. The king nodded and was about to say something. At this time, there was a burst of hurried footsteps at the door. Everyone looked at the door, and a handsome man appeared in everyone's sight. This man has dazzling blonde hair and blue eyes that seem to contain the vast ocean. But what makes people feel uncomfortable is that these beautiful eyes have no luster and look lifeless. Even so, the man's face is fair, and his lips are naturally red. Even if he looks listless, he is still a handsome guy. Looking at his outfit, Su Luo understood that he should be a prince. The gorgeous yellow and white clothes, plus a gorgeous sword, the standard image of a prince. When this man passed by Su Luo, she couldn't help sniffing. He is indeed a handsome guy, with a pleasant smell. He first came to the king and bowed, then glanced at everyone. It seems that these are the detectives hired by the king. I don't know if they can give the princess the truth. The king seemed very tolerant of this prince, and did not show any displeasure with his questioning. He still smiled and said, These people are all talented people I invited. They can definitely find the cause of death of my dear princess. Chapter 289. Su Luo and the others nodded, and listened carefully, hoping to extract some key information from it. I have doted on this daughter since she was young, and wanted to find a good marriage for her when she turned 18. Who knew that on the day of the ball, she was captured by a dragon? Fortunately, the prince of the neighboring country, Prince Braca, fought the dragon and rescued the princess. When he said this, he pointed to the prince on the field. He was Prince Braca who rescued the princess, and he was also the one who was originally going to be the king's son-in-law. After the princess was rescued, she fell in love with Prince Braca at first sight. The prince also admired my daughter very much, so I decided to marry my daughter to him. Unexpectedly, on the night before the wedding, after choking for a while, the king continued with a face full of grief, My dear daughter, my living daughter died in her boudoir that day. After he finished speaking, Prince Braca's face was also full of sadness, and he stared at the 45 degrees Celsius sky affectionately and painfully. Even if she died, she was still so beautiful, as if she was still alive. After the king released his emotions, he said seriously, Then you can ask me some details. If there are no questions, I will leave. There are definitely questions. A boy asked first, When did the princess die? What did she look like when she was found? The king said, The princess died the day before yesterday. Yesterday morning, the servants came to dress her up, and found that she was lying quietly on the bed, without breathing. Another person continued to ask, Well, may I ask, what was the cause of the princess' death? How did she die? The king sighed heavily. The cause of death was a dagger stabbed into the chest. When she died, she was still so beautiful. Nothing unusual. Su Luo raised her eyebrows and secretly noted this point. She was still beautiful when she died. Could it be that she was like Sleeping Beauty or Snow White, who was not dead at all? No. After all, the princess was killed by a dagger stabbed in the heart. Logically, she should be dead. This is not like those princess stories, where there are no wounds when they die. She was hit hard. This description may be because this is a fairy tale world. According to the rules of the world, when the princess dies, she should be as beautiful as she was when she was alive? She frowned, a little confused. So she asked, "Excuse me, where is the princess body now?" If this was an ancient or modern copy, she would definitely not ask such a question, because it is a taboo. The dead must have been buried in the ground. If she asked to open the coffin and examine the body, she might be arrested. But the fairy tale world is different. Isn't Snow White still in the crystal coffin waiting for the prince to wake her up? As she expected. The king wiped his eyes in a very unoriginal way and said, "My dear daughter is exactly the same as she was in life. I really can't bear to bury her in the dark underground. So I found a crystal coffin and put her in it." Su Luo immediately asked, "Can we go and see it? You know, corpses are often the best evidence. We can extract a lot of useful information from them." The king nodded without hesitation. As a king in a fairy tale, he had no taboos about not showing the dead to others. Several people followed the king to the back hall, where a crystal coffin was placed. Although it was a crystal coffin, it looked no different from a glass one. The coffin was covered with flowers, and a beautiful woman lay in it, as if she was sleeping. Seeing her, Su Luo finally had the princess in her mind. The white skin and bloody lips that were once criticized became more reasonable on her. If it weren't for the sharp dagger on the princess' chest and the still bright red blood, I'm afraid everyone would just think that the princess fell asleep instead of dead. Everyone was immersed in the princess' beauty for a while, and no one spoke. It was Yunfei Bai who reacted first. "Can we touch the princess?" The king wanted to refuse, but as soon as he shook his head, he realized that the person asking him was Yunfei Bai. "Well, since it's Count Jihei, then of course it's okay." The benefits of the badge finally showed up at this time. Nobles have great privileges in this place. The other players now turned their eyes to Yunfei Bai. When they first saw Yunfei Bai sitting there, they thought he was an NPC. But then Yunfei Bai said that he was also a detective. And a detective should be a player. So they thought Yunfei Bai was actually a player. But seeing that he was favored by the king so blatantly, and even had a position of role, everyone was confused again. Is this a player or an NPC? Yunfei Bai did not show any objection to the king's double standards, and immediately searched very gentlemanly. There was nothing on the princess' body, and there were no wounds on the exposed skin, except for the obvious knife wound. The king said on the side, "We have checked, and the princess has only that one wound on her body, and the rest is intact." "I see. It seems that the princess died because of this dagger." A player came to the conclusion and then asked, "My lord king, have you seen this dagger? Or have you seen similar patterns on it? The exposed handle of this dagger is very beautiful, with dark golden patterns on it." The king hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't seen it, and I don't know what the pattern is." Su Luo narrowed her eyes slightly and didn't speak. The prince spoke. "I think there is nothing left to detect from the princess' body. The chief medical officer of the kingdom has checked it, and it is indeed only that one wound. Shall we go?" The king nodded hurriedly and led everyone out of the back hall. "Then, if there are no other questions, I will leave first. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with. The castle is now open to you. You can explore it on your own." The king was ready to order them to leave. Su Luo looked up and asked, Sorry. Why hasn't the queen appeared yet? If I have offended you, I apologize in advance." The king sighed. "She is so sad and has been crying in her room. When she feels better, she may come to see you." Su Luo nodded and watched the king and the prince leave together. The players did not leave directly, but stayed in the hall. A boy with green hair stood up. "Although this mission is not a cooperative mission, at least we are not in opposition. Then I would like to ask you first, Earl Jihei, are you a player? If not, the system will automatically blur this sentence, so that the NPC will not be impressed, so he can ask directly without restraint." Yunfei Bai nodded. "Yes. There is no need to hide this identity. He is right. This is indeed not an opposing copy. And the exploration level is not that you can unlock it, and I can't unlock it. In this case, maybe they will need help from other players. It is still necessary to lay a good foundation at present. Hearing Yunfei Bai's answer, the green-haired man smiled and stopped talking. Since Yunfei Bai dared to openly admit that he was a player, then the identity of the Earl was probably caused by props or something like that. Then there was nothing worth exploring. Everyone didn't chat for long. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai left first. Now it's more important to find clues. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai went to the princess' boudoir first, which was also the place where the princess died. And there must be many clues left, because they were the first to leave. They were also the first to arrive at the princess' room. I searched the bed. You go look through the dressing table. Su Luo simply divided the tasks. The princess bed was a standard princess bed, large and soft. The quilt and the fabric of the bed were very comfortable, smooth and flat. Wait! Seeing an abrupt wrinkle on the bed, Su Luo immediately went forward to check. The location of this wrinkle was on the side close to the window. In addition, Su Luo also found similar wrinkles on the pillow. She called Yunfei Bai over, and the two of them studied it together. Yunfei Bai looked at it for a while, then said in an uncertain tone, "This should be what it looks like after water spilled on the bed." Right? Su Luo was reminded, no. Judging from this position, it may not be water, but tears. The tears on the pillow are probably the tears left by the princess lying here. The one beside the bed should be the tears left by the princess looking at the window with self-pity. Yunfei Bai nodded. The princess died the day before yesterday. Since these two tear marks are still there, they are probably the tears she left on the eve of her wedding. So, is the princess sad because she's getting married soon? Or because of something else? Su Luo was puzzled by this. If it's the first possibility, then it's nothing. These two tear marks become insignificant information, at most proving that the princess has a good relationship with the king and queen. But if it's the second possibility, then there are a lot of hidden information behind it. She burst into tears on the eve of her wedding. If she's not entrusting someone to the wrong person, then she has someone she loves. They had just met this prince. Anyway, judging from his performance, he was indeed more in line with the image of a prince in a fairy tale. The king said that the princess and the prince fell in love at first sight. But he didn't know whether it was true love at first sight, or he simply wanted to repay his life-saving grace with his body. Before he had time to think about it, there were 4 more people in the room. Other players. Green Hair was among them. Seeing Su Luo and the others, he was not very surprised. He walked over very naturally and chatted with them like old friends. Hey, have you two been here for a while? What did you find just now? Chapter 290. Su Luo smiled and played Tai Chi. Oh, if there was any clue, it would have been discovered by the king group long ago. How could it be our turn? Green Hair could see that even if she found something, she would definitely not tell them. So he didn't waste time on her and searched on his own. Yunfei Bai quietly winked at Su Luo, and the two of them left the room together. When they walked to a place where no one was, he took out a cufflink from his sleeve. I found it in the dressing table. Su Luo took a look. Men's cufflinks? Yunfei Bai nodded, yes. And looking at the yellow and white color scheme of the prince's body and the gorgeous decorations, this gray cufflink is definitely not his. It doesn't belong to the king either. Then this matter is interesting. Why would the princess who fell in love with the prince at first sight hide another man's cufflinks? I don't know if other people in the palace know this man. He might be a key figure. Su Luo guessed. Yunfei Bai said as he walked downstairs. Let's find someone to ask first. Anyway, with my identity, it should be easy to get some information. There were many servants in the castle, and they randomly found a maid who was sweeping the floor. Dear Earl, what do you want to ask me for? Because Yunfei Bai's identity was a problem. He was the one who asked them all. Do you know who the princess was close to when she was alive? The maid nodded. The princess has a very good relationship with the king and queen. In addition, she also has a sister who married out. Before she got married, the two sisters were inseparable. Yunfei Bai raised his eyebrows. Are these the only relatives? Are there no others? The maid suddenly realized, oh, yes, there is also Night Rek. Night Rek? When the two heard the name, they immediately became excited. This is obviously a male name, and it is a knight. The princess and the knight. Just by imagining, Su Luo can imagine a grim fairy tale. The maid was a little confused. Don't you know Knight Rek? Yunfei Bai smiled and said, We are actually detectives from another country. We just happened to come to your country and took on this case. The young maid did not doubt him and said with a sigh, Sir Knight? He is a good knight. He is also a good person and loyal to his duties. It's a pity that the dragon was too powerful. He was swallowed by the dragon before he could even make a sound. When she said this, her eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to sympathize with the knight she was talking about. It seems that this is a knight who died to protect the princess. Su Luo smacked her lips, with an unclear look in her eyes. Did the princess stay awake all night and cry because of the knight's heroic sacrifice? Then can you tell us the story of the princess and the knight? We really want to hear about the knight's heroic deeds. Yunfei Bai said modestly. It can be seen that the maid respects the knight very much. And Yunfei Bai praised the knight openly and secretly. Sure enough, the maid immediately opened her heart and praised this Knight Lake. Knight Lake was selected from a young age to protect the little princess. Each princess will be assigned such a knight when the full moon comes. And the eldest princess is also like this. Knight Lake is handsome, caring for the weak, and very chivalrous. He is also very loyal to the princess and His Majesty the King. And the knight always executes their orders 100%. Su Luo suddenly interrupted her. Wait. I want to ask. If the princess and the king orders are inconsistent, whose orders will Knight Lake execute? Just now, she heard the maid say that the knight obeyed the orders of the two people 100%. And she suddenly thought of this question. This is obviously a contradiction. If the two people disagree, how can the knight execute everything 100%? The maid was obviously stunned by Su Luo's unconventional question. She hesitated for a while and finally said firmly, The king and the princess are so close. There will definitely be no disagreements. Su Luo was amused by this answer. She nodded and let the maid go. This answer is indeed appropriate. She will not embarrass her. Seeing that Su Luo stopped asking questions, the maid was obviously relieved and continued, later. Knight Rek stayed with the little princess. Soon they grew up and the little princess was going to get married. The maid's expression became a little helpless and a little angry. Whenever the princess got married, the evil dragon would suddenly appear and take the princess away. The brave Knight Rek was swallowed by the evil dragon in order to protect the princess. And even his body was not left behind. Yunfei Bai said, Then the princess was captured by the evil dragon and was rescued by the prince. Then the two fell in love at first sight, prepared to hold a wedding. And then the princess was killed. Is that right? The maid nodded. That's right. Sir. Yunfei Bai pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, What do you think of the relationship between the little princess and Knight Rex? The maid said honestly, They have a very good relationship, because they grew up together. And basically they can talk about anything. What kind of person is Knight Reno in your mind? Yunfei Bai asked casually, as if he was chatting normally. The maid's face turned red. Knight Lake is a very charming person. He likes gray. He has been mature and stable since he was a child. And his behavior is also very mature. He is also quite caring towards us. He likes gray. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai looked at each other. Isn't that cufflink gray? It looks like it belongs to Knight Lake. The princess secretly kept the knight's cufflinks. If Su Luo said that there was nothing wrong with the two of them, she would not believe it. Okay. You go and do your work. We will go to other places to search for evidence. After that, Yunfei Bai took Su Luo away. However, they did not go anywhere else, but asked another maid the same question. One person testimony cannot prove anything, especially since this maid seemed to be interested in the knight, and many of her comments might not be objective. However, to their surprise, the answers of others were almost the same as the maid's. The course of events was beyond reproach, and the comments on Knight Lake were all mature and steady. Considering Knight Lake's age, it seems that he is indeed a very precocious person. While chatting with the third person, Yunfei Bai asked another question. What do you think of the prince? According to the previous clues, the little princess and Knight Rek were childhood sweethearts. Rek was killed by the dragon. The little princess was saved by the prince. And the little princess had to marry the prince. The love at first sight plot seemed very fake and unreliable. If the princess herself didn't like the prince, but her parents forced her to marry him, then those tear marks could be explained. The third one was a soldier in the palace. Hearing Yunfei Bai's question, he thought hard. Prince Braca has only been here for a few days, and I haven't seen him much. But since he was able to save the princess from the dragon, He must be a respectable, brave and fearless person. Yunfei Bai asked again, then do you know the origin of this prince? The soldier nodded and said admiringly, he is the prince of a neighboring country. The neighboring country is strong, and the princes trained there are so brave and good at fighting. The neighboring country is strong? Su Luo caught the key words and immediately asked, how does the neighboring country compare to our Guijia? The soldier smiled shyly, to be honest. We are a little far away from them. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai looked at each other, thanked him, and found a corner to sort out the clues. The current situation is that the princess cried before the wedding, and her childhood sweetheart Knight died to save her. She is going to marry the prince, who she fell in love with at first sight. And the prince's national strength is stronger than her own country. The storyline that can be sorted out according to these clues is that the princess has feelings for the knight. But the knight is dead. Moreover, the king also wanted her to marry a prince with a stronger country, hoping for a strong marriage. Su Luo suddenly remembered a detail she had noticed before. Do you still remember the princess' body? Yunfei Bai nodded. What happened? Su Luo frowned. She was stabbed in the heart from the front. How could her expression be so calm? This is indeed a suspicious point. Such an expression proves that the princess did not struggle when someone stabbed her heart with a knife. But people will feel pain. Even if they are attacked by someone and hit the heart directly, they will have a few seconds to survive. It is impossible to physically change the expression after death. So the princess was indeed calm before she died, as if she knew she was going to die and was willing to die. This has many possibilities. Maybe the person who killed her made her unable to resist, and she didn't even blame him before she died. So she looked calm. Or maybe she committed suicide. So she looked very calm. But if she committed suicide, how could she put herself in that state and stab herself in the heart with a knife? There is another possibility. She was killed in her sleep. So she looked calm. This place cannot stand scrutiny. So let's not think about it for now. Su Luo said, let's go to the castle. There are always many secrets hidden in the castle. As a count, Yunfei Bai is actually very impressive. After knowing that he was going to visit the castle, the king was very enthusiastic to assign them a tour guide. The tour guide had silver curly hair and looked like a butler. He bowed deeply, and then said politely, Dear Earl, please let me serve you. Yunfei Bai nodded and motioned him to open the way. So the butler started to introduce the history of the castle to them from the first floor. In front of a photo wall, the three stopped. The butler said proudly, This is the photo wall of our royal family members from generation to generation. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and now it has covered the entire wall. Chapter 291. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai scanned the photos one by one, and saw the little princess family at the end. Seeing a woman sandwiched between the princess and the king, she moved closer. The girl in the photo looked quite similar to the little princess. But the little princess smiled happily, while she looked much more quiet. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Luo always felt that the smile of the girl in the photo was not enough to see. Seeing Su Luo notice this photo, the tour guide introduced it tactfully. This is the eldest princess, who just got married 2 years ago. Every princess who gets married will take another photo after the wedding, and it will not be removed. Su Luo nodded. How did this princess marry? The tour guide said proudly, To be honest, the princesses in our country have married well throughout the ages. After all, how can a prince who can defeat a dragon be bad? Su Luo nodded. It's worthy of being a fairy tale. The princess always marries well. Defeat the dragon? She and Yunfei Bai asked at the same time, seeing that the tour guide didn't understand their confusion. Su Luo repeated her question. What do you mean by defeating the dragon? Isn't it only the little princess who was taken away by the dragon? Of course not. The tour guide didn't expect that the two didn't even know this, to be honest. It has become a tradition for our princesses to be taken away by dragons. Princes from all countries are proud to be able to rescue princesses. At this point, he said angrily, the dragon is extremely powerful. Every time a new princess is born, it will be resurrected. Then it will take the princess away when she comes of age. If it weren't for the princes of all generations who rescued them, the princesses would have been killed long ago. Is this dragon so magical? Why does this feel like a reincarnation? The princess is born. The dragon is resurrected. Kills the knight. Captures the princess. And is killed by the prince. But what is the role of the knight in this? On the surface, it is said that training a personal knight for a princess is to protect the princess. But it is clear that no knight has ever defeated a dragon. If this is the rule of fairy tales, then only the prince can defeat the dragon and rescue the princess. If that's the case, then aren't the princess and the knight inherently opposed? Su Luo asked in confusion. Why did the dragon capture the princess? They can't live together if they are different species. Right? The tour guide said, as a matter of course. Of course it's to eat the princess. But that's not logical. Isn't it? Su Luo said strangely. Why not just eat it? Like you treat the knight? Do you have to put the princess in the nest and pickle it for a few days before eating it? Ah. This. The tour guide was speechless for a moment. Maybe the dragon has some other ideas. I'm not a dragon. How can I know his thoughts? Su Luo nodded helplessly. This made sense. It's a fairy tale world. So you really can't think about logic. Do you have a photo of Knight Rek? We want to see this great knight who died heroically to protect the princess. Yun Feibai said. He wanted to see what kind of person this Knight Rek was. The tour guide nodded. Come with me. We have a wall with their photos to commemorate these dead knights. Soon, several people came to the wall. All the knights' photos were gray. And the people in the photos were serious and looked a little dull. Only the knight at the bottom looked full of wisdom. And his green eyes were more shiny than others. The butler pointed at this person. He is Knight Renaud. Su Luo was about to go over to take a look. But Yun Feibai suddenly asked in surprise, Is it all the princess knights killed by the dragon? Didn't even one person escape? Su Luo was stunned when she heard his words. And then listened to the guide's answer, yes. After all, how can a knight compare with a prince? They have never been able to defeat a dragon. She raised her head and realized that the number of photos on the wall was exactly the same as the number of princesses on the photo wall just now. No wonder Yun Feibai asked this question. If that's the case, these knights are really miserable. It seems that their lifespans have been cut off in advance on the night of the princess ball. The destined fate is to be eaten by the dragon, so as to highlight the prince's bravery. But even if they can't beat the dragon, they can still escape. Right? Logically, they shouldn't be completely wiped out. Right? Or is there something hidden inside that they don't know? The tour guide didn't seem to want to talk about these topics. So he quickly skipped them and continued to introduce the castle to Yun Feibai and the others. A day passed in a flash, and they returned to their respective dormitories to rest. Su Luo leaned against the back of the bed, thinking about the clues of the day. If every princess knight will be killed by the dragon. Do the princesses know this? If they know, then the previous speculation is invalid. The little princess probably doesn't like the Knight Rek. Otherwise she wouldn't let him block the knife for her. What to do? Things became confusing again. Su Luo sighed and covered her head with a quilt. The rest of the matter, let's talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, after Su Luo had breakfast in the room, she went out to meet Yun Feibai. What are we going to do today? Continue to explore the castle? Su Luo shook her head. If there is no clue, it is not a good idea for us to walk around blindly. Why not go and see what information the key NPC in this dungeon has? The more important characters who have appeared so far are the king and the prince. As for the queen, it seems that she is an NPC that has not been unlocked yet, so she is not considered. Su Luo and the others decided to find the prince first to find out, because they didn't know where the prince was. The two of them split up into two groups. When Su Luo found the prince, he was admiring the murals in the palace, looking very happy. Su Luo sent a message to Yun Feibai and then walked over. The faint fragrance came out again, and Su Luo took a deep breath. If the scene was not wrong, she really wanted to ask the prince what brand of shower gel he used, which smelled so good. Your Highness? The prince turned around and saw that it was Su Luo, the detective. His good upbringing made him greet Su Luo politely. Hello, detective. What can I do for you? Su Luo smiled and said, I have some questions about the little prince's strange death. I hope you can answer them. Ahem. The prince's face changed slightly. I actually want to help you. After all, I am also very sad about the prince's death and want to do my part. But, at this time, Yun Feibai finally came over and joined Su Luo. Seeing him appear, the prince immediately put on a gentle smile. My Lord Earl, I have heard a lot about you. Yun Feibai smiled and came over to chat. After chatting for a few words, he got to the point. What were you talking about with this detective lady just now? Su Luo immediately said, I would like to ask His Royal Highness to answer some questions for me, to see if we can find any useful clues. Seeing that the prince looked unhappy, Su Luo quickly added, of course. I am not doubting His Royal Highness. I just want to understand the course of events clearly. After all, the prince was involved in almost the entire process, so he knows it more clearly. Yun Feibai said in a pleasantly surprised manner. It just so happens that I had this plan. But I didn't expect you to ask first. Then, could His Royal Highness take some time to help us both solve our puzzles? It must be said that in the fairy tale world, having a noble identity is really useful. Originally, when he saw Su Luo wanted to find him, the prince obviously wanted to refuse. However, after seeing Yun Feibai, the words of refusal took a turn in his mouth and came out as an affirmative sentence. Well, of course. But I don't know much. But in order to find out the truth about the princess' death, I must tell you everything I know, the prince said righteously. Su Luo curled her lips. If it weren't for the prince's Tai Chi-like evasion when she asked for help just now, she might have really believed the prince's nonsense. Yun Feibai said, excuse me. How do you feel about the princess? The prince showed an expectant expression and was about to start a long speech. However, Su Luo suddenly interrupted him and took out a small flashlight. This flashlight is small, and it will light up as long as you press the bottom lightly. It is a very common thing in modern society. But in this fairy tale world, it is a novelty that has never appeared. Seeing the prince staring at this thing curiously, Su Luo smiled and said, Prince, do you know how I became a famous detective known all over the country? The prince shook his head and put on a posture of listening attentively. But in his heart, I thought, I don't even know you. How can I know what you are famous for? Su Luo solemnly put the flashlight in his hand in the open. It's this thing. The lie detector. The prince was stunned, obviously a little bit unconvinced. Su Luo introduced, this detector is a treasure. It is a treasure I found in the cave of the volcanic dragon. Seeing the prince's suspicious face, Su Luo continued to deceive. You know the volcanic dragon, right? No one should not know it. This kind of dragon lives at the bottom of the volcano all year round, bathing in magma, and can also spit fire. It is extremely powerful. Yun Feibai held back his laughter and stood up at the right time to agree. Have you actually been to the lair of the volcanic dragon? I heard that it is a dangerous place where one is in danger of death. Only the most powerful warriors in the world can enter and exit it. Su Luo pretended to be humble and said, well, I am far from the best in the world. I only went there once by chance. Isn't it? I brought out this treasure. With the two people singing in unison, the image of an extremely powerful warrior was established. The prince was confused and asked tentatively, can this thing really detect whether I am lying? Chapter 292. Su Luo nodded and said to Yun Feibai, my lord duke, please tell me a lie. Yun Feibai nodded, I am a girl. The next second, Su Luo pressed her hand lightly, and the flashlight came on. The prince was stunned. There is such a magical treasure in the world. Isn't this a trick? Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other. Smiling, the prince looked embarrassed, and Yun Feibai immediately said, although this thing is magical, it is useless for people like me and the prince. After all, we never lie. I think no prince or nobleman would lie. At this point, he looked at Prince Braca with a trusting look. Am I right? Prince? Isn't it insulting the dignity of our nobles? The prince forced a smile. Ha. Yes. You are right. We are not afraid of this thing. Although he said so on the surface. In fact, the prince felt bitter. If he didn't lie, he wouldn't even be able to answer the first question. Su Luo took the opportunity to say, then let's ask questions quickly. We can't waste the prince's time. May I ask what kind of feelings do you have for the princess? As she said this, she deliberately pointed the flashlight at the prince. The prince smiled very reluctantly. I like the little princess very much. Su Luo raised her eyebrows, and the flashlight came on, illuminating the sweat on the prince's face clearly. She acted a little shocked. Prince? The prince coughed heavily and covered up. Well, I haven't finished yet. Your treasure is not quite accurate. Su Luo nodded and smiled. Then you are done. This treasure is also impatient. The prince sighed, and this time he didn't dare to be vague. I like the princess' beauty and her delicate temperament. It seems that he doesn't understand the inner world of the little princess at all. With the answer in his heart, Su Luo naturally won't embarrass the prince on this issue. If he gets angry and wants to leave, the count will be helpless. The prince is so handsome. He and the princess should be a perfect match. What a pity. Then let's move on to the next question. Can you tell me the whole process of saving the princess? Hearing this question, the prince's face obviously relaxed. It was his forte. That night when we attended the ball, the abominable dragon suddenly appeared and took the princess away. As the princess' scream faded away, the hall was in chaos. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were both very upset. There was really no need to answer the question in the form of storytelling. It would be a pity if the prince didn't tell a story. It would be a waste of talent. Su Luo winked at Yun Feibai, who understood and stopped the prince who was talking. My lord, I think the scene of you fighting the dragon is the highlight. There is no need for so much foreshadowing in these foreplays. The prince nodded slightly awkwardly and jumped directly to the normal plot. Then the king found us princes, who came to the ball, and hoped that we could help save the princess. After all, it is well known that only the strongest prince can defeat the dragon. When he said this, he couldn't help but brag about himself. I felt a sense of justice at that time. How could such a beautiful princess be harmed by the dragon? Su Luo smiled and looked at the light in her hand. What do you want to say? The prince was speechless for a moment, embarrassed and at a loss. Well, that's a little exaggerated. But it's basically like this. Anyway, I and several princes from other countries are on the road. It's very dangerous to go to the dragon's lair. You have to pass through the thorn forest, crocodile swamp, and other dangerous places before you can finally reach the dragon's lair. Su Luo seized the topic. How difficult do you think these dangers are? The prince said seriously. It was really a hardship I had never experienced before. I was almost dead and surrounded by dangers. Several times. Looking at the prince's thin physique and his slightly artificial seriousness, Su Luo lit up the light in his hand again. Seeing this, the prince scratched his golden hair in annoyance. Well, maybe it's because I'm too strong, so it doesn't feel very difficult. The irritability did not last long. Soon, he said confidently, but the princes of other countries were really eliminated by these dangers, which is enough to prove my excellence. This is true. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. Then let's continue. It's finally time for the part where the prince fights the dragon. The prince was a little flattered by Su Luo's slightly admiring tone. The dragon really looks very scary. It is pitch black, and its pair of green eyes flicker in the dark like two ghost lights. Su Luo coughed twice. Ahem. Let's get to the point. Is the dragon lethal? Was it difficult for you to fight it? The prince wanted to say it was very difficult, but he shuddered when he saw the flashlight. He couldn't afford to lose face. To be honest, I think it's okay. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, I pierced the dragon's heart with a sword. But I still say that it must be because I am too strong. So the dragon looks so weak. Yun Feibai suddenly asked, what was the princess doing when you were fighting? The prince recalled, the little princess was in a coma at the time. But she woke up when I defeated the dragon and picked her up. He flicked his golden hair, as if he wanted to release infinite charm. After waking up, she didn't speak, and from time to time turned her head to look at the cave that was once a nightmare, and then looked at me. I think she was moved by my heroic spirit. Su Luo. Yun Feibai, I don't know why. I just want to beat him up. After asking all the questions, Su Luo said, we have asked all the questions so far. Thank you, Prince, for your answers. Go ahead, and we will continue to look for clues. After the prince left, Su Luo sighed. Puzzled, no matter how I think about it. This prince doesn't seem to be a martial arts master? How can he save the princess after overcoming all the difficulties? Yun Feibai was also confused about this. I think we still have to go through the journey of saving the princess, and go to the dragon's lair in person to solve some mysteries. Su Luo also thought so. Then tomorrow the two of us will go to the dragon's lair to take a look. And I will go to get the map. Yun Feibai nodded. You go. I go around the castle. The two of them split up, and Su Luo went to find the king. The king, the NPC, seemed to appear on a fixed map, and always only appeared in the main hall. Oh my dear lost detective. What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing Su Luo, the king asked in confusion. Su Luo stated her purpose. I'm here to ask you for a map from the castle to the dragon's lair. Hearing this, the king, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his expression. Why do you want a map? Are you planning to go there in person? Su Luo narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. I want to go to the dragon's lair in person to see if there are any clues. The princess might have offended some ghost there, and that's why she suffered this disaster. The king's expression at this time has turned into worry. The lost detective is courageous, but to be honest, this journey is indeed extremely dangerous, and I'm afraid something will happen to you. It will only add to your sorrow. Su Luo said, "It's okay, Your Majesty. You have to believe in my strength. Besides, this time, Count Jihei will go with me. You should believe in his bravery." "What?" The king stood up suddenly from the throne. "The earl is also going to take this risk?" Su Luo nodded in confusion. "Yes." "What's wrong?" The king looked a little anxious. "How can this be done? It's such a dangerous place. What if something happens to the Earl Jihei on the way? What should we do?" Su Luo asked curiously. "Didn't you also let the princes go at that time? Why can't it be done with the earl?" The king blurted out. "How can this be compared? The prince has—" The voice stopped abruptly, and after a second, the king continued, "He has the mission of saving the princess. So he has to go. Besides, the earl is our Guijia's nobleman. How can this be compared?" Su Luo asked relentlessly. "Then isn't it an important mission to find out the truth about the little princess' death?" The king nodded and wiped his forehead. "Of course. But this is different. It's not worth sacrificing a life to investigate the cause of death." Su Luo frowned, feeling something was wrong. From the king's reaction just now, it can be seen that he must have hidden some information. But now that he has made up his mind, she can't ask him any more questions. "Don't worry. Both of us are very strong. In order to let the princess die with a clear conscience, we can even risk our lives," Su Luo said righteously. The king sighed. "Since you are so loyal and must go, I won't stop you. But if possible, please call Count Jihei over. I still want to persuade him again." Perhaps because he was afraid that Su Luo would misunderstand, he also explained, "Of course it's not because of anything else. It's just that Detective Lost is a brave man. He goes on adventures everywhere, and he has stronger self-protection ability." Then, he changed the subject, "But as a count, Jihei must have been spoiled since childhood. I'm afraid he was impulsive. So I want to persuade him again." Su Luo didn't care much and nodded to show her understanding. "I call the count right away. Then I take my leave first." After that, she left. Yun Feibai received the news and soon came to the hall. "Your Majesty, I heard from Detective Lost that you have something to do with me." Chapter 293. The king nodded and asked majestically, "Do you know that this journey is extremely dangerous and there is a risk of death from time to time?" "Of course. I have learned from the prince about the dangers on the road, and I believe I can handle it," Yun Feibai said confidently. "He is." The king seemed a little angry and stuck. "He is the prince's natural aura, which can drive away evil. That is, Earl Hay. I don't think his experience is advisable. Think about it. Didn't the other princes fail?" Yun Feibai looked up at him meaningfully, and then said more firmly, "I believe in my own strength. And please believe in me, my lord king." The king asked helplessly, "Do you really want to go to the dragon's lair?" No room for negotiation. When Yun Feibai heard this, he felt more and more that something was wrong. He was unshakable. "I must go, my lord king. Don't try to dissuade me anymore." "Okay then." The king walked down from the throne, walked to Yun Feibai and patted his shoulder. "Since you are so sincere, I wish you a safe journey." After Yun Feibai thanked the king, he turned and left. After leaving the hall, he immediately found Su Luo. "I think this king must be hiding something." Su Luo nodded, and was about to say something, but suddenly froze. She sniffed and asked hesitantly, "Why do you suddenly have a fragrance on your body?" Yun Feibai sniffed himself in confusion. "No, I don't smell anything." Su Luo sniffed again, and was more convinced that she did smell a not very good smell. She jokingly said, "Haven't you taken a shower for a long time?" Yun Feibai immediately retorted, "What a joke. I just took a shower yesterday." After saying that, Yun Feibai smelled himself carefully again. "Forget it. I take another shower, and see if I can wash off this smell." Yun Feibai returned to his room, while Su Luo went to the princess' room alone. The last search was too hasty, and maybe some clues would be missed. I didn't expect that there was still someone in the princess' room at this time. And the girl was groping for something. Hearing the footsteps, the girl immediately turned her head, and Su Luo saw her face clearly. She was also a player. The girl was obviously frightened when she saw Su Luo. She stood up immediately and acted as if nothing had happened. Although she was a little panicked, the psychological quality of master players was very good. Soon, the girl calmed down. What a coincidence. You are also here to search for clues? Su Luo raised her eyebrows, and her eyes flashed. Unfortunately, I came to find you. Hearing her words, the girl was startled. Looking for me? Su Luo nodded. I saw you sneaking here. You must have found something. Right? Well, I didn't find anything. I just came here to see if there are any clues. The girl blinked and said confidently. Su Luo smiled calmly. It's okay. You take your time to look. Anyway, I have just installed a surveillance system in this room. No matter what you find here, I will know. The girl's face changed. Her eyes were uncertain, and her expression changed for a long time. She smiled reluctantly. Don't joke. This ability. Su Luo interrupted her. Then you continue to search. I won't bother you. Come on. After that, she turned around and left. Seeing that Su Luo left so smoothly, the girl became even more uncertain. She began to think about when Su Luo used his innate skills or props just now. Was it when he waved to say hello? Was it when she just spoke? Or was it earlier, when she hadn't seen her yet? She hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and called Su Luo. Don't leave yet. How about we share this clue equally? Su Luo's mouth curled up. She succeeded. Of course, she didn't see the girl sneaking over, and she didn't have anything to spy on others. She was betting that this girl got some clues and came here secretly to find something. After all, judging from the girl's reaction just now, she really didn't want to be known, and she hadn't found what she was looking for yet. I said that I had installed surveillance equipment here, and the girl, who was already a little panicked, would probably not suspect that she was lying. Once she believed what I said, she would think that everything she did next would be seen by me, so there would be no point in hiding it. In this case, she would definitely find a way to maximize her own interests. Then the alliance is a good choice. Yes, the girl did think so. Since Su Luo would eventually know what she was looking for, why not take this opportunity to let her look for it with me? This would save effort and prevent me from making wedding clothes for others in vain. And I could win over Su Luo and sell her a good thing. Su Luo turned slowly. What's wrong? Anything else? The girl stretched out her hand. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Passion Fruit Girl. Su Luo held her hand. My name is Lost. Passion Fruit Girl said, I won't hide it from you. I do have a skill that can detect where there is a key item, because I detected one in the princess room. I came here to look for it. Su Luo nodded and was about to leave. Then you take your time to look for it. I hope you find it soon. Passion Fruit Girl angrily, wait, don't leave yet. I think it would be better if we cooperate. Su Luo turned around and asked, how to cooperate? The girl knew that she was actually at a disadvantage, but she had no choice, so she could only try her best to gain benefits for herself. Look, I provided this information, so it's not too much to ask you to be responsible for finding it. Right? Su Luo smiled and asked back, not too much. But I can just walk away now, and then wait for you to find the thing and check the surveillance. Why do you have to spend so much effort? Seeing that she was so confident, Passion Fruit Girl, I believed her words even more. She threatened anxiously, then I won't look for it. Neither of us can get this clue. Su Luo laughed and shook her head. Why are you so naive? I can find the things when you are not here. Then I will. As soon as she started talking, Su Luo guessed what she was going to say. So she immediately retorted, but if you want to find something when I am not here, then I can only say sorry. My monitoring system is open 24 hours a day, and you can check the video at any time. You? The girl's voice was unstable with anger. Do you really want to drive people to death? If I announce this news now, then the advantage of getting the clue first will be lost to both of us. Su Luo nodded secretly. This is the point. A bit of the style of a master player. For the previous things, Su Luo felt that this girl was confused by her anger, and was looking for advantages blindly. TSK. She pretended to be helpless and pouted. Okay. I promise you. But let's look for it together. I'm not very good at finding things. Passion Fruit Girl considered this as a disguised concession. She still won. So she said complacently, okay, I look for it with you. She completely forgot that the clue was obviously hers. And no matter how this matter developed in the end, it was her who suffered. After reaching a consensus, the two began to search around the room. After a long time without finding anything, Su Luo couldn't help asking, "Are you sure there is a clue in this room?" Not that there was a clue in this room? She was really worried that this person had actually detected the cufflink and then came here to look for something. You know, the cufflink had been taken away by the two of them. Passion-fruit girl nodded confidently. "Don't worry. There is a clue here. My talent is equivalent to a treasure-hunting mouse, and I will never make mistakes." Su Luo was relieved after hearing this, and sat up on the bed. "Since the general location has been determined, we can't just look around. We have to rely on logic." Passion-fruit girl said speechlessly, "Why do we need logic to find things? Doesn't it all depend on luck? Are you stupid?" Su Luo ignored her sarcasm and talked to herself. "And people came here to search yesterday. But this clue is still here. It can be seen that the hiding place is unusual and must not be on the surface." Listening to her words, the originally mocking passion-fruit girl also slowed down her movements unconsciously and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. "If it's not on the surface, then we must look inside." They must have looked under the sheets, in the closet and the dressing table. So the only thing left is inside the wall and underground. Passion-fruit girl suddenly stood up. "Then I touch the floor. You knock on the wall." She still had some self-awareness, as she had just mocked someone. Now that they had succeeded, she naturally had to do the hard work. Su Luo had no objection to her arrangement, and immediately began to knock on the wall. As we all know, if there is a layer in the middle of the wall, the sound produced by knocking is different from that of a solid wall. For a while, the sound of dong 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 continued in the room. After knocking on 2 walls in a row, Su Luo finally heard a different sound under the window. Passion-fruit girl also heard it. She immediately stood up and patted the dust on her hands, and came up excitedly. "It seems to be here. Move this brick quickly." Su Luo nodded, clenched her palm into a fist, and pushed the knuckle of her index finger against the wall brick. Then she exerted force on her hand and directly broke the brick. Chapter 294. Regarding Su Luo's unauthorized destruction of public property, Passion-fruit girl said, "I like violent law enforcement." After the brick broke, a neatly folded piece of paper fell out. Su Luo and Passion-fruit girl excitedly opened it and saw 7 beautiful little words on it. "A lifelong follower." "Is this handwriting a princess?" Su Luo asked suspiciously. Passion-fruit girl wasn't sure either. "It looks pretty delicate. It should be a princess." "Right," Su Luo decided. "Let's go find the princess' old handwriting, and we know once we compare them." Su Luo found the princess maid and asked for the princess' old writings. Comparing the two, it was indeed the princess' handwriting. But why did the princess say this? Who did she say it to in such a corner? Passion-fruit girl. "I couldn't figure it out." Su Luo looked at the corner with a feeling. This sentence was probably said to Knight Rick, but she didn't understand the connotation. Did it mean that the knight would always be the princess follower? What is also puzzling is why it was placed there. What does this have to do with the princess' death? Now that the clue has been found, the 2 originally plastic alliances have lost their adhesive and immediately fell apart. Passion-fruit girl said coldly, "The clue has been found. So let's rely on our own abilities to crack the following process. Goodbye." After saying that, she left happily. Su Luo stared at the piece of paper in her hand intently, and smiled after a moment. She put the paper into the system space, shook her head and turned away. That night, Su Luo told Yun Feibai about this matter. Yun Feibai also felt that this must be said to the knight, but the two of them could not understand its specific meaning. Speaking of which, Su Luo approached Yun Feibai and smelled it again, and said with a smile, "You still have a little smell on your body. Next time, I suggest you use osmantha-scented shower gel, which has a strong smell." Yun Feibai hugged Su Luo in a bad mood. "How dare you dislike your boyfriend?" Su Luo was punished, and shook her head very sensibly. No, my boyfriend is very good." "Oh, it's too late to dislike it. You know? No returns." Yun Feibai sneered, kissed Su Luo on the face, and then gave up. The next day, the two packed their bags and set off at dawn. The map given by the king was very responsible, and it marked all the dangers that would be encountered along the way. In addition to the 2 dangerous places mentioned by the prince, there was another steep mountain. The dragon's lair is built on the cliff, so it is not easy to get there. Generally speaking, only dragons with wings can come here. How did the prince get here? According to their later inquiries, the prince was cast a spell by the fairy, and could fly for a short time. To be honest, when the two of them heard this, they realized that things were in trouble. There are actually magical people like fairy godmothers in this world? Then their current exploration of this world can only be said to be the tip of the iceberg. Actually, if you think about it carefully, there are dragons. So why are there no fairies? It's just that usually the heroes or princes fight against dragons. So they didn't think of such a fantasy setting. The first level to the dragon's lair is the thorn forest. When Su Luo first heard the prince mention this name, she thought it was a forest full of thorns. However, when they went deep into the forest, Su Luo realized what the name was unreliable. What kind of thorn forest is this? It's clearly a forest of tree demons. Each tree seemed to have a soul that could kill people, happily whipping their branches at Su Luo and the others. Because although these trees looked alive, they were actually lifeless. So there was no health bar. And Su Luo's attack naturally didn't work. Unable to attack, she had to swing the sword of light to cut off the branches to make herself feel better. Su Luo only hated that she didn't have the fire attribute. Otherwise she could burn this place to ashes with one skill. Although Su Luo had tried her best to cut off branches, she was still scratched a few times because the trees were too dense. Fortunately, the damage caused by these trees was very small, and Su Luo could heal herself. So there was no substantial impact at all. And because of the blessing of attribute points, Su Luo's skin was very tough and was not even scratched. But it was definitely embarrassing and painful. After passing through the entire thorn forest, Su Luo looked like a refugee. Her hair was in disarray, with a few leaves on it, because the branches were too dense. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai were forced to separate in the forest. Su Luo came out first. She looked down at herself and smiled bitterly. Her clothes were torn in several places, and looked tattered. The new clothes that were originally in good condition were now ragged. She wiped her face helplessly, changed her coat, and tidied her hair. While Su Luo was tidying up, she complained to Yunfei Bai, who had just come out, "This thorn forest is too." She couldn't help but widen her eyes. Why do you look like nothing happened? The Yunfei Bai in front of her was in stark contrast to her just now. If she looked like a refugee now, then Yunfei Bai was a wealthy nobleman. Not only was his clothes not torn at all, but even his hairstyle had hardly changed. Su Luo was stunned. If someone saw them now, they would know that the two of them were going on an adventure together. If someone didn't know, they would think that one was fleeing and the other was strolling in the park. Yunfei Bai was amused to see Su Luo in such a mess. How did you get into this state? Su Luo rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Did you bribe these demon trees? Why don't they attack you?" Yunfei Bai smiled. "I was wondering if you offended these trees. Why would they target you? Isn't this scientific?" Su Luo was puzzled. "You had an easy life? No branches hit you." Yunfei Bai nodded. "Although some branches attacked me, it was still easy overall. At least they won't be as embarrassed as you." Su Luo sighed painfully. "Then I was targeted." She looked at Yunfei Bai with a condemning attitude, and said with great sorrow, "I should have thought of it earlier. All crows are black." Yunfei Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What does this have to do with me? It's not me who ordered these trees to attack you." Su Luo said righteously, "Just tell me whether these trees that attack people with branches are dark creatures?" Yunfei Bai twitched his lips. "So you think that because they and I are both of the dark attribute, they don't attack me much? But because you are of the light attribute, they increase their attack on you?" Su Luo nodded. "Yes. That's it." Meow. Yunfei Bai was so angry that he laughed. "If you say so, then I think as a creature of light, you'd better ask the fairy godmother for some benefits. You see, these trees without wisdom will help me who are of the same origin. So it doesn't make sense that the kind fairy godmother won't help you who are of the light attribute. Right?" This. Su Luo immediately shut up. After a section of less road, there was a small village, which was also the only village on the entire road from the palace to the dragon's lair. It was already noon when they finished the thorn forest, and the two planned to solve the lunch problem here. Entering the village, the smell of fireworks finally became strong. It was rare for outsiders to come, and a young man came forward enthusiastically. "I haven't seen anyone here for a long time. Where are you going on this road?" Su Luo pointed to the distance. "We are going to the dragon's lair." The young man didn't look surprised at all. "Oh, we're going there. The road is very troublesome. Aren't princes usually the ones who go there to save princesses? You're not princes, and the dragon isn't on the mountain. So why are you going there? Su Luo smiled and said, we're going to find out the cause of the princess' death. Speaking of which, brother, aren't you surprised that we're going to the dragon's lair? Ordinarily, most people should have the king attitude and be horrified by this matter. How could he be so calm like the young man in front of him? The young man shook his head. You are accompanying him. Right? You two are obviously prepared. So I have nothing to worry about. Su Luo nodded hesitantly. She didn't know why. Although this sentence was very logical. She always felt that her understanding was different from what the young man said. Probably because there were not many guests. After learning the purpose of the visit, the young man was very enthusiastic to take Su Luo and the others to their home for dinner. The young man family was relatively sparse. Apart from him, there was only a beautiful wife left. This is my wife. She lives here with me. The girl nodded kindly to Su Luo and the others. Hello. My name is Igudur. Do you like spicy food? I'm going to cook. Su Luo shook her head embarrassedly. No. Duor smiled and said, then you really missed at least half of the delicious food in your life. Su Luo stood up. Let me cook with you. I can't let you work alone for nothing. Right? Duor quickly declined. No. No. How can you let the guests cook when you are at the host's house? Su Luo retorted. How can you eat and drink for free and ask others to cook for you? Duor stopped refusing after hearing this. The two smiled at each other and went into the kitchen together. Duor was cutting potatoes while Su Luo was washing vegetables. Looking at the green leafy vegetables in her hands, Su Luo suddenly felt something was wrong. By the way, Duor, your vegetables are quite fresh? Is there a vegetable garden along the way? Duor shook her head, thinking she was joking. Of course, I went out to buy vegetables. Look at the land along the way. Does it look like it can be used to grow vegetables? Chapter 295. Su Luo was shocked. Are all the people in this village masters? Can they enter and exit the thorn forest at will? Aren't you afraid of the thorn forest? Will you not get hurt when you enter and exit? Duor smiled, of course. But after so many years, we have developed some tolerance. So we don't feel anything. Su Luo frowned. Still a little puzzled. Even if I encounter such an attack, I will be very upset. Let alone these ordinary people. Or is it really like what I joked at the time? Because I am a light attribute, so I am treated differently? That's too much. Soon, the dishes were ready, and the four of them sat at the table together. By the way, I don't know what your names are yet, the young man asked casually while taking a bite of potato shreds. Oh, that's right. When they were chatting just now, they also knew the young man's name. Watama. Su Luo pointed at herself. My name is Lost. And his name is Jihei. Watama nodded and said to Yunfeibai, eat more. There will be no villages next. And it's still a long way from here to the dragon's lair. Don't get hungry on the way. After the meal, the two prepared to leave. They had a mission to complete, so it was inconvenient for them to stay here for too long. Seeing Su Luo was about to leave, Yigijur grabbed her and asked in surprise, where are you going? Aren't you staying here? Su Luo said, we are going to the dragon's lair together. So of course we have to go together. Otherwise, why would I come here with him? Hearing this, Yigijur looked at Yunfeibai with a look of disgust as if he were a scumbag. Watama's expression was hard to describe. As if he couldn't believe that Yunfeibai was such a person. He hesitated to speak for several times, and finally patted Yunfeibai on the shoulder. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you. The girl is willing to accompany you all the way here, so it's inappropriate for you to do this. Right? Yunfeibai? ? He looked at a loss for words. What did I do? Why is it inappropriate? We are not only boyfriend and girlfriend, but also partners. Going to the dragon's lair may be dangerous, so it's safer for two people to go together. Su Luo also misunderstood, and thought that Yigijur and the others disliked Yunfeibai for letting his girlfriend take risks with him. So she smiled and explained, oh, this is all my own will. Bai is right. We are partners. If he does everything by himself, is he looking for a partner or an ancestor? Yigijur looked disappointed. My silly girl. You were deceived by him. This scumbag brought you here in the first place just to kill you. It seems that things are not what she thought. Su Luo raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Yigijur said indignantly. He applied the powder of Yongnan flower on his body, but didn't apply it on you. Isn't this trying to kill you? Yongnan flower? What is this? Su Luo and Yunfeibai asked in unison. Utamu saw that Yunfeibai's surprise did not seem to be fake. So he pulled Yigijur next to him and whispered, "We seem to have misunderstood something." Yigijur also felt that the two people's reactions were wrong, and asked in confusion, "Don't you know what Yonghan flower is?" "Neither of them knows?" Yunfeibai shook his head. But Su Luo asked thoughtfully, "Will there be a strange smell when applied on the body?" Yigijur nodded. "You are asking about the smell on his body, right?" "Yes. That is the smell of Yonghan flower. Although this smell is not very pleasant. It can calm the dark creatures and prevent them from attacking you." Yunfeibai suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's why I didn't encounter any harm in the thorn forest. Instead, Luo Luo was attacked crazily. It turned out that it was caused by the smell on my body." The two people opposite looked at Su Luo with complicated eyes. And Yigijur stammered, You can cross the thorn forest by yourself?" Su Luo nodded, and at the same time thought about her words. No wonder the people in this village can survive in such a place. It turns out that there is such a magical thing. Then when did Yunfeibai apply the powder of Yonghan flower? She frowned. "I remember. The first time I smelled the smell on you was when you came back from the king." Yunfeibai nodded. "Yes. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the king doing. He didn't want a noble to die, so he put the powder of Yonghan flower on me." Su Luo didn't know what she remembered, and suddenly asked, "Is it possible for this smell to change after it sticks to the body?" Watamu said, "The smell of this powder can only last for 5 days, and it will be gone soon." Su Luo shook her head. "No. I'm not talking about this kind of change, but the change in smell." She hesitated for a moment, and finally asked very directly, "In other words, is it possible for it to become very fragrant?" "That's right." She asked this question because she thought of the smell on the prince. Obviously, according to the prince's previous description, he must have applied Yonghan flower powder without knowing it. In this case, the smell on his body is different from Yunfeibai's, but it is a very pleasant smell. This is worth thinking about. Yigijur thought about it and suddenly remembered, I know what you were talking about. When the powder of Yonghan flower touches the saliva of the evil dragon, it will change and become a particularly pleasant smell." Su Luo finally understood. So that's it. Then saving the princess is definitely related to the king. He could have applied the powder of Yonghan flower on the princess to protect her from the evil dragon, but he had to go to such lengths and let the prince rescue her. Yunfeibai said, "But there is one thing that is very strange. Why did he have to find a knight to die? It is obvious that he can choose not to hire this knight. It is useless anyway." Su Luo shook her head in confusion. "Who knows?" The Yigijur couple on the side listened to the conversation between Su Luo and Yunfeibai and opened their eyes wide in shock. "Did we hear something we shouldn't hear?" Watamu said cautiously. Su Luo smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. Just don't tell anyone. By the way, can you give me some of that Yonghan flower powder? Although this journey won't kill me, it's still very uncomfortable to be in such a mess." Su Luo asked. Yigijur naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately took some white powder and touched a little on Su Luo's wrist. "This powder has a strong smell. A little bit will kill you." Su Luo and the others thanked them and set off again with the Yonghan flower powder. The rest of the journey was exceptionally easy. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Su Luo looked up at the towering mountain. "Can your shoes take us up?" Yunfeibai shook his head. "I don't think it's reliable. We may need your ultimate move to sustain our flight." Su Luo nodded helplessly. "Then let's fly up. When your shoes don't work, I use my ultimate move." Yunfeibai hugged Su Luo and kicked the ground. The two slowly rose into the air and flew towards the top of the mountain. They were not wrong. The shoes really couldn't make it to the top of the mountain. Finally, Su Luo used her ultimate move and transformed into an angel. The two of them went to the dragon's lair on the cliff. The dragon's lair was not very dirty. On the contrary, everything looked very well organized. A pile of grass was piled in the corner, forming a bed. There was a naturally formed stone table behind the cave. Although it was simple, it was still pretty good. Su Luo said with emotion, "All the princesses have been captured here before. It can be regarded as a unique tourist attraction." What are you looking at?" Seeing Yunfeibai staring at the wall, Su Luo couldn't help but turn her head to look. Only then did she realize that there were many scratches on the wall. "Is this scratched by an evil dragon?" Su Luo said uncertainly. Yunfeibai said, "I also think this was scratched by an evil dragon. But did you notice something else?" Su Luo looked at him in confusion. What is it? Yun Feibai pointed to 2 scratches on the wall. Look at these 2 scratches. Then, he walked to the right and found 2 more scratches. Look at these 2. And there are many more over there. Do you find any problems? Su Luo followed his instructions and approached the wall, carefully observing the scratches. The ones Yun Feibai picked were the ones with a sharp contrast. They were deep and shallow, long and short, thick and thin. Su Luo suddenly thought of a possibility. Are these scratches not from the hand of an evil dragon? If this was not the case, she really couldn't explain why the scratches on these walls were so different. Yun Feibai frowned. I think so too. These scratches are obviously not made by the same claw. But judging from the overall size, only an evil dragon can make such large scratches. He made a conclusion. So, this cliff cave must have had more than one evil dragon living in it. Su Luo said thoughtfully, do you still remember that the tour guide explained to us that every princess would be captured by the evil dragon? And that the evil dragon would be resurrected again every time a princess was born? Yun Feibai nodded. Of course he remembered this. But if it was just resurrection, then everything would be the same. It is impossible to create these strange scratches. So, Yun Feibai understood what she meant. So you think that the real situation may not be that the evil dragon was resurrected, but that a new evil dragon appeared? Yes, that's it. It's just that no one dared to observe the evil dragon up close. And the evil dragons were all black. That's why everyone thought that the evil dragon could be resurrected indefinitely. But if this is the guess, then a new question arises. Where do all these evil dragons come from? Chapter 296. Su Luo felt like he was going bald. Why did he have so many questions? Maybe there is a place where evil dragons gather in this world. Yun Feibai speculated. He further explained, look, there are magical beings like fairy godmothers in this world. So it is not surprising that there are demons from hell. If this is the case, then we can boldly speculate that the evil dragons come from hell. Su Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. You are not making a bold guess. You are just imagining it out of thin air. I think we should ask the king first to see how the evil dragon came. Yun Feibai also knew that what he said just now was outrageous. He scratched his head and smiled. Just kidding. Okay. Let's leave quickly. The 2 came to the cave entrance and were suddenly stunned. Su Luo looked at Yun Feibai beside him blankly. How should we go down now? The 2 looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. Yun Feibai said with a smile, I'm afraid that the 2 of us have been reduced in intelligence in this copy. We only thought about how to get up, but forgot that we still need to go down. Su Luo had a bitter face. What should I do? My ultimate skill has been used up, and I can't fly down. We tested your flying shoes when we came here before, and they can only fly half the distance. What about the remaining half? Yun Feibai sighed helplessly. We didn't think it through. Forget it. Use your talent skill to teleport both of us back to the castle. Su Luo nodded. Fortunately, my talent skill has been upgraded, and I can take 2 people at a time. Otherwise, only 1 person can go, and it will be difficult at that time. After saying that, she used her innate skill directly. A white magic circle appeared under the feet of the 2 people. Su Luo closed her eyes and thought. The next second, the 2 people appeared outside the castle gate. Su Luo teased, it's just that this copy looks fast-paced and not so dangerous. Otherwise, if I change to another copy, I won't be willing to waste my innate skill like this. Yun Feibai smiled and shook his head. Don't forget, I still have that innate skill. If we really encounter any danger, I can restore all your skills, and then we can run away together. I know. If we encounter any danger next, we will rely on your skills, she said, and walked into the castle with Yun Feibai. Because it was still night, the 2 did not disturb others, and went back to their rooms to rest quietly. The next morning, the 2 found the king again. The king was helpless when he saw them, to be honest. You are the people who have looked for me the most in the past few days. Yun Feibai touched the brooch and smiled in an ambiguous way. That's not the case. He was the only nobleman and had the confidence. Other players were afraid of looking for the princess too often and making the king unhappy. But he was not afraid. According to previous performance, the king's tolerance for nobles was very high. He was even willing to protect him with young and flowers. Okay. No more jokes. Tell me, what do you want to ask me this time? Is there anything you want to ask? If I can find the murderer who killed the princess, I will tell you everything I know. Yun Feibai said, We came here to learn about the evil dragon. Do you know where the evil dragon came from? Hearing this question, the king was obviously panicked for a moment. Why are you asking this? This has nothing to do with the princess murder. Right? If you are just asking casually, then I don't have the time to answer your doubts. Yun Feibai and Su Luo looked at each other inconspicuously. The king was worried. We mainly have a guess that the princess may have been killed by the companions of the evil dragon. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. The king obviously relaxed and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about this problem. The evil dragon has no companions. Yun Feibai raised his eyebrows. Oh? Why do you say that? I thought dragons were social creatures. How can there be only one? The king explained, this evil dragon is unique to our Guijia. It is also the only evil dragon that can be defeated so far. Although it can be resurrected, it will disappear for a while after all. Where did this evil dragon come from? Why did it appear in our Guijia? Lost detective, and I suspect it came from hell. In that case, could it be that the princess angered the devil and then brought about her death? Knowing that the king was somewhat averse to them asking where the evil dragon came from, Yun Feibai naturally had to find a seemingly fantastic explanation to paralyze the king's vigilance. Sure enough, the king did not doubt it, but just smiled and said, no, the evil dragon is not from hell. In short, you only need to know that there is only one evil dragon. After answering this question, the king ordered them to leave. Okay, I have something else to do. You guys go look for clues somewhere else. Su Luo and Yun Feibai immediately started a discussion after leaving the palace. Su Luo said puzzledly, there is obviously more than one black dragon. Why is the king so sure that there is only one? Yun Feibai said in a deep voice, unless he is sure that there is only one evil dragon that can be seen in the same time period. In this case, because no one can observe the difference between the two evil dragons, they will naturally think that there is only one evil dragon. Su Luo agreed and said, yes. According to the chronological order, only the previous dragon was killed by the prince. The second dragon will appear in this Guijia. But there is another question. She frowned again. The birth of the princess. No. What should really be said is that the princess held a ball. And what does it have to do with the appearance of a new dragon? Although it is said that the dragon will be resurrected when the princess is born. But if you think about it carefully, no one knows when the dragon will be resurrected. They just follow the crowd. And finally artificially stipulated that the time for the dragon to be resurrected was the time when the princess was born. In fact, people only saw the dragon when the princess held a ball. Only on that day would the dragon appear in everyone's sight. So it is better to say that the appearance of a new dragon is related to the princess ball than to say that it is related to the princess ball. Yun Feibai also raised his own doubts. Another point. Does the king himself know that the dragon that appeared in these years is not one at all? Does he know the relationship between the dragon and the princess? Su Luo sighed. Who knows? Judging from the king's reaction, he must have hidden a lot of things. Forget it. Let's first infer the result from the clues we know so far. The two returned to Su Luo's room together and pondered. First of all, it is certain that the Yong'an flower powder on Prince Braca's body, like me, was applied by the king when we were not paying attention. Su Luo nodded. Since the king knows the effect of Yong'an flower powder, the reason why he deliberately applied it to Prince Buka instead of other princes is probably because he hopes Prince Braca can rescue the princess. Yun Feibai quickly took over the conversation. That's right. So every time the princess' son-in-law is chosen, the one the king likes must be the one. After all, other princes don't have Yong'an flower, so they can't beat the dragon at all. And they can't even reach the dragon's lair. Su Luo said, in this way, the dragon captures the princess. The prince defeats the dragon, rescues the princess, and marries the princess. This set is like an industrial chain. The process of the dragon capturing the princess seems to be specially designed to choose a good son-in-law for the king. So, can we understand that the king and the dragon are actually in the same group? No. In fact, it should be the king who unilaterally benefits from the dragon. Yun Feibai made a brilliant summary. Su Luo nodded. This was absolutely right. The king can use the good reputation brought by killing the dragon to attract many princes. After killing the dragon and rescuing the princess, according to the fairy tale convention, the princes will definitely marry the princess they rescued. Originally, this is nothing. But when the king has the chance to rescue the princess, he can choose the one that suits his heart best from among the many princes. The king benefits. But the dragon has to pay the price of his life. So this is a one-sided victory. And the king dominates the game. Su Luo added, I think the king should be able to control the dragon. Or have some way to make the dragon listen to him. Otherwise, why would he dare to let the dragon take the princess away? But not afraid that the dragon would eat the princess? Yun Feibai sat on the bed in distress. We have figured out this matter, and have a general idea. But how did the princess die? We still have no idea. Su Luo was also very helpless about this. Yes, the clues they found so far seem to have nothing to do with the mission. The king wanted to gain benefits from the princess marrying the prince. So there was no reason to kill her. Although the prince didn't really like the princess. He at least coveted her beauty. The princess is going to marry him soon. Even if the prince finds out that the princess has someone she loves. There is no need to kill her. Right? The remaining NPCs are the dragon. Who died. The rake knight. Who also died. The fairy godmother. Who is 100% a positive character. Is not included. The queen. This NPC has not appeared yet. And Su Luo and Yun Feibai are not sure what role she plays in this whole conspiracy. Suddenly, Su Luo stood up. We have overlooked a key person. Yun Feibai looked up at her. Who is it? Chapter 297. Su Luo looked at her with a long gaze. The eldest princess. The sister of the younger princess, who married to another country. Yun Feibai was stunned. Then stood up excitedly. Really? Although this character only flashed through the entire storyline. As the sister of the deceased. There is no guarantee that she would not know something. Then let's go there tomorrow. Su Luo asked. Yun Feibai nodded. Then let's go and get a map today. And by the way, get the king oral order. So as to avoid Guijia being stopped outside the palace gate when he arrives. Su Luo nodded and immediately went to the king to ask for an oral order. After hearing that they were going to ask the eldest princess if the youngest princess had any enemies. The king did not think much about it, and immediately wrote a letter. The place where the eldest princess was married was not too far away. Just in the neighboring country to the east of the country. With Su Luo and the others' speed. It only took 2 days to get there. The next morning, just as they were about to set off, the other 2 people appeared in front of them. These 2 people are also players. One male and one female. The girl smiled and said, as expected, you are also planning to find the princess. Right? Su Luo raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand. Hello. My name is Lost. Her words were equivalent to acknowledging the girl's words in disguise. So the girl shook Su Luo's hand in return. My name is Xiaoguang Mantian. And the one next to me is my partner. Accompany me to the blue cloud. Obviously, both groups found that the princess might have clues to the mission. Fortunately, they were not in an antagonistic relationship. Su Luo said in a friendly manner, then let's go to the princess together. Xiaoguang Mantian nodded with a smile. That's what I meant. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate when we get there. Why did Su Luo agree to go with them? Of course, it's not just to make friends. The dungeon has been going on for several days. In this fast-paced dungeon, these days are enough for players to find many clues. During these 2 days together, they might be able to obtain some clues that they had not discovered before. Just as Su Luo thought, the other party also chose to go with Su Luo and the others for this purpose. The sky is full of rosy clouds. From the maid, she got the news that the princess had a sister who married out. And she realized that this sister might be a key NPC to unlock the plot. Before the 2 of them went to find the king, they found that Su Luo and the others also went to find the king. The sky is full of rosy clouds. I followed them and eavesdropped quietly. I found that Su Luo and they had the same goal. They all wanted to find the princess to find out the situation. Xiaoguang Mantian immediately looked at Su Luo with a new eye. To be honest, it was not that she was too conceited. According to her observations in the past few days, the other players were all wandering around like headless flies. There were also 2 self-righteous fools who formed gangs in this dungeon where there was no need to create opposition at all. And several people searched for evidence together. In fact, it is a good idea for everyone to work together. But the problem is that these idiots did things and still wanted to get clues from others. A good team of 6 people was turned into a hostile force by them. If they had opened their hearts and shared clues at the beginning, they would have gathered a lot of clues now. Enough to deduce part of the storyline. But they didn't. At the beginning, everyone hid their own clues, and then tried their best to get clues from others. This led to their current relationship not being a cooperative relationship, but a real opposition relationship. No one wanted the other to find clues first. They messed with each other and secretly tripped each other up. Xiaoguang Mantian. They were all convinced. They had messed up a good cooperation into this mess. As for why she knew so much, of course, it was because they had received invitations from this temporary team. But she refused. At that time, she was afraid that this situation would happen. As expected, the result was almost the same as she expected. No, it was worse than she expected. Thinking about it now, she couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't join in at that time. Otherwise, she might not be searching for clues now, but scheming against them. Thinking of this, she looked at Su Luo's profile with a complicated look. These two people are definitely the most mysterious among all the players. After a few days in the dungeon, the two disappeared for a whole day. They didn't communicate with anyone at other times. This made the two people, Xiaoguang Mantian, who had been observing in the dark, unable to see through them. Generally speaking, people who don't cooperate with other players throughout the whole process are either well prepared and very sure of what they are going to do, or they are arrogant and think they can control the whole situation by themselves. When he learned yesterday that the two of them were also going to find the princess, Xiaoguang Mantian had an idea in his mind. These two people named Lost and Black must be smarter than they thought. And smart people often have more clues in their hands than others. If they can exchange some useful clues from them on the way, it may be of outstanding help to their mission. Lost, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you in the castle much. Xiaoguang Mantian, pretending to ask casually. Su Luo raised her eyebrows and responded naturally, looking for clues. Where else can I go? As for you, you must have found a lot of clues in the castle these days. Right? She pushed the ball back with just two light words. Xiaoguang Mantian gritted her teeth secretly. This is really a master of Tai Chi. She knew that if she didn't put out some bait first, it would be difficult to catch a big fish. So, Xiaoguang Mantian followed Su Luo's words and said, Do you know Night Lake? Su Luo nodded, of course. He is the princess' personal knight, and the two have cultivated friendship since childhood. Xiaoguang Mantian, after hesitating for a while, he still said, I have heard that Night Lake goes out every night and comes back after a while. When he goes out, he often brings a pen. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other after hearing this. They both knew that this news provided evidence for the previous clue. The so-called previous clue is naturally the note. They had previously guessed that the note was actually written to Night Lake. If Night Lake would go out with a pen every night, it is very likely that he would go to communicate with the princess in writing. This makes sense. The brick that hides the paper can be moved. The princess hid the note inside, and Night Monk took the brick down from the outside, then replied to the princess on the paper, and then stuffed the paper back to its original position. For a young couple who like each other, this is such a romantic thing. Su Luo can think of the sweetness of the two people at that time just by thinking about it. However, if Night Lake would reply on that piece of paper, then there is one thing worth pondering. Why is there only the princess handwriting on that piece of paper? This can only prove one thing. Night Lake did not see this piece of paper, so naturally he could not reply. Sunshine in the sky. It is said that Night Lake goes out every day, so it can be proved that this note was written after Night Lake was killed. But Night Wreck was already dead. What was the point of the little princess writing a note that would never be replied to? Su Luo thought of the content of the note again. A lifelong follower. Before she had time to think about it, Xiaoguang Mantian couldn't wait any longer. She had already released this very hidden clue. If she didn't get anything, then she would be at a loss. Xiaoguang Mantian even began to think in her heart what she should do if Su Luo refused to admit it and pretended not to understand her hint. It was impossible to accept her fate. If Su Luo really dared to be stingy, she would never accept this loss. She would rather both sides suffer losses than let Su Luo learn a lesson. Ahem. Where did you search for clues these days? Did you find anything? She asked with pretended curiosity. Su Luo was not an unwise person. She just forgot to respond to Xiaoguang Mantian because the clue revealed too much information. Hearing this, she immediately revealed a clue. We went to the dragon's lair. After thinking for a while, she continued, we found a clue there. There is more than one evil dragon. The value of this clue she mentioned is basically equal to the one that Xiaoguang Mantian told her. And if she didn't have the note in her hand, The clue that Xia Guangman Tian told would be a bit vague and useless. So in comparison, the clue she mentioned is more useful. After hearing the clue, Su Luo said, Xia Guangman Tian. Silent, frowning, as if thinking about something, seeing that she was immersed in her own thoughts for the time being. Su Luo also picked up the clue that she had not finished thinking about just now, and continued to dig deep into the connotation. If this talebearer refers to Knight Rek, then what is the meaning of the princess writing this paragraph? It can't be that she is denouncing Knight Rek for dying first and failing to fulfill the agreement. Right? From another perspective, if this talebearer refers to the little princess, then a lifelong talebearer means that the little princess will always be a talebearer of Knight Rek. Everyone knows what a tailchaser means, which means that the little princess has been following Knight Rek. Inseparable. A lifelong tailchaser means that they will be inseparable for life. But now Knight Rek is dead. So what the princess means is, she wants to die with Knight Rek. So, the princess committed suicide. Su Luo was stunned by her discovery. She carefully reviewed her reasoning process just now. It was indeed correct. The princess really had a high probability of committing suicide. Chapter 298. But it's not right. There is obviously another point in this speculation that is not logical. The unreasonable part is the dead body of the princess. The only fatal wound on the princess' body was the knife. The knife was inserted into the princess' chest. With Su Luo's eyesight, she could clearly see that it was definitely a knife through the heart. A knife through the heart. Although people will not die instantly, there is absolutely no chance to put themselves in that position. When the princess died, her hands were crossed on her lower abdomen, which looked very beautiful. This kind of posture is definitely not something a person who has been stabbed through the heart can do. At that time, she couldn't have the strength to put her hand there as she wished. Moreover, the princess' expression was very peaceful. Although the princess committed suicide voluntarily, it must have been very painful when she was stabbed through the heart. It is difficult for ordinary people to maintain such an expression. So what is going on? Su Luo sighed. But she was not in a hurry. After all, there are still many parts of the storyline that are in a state of confusion. It would be strange if the answer could be found at this time. After tasting the sweetness, the two groups of people continued to exchange information. However, Su Luo felt regretful that the other information revealed by the other party was what they already knew. However, this also indirectly proved that the two of them did have a grasp of the clues of the story. At least the clues exposed in the castle should have been collected, because he was focused on finding clues before and didn't pay much attention to other players. Su Luo also specifically asked Xiaoguang Mantian about the progress of other players. When she learned that other players were forming cliques, Su Luo asked in confusion, but we too haven't received any invitations to form an alliance. Xiaoguang Mantian touched his nose. To be honest, those who formed cliques were probably provoked by you. So they did this. Su Luo pointed at her and Yunfei Bai unexpectedly. Because of us? But we didn't do anything. Xiaoguang Mantian shaked his head. Although you didn't do anything. You? She pointed at Yunfei Bai. Just standing there will make the players feel a sense of crisis. Yunfei Bai was stunned for a moment. Is it because of my noble status? The girl nodded. Yes. Because you obviously have an innate advantage. And the others lost at the starting line. How can everyone not be anxious? Yunfei Bai smiled helplessly. This is not a copy of speed competition. Even if I unlock the task progress first, it will not affect your next unlocking. Right? Su Luo nodded. That's right. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's the inexplicable self-esteem of those players that's causing trouble. They had to use their arms and thighs to twist, but ended up making things worse. In short, no matter how noisy those people are, it won't affect their progress. The few of them quickened their pace, and finally arrived at the palace, where the eldest princess was in the afternoon of the next day. Su Luo handed the king handwriting in his hand to the guard, and asked him to give it to the king. A moment later, the palace gate opened, and several maids dressed in high-class clothes welcomed Su Luo and the other four in. We are the queen's personal maids. The queen heard that you came to see her for the little princess, so she sent us out to greet you. On the way, a maid introduced beside her. Su Luo pondered for a moment, pretending to be casual, and asked, "Which Guijia are you from?" The maid said, "Ibu country." Hearing this, Su Luo's eyes lit up. Ibu country is the little princess Guijia, and it is also their main line map. So, These personal maids have been following the queen all the time. She had a purpose in asking this question. As we all know, personal maids are the ones who know their masters best. If these maids belong to Guijia, then no matter what question she asks, and no matter what their relationship with the queen is, their answers will definitely be in favor of their own country. But if they are from Ibu, then it will be different. Those who can be chosen from Ibu to marry Guijia must be people that the queen trusts more. As long as the questions are asked properly, what they say is basically more true and reliable. She asked enviously as if they were chatting normally. The queen married a handsome prince. Her life must be very happy. Right? The maid nodded, of course. The two of them respect each other and live in harmony. It's just that both of them are a bit busy and don't have much time to meet each other. Su Luo kept staring at her facial expression carefully while she was talking, hoping to find any wrong emotions. But the maid's expression was very natural, without any trace of lying. I have never seen the queen. I occasionally get some news about the queen, but I only hear her voice but never see her. Sister maid, what kind of person is the queen? Xiaoguang Mantian on the side tilted her head and looked at Su Luo with admiration. She was completely focused on the queen she was going to meet soon, and she didn't even think about getting information from the maid. The maid thought for a while. The queen is a very gentle person and very responsible, because she is the eldest princess. The old king has been very strict with her since she was young. Before Su Luo could ask anything else, the maid stopped and said, "We are here." Su Luo looked up and saw a beautiful door in front of her. The maid knocked on the door, and a gentle voice came from inside, "Come in." The maid led 4 people in and pushed the door open. A long-haired girl in a luxurious dress was sitting on the bed. The queen didn't look much different from the photo at that time, but she looked more mature. Overall, she looked gentle as water, but from her calm eyes, Su Luo could feel that she was actually like a pool of stagnant water. Seeing everyone, she smiled gently. "Father said you have something to ask me. You can ask. I will try my best to answer." The 4 looked at each other and finally decided that Su Luo would ask for clues. This princess obviously did not attach importance to family background like her father, and did not pay too much attention to Yunfeibai, who was a noble. In this case, it was a bit inappropriate to choose Yunfeibai as the spokesperson. It would be better to choose Su Luo, who is also a girl and has good eloquence, to open up the topic more easily. Su Luo received everyone's meaning and did not hesitate to step forward and asked, "I guess queen, you already know about the murder of the little princess, right?" The queen's eyes flashed with some sadness, and she nodded gently, "Yes." The news came the next day. "My sister died on the eve of her wedding. Then you have had a good relationship with the little princess since childhood, so you must have some understanding of her social circle, right?" Su Luo raised her eyebrows and asked. She had told the king before that she came to find the eldest princess to find out if the little princess had any enemies. And it wasn't all just a lie. What if the little princess really had an enemy? Wouldn't that be a blessing in disguise? The queen crossed her hands and recalled, Ear was born relatively late, and she was cute, and she has always been loved by everyone. In addition, because of her noble status, she has a good relationship with everyone in the palace. Ear is the nickname of the little princess. It seems that the little princess is still a charming person, and she is very popular. If that's the case, then there's a high probability that there are no enemies. Su Luo said, "Can you tell us about Knight Rick?" A hint of complexity flashed across the queen's eyes, but she didn't refuse. "Rick. He's a very mature person." Upon hearing this, Su Luo and the others immediately became excited. This sounds like a story. Maybe something can be dug out. Rick was brought into the palace when he was born and grew up with Ear. I was 6 years old when he first came, so I watched them grow up. When the queen said this, Su Luo could see the obvious nostalgia on her face. Obviously, for her, that was also a good time. The queen's recollection continued. Rick has been very mature since he was a child. I can always see maturity in his eyes that does not belong to that age. Many times, I can't understand him. He can always handle things before we react. Su Luo interrupted at the right time. Is it because of Knight Rick's maturity that the little princess always likes to follow Knight Rick? The purpose of her asking this question was to verify whether the tattletale follower really refers to the little princess. The queen nodded with some surprise. Yes. Ear has always liked to follow Rick. Wherever Rick goes, she goes. For a long time, we all teased her that she was Rick's little follower. TSK. As expected. This question has been clarified. Su Luo changed the subject. Each princess will be equipped with a knight. What did your knight look like back then? Queen? She was a very smart person. So she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask the queen whether the little princess and the knight were in love. But if she didn't ask this, then there would be no problem with Knight Rek's story for the time being. It would be better to change the way of thinking and see what kind of feelings this former princess had for the knight who died to save her. When Su Luo asked about her knight, the queen's breathing quickened for a moment. He is a very naive person and very stupid. I can hardly remember anything mature and smart he did. The sky is full of rosy clouds. I couldn't help but defend this knight whom I had never met before, but he saved you? Isn't that mature enough? He saved me. Ha ha ha. Yes, he saved me. The queen couldn't help but laugh softly. Her face was covered by shadows, and Su Luo couldn't see her expression clearly. The queen laughed a few times before looking up, looking gentle and virtuous again. The answer also became very official. I am very grateful to this knight for sacrificing his life to save me, and I have sent someone to give his family a large sum of pension. Su Luo noticed that the queen's behavior was a little wrong, but she was chewing on another word, mature and smart. Chapter 299. She suddenly asked, "Do you think Knight Rek is smart?" The queen was silent for a long time after hearing this question. When they first heard the question, Xiaoguang Mantian and her partner were puzzled, not understanding why Su Luo asked such an obvious question. They had heard from the servants in the palace that Knight Rek was charming, mature and steady. How could such a person not be smart? Is it meaningless to ask this question? However, when they saw that the princess remained silent, the two knew that this question was definitely not a casual question, and there must be something hidden behind it. Yunfei Bai vaguely understood why Su Luo asked this question. He looked at the silent queen for a while, and finally came out to smooth things over. Knight Lake must be very smart. Why do you ask such a stupid question? Su Luo had already got the answer she wanted from the princess' reaction, and immediately took advantage of the situation and said, "Ha ha. That's right. I might have been stupid just now." The eldest princess raised her head, sighed tiredly, and ordered them to leave. "I'm a little tired. Dinner is ready for you. Surely. Take them down." Su Luo and the others left the queen's room tactfully. Xiaoguang Mantian looked at Su Luo several times, as if he was about to say something. It was obvious that he wanted to ask Su Luo what the question just now meant. Su Luo used her eyes to signal her to be patient. Xiaoguang Mantian also knew in her heart that it was not convenient to talk about the task because there were maids all around. So she calmed down and followed the maids to the restaurant. Seeing that they were obviously discussing something, the maids left the restaurant very tactfully, leaving them room to talk. After they left, Xiaoguang Mantian immediately asked impatiently, "Why did you ask such a question at that time? Isn't the answer obvious?" Su Luo did not answer her question directly, but asked back, "Did you find that there was a control group in the story told by the eldest princess?" The so-called control group is two groups of people with similar conditions for comparison. Xiaoguang Mantian said suspiciously, "You mean the eldest princess and her knight are in one group, and the little princess and Knight Rek are in one group? The two groups form the control group?" Su Luo snapped her fingers. "Yes. That's it. The eldest princess said that she grew up watching the little princess and Knight Rek, and her knight has lived with her since she was born. So these four people should have been playing together all the time." Xiaoguang Mantian asked in confusion, "But what does this have to do with your question?" Su Luo sighed at her thick nerves. "Isn't the answer obvious?" Seeing Su Luo's expression, Yunfei Bai smiled and took the initiative to take over the conversation. "Do you remember how the eldest princess described Knight Rek at that time?" "Mature," Xiaoguang Mantian said without hesitation. This was the common evaluation of Knight Rek given to him by almost everyone in the castle who knew him. Yunfei Bai nodded. "Then do you remember how she described her exclusive knight?" Because he had refuted the princess for this, he still remembered this point. Xiaoguang Mantian. Clearly, immature. Not smart. Xiaoguang Mantian suddenly realized, oh, that's it. Because it's a control group. It stands to reason that when the princess evaluates the Knight Rek, she should also talk about these two aspects. Accompany me to the blue sky. I finally understood. So the princess didn't say whether Knight Rek is smart or not. This caught your attention. According to the princess' reaction just now, she thinks Knight Rek is not smart. At this point, Xiaoguang Mantian was confused again, but how could it be? Everyone says that Knight Rek is a mature man. Such a person must be very smart. Right? Su Luo nodded and further analyzed. When the princess talked about Knight Rek, she used positive words, and said that Knight Rek could always handle things quickly and well. In this respect, Rick is undoubtedly smart. Yun Feibai followed Su Luo's train of thought and continued, so, the reason why the princess thinks Rick is not smart is definitely not because of this aspect. Su Luo stood up, not only that. I suspect that the princess thinks that both of them are not smart for one reason. These two people should not be stupid in life. But in some aspect. But which aspect is it? Su Luo frowned and thought. The other people also turned their brains quickly, hoping to break through this point. After a while, Yun Feibai stood up with a sense of relief. I figured it out. The key to this question is, what are the similarities between Knight Rek and the Grand Princess Knight? Hearing this, Su Luo raised her eyebrows, and some enlightenment flashed in her eyes. The other two were still confused and didn't know what to say. Yun Feibai explained. Luo Luo said that the two of them are stupid in the same aspect. So as long as we find the common points between the two of them and check them one by one, we may be able to find that aspect. At this point, even a fool should understand. As expected, both of them looked enlightened. Oh, that's why. That makes sense. Let's think about what these two people have in common. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Luo had already come to the conclusion. These two people have been with the princess since childhood. Both are knights. And both were eaten by dragons. This is their common point that is open to the public. The sky is full of rosy clouds. After a moment of embarrassment, Su Luo thought about it and realized that what she said was right. So she said again, then let's eliminate them and see which points might be their stupidity. I think it should be the fact that they were eaten by the dragon. Yun Feibai sighed. Being brought here as a knight is not something they can decide for themselves. And accompanying the princess since childhood has nothing to do with being smart or not. So it can only be the third point. The sky is full of rosy clouds. This is really embarrassing. She sat back in her chair silently, pretending that she had never spoken. She was really stupid. Really. She only knew that she was not as good as these two people. But she didn't expect the gap to be so big. When the two of them were reasoning, she couldn't get a word in at all. But this also made her clearly aware of the gap between herself and these two people. This was a complete lie. From the beginning of the teaming up with them, the two of them, apart from providing a piece of intelligence, could be described as doing nothing. But in this case, the story has been unraveled and gradually surfaced. The sky is full of rosy clouds. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she had made the rare and smart choice to go with these two people. Otherwise, if she only relied on herself and the taciturn person next to her, she knew very well that this trip would be in vain. The eldest princess looked gentle and kind, but her words were really flawless. If Su Luo hadn't been able to grasp the key points every time she asked questions and accurately find the extremely obscure clues said by the eldest princess, she would definitely not get any clues. Thinking of this, Xiaoguang Mantian couldn't help but glared at accompany me to the blue clouds next to him. He was trying to realize his own value here. But this guy didn't say a word the whole time. Are you really going to lie down and pass the dungeon? Accompany me to the blue clouds was a little confused by her glare. But after all, they were partners who had been together for a long time. So they still had the tacit understanding they should have. He saw the dilemma of Xiaoguang Mantian and spoke up to help. Does the princess think it's stupid that these two people didn't run away when facing the dragon? Su Luo shook her head hesitantly. It shouldn't be like this. Knights throughout the ages were killed by dragons. Didn't anyone think of escaping during this period? But the final result was that they all died. Which shows that there must be some force majeure at work. A new question came up. What is this force majeure? Su Luo grabbed her hair. Forget it. Let's put this question aside for now. We can't come up with any result by thinking so blindly. After a while, the maids came up with the food. Su Luo remembered something and asked casually, are the queen and the dead knight on good terms? The maid nodded halfway when she suddenly realized and shook her head immediately. We don't know. The queen and the knight should only be in a master-servant relationship. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully, indicating that she could leave. The maid hurriedly put the dishes away and quickly left the room. Su Luo looked up and saw that everyone looked thoughtful. Accompany me to the blue sky, said. Her behavior just now clearly meant that the queen and the knight had a good relationship. But she shook her head halfway through nodding. Maybe she was afraid that we would gossip? The sky is full of rosy clouds. Rolled his eyes. Is this the point? Isn't this something that anyone with a discerning eye can see? What we really need to pay attention to is that whether it is the little princess and the night lake, or the eldest princess and her knight, it is obvious that the man is in love and the concubine is interested. Su Luo nodded and looked at. The sky is full of rosy clouds with appreciation. She was smart and grasped the key point of the problem. Seeing that the great god in her mind obviously agreed with her point of view, Xiaoguang Mantian said with some pride, "We talked about the control group before, and talked about finding common points. Now we must think in this direction. Because these two people didn't know some clues." Su Luo could only say vaguely, the knights of these two pairs were obviously likely to have feelings for the princess. But they died on the day of the ball. She couldn't help but sigh, and the two princesses were obviously interested in him. But they married the wrong people. If the little princess hadn't died, it is estimated that the final outcome would also be marrying the prince. Chapter 300. In fact, what she really thought in her heart was that the king needed the princesses to marry to improve the country's strength. But the princess had an affair with the knight. The king can control the dragon. And in the end every knight was killed by the dragon. The subtlety in this is really worth pondering. But speaking of this, Su Luo couldn't help but wonder how much the eldest princess and the little princess knew about the secrets. If they didn't know anything, it would be fine. But if they knew something, it would be a bit scary. The next day, the eldest princess sent someone to tell them that her mother, the Queen of Ibu, had come out. Su Luo and the others immediately decided to return to Ibu. They all knew that a key plot point was coming. But this time, they made a mistake. As soon as they returned to the castle, they received bad news. The queen was crazy and was now locked up. No one was allowed to visit her. What? Yunfei Bai asked in disbelief. The queen is crazy? Wasn't she too sad and recuperating in her room a few days ago? Why did she go crazy as soon as she came out? The maid said with some embarrassment. The queen had gradually become normal when she was in the room. Who knew that she would start talking nonsense as soon as she came out? Isn't it? The king couldn't bear it anymore and locked the queen back. Su Luo asked with some hope. Then is it possible for the queen to come out? Will her madness be cured? The maid shook her head. To be honest, I think there is no chance. After this incident, the king should not let the queen appear in front of everyone easily. Yunfei Bai said, "Can you tell us what the queen did after she came out?" The maid shook her head in embarrassment. "I'm so sorry, Lord Earl. The king strictly forbids us to spread the news. If it is really found out, it will be a capital crime. You can't reveal anything at all? I am an earl after all. I should be able to protect you." Yunfei Bai asked unwillingly. "No. I'm so sorry." The maid shook her head. "If you didn't already know that the queen had come out, I couldn't even tell you that she had come out." Yunfei Bai was not an unreasonable person. Seeing that she was really resisting, he could only wave his hand helplessly. "Okay. I won't embarrass you. You can leave first." After she left, Xiaoguang Mantian looked desperate. What kind of shit is this? How come we can run into such a thing as soon as we go out? Accompany me to the blue sky side, and said with some regret, "If I had known, I would have stayed in the castle. At least, I could have grasped the latest developments. I didn't do anything when I went out with you. So why did I go out? It's useless now. Let's go find other players to exchange information, and see what they know." Su Luo said helplessly. "But the question is who to find." Su Luo raised her eyebrows. "I find someone." She naturally found the passion-fruit girl, who she had cheated before. This girl is honest, and should not lie to her. Dong dong dong. Su Luo knocked on the door of the passion-fruit girl. The door opened, and the passion-fruit girl. She looked at Su Luo in front of her in surprise. "So you are still in the castle?" To be honest, she felt that she hadn't seen Su Luo for 4 or 5 days. No. It should be after the two of them worked together to find clues. She never saw Su Luo again. Passion-fruit girl. At one point, she thought Su Luo had found all the clues and left the dungeon. When she saw Su Luo today, she missed him a little. "No," Su Luo nodded. "I went out to find clues a few days ago. Isn't there a change in the castle these days? Besides, the work has been done. So I came back." Her words revealed two pieces of information. One is that she has found useful clues, and the other is that she wants to know what happened in the castle. Passion-fruit girl. Hearing that Su Luo had found clues outside the castle, his eyes lit up. and he quickly stepped aside to welcome Su Luo in. You come in first. Let's go into the room and talk. After entering, Su Luo found a chair to sit on, and didn't say anything first. Just looked at passion-free girl. Pour yourself some water. In this kind of information exchange, you must not show that you are more anxious than the other party. Once you give the other party the impression that you are very anxious, then she will easily start to take advantage of you. In this regard, Su Luo can be said to be well versed in this. Passion-free girl. There are not so many twists and turns in her mind. She put down the water cup and asked directly, I guess you want to know about the queen. How about this? I will tell you about the queen. And you tell me the clues you have explored? Su Luo shook her head. That won't work. To be honest, I have a lot of clues in my hand. The queen's matter alone can't satisfy me. And it's impossible to exchange for so many clues. I didn't expect Su Luo to be so confident. Passion-free girl. Walked a few steps in the room, and then couldn't help asking, then tell me how you plan to exchange my information about the queen? At this time, Su Luo was like a profiteer in a pawn shop, trying to minimize the value of the other party's clues. First of all, you have to know that the clues about the queen are actually known to all the players in the castle. And you are not the only one here. I only came to you to trade because we have worked together before, and I want to sell it to you at a low price. Seeing that passion-free girl nodded, she continued, but unlike you, the information I give you is exclusively broadcast, and I don't think you can find these clues by yourself. Passion-free girl is not a fool. After hearing what Su Luo said, she also knew that Su Luo wanted to lower the price, in order to avoid her lowering the value of her clue. Passion-free girl. He interrupted her immediately. Okay. Just tell me what clue you are going to exchange. Su Luo knew that she had reached her limit, so she didn't push any further and pretended to be helpless and said, if I'm not mistaken, you still don't understand the meaning of the clue we found together before, right? The face of the passion-free girl froze, and she nodded after a long while, and said reluctantly, not yet. Su Luo smiled with satisfaction. Then I will use the information hidden in that clue to exchange with you for the news of the queen. No. You are just being a profiteer. The girl couldn't help but say, isn't the most important thing about the note clue the words on it? Your analysis is just analysis, which is equivalent to the other half of the clue. You are exchanging half of the clue for all of my clues. Isn't that a bit too much? Su Luo knew she was going to say that. She shook her head. Not really. Not really. It's not difficult to find the note. The real difficulty lies in the analysis of the clues on the note. She looked at the passion-free girl confidently. Like a high-level monk, without my analysis, the note would be nothing but a piece of waste paper. And now I am the only one who has analyzed the result. If you want to turn this piece of waste paper into gold, you have to get the analysis from me. The passion-free girl was furious and racked her brains to refute Su Luo. Of course, she would not be so naive as to say, what if she can analyze it by herself? These days, she and her partner have exhausted their energy for those few words. But they still have no clue. Saying this is purely self-deception. And I guess Su Luo wouldn't believe it. After thinking about it, she put on her strength. What if I give this note to others and ask them to analyze it for me? Just because we two can't analyze it doesn't mean that others can't analyze it. You have to know that you are not the only smart person here. Su Luo laughed. You are probably stupid because of anger. Right? Think about it carefully. If you do this kind of thing for a moment of anger, you will definitely suffer in the end. Seeing that the passion-free girl looked unconvinced, Su Luo patiently analyzed for her. If you exchange with me, then the only thing you give is the news about the queen. Right? The passion-free girl nodded. Yes. That's right. Su Luo continued. But what if you exchange with someone else? First of all, no matter who you trade with, you have to put the note out first. Right? Otherwise, how can they analyze it further? At this time, the passion-free girl's face was not good, and she also realized that she did seem a little stupid. Su Luo pretended not to notice her expression, and continued, let's assume that as long as you give this person the clues on the note, he will definitely be able to analyze it. The information about the queen is actually the lowest level, and you definitely can't use it to exchange. At this point, the passion-free girl couldn't listen anymore. She said angrily, Okay. You don't have to say anything. Isn't it okay if I agree? Just exchange your analysis for the clues of the queen. Of course, She wasn't really so angry that she was stupid. As a master player, she still had basic analytical skills. When Su Luo was talking just now, she was also thinking about this problem. Indeed, the news about the queen was not a secret at all. If the king hadn't strictly forbidden the maid to spread the news at that time, Su Luo wouldn't even have to ask her. She could just ask the maid directly. It was a huge profit to be able to exchange such a clue that was completely useless to her, and almost known to everyone for a useful clue. There was no need for her to ask for anything more. As for the rage he showed at the end, on the one hand, it was because he couldn't win the argument with Su Luo, and he was really a little angry. On the other hand, he felt that he had made a profit, and was afraid that Su Luo would lower the price again. Su Luo knew the twists and turns in this. I think you also know that you have made a profit. So you can tell me first about the news about the queen. Don't worry. I still have credibility, and I will definitely tell you after you finish speaking. Chapter 301. Passion-Fruit Girl hesitated for a while, then thought that she was getting something for nothing. So even if the other party regretted it, she would not lose anything. So she nodded. Okay. I tell you first. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction. In fact, Passion-Fruit Girl did not realize that she was actually being subtly PUA'd by herself. The queen's information was not valuable. And this was true. After all, many people knew about it. But, Passion-Fruit Girl, I have never thought about why I want to trade with her. It is true that the two of them have worked together before, and there is some affection between them. But the real deep reason is still linked to interests. Passion-Fruit Girl. There is a saying that is right. Her analysis of the clues on the note can only be said to be half of the content of the entire clue on the note. The other half is naturally the note itself. If she goes to trade with others, she will have to give up the entire clue in exchange for information. But if you trade with Passion-Fruit Girl, you only need to give half a clue. It's clear who is better. Passion-Fruit Girl didn't know what Su Luo was thinking, so she quickly told him what she knew. The queen was quite normal when she came out that day. But after she knew that we were detectives hired by the king, she started to go crazy. Su Luo hurriedly asked, why did she go crazy? What did she say? She said she shouldn't trust the king and shouldn't dance with the wolf. But I think the most important thing is her last sentence. That potion should not be taken. Su Luo asked, what potion? Passion-Fruit Girl shake her head, I don't know. After the queen started to go crazy, the king's face changed drastically, and sent people to arrest her. The queen was covered before she finished speaking. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. Potion? It sounds like a magical thing. Who says it's not? Passion-Fruit Girl, he said helplessly. Everyone has been searching the castle frantically these days, trying to find clues about the potion. But there has been no results. Su Luo got the information she wanted, and kept her promise, telling the results of her analysis to Passion-Fruit Girl, because there are some other clues involved. I can only tell you that the follower refers to the little princess. And this note is written to Night Lake. Night Lake and the little princess are probably in a relationship. Su Luo simply summarized her findings. The little princess doesn't like the prince? She asked in surprise. Then why did she want to marry the prince? Isn't it love at first sight? Su Luo was surprised at her naivety. You don't really believe this nonsense? This is not a real fairy tale. Why should the prince and princess fall in love as soon as they meet? Passion-Fruit Girl scratched her head and said a little embarrassedly, to be honest, I really regarded this copy as a fairy tale. I thought there would be clues telling me that the current queen is the stepmother. Su Luo twitched her lips. Let me guess. Do you still think that this copy has a hidden task to revive the princess? Ah, this. You guessed it right. Su Luo was completely speechless this time. How much she was poisoned by fairy tales. She waved her hand. Okay. The information has been exchanged. So I leave first. Because the two people are just a simple transaction. So, Passion-Fruit Girl, without trying to persuade her to stay, he decisively sent Su Luo away. When he returned to his room, Yun Feibai was still there with him. But the two of them, Xiaoguang Mantian, had already left. Seeing Su Luo coming back, Yun Feibai explained, they knew that we would not let them get the information for nothing. And there was nothing to exchange. So they left first. Su Luo nodded and told Yun Feibai the news she had just received. Potion? Yun Feibai was also very sensitive to this word. Is this potion still in a corner of the castle? Su Luo said, who knows? But I heard that the players here have searched up and down for several times, but still found nothing. even if it is hidden in the castle. It must be a place that ordinary people can hardly find. Why don't I go to the queen's room at night to see if I can get some information from the queen? Yun Feibai suggested. He has a second skill, flash, which can easily pass through the wall. Su Luo's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Right? It's night now. You can go in and try it. I always feel that the queen is not crazy. But the king says she is. Yun Feibai nodded in agreement. I think so too. The queen suddenly went crazy after knowing that the player is a detective. In fact, she may not be crazy, but just want to tell the truth. Su Luo sighed. It's a pity that the king has been keeping a close eye on her. Seeing that she wants to turn against him, he immediately controlled the queen. When you go in, the queen will know that you are also a detective, and she will be eager to tell the truth. Yun Feibai stood up. Then I go first. You wait here. I be back after I get the news. Su Luo watched Yun Feibai leave, took out the textbook, and started to memorize. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Su Luo opened the door and saw Yun Feibai was back. As soon as she saw his calm expression, Su Luo knew the result. Didn't get the answer? Yun Feibai nodded and walked into the house. I should have thought of it earlier. The ability to flash through walls is not particularly rare. Other players must have thought of it a long time ago. But there has been no news so far. There must be something wrong. Su Luo said. What's wrong? No one in the queen's room? Has she been quietly moved by the king? Yun Feibai sighed helplessly. If that's the case, it's okay. At least she's a living person. There's a chance of finding her. The queen is still in that room. But she's unconscious and can't be woken up at all. That's all there is to do. Su Luo pursed her lips. It seems that if there is no accident, this NPC is offline directly. Let's find another way out. Forget it. It's too late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The two said goodnight to each other and didn't say anything all night. The next morning, Su Luo was visited by another pair of partners. They were the green-haired monster and the purple-haired monster, the two who were very flamboyant at the beginning. Thanks to Xiaoguang Mantion, Su Luo knew that these two people were the first to exclude them. Although they didn't even feel anything about this exclusion, it didn't prevent Su Luo from having a deep dislike for these two people. Why are you looking for me? Su Luo asked straight to the point. The green-haired monster smiled and said, when we first came to the dungeon, we saw that you were a big shot, and we admired you very much. We always wanted to learn from your experience, but we never had the chance. Today, we knew you were back, so we came here to ask for advice. Su Luo was disdainful in her heart, but her words were very reasonable. In fact, wasn't it just to get some information? She admired you very much, but she didn't know that the two of them had excluded each other before. Su Luo couldn't believe such nonsense, but she still greeted them with a smile, pretending to believe it. Oh, really? I'm not a big shot, but if you have any questions that I understand, I can give you some advice. Isn't it just disgusting each other? Anyway, her current task has reached a bottleneck, and she has plenty of time, so she doesn't mind spending some time with them. The green-haired monster was also a little depressed. The other party was being modest on the surface. But why did she feel that she really regarded herself as a big shot in her words? He remembered the purpose of his visit, cheered up and said, I heard that you have been to many places these days. I admire people like you who can innovate in the dungeon. Su Luo smiled and said, that's right. I have really been to many places these days, and found many clues. Hearing this, the green-haired monster and the purple-haired monster's eyes lit up and praised more enthusiastically. Is it so amazing? We really admire you. Where did you go? It must be very dangerous. Right? Su Luo said without hesitation. It is indeed very dangerous. I went to the lair of the volcanic red dragon at night, and found a lot of clues there. After bragging to Yun Feibai before, she went to ask about it. It turned out that there is a species of volcanic red dragon in this world. But it is not in Ibu country, but in another not too far away Guijia. The lair of the volcanic red dragon? The green-haired monster asked suspiciously. Why are you going there? What clues can there be in a place that has nothing to do with the mission? Su Luo calmly said, think about it. Is the evil dragon of Ibu country a dragon? Then the volcanic red dragon is also a dragon. I asked. And these two dragons are more famous in this copy. The evil dragon is dead. I can only look for clues from the volcanic red dragon. This seems to make sense. And the green-haired monster and the purple-haired monster both showed a thoughtful look, thinking about the rationality of Su Luo's words. Seeing their expressions, Su Luo knew that she had succeeded in fooling them. And she immediately added fuel to the fire. To be honest, I found that these two dragons do have a lot in common. And some of these similarities allowed me to discover some secrets about the dungeon mission. What secrets? The green-haired monster asked. Su Luo showed a skeptical look. Did you come to me specifically to get clues? You don't really admire me at all? The green-haired monster immediately said in a panic. How is that possible? We definitely don't have any intention of getting any clues. We really admire you. Then, the two of them praised Su Luo again, and then left together. Looking at their backs, Su Luo's eyes showed a smile. It's really fun to tease a fool. That afternoon, she got something that made her laugh and cry. The two people asked the king for a map to the volcanic red dragon cave, and left the castle. Chapter 302. Su Luo almost laughed to death when she knew about this, although it was indeed planned by her, and the result was as she expected. But Su Luo still didn't expect that these two people actually believed her lies. It was Su Luo's fault that she said it too realistically. If a lie wants to be realistic, it must be 3/10 true and 7/10 false. Su Luo has mastered this rule perfectly, isn't it? She did go out to look for clues these days. According to the timeline, it's not surprising that she went anywhere. Plus the reason was so convincing. It was no wonder that the two green-haired monsters believed it. Su Luo smiled and shook her head. Let them go if they want to. Who can stop them? Let's continue to discuss the current progress of the dungeon. Yun Feibai frowned. I feel that we have really reached a bottleneck now. We have found all the NPCs that are known to appear, and we have almost dug up all the clues that should be dug. Do we really have to go find that potion that we don't know where it is hidden? Su Luo shook her head. Even if the potion was found, they might not know what it was used for. Right. Su Luo's eyes lit up. They could start thinking about the problem from the perspective of this potion. What exactly is this potion used for? Su Luo was silent for a while. The queen said that the potion should not be taken. It can be seen that this potion is harmful to the current development of things. To be more precise, the queen thinks that it caused the death of the little princess. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so sad. Yun Feibai nodded. That's true. And we can see that the potion must be used with the king's permission. Otherwise, the king would never have that reaction. Su Luo smiled suddenly. What directly or indirectly led to the princess' death in this whole thing? The appearance of the dragon and the death of the knight. Yun Feibai said affirmatively. He already understood what Su Luo meant. Su Luo said calmly, then this bottle of potion is likely to be used in these two things. If it is used in the appearance of the evil dragon, then the potion is likely to be the culprit that caused the appearance of the evil dragon. Yun Feibai continued, if it is used in the second thing, then the potion is the culprit that caused the knight's death. But? The two said in unison. They smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. If you want to kill someone, there are many ways, and there is no need to use potions, which sound magical and a little dangerous. So the second possibility is not true. Then only the first possibility remains. The potion can turn into a dragon. The king used the potion to create the illusion that there was a powerful dragon in his country, attracting those sons-in-law who wanted to gain fame. Seeing that the matter was clear, the two could not laugh anymore. Yun Feibai sighed deeply. But what does this have to do with the princess' death? Su Luo was also troubled by this problem. Although they analyzed it thoroughly, the exploration degree was improved. But there was no progress in the dungeon task. Is there anything we haven't noticed? Su Luo asked uncertainly. She even began to wonder if she should go look for the fairy godmother the prince mentioned. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. Su Luo got up and opened the door. It was the sky is full of rosy clouds. What are you doing here? Su Luo asked doubtfully. The sky is full of rosy clouds with a face full of excitement. I found a big clue. You must want to know it very much. Thinking of the painful experience of the two groups who had planned to exchange clues before, but found that the clues overlapped. Su Luo looked at her with distrust. Xiaowang Mantion. Knowing that she was indeed inferior to others, she touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. I'm serious. I guess you don't know. How about this? I give you a hint? Su Luo nodded. Okay. Then you tell me. Xiaowang Mantion said mysteriously. The little princess has another secret. Su Luo and Yun Feibai immediately became alert when they heard this keyword. This should be something they didn't know. After all, the only thing they knew about the little princess was the open knife. The sky is full of rosy clouds. Since you dare to say that this is a new clue, it must not be something that everyone knows. The sky is full of rosy clouds. As soon as Su Luo saw this expression, I knew that this matter should be successful. She smiled and said, since you have indeed helped us a lot before, I will not cheat you. You just give me a clue that you think is helpful to us in exchange for my clue. So righteous? Su Luo was overjoyed when he heard this. Then I will tell you my clue first. And then you tell me the clue you know. What do you think? Okay. She nodded. And Su Luo thought about what clue to use as quickly as possible. Well, let me tell you this. We found a note in the secret compartment under the window of the princess room. The sky is full of rosy clouds. She knew she had never heard of this clue before. And if nothing unexpected happened, the note must have been taken away, and she would never find this clue. Then such clues are much more important than those that remain in place and cannot be moved, or those that can be figured out by analysis. The sky is full of rosy clouds. I couldn't help but sigh that Su Luo was such an honest person. She had been prepared to be taken advantage of, but she didn't expect that she would gain something in return. As expected, seeing her satisfied expression, Su Luo continued to speak with confidence. It says a lifelong follower on it. This is the clue I'm exchanging for. She knew that this clue was actually quite valuable. But since the other party took the initiative to exchange the clue with her, she really had to do this favor. Moreover, this is not a rival instance. No matter how other players progress, it will not affect the two of them. So she can be more generous. And the most important point is that in these instances, Su Luo can often feel the benefits of temporary kindness. Leave a way for others so that they can meet again in the future. Even if they can't meet in the future, there is no need to make each other uncomfortable. After Su Luo finished her clues, she looked eagerly at the sky is full of rosy clouds, waiting for her clues. She had a feeling that this clue would definitely play a significant role in promoting their mission. After all, they had basically exhausted all the clues now. It was rare for a new one to appear, and it was on the little princess. It was very likely to be a very critical clue. We found that there was a deadly toxin in the little princess' body, which might be the real cause of her death. Xiaoguang Mantian said excitedly. Her tone was also very excited. I think this clue must be closely related to the copy mission. As long as we find out who poisoned the little princess, we can solve the case directly. Su Luo asked in surprise. Is your information reliable? Do you know what the deadly toxin is? If Xiaoguang Mantian said it was true, then the death of the little princess would become interesting. Many of their previous speculations could also be confirmed. Xiaoguang Mantian nodded. Why would I lie to you? Originally, we didn't plan to check whether there was toxin in the little princess' body. After all, the king said there was no toxin, so we subconsciously believed it. Then why did you think of checking again? Su Luo subconsciously praised. Because of the potion. We both wondered if the little princess drank the potion, so we checked it, she said with some regret. At that time, we still thought the king was a good man. Su Luo nodded. Then do you know what this toxin is? We can only measure the level of the toxin in her body, but we can't measure the specific toxin. However, since this toxin is level 12, it should be something that will definitely kill people if eaten. But it won't kill them immediately. So, the room was silent for a long time, looking at the thoughtful expressions of the two people. Xiaoguang Mantian asked uncertainly, don't you already have the answer in your mind? Su Luo glanced at her, did not deny it, but said calmly, this is another price. Xiaoguang Mantian, there is no need to say it so obscurely. It would be a waste not to hug the thigh that is ready. Xiaoguang Mantian immediately said in a flattering manner, well, what is the price? I really want to make this deal. Since she had let Hai go before, Su Luo naturally couldn't treat herself badly again. So she said very bluntly, something worth 2 attribute points. Xiaoguang Mantian, the face changed, and said embarrassedly, don't do it. Big boss? After this copy, I can only get 1 or 2 attribute points. You want 2 from me at once. Isn't it a bit too much? Don't miss the free benefits. Su Luo persuaded him with emotion and reason. Think about it. What I told you is equivalent to completing the task of this copy directly. And it's up to you to decide whether to go or stay. The basic reward is already there. Seeing that, Xiaoguang Mantian still looked embarrassed. She continued, if I'm not mistaken. According to your IQ, this should be your last dungeon in half a year. Right? Are you willing to fail without getting anything? Xiaoguang Mantian lowered her head. Su Luo was right. This was indeed the last dungeon where she could improve her strength. If she didn't get anything in this dungeon, she would definitely suffer in the future. Su Luo saw that she was obviously relaxed, and said gently, I said something equivalent to the value of 2 attribute points. But I didn't say 2 attribute points. Right? There will be many props in the future. But there will be no more attribute points in the future. You should think about it carefully. Chapter 303. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xiaoguang Mantian. The expression was finally no longer confused. Wait a minute. I will go back and discuss with my partner what props to exchange. Su Luo smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry. I will definitely wait for you. But it's better to give us a result tonight. Otherwise, whether there will be any changes tomorrow is another matter. After she left, Yun Feibai, who had been silent and holding back his laughter, finally couldn't help laughing and said, 2 attribute points. You dare to ask for so much. Su Luo said with a clear conscience. Can the price of selling a bottle of water to ordinary people be the same as the price of selling a bottle of water to people in the desert? I am teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Yun Feibai shook his head. That's true. Okay. Let's not talk about this matter. The new clues brought by the sky are really very useful. Su Luo nodded and said, our previous guess was indeed correct. The princess committed suicide. After taking the poison, she put herself in a position and died in her sleep. Our guess should be correct. If we want to complete the task, we should tell the king the result. But for the sake of attribute points, we also have a task to find out who stabbed the knife. Yun Feibai finally realized this doubt. Then the knife was most likely stabbed by another person after the little princess died. The murderer should not know that the little princess was dead at the time. This also explains why the little princess had a knife stabbed in her chest even though she looked calm. Su Luo said, I suddenly thought of a question. Where did the king potion come from? Yun Feibai was stunned for a moment, then clapped his hands. Yes. Isn't there an NPC hidden here that has not been unlocked yet? Unlike the fairy godmother, who completely acted as a tool to help the prince, the mysterious person who made the potion can be said to be truly involved in this conspiracy. Will he be a key figure in the copy? But where can we find this mysterious person? Su Luo raised her eyebrows. Let's go ask the fairy godmother to confirm her identity as a tool? Yun Feibai certainly had no objection. Okay. It's too late today. Let's act tomorrow. The Princess Guijia is not far from the Ibu Kingdom. If everything goes well, we should be able to see this fairy tomorrow. They had already asked the prince before. The existence of this fairy godmother is not mysterious. She lives in their Guijia church. After a while, the sky is full of rosy clouds. Came back, we have discussed it. You see if this thing is worth 2 attribute points. As she said, she took out a very crystal clear crystal cup and handed it to Su Luo. This is a prop I got before, called the Haina cup. You can see the effect yourself. After getting along with each other before, she also knew that Su Luo was not a person who would take advantage of small gains and break his promise. So she gave this thing to her with confidence. Su Luo gave it to the system for inspection. Haina cup. It can absorb water unlimitedly and release it at one time. Usable times 2/3. A simple and clear introduction. Unlimited means that even if it is facing seawater, this cup can absorb all the seawater. In the right place, it is a very powerful prop. Sunshine full sky. Said, this prop can be used for 2 purposes. You can absorb water in, and you can also spit out water. But no matter how much you suck in, it counts as 1 usable time. She said everything she had discovered before. When you spit out water, it does not count as a usable time. But how much water there is must be spit out at once. And it cannot be spit out in waves. Now this cup contains a pool of water. Don't pour it out casually. Su Luo weighed the cup, nodded, and said neatly, the little princess committed suicide. She swallowed the poison herself. What? The sky is full of rosy clouds. Shocked, she actually committed suicide? Adhering to the principle of saving people to the end and sending Buddha to the west. Su Luo explained to her conscientiously, and then sent her away. The next morning, the two went straight to Prince Guijia. Because there was no burden this time, the two ran very fast. As the sun just set, they arrived at the church where the fairy godmother lived. The two walked in and saw a slightly plump woman with a radiant face directing the choir. Although they had never seen the fairy godmother before. For some reason, the two were sure that she was the person they were looking for. Seeing them, the fairy godmother smiled and said, "What do you want to see me for?" Su Luo nodded and got straight to the point. "Excuse me. Do you know anyone who can make something like potion?" "Potion?" The fairy godmother was puzzled for a moment. Then said, "This kind of thing is usually only made by wizards. I don't know which wizard you are looking for." It turned out to be a wizard. Su Luo said, "How many wizards are there in Ibu country?" The fairy godmother smiled and said, "There is only one, who lives on the back cliff of the Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley is near the dragon's lair, and is famous because of the appearance of the dragon." Su Luo thanked the fairy godmother, and without delay, she and Yun Fei Bai turned around and headed straight for the Dragon Valley. Because there were dragons here, the people of Ibu were very taboo about the Dragon Valley, and almost never came here. When Su Luo and the others arrived, they saw the small wooden house that stood out in the middle of the pile of rocks. It was already late at night, and the two hesitated for a moment, but still knocked on the door. According to fairy tales, wizards are active at night and rarely sleep. No, the door opened soon, and a man with a haggard face but handsome face stood in the door. He asked angrily with a weak voice, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Looking at his green eyes, Su Luo always felt a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't remember where she had seen these eyes. She coughed, "Hello. We are here to investigate the cause of the princess' death. We know that you are the wizard who made the potion, and we want to ask some questions." When she said this, she was actually very helpless. If possible, she didn't want to put her purpose out in the open right away. But there was no other way. The two of them came to such a sparsely populated place that was despised by the world. They couldn't lie to him and say they were here for tourism. Right? In addition, they would have to ask questions about the potion later. Only a fool would not know their intentions. Rather than being exposed by others, it would be better to be honest first. The handsome wizard was stunned for a moment, and then immediately prepared to close the door. But how could Su Luo, who had been mentally prepared for this, give him a chance? Quickly, she used her sword to get stuck in the middle of the door. She broke the door with one sword, then said with a smile, "I suggest you cooperate with us. Otherwise, I think you can't beat us with your small body." The wizard hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. A wise man knows the times. Just when Su Luo broke the door just now, he could see the difference in strength between him and her. "Excuse me, what is that potion used for?" Su Luo asked. At the same time, she used the same trick again, taking out a flashlight to act as a lie detector. The wizard was smarter than the prince, and was skeptical of Su Luo's words. But he had never seen such a glowing thing, so he wanted to test it. "My potion is a strong poison that can kill people quickly." Su Luo knew it was fake as soon as she heard it, and immediately turned on the flashlight. Yun Fei Bai next to him also put the dagger on the wizard's neck very tacitly. "You dare to lie to us?" The wizard shook his head quickly. No. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth," he said helplessly. "Those potions can turn an ordinary person into a dragon, but they will retain some of his rationality before he died." Su Luo was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and suddenly said to Yun Fei Bai, "Do you think those knights could have been turned into dragons by the king? Otherwise, how do you explain why the king is not afraid of them hurting the princess?" Yun Fei Bai nodded in sudden realization. Yes. No wonder the knights died every time, and there was no corpse. It turns out that they were not dead, but turned into dragons. When the two of them were talking, they didn't notice the complicated look on the wizard's face. Su Luo sighed. Then the two princesses should know the inside story of this matter. That's why the eldest princess said that the two knights were not smart. The little princess should have known about this matter. So she committed suicide? What suicide? Suddenly, the wizard stood up and asked in disbelief. Su Luo looked at him suspiciously. The little princess swallowed poison and committed suicide. Then he was stabbed after death. The wizard tried to calm himself down, sneered and shook his head. "You don't have to test me like this. I won't believe your nonsense." Su Luo was even more confused about his performance. "You? Who are you?" The wizard sneered. "Didn't you guess it a long time ago? There's no need to pretend that you don't know me here." Su Luo looked at him for a while, and suddenly said slowly, "In fact, I always feel that your eyes are particularly like someone." Yun Fei Bai also looked at him for a long time, then said uncertainly, It is indeed a bit familiar. But I really can't remember it when you ask me. The wizard was a little flustered by their question and answer, and tried to calm down. You two are really good at acting. But your actions just now have already exposed your true thoughts. Su Lu ignored him, but said in a deep tone, his eyes looked like rake night. Yun Fei Bai stared at the wizard's slightly distorted face, and after a while, he slowly turned his head and looked Su Lu in the eye, and said in an equally deep tone, really? The wizard was doubting his judgment at this moment. You really don't know that I'm actually the rake knight? He shook his head fiercely, whether you know it or not. What you said just now must be a lie to me. How could that cruel woman commit suicide? Su Lu was silent for a while, thinking about how to make him believe the truth of the matter. It seems that there is no way to detect the toxins in the little princess body in this copy. Otherwise the king would not have failed to find it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She reached into her pocket, took out the note written by the princess from the system space, and handed it to the wizard. It turned out to be useful to put the note away before. The wizard stared at the words on the note blankly, and read it from beginning to end several times, as if he didn't know how to read. He fell back into the chair, stuffed the note into his mouth, and swallowed it. Then he hugged his head, and kept muttering, impossible. Impossible. How could this happen? How could this happen? He actually looks crazy. Su Lu and Yun Fei Bai took 2 steps back at the same time. What happened to him? Did the fact that the little princess committed suicide cause any stimulation to him? Yun Fei Bai said suspiciously. Could he be the one who stabbed her? Otherwise, how to explain his collapse? The case was solved. Su Lu sighed and sorted out the true situation. This wizard has been alive for a long time, and has been providing potions for successive kings. Until one day, with some unknown mentality, he wanted to experience the feeling of a knight himself. Curiosity kills the cat. Su Lu couldn't help but sigh again. Then in the process of getting along, he fell in love with the little princess. She didn't say anything more, because both of them knew the subsequent developments. Perhaps he wanted to test the little princess' sincerity, or for some other reason. He guided the little princess to know the truth, and drank the potion to see what choice the little princess would make. However, human nature cannot stand the test. Although the little princess likes him, she also loves her own Guijia. She didn't want to betray her Guijia, so she chose to die with the wizard who thought he was dead. But the wizard who learned the marriage news mistakenly thought that the little princess had abandoned him. So he stabbed the princess, who had already committed suicide by taking poison at night. Such a result is also very sad. The match made in heaven, childhood sweethearts, ended up with one dead, and the other crazy because one was deliberately testing, and the other had a fetter in his heart. Su Luo sighed deeply. Since everything has been resolved, should we tell the king the truth, and then exit the instance directly? Yun Fei Bai thought for a moment. I always feel that we should do something more. This king has not received the retribution he deserves. This should also be a source of attribute points. After so many dungeon experiences, the two of them are very sensitive to the methods of obtaining attribute points. And fighting against violence and protecting the good is often a way to determine whether attribute points can be obtained. Su Luo nodded. Then let's talk to the fairy godmother about this matter. She should be able to help. It would be useless if they told other kings about this matter. Only the kind-hearted fairy godmother had the energy to help punish the king. After staying in the wizard's cabin for a night, Su Luo and the others returned to the church the next day and told the fairy godmother everything that happened. After hearing this, the fairy godmother sighed sadly. Oh, I know. You go first. I will pray to the merciful Lord and then punish the king. After listening, Su Luo and the others nodded and returned to the palace to tell the king the truth. At the moment when they finished speaking, when she finished this sentence, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in her ears. Ding! The copy is over. Chapter 304. Congratulations to the player lost complete the Dungeon Princess and Dragon. Get rewards. 1. Successfully clear the dungeon. Get points plus 200. 2. Mission exploration 100%. Get attribute points plus 5. 3. Knight's blessing. Get attribute point plus 1. 4. Punish evil and promote good. Get attribute point plus 1. This dungeon has obtained 7 attribute points. The benefits are very considerable. Su Luo took a look. The knight's blessing was probably because they asked the fairy godmother to save the knights. So the final reward fell on them. As for punishing evil and promoting good, just as they thought. Punishing the king will indeed have attribute points reward. 2 points added to speed, and the remaining 5 attribute points added to spirit. After Su Luo finished speaking, he looked at the attribute panel. Life, 30, plus 258, strength, 12, plus 9, speed, 17, plus 42, spirit, 19, plus 71, endurance, 15, plus 5, charm, 17. Points, 1,500. Talent skill, God's redemption, legendary teleport 2 people with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a copy. Clown's candy jar, Master the Clown has a treasured candy jar, which contains a lot of candies. However, even the clown himself does not know what flavor the next candy he will take out will be. However, the advanced clown can detect the flavor of a candy every day. Skill 1. Healing bullet, increase, reduce, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of HP CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy light array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, reduces, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Holy imprisonment, after releasing the skill, you can imprison enemy players within the range for 5 seconds, CD, 20 seconds. Skill 4. Holy glory, use the skill to be immune to all negative effects. For every 10 points of spirit, you can use skills for 1 hour, and you can interrupt the skills in the middle. CD, none. 5th skill. Angel descends, the player is possessed by an angel for 5 minutes, has wings, and is not harmed. But at the same time, the angel's mercy makes the possessed player unable to use attack skills. CD, 24 hours, just when I was about to exit the system, another prompt came. Do you want to watch the next development of the dungeon world? Su Luo was stunned. There is such a function? She nodded quickly. She also knew how the fairy godmother punished the king. After they left, the king was very confused about his daughter's suicide. Suspecting that Su Luo and the others were lying to him, he immediately sent people to investigate whether there was poison in the princess' body. At the same time, after obtaining the Lord's will, the fairy godmother convened a king meeting and announced the atrocities of the king of Ibu. This is originally a fairy tale world, and justice and beauty are the main themes of the world. The king's open destruction of order was certainly not tolerated by everyone, so he was forced to enter the fantasy world of God to experience the feelings of the knights. He could only die after he had experienced all the knights who died because of him. As for the Ibu kingdom, the queen will temporarily act as the agent. The queen has been rescued by the fairy godmother, and is very satisfied with the king's punishment. After the eldest princess gives birth to a child, the first child will become the new king of Ibu kingdom, and the souls of the knights whose lives have been experienced by the king will be purified and fly to heaven. Coming out of the system, Su Luo and the others were in a low mood. It's not that they feel sorry for the wizard. After all, he provided the potion at the beginning, which indirectly harmed many people. Later, he was responsible for his own misfortunes. But the whole story is indeed a bit sad. And those poor knights are real victims. They could have had a good life, but because of the king's tricks, they were forced to die in their prime. Fortunately, the fairy godmother saved those poor knights in the end, and the king got the punishment he deserved. This is a little comfort. Su Luo sighed and said reluctantly. Yun Feibai touched Su Luo's head. Don't think about it. There will be many more copies like this in the future, as long as we try our best in it. Don't ask too much of ourselves. Su Luo nodded and said listlessly, then I go to class. Bye. The two left separately. After a few classes, Su Luo's spirit finally slowed down. Remembering what Lu Luoming said before, she hurried back to the dormitory. Lu Luoming had been waiting in the dormitory for a long time. When she saw Su Luo coming back, she immediately took out a piece of clothing and handed it to Su Luo. Look. This is the dress I designed. This is a dress, mainly in bright red. The overall design is very luxurious, with a sense of elegance. The chest is inlaid with broken diamonds and decorated with feathers, which is very beautiful. Su Luo admired it for a long time, and then said admiringly, your dress is too beautiful. I think you will definitely get a high score. Lu Luoming smiled and said, it depends on whether you can hold up this dress. When I was making it, I just thought about making it look grand. But after I finished, I found that it was difficult for people to hold up this dress. But fortunately, you are here. I think you should be able to do it. Go and try it. After changing clothes, Lu Luoming scanned Su Luo with a critical eye. and then nodded with satisfaction. Su Luo did not disappoint her. Such a luxurious dress was worn by Su Luo very naturally, without any intention of stealing the show. The overall look was very harmonious, as if it was tailor-made for Su Luo. Seeing Lu Luoming's amazing eyes, Su Luo was also a little curious about what she looked like now. Lu Luoming took Su Luo to the full-length mirror in the dormitory and asked her to look at herself. The person in the mirror had skin as white as snow, and the two-top dress made her look more elegant. The bright red color made her look more noble, like an empress from somewhere. Lu Luoming praised, "This dress really suits you. When the time comes, I will give you a more domineering makeup, which will definitely make you more beautiful than others. And my dress can also shine." Su Luo asked, "Have you shown this skirt to anyone else?" Lu Luoming nodded, "Of course. I submitted the pattern to the hospital in advance. We will start tomorrow afternoon, and I will take you out for a walk then." "Fuck you." Su Luo smiled and flicked Lu Luoming's forehead. "Is this how you treat your model?" Lu Luoming smiled and put his arm around her shoulders. "Will you invite your boyfriend to watch the show tomorrow?" Su Luo hesitated for a moment, then nodded with some anticipation. "Is it okay?" "Of course." Lu Luoming smiled and said, "Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock in the auditorium. Let your boyfriend come on time." "Okay. I teach you how to walk on the stage." Lu Luoming taught her the catwalk. With good balance, Su Luo was almost there after practicing a few times, because this time was mainly to see the clothes, and no professional models were needed. Lu Luoming did not force Su Luo to walk to a certain extent. The hospital moved up the time of the show, and everyone's preparation should not be very sufficient. Lu Luoming was very satisfied that Su Luo could do this in such a short time. At night, Su Luo told Yan Feibai about the fashion show tomorrow. Then she tactfully said that she could bring someone to visit. Yan Feibai was a very smart person, and he immediately said that he really wanted to go. Su Luo invited him. The next day, Su Luo and Lu Luoming did not eat lunch and went to the lounge of the auditorium to put on makeup and prepare. Why didn't Su Luo eat? Of course, I was afraid that I would have a small belly if I wore a dress. Halfway through the makeup, another group of girls came. The girl in the lead was also pretty, wearing a blue sweater, looking trendy and fashionable. Most of the girls in their clothing department were pretty. When Lu Luoming saw this girl, her face immediately turned ugly. But in order to avoid trouble, she didn't say anything and continued to put makeup on Su Luo. But after seeing Lu Luoming, the girl immediately mocked, "Hey, isn't this Miss Lu? Have you found a queen who can wear your clothes?" Because Lu Luoming's clothes are difficult for ordinary people to control, and the two of them have always been at odds. The girls have always used this to mock her. Lu Luoming said, "Sunny, you wait. You will definitely be the most beautiful one." Sunny sneered. And then she saw Su Luo sitting on the chair. "Is this the model you found?" A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Su Luo was really too beautiful, and she looked very natural. She couldn't say that she was an artificial beauty. However, seeing Su Luo's inconspicuous temperament, Sunny laughed again. "She is beautiful, but she has no soul. Such a vase without temperament. Wearing your tattered clothes, I am afraid it will look out of place." They can see that although Lu Luoming's clothes are cleverly designed and beautiful, they are very picky. If it is not the queen with outstanding temperament, no matter how beautiful she is, she will look eclipsed in that dress. This is also the reason why they are so proud. What does it matter if your clothes are beautifully designed? No one can wear it. It's just a piece of waste. However, what she didn't know was that Su Luo was actually deliberately suppressing her aura. After returning from the Great Lord's copy, her problem of too strong aura had been exposed. After that, Su Luo has been working hard to solve it. And with the various methods of the Master Forum, she can now restrain her aura very well. Only occasionally will she reveal a little bit of the temperament of a superior. Most players who have experienced the Master Copy have this problem. The aura is too strong and can't be restrained. This is also the reason why Su Luo guessed that Wei Xiaoyan had become a master when he came in before. Chapter 305. It only takes a long time for a player to experience the bloody storms of several years. When they come back, they will be very different from ordinary people. Hearing this, Su Luo raised her eyebrows and glanced at Sunny. With just this one glance, Sunny felt as if her throat was strangled, and she couldn't even make a sound. When Su Luo retracted her gaze, she didn't feel restrained anymore. She breathed a sigh of relief and breathed in the air. What's wrong? The model girl next to her supported Sun Yi and asked in confusion. Su Luo did not target her, so she did not feel the discomfort Sun Yi just felt. Sun Yi waved her hand, recovered, looked at Su Luo warily, and a huge wave of shock was set off in her heart. This person who looked beautiful and had no sense of existence. Just a glance would actually give her such a feeling, which was simply too strange. You have to know that Sun Yi is a native of this continent, and her family also has an uncle who has become an elite. Elite players kill many more people than ordinary players, so their aura is stronger. She has been brave since she was a child, and she is used to that kind of aura. She didn't expect that Su Luo's eyes could make her extremely uncomfortable. Why? In fact, this is reasonable. After all, there is an essential difference between master players and ordinary and elite players. If the aura of elite players is twice that of ordinary players, then the aura of master players is 10 or 100 times that of elite players. As master players experience more dungeons, their aura will become stronger and stronger. Of course, their hiding ability will also become stronger and stronger. Seeing that Sun Yi was frightened by her, Su Luo stopped doing anything and asked Lu Luoming to make up for her. She just warned Sun Yi slightly. It was rare for her to be beautiful, so she couldn't let her ruin it. Sun Yi gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction and wanted to say something else, but the deep fear in her heart made her dare not act rashly. Finally, she took a deep breath. Let's go to another lounge. Seeing her suddenly leave, Lu Luoming looked up in surprise. Why did she leave? Su Luo kept her achievements and fame to herself and asked calmly, what happened? Lu Luoming said in disbelief, that guy is super annoying, and he always finds me to ridicule. But she has an elite uncle at home, who gives her enough face. Logically, she should have ridiculed me for an hour, and then left when it was time to go on stage. Why did she leave so soon today? An elite uncle? Su Luo thought. Does her uncle usually come to school to support her? Lu Luoming shook her head, although the uncle dotes on her. He won't do anything wrong. You know, there is the government watching. He dare not cause trouble. That's good. Su Luo was relieved. If the uncle came to support her, she would inevitably expose her identity. That would be troublesome to find another way to solve this problem. Lu Luoming thought Su Luo was worried that she would be bullied, so she comforted her immediately. It's okay. She just bullies people. In fact, her uncle has never come to school. You see, I have been at odds with her since the beginning of the school year, and it's been almost a semester. And we are still safe and sound? Su Luo nodded and asked curiously, that's good. But why are you two at odds? Lu Luoming pouted. People in the same industry are enemies. Su Luo understood. I understand. These two people are both outstanding in the clothing department, and it is inevitable that there will be competition when encountering various awards. With so much competition, conflicts will naturally arise. What's more, one of them is a little princess who loves to stir up trouble. When everything is ready, the exhibition is about to begin. The girls are standing backstage, waiting to appear later. There are a total of 30 girls in the show, and Su Luo is ranked 6th, just in front of Sun Yi's group. Su Luo, who has changed her clothes, can still make people look at her sideways even if she is still restraining her aura. Besides, she is too beautiful, with such a good appearance. Even if the clothes are gorgeous, you can still leave a place for others. Lu Luoming whispered in Su Luo's ear, you must show your full aura later and attract the teacher's attention. Be more confident. You are the most handsome guy here. Su Luo tilted her head and smiled. I will try my best. Sun Yi heard what they said and deliberately said loudly to the model next to her, some people are just wishful thinking. She is obviously a maid, but she insists on wearing the lady's clothes. She also knew that Lu Luoming's performance this time was really amazing. If she couldn't start with the clothes, she could only start with the model. You must perform well later. The teachers are so irritated that they need to see something beautiful to purify their mood, Sun Yi said sarcastically. Su Luo and the others could naturally hear that Sun Yi was pointing fingers at them. Lu Luoming wanted to rush over to argue with her, but Su Luo calmly held her back and glanced at Sun Yi lightly. Let the facts speak for themselves. The music outside started, and the first person walked out. Su Luo took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled to relax. In fact, she was not very nervous. After all, she had given speeches in front of tens of thousands of people before. So a small fashion show would not make her nervous. What really made her nervous was Yunfei, who was already standing outside watching. Although Lu Luoming repeatedly said that she looked very good in this dress, she also thought it was not bad. But when she really had to show it to her boyfriend, she was inevitably a little flustered. Now, please welcome the sixth presenter to the stage. Su Luo let out a long sigh and calmly walked to the front of the stage to present. From the moment she came out, many people inhaled in the auditorium. Hiss! This is too beautiful. What kind of fairy is this? Is it not me who wants to bow down to her? Is there such a beauty in our school? Why haven't I seen her before? Su Luo walked on the stage while looking around the audience with a look of contempt. Her real purpose was to find where Yunfei was. She saw Yunfei at a glance. He was in an inconspicuous corner. But he was so handsome that he seemed to be radiating light. But what Su Luo didn't know was that in Yunfei's eyes, she was the one who was truly radiating light. She was so beautiful that she seemed to have walked out of a painting. And she looked like a queen who was about to ascend the throne. After seeing Yunfei, Su Luo's heart finally settled down, because she saw the clear and visible surprise in Yunfei's eyes. Su Luo smiled at Yunfei inconspicuously, then looked forward and walked to the front and stood still. Seeing that smile, Yunfei felt that his breathing stopped for a moment. He sighed. What should I do? I really want to hide this person, so that only I can see her beautiful appearance. Su Luo didn't know what Yunfei was thinking. After completing the whole process, she walked back to the backstage slowly. When she entered the backstage, she had already retracted the aura around her, so the people in the backstage could not see Su Luo's beautiful appearance on the stage. Although they couldn't see it, they could imagine how outstanding Su Luo was this time just by hearing the inhalation of the audience. Lu Luoming excitedly took Su Luo's arm. I could hear the audience in front of you inhaling for you just now in the backstage. We have it this time. Su Luo smiled, thinking of Yunfei's eyes at that time. She felt relieved. Yes. It's a sure thing. Perhaps because she shocked everyone so much. The model Sun Yi who appeared later was dull. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, all about Su Luo who had just appeared. Even the judges didn't pay much attention to her. After a while, Sun Yi's model angrily walked backstage, threw the flowers in her hand to the ground, and angrily said to Sun Yi, "Don't come to me next time." Sun Yi immediately grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Didn't you say it looked good after you put it on? Did the judges in front criticize this work? The model shook off Sun Yi's hand and sneered. Oh? Criticism? My heart is not on your crappy work at all. I am thinking about the one just now. If you want to embarrass yourself, please don't drag me into it. Okay? After saying that, she left angrily. Sun Yi thought carefully and knew what happened, and looked at Su Luo fiercely. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you want to embarrass us on purpose? Su Luo sneered. This person really has a long memory. Just now, he was shocked by her and was quiet for a while. And now he is making trouble again. Before she could speak, Lu Luoming retorted, Sun Yi, you designed the skirt yourself. It's not good looking. And we are outshining you. And you blame us for being too stunning? Besides, we didn't make the ranking. If you have any objections, go and tell the teacher. Sun Yi saw that she couldn't win the argument with Lu Luoming, so she took a deep breath and left with gritted teeth. Lu Luoming proudly raised her eyebrows at Su Luo, in the face of absolute strength. All small actions have no effect. Su Luo changed her clothes backstage, then said goodbye to Lu Luoming and went out to find Yunfei. Because she restrained her aura and removed her makeup, the people outside really didn't recognize that this was the girl who had shined so brightly just now. Yunfei recognized his girlfriend at first sight and immediately stepped forward to hold her hand. Su Luo whispered, How was I just now? Yunfei couldn't help but hold Su Luo's hand tightly and pulled her towards him. Very beautiful. So beautiful that I couldn't recognize her. Being praised by the person she likes. Su Luo showed a satisfied smile on her face. Luoming's design is really beautiful. When we need it in the future, I will ask her to make clothes for us. Chapter 306. Yunfei heard Su Luo's hidden meaning, looking at her slightly flushed smiling face. The tension in his heart finally faded away, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Well, I listened to you. Not long after returning to the dormitory, He Weiwei came back in a hurry. Luo, did you go to participate in any activities today? Su Luo nodded in confusion, pointing at Lu Luoming and said, Their college invited me to be a model to help show the final assignment. He Weiwei said excitedly, "It's really you. You are now famous in our school." Hearing this, Su Luo and Lu Luoming were a little surprised. Lu Luoming came over. "What's wrong? Did someone upload the video to the internet?" He Weiwei nodded and opened the campus forum. Someone uploaded the video of Luo Luo's fashion show to the campus forum and attached high-definition pictures, which directly ignited the forum. Su Luo looked at her phone. And sure enough, the video was a little shaky and a little blurry. But it was still clear at a glance that the girl in the video was extremely stunning. The high-definition photo was very clear. Lu Luoming at the side couldn't help but say, "Although I've seen it before. You look so beautiful on stage." He Weiwei also nodded. "You are really beautiful. I remember you weren't this beautiful before? You don't attract attention usually. Why are you so beautiful in the photo?" Su Luo said sincerely, "There was a chance in the dungeon, which increased my charm attribute a little, so I became beautiful." He Weiwei turned Su Luo's face over, looked at it carefully for a while, and then said strangely, "But your face is very natural. There is no trace of attribute points added?" Su Luo said, "I added it to the basic attributes. It doesn't count as attribute points. You can search it. It's a bit troublesome to explain. Lu Luoming is just an ordinary player, and He Weiwei has just been promoted to elite level, so they don't know much about these little-known facts. The main thing is that you may not encounter the situation of adding basic attributes. Fortunately, the two people don't care about this, but just say enviously, so there is such a possibility. Then you are so lucky. I also want to be beautiful." Su Luo smiled and said, "You two are already very beautiful. Too much is as bad as too little. After all, they are not like me who can restrain their aura and make others pay attention to themselves. Being too beautiful also brings great problems. Just like this post now. In just 1 hour since she posted it, 800 people have replied. The problem is that this is only a post within the school. Too beautiful. Right? Is this a student from our school? Sister, do you need a little milk dog boyfriend? 1 minute. I want to know all the information about this woman. My mother asked me why I was licking the screen. I think the young lady must be in need of a liquor. Right? I can do it." Su Luo sighed and was about to say something, when suddenly the phone interface refreshed and the post disappeared. What happened? Su Luo and the others searched the forum again and found that the post was really gone. Su Luo immediately thought of Yun Feibai from the computer department, and this might be his credit. Sure enough, when she asked, Yun Feibai admitted, "I was afraid that this post would cause you unnecessary trouble, so I deleted it for you." Su Luo thought that her boyfriend was considerate and knew what she was thinking without her saying it. So she smiled and said, "Then you really helped me a lot. I treat you to dinner tonight." On the other end of the phone, Yun Feibai's mouth curled up slightly. "Well, you're welcome." The next morning, the two of them came to the old place as usual. Su Luo said with some excitement, "This is the last copy in half a year, and the hard work phase is finally coming to an end." Yun Feibai nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, this dungeon should still be from the Zodiac Continent series. According to what the god said last time, it should be a dragon dungeon. Oh, I hope it's not too difficult. No matter what, we must go all out." After saying that, the two of them clicked to enter the dungeon. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo found herself in a room again. In addition to her, there were 4 other people in the room, one of whom was Yun Feibai. Since there were other people in the room, she naturally couldn't see the dungeon information. Su Luo sat upright on the chair, scanning the room inconspicuously. This was an ordinary meeting room, which looked very modern. The 4 strangers in the room all looked very strong. 2 men and 1 woman, with a man sitting in the main seat. They lined up in order, as if they were going to have a meeting. Sure enough, the man in the main seat stood up. "We are all elites from the Tiger Country. I believe everyone is clear about the purpose of coming to the Dragon Clan this time." Everyone present nodded. And the man continued, "Although I don't know why the Dragon Clan is willing to let us share this big cake, but since there is a taboo, we must fight for it." Su Luo raised her eyebrows and grasped the key word. Big cake. According to what the man said, this piece of cake itself does not need to be divided among them. But the Dragon Clan is willing to share a piece. According to the nature of the system, there must be something hidden. The only girl besides Su Luo stood up and asked, "Brother Bai, do you have any research on this Dragon God Cemetery? We know almost nothing about it." The man, that is, Brother Bai, shook his head, to be honest. It was only after I got the news that I knew that there was actually a large cemetery under the Dragon Clan Sky Island. Seeing that everyone looked unconfident, he comforted them, but you don't have to worry too much. Our Tiger Clan is one of the best in terms of both military strength and strength. If we don't know, others will be even less likely to know. Even the Dragon Clan probably doesn't know much of the inside story. Oh, they are the Tiger Clan this time. Su Luo frowned, not knowing whether their current identities were different from the last Tiger Clan copy, because he really didn't know much about the mission. Brother Bai didn't say a few words and entered the stage of concluding remarks. Everyone, we are the elites of the younger generation of the Tiger Clan, and we should take up the responsibility of the race. In this exploration, everyone should put race first and find as many treasures as possible. Everyone nodded, shouted a few slogans, and then found a place to sit. After sitting down, Su Luo confirmed that there was no danger and opened the system to check the mission this time. Copy, Dragon God Cemetery. Copy background, the Dragon God Cemetery, which has never been opened in the Zodiac continent, has an abnormal movement, and a cemetery door has appeared in the Dragon territory. According to the Dragon test, the blood of the 12 Zodiacs is needed to open the door. Therefore, the Dragon Clan agreed to let 5 elites from each race go down to the tomb to explore together. You are a Tiger Clan elite, and you are sent to participate in the exploration of the Dragon God Cemetery. Dungeon mission: find the Dragon God's soul and obtain the Dragon God's inheritance. After reading it, Su Luo turned off the system. Now she understood what Brother Bai meant by the big cake. In theory, it would be enough for each race to send blood over, and the Dragon Clan had no need to assign the task of exploring the cemetery to other races. After all, the Dragon God Cemetery. Just by hearing the name, you can imagine how many treasures there are. If she is a dragon, she must be reluctant to share the treasures left by her ancestors with others. In this case, the motive of the Dragon Clan for letting them participate is questionable. The reason Su Luo can think of at present is that there is an extraordinary danger in the cemetery, and more cannon fodder is needed to fill the number. But the Dragon Clan should be the positive characters, and Su Luo can't guess what the current situation is. Look at the dungeon mission again. Find the Dragon God's soul. This Dragon God's soul is probably the most precious thing in the entire cemetery. This is the last link of their long-term mission, which determines whether they can use the world of the 12 Zodiac continent as the second world. From this, it can be inferred that this Dragon God inheritance is likely to inherit this continent. But there is another problem here. When they met the god in the Tiger Tribe dungeon before, their mission was clearly to dominate the 12 Zodiac continent. So either the enemy is in the open, and they are in the dark. So for the sake of game balance, the gods have 2 ways to obtain the second world, while they only have 1. Or maybe something is restricting the gods from obtaining inheritance. So the gods can only rely on dominating the continent to obtain the second world. Su Luo shook her head, walked to Yunfei Bai naturally, and whispered, I don't know if there are other players in this copy besides us and the gods. Yunfei Bai thought for a while. The gods must be in the Rat Tribe. So we just need to pay more attention when the time comes. As for other players, I think there are either none or 1 group of players for each race. Su Luo thought so too. She nodded and leaned back in her chair with her eyes closed. After a while, the speaker in the conference room sounded, Elites, please come to the auditorium. We are about to enter the cemetery. I repeat, please come to the auditorium immediately. We are about to enter the cemetery. Hearing this, Brother Bai stood up immediately. Let's go. Let's not be late. He had already checked the spot in advance under the leadership of the Dragon Clan and knew where the auditorium was. Su Luo and others stood up and went to the auditorium with him. As the most powerful clan among the 12 zodiac signs, the Dragon Clan's auditorium was also very grand. 12 races, 60 elites, seemed very small in this auditorium. Everyone sat in the order of the 12 zodiac signs, with the Rat Clan at the front. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai stared at the 5 people of the Rat Clan and observed them carefully. Their expressions were very calm, and even had some confidence. This made the 2 of them feel a little depressed, and they didn't know if the 2 gods had any tricks up their sleeves. As for which one might be a player, it was naturally impossible to tell. Everyone made good use of disguise potions, and never revealed their true faces in the dungeon. Chapter 307. Su Luo turned her head to look at the teams of other races. Surprisingly, she saw a familiar face. Look! Su Luo whispered to Yunfei Bai beside her. Is the person from the snake tribe the child from before? Yun Feibai looked over after hearing this. And after a few seconds, his eyes widened in surprise. It's really him. I didn't expect that the child from before has grown up. They were talking about none other than the child Walmart they met in the snake tribe dungeon. Walmart had a miserable life and was innocent. So before leaving the dungeon, they specifically asked the new leader of the snake tribe to take good care of him. Unexpectedly, the skinny kid back then has now become an elite of the snake tribe. It was fate to meet an old friend in such a place. The two smiled at each other and had no intention of going forward to recognize each other. When everyone was present, an old man with two long beards walked onto the stage. Hello, everyone. I am the leader of the dragon tribe. This exploration of the dragon god's tomb is of great importance. So I will speak. Amid the applause of the crowd, the clan leader stroked his beard and said slowly, in the endless time, Lord Dragon God was once the only owner of this land. He protected every living being on the earth. Later he disappeared, and no one knew where he went. It was not until a few days ago that the Dragon God cemetery appeared, and we knew that he had been buried deep underground. Lord Dragon God, as the former owner of the land, had countless treasures. According to our analysis, they should all be buried in the cemetery now. When he finished speaking, everyone present could not help but breathe faster. The treasures owned by a landowner must be extremely considerable. If one can own even one of them, he can become a wealthy man. And some precious treasures must play a very huge role in a race. This is an event that no one wants to miss. The old patriarch continued, according to our detection, the tomb of Lord Dragon God is not stable. Once the cemetery door is opened, the entire cemetery can only support 12 hours at most. Once this time is exceeded, the probability of collapse is 90%. As soon as these words came out, the sound of inhalation was heard. Everyone knows that once the cemetery collapses, it is impossible for the people in the tomb to survive. Seeing that everyone understands the seriousness of this matter, the old patriarch nodded with satisfaction. So when the time is almost up, please be sure to return to the original route and come out from the same door. Return the original route? Thinking about her innate skills, Su Luo felt that she could use her innate skills to teleport herself and Yun Feibai out directly. Because no one has ever entered the Dragon God Cemetery, no one knows what will happen if they enter from this door. If you are worried now, you can leave your blood and exit early. We will never force it. There was complete silence on the field. Although entering the cemetery does have certain risks, who would be willing to give up the benefits? As the saying goes, if you take a chance, a bicycle can become a motorcycle. High risk often means high return. After waiting for a while, no one quit. The old patriarch continued, if you have any questions, you can ask them now. After you go in, we will not be able to provide any help. Su Luo actually wanted to ask why the Dragon Clan was willing to give them a share of this big pie. But no matter how you look at it, they are the ones who are taking advantage. So if you ask, it will inevitably cause public outrage. If the Dragon Clan felt that they suspected them and refused to let her in, it would be a bit too much of a loss. Su Luo didn't plan to take the risk. Anyway, she had to go in a little bit. If the other party really had bad intentions, even if she asked, they would never tell the truth. There was no big difference between asking and not asking. Apparently everyone thought so. And soon it was time to donate blood. The leader of each race donated a drop of blood and placed the blood on the groove of the cemetery door. When it was the last person's turn, the old patriarch said, after this drop of blood is put in, the door will open. Everyone, get ready and enter in order later. After that, he put the last drop of blood in. The next second, the door of the cemetery shone brightly. And with a loud rumble, the door opened. After the light converged, everyone looked at the door of the cemetery. There was a blue light inside the door, which looked like an opaque membrane, blocking the inside. The old patriarch called the elite of the Dragon Clan over. You go in. The few people nodded, walked into the door bravely, and were swallowed by the blue light. With the Dragon elite leading the way, the others naturally had no worries, and walked in decisively. When it came to Su Luo and Yun Feibai, the two looked at each other, and walked in with a firm look. Su Luo felt a familiar dizziness, and she was too lazy to complain. What? Do I have to faint as soon as I enter a new map? After standing still, she raised her eyes, and looked around. There was no one around, and it was pitch black. There was a dark wall in front of her, and behind her, except for the door. There was also a dark wall. Seeing that no one had come in through the door behind her for a long time, Su Luo was thinking. Was she distracted? She opened the system and sent a message to Yun Feibai to confirm. Yun Feibai replied to her quickly. And sure enough, he had also entered the cemetery. And there was no one around. The location of this door was completely inconsistent. There was no other way. Su Luo shook her head. It was time for a single soldier battle. Master-level dungeons are often fought alone. And she has gotten used to it. Yun Feibai's situation was similar to hers, with walls in front and behind. And he could only move left and right. Su Luo thought about it, and walked to the right. After walking a few steps, she saw a fork in the road. There were 3 roads here, and you could go straight or turn left and right. Su Luo suddenly understood what kind of situation she was in now. It turned out that this was a maze. The dragon god was really creative to set up the cemetery like a maze. She complained in her heart, and continued to walk to the right. After walking a few steps, she saw a dark green door on the left wall. There were some small patterns on the door, which could not be seen clearly if one did not pay much attention. This door looked particularly abrupt on the bare wall, as if tempting others to open it. Su Luo, to be honest, if she did not know that there was a high probability of good things inside, and she had to go in and take a look, she would definitely not go in. Isn't this just like a horror movie? The protagonist always opens a door or a box out of curiosity, and then falls into danger. Harm. Yes. If she could really choose, she would not even enter this cemetery, knowing that there are tigers in the mountain. She would rather go to the Tiger Mountain. After Su Luo prepared herself mentally, she held the handle and opened the door. As soon as she opened it, a dark green thing rushed towards Su Luo's face. She quickly dodged to the side, and then hit it with a skill. The dark green thing obviously had no intention of letting her go, and chased after her again, trying to hit her with one shot. Su Luo took out the Sword of Light, and chopped forward based on her feeling. Gurgle. Snap. A sticky sound came, and the thing she chopped off fell to the ground. Su Luo had time to see what was attacking her. She looked closely, and found that it was a dark green tentacle. This tentacle looked like an octopus, with many suction cups on it. Of course, this was not the most disgusting thing. The most disgusting thing was that there was a lot of transparent mucus on this dark green tentacle, which looked very appetizing. But she couldn't bear to feel sick. The tentacles that had just been cut off quickly came back, even more fiercely than the first time. 5 dark green tentacles covered with mucus swept in from the east, south, west, north and top. Su Luo quickly cut off the tentacles in front of her, opening a breakthrough for herself. At this time, the tentacles behind her had already reached her like lightning. Su Luo seemed to have eyes behind her, and dodged the fatal attack by moving to the side. Then stepped on the tentacle, and jumped into the air, cutting off 4 tentacles directly from above. This wave was finally over. She just relaxed for a second, and the next second, 6 more tentacles stretched straight and attacked. Su Luo almost wanted to curse. How could she fight this? Who knows how many tentacles the tentacle monster has inside? Could she keep fighting? If so, she would be exhausted to death here sooner or later. But Su Luo couldn't bear to use her talent skills at the beginning. Her brain was working fast, trying to find a solution. Looking at the door, she had an idea in her mind. If these tentacles can regenerate unconditionally, then I wonder if the owners of these tentacles can also be resurrected after being killed. She then fought with the tentacles with great effort, while approaching the door calmly, because the scene was very chaotic. The tentacle monster did not notice Su Luo's intention for a while. When Su Luo's hand had already touched the door, the dark green tentacles suddenly panicked. 10 tentacles were launched at the same time, trying to stop Su Luo. However, they found out too late. Su Luo quickly took out 3 small mind fruits and threw them into the door, then decisively ran in the opposite direction. The small mind fruit exploded very quickly. Before she ran far, a heat wave came from behind her. Bang! 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 Su Luo lay on the ground, quietly waiting for the explosion to end. Soon, everything was settled. Su Luo stood up and patted the dust off her body. Turning around, she saw that the tentacles were no longer pouring out of the dark door. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. She was already very satisfied with the explosion. She generously threw 3 small mind fruits in, and the effect was great. She still had 17 small mind fruits in her hand. If there were another door like this next time, she could handle it completely. Su Luo held a flashlight in one hand and walked into the black door carefully. This door was so dangerous. There must be some treasure inside. Chapter 308. The only danger in this room was the tentacle monster. So when Su Luo came in, she did not encounter any attacks. With the pale light of the flashlight, she could see the dark green rotten meat on the ground, with mucus splashing everywhere. At the back was a small wooden table with a treasure chest on it. Su Luo's eyes lit up, and she walked over to open the treasure chest. There was a plain note inside. Su Luo picked up the note and saw a line of big words on it. Survival rule: the more beautiful, the more dangerous. What does this mean? She scratched her head, a little confused. But if you don't understand, don't go in. Su Luo stuffed the note into the system space. She will definitely understand it when she explores next. But after fighting the tentacle monster with great effort, she actually got a note. Su Luo pouted with some dissatisfaction and walked out. But this tentacle monster is indeed not very difficult to fight. If she really got some rare treasure, she would find it strange. That is because she is a priest by profession. She has no attack power, and no skills such as flashing through walls. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used the landmine fruit to fight the tentacle monster. To be honest, Su Luo didn't need to use the small landmine fruit. At that position, she could have easily entered the room and attacked the tentacle monster. Although the explosion effect of 3 small landmine fruits is much better than 1. It is a small landmine fruit after all, and the damage is not that high. But such damage can kill the tentacle monster, which shows that its health is not high. Su Luo did not choose to go on the field herself at that time. Firstly, because she was not sure about the HP of the tentacle monster. Second, she did not want to be stuck by the slime. But this was not because she disliked the dirtiness, but mainly because she was entangled in the slime, and she had no suitable means to clean it. Then, for a long time to come, her movements might be restrained by the slime. Shaking her head, Su Luo walked out of the door and turned around to take a last look. The dark green door that was originally glowing has now become dim, as if telling others that the room has been emptied. Su Luo walked aimlessly for a while, and then realized that she couldn't walk blindly like this any longer. She was in a maze now, and if she had no sense of direction, it would be very difficult to find something. After walking for a few minutes, she saw a girl with a bag on her back. The girl had white shawl hair and looked very unique. She also saw Su Luo and asked gently, "What race are you from?" Su Luo said, "Tiger tribe." The girl's eyes flashed with awe. "Then you search slowly. I leave first." Su Luo called her, "Be polite. What race are you from?" The girl's face flushed, and she stammered, "Sorry. I forgot. I am from the sheep tribe." Sheep tribe? No wonder it's like this. You know, large carnivores, like tigers, are natural enemies of almost all herbivores. Su Luo suddenly realized that this person white hair was probably not due to any personality, but racial characteristics. Then, the other sheep tribes probably all have white hair. The two had no grudges. So Su Luo naturally didn't intend to embarrass her. She nodded and prepared to let her leave. Seeing Su Luo so peaceful, the white-haired girl was relieved and left in no hurry. "Hello. My name is Yang Xiaoqiao. It's been almost half an hour. I just met a living person like you." Her face was slightly red, and she said in a low but anxious voice. Su Luo raised her eyebrows. "You only met a living person like me. Have you ever met a dead person?" Yang Xiaoqiao didn't expect Su Luo to be so sensitive. Her face turned pale for a moment, then nodded, as if she didn't want to recall it, frowned and whispered, "I met a person who looks like a dead person." Su Luo asked curiously, "Oh, what do you mean?" Yang Xiaoqiao's eyes were a little horrified. The man was all charred black, as if he was burned to death by flames, but you could still barely make out a human figure. I was really a little scared, so I didn't dare to go over to take a look. Su Luo nodded. "Then you didn't encounter any doors or anything afterwards?" Yang Xiaoqiao's expression was a little confused. "Ah, what door? I was always looking for the way and didn't pay attention to my surroundings." Su Luo carefully observed her expression. If this person was not a movie queen level figure, then she should really know nothing. If you are not strong enough, try not to open the door when you see it. Su Luo kindly gave her a piece of advice, then turned around and planned to leave. Yang Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth and chased after her. Can we go together?" Su Luo looked at her. Why? Xiao Xiao whispered. I feel that you should be very powerful. And it will be safer if I go with you. Besides, this place is dark and gloomy. And we won't be too lonely if we go together. Su Luo shook her head, wanting to refuse her. Suddenly she remembered something and nodded again. How about this? Do you remember where the charred body is? Can you take me to see it? Seeing that she agreed, Xiao Xiao nodded excitedly and turned to walk in another direction. After turning 3 corners, Su Luo saw the charred body. Indeed, as Yang Xiao Xiao said, although it was charred, you could still see a human figure. She leaned over to take a look and could see that it was a male. But she couldn't tell what race it was. This kind of death is definitely not something that ordinary people in this cemetery can do. Only players or dangers in the cemetery have the ability to turn people into this state. But generally speaking, players will not attack NPCs because it is useless. Besides, this scar is obviously caused by a special skill. If a player attacks, he only needs to use 1 skill. There is no need to do this. Right? Now there is only one possibility left. There is something in this cemetery that can burn people. But a new problem arises. There is nothing around the body. And they have been here for so long without seeing any danger. So this person must have been infected with some immortal flame and escaped all the way here. Or something chased him here and killed him. TSK. Su Luo snorted softly. No matter which result it is not good for them. In addition to the danger in the door. Is there danger in the maze? Suddenly hearing footsteps, Su Luo looked up, and all the doubts just now were answered. A fireman appeared at the corner of the maze. His whole body was bathed in fire, and his facial features could not be seen clearly. No wonder the corpse looked like this. It was probably chased by the fireman and then hugged. That is. Yang Xiaoqiao began to stutter. She couldn't believe what she saw in this socialist country. No, Su Luo used her first skill to attack. But she didn't see the health bar appear. The situation was a bit bad. She grabbed Yang Xiaoqiao and said, "Run first. And think of a way while running." As they were talking, the fireman had already rushed in front of them. Su Luo and Yang Xiaoqiao jumped to avoid the fireman attack, and then fled forward madly. She didn't believe it, and used the first skill again. But the health bar still didn't appear. Now Su Luo's heart sank. This fireman was not afraid of her attack. So she had no way to deal with it. Yang Xiaoqiao looked scared, and could only let Su Luo lead her to run. Su Luo ran 2 steps, and turned to look at the fireman. This guy's speed was not slow, but not as fast as her. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She just needed to get rid of the fireman. She immediately sped up and ran forward. Su Luo's running was very skillful. She ran towards the forked roads. She thought that this way she should be able to get rid of the fireman soon. After finally getting away from him, she could no longer see the fireman behind her. To be on the safe side, Su Luo ran 3 more turns before stopping with Yang Xiaoqiao. "You're pretty fast?" Su Luo couldn't help but praise. "You know, her speed is definitely one of the fastest among the players. I didn't expect that this NPC could keep up with her." Yang Xiaoqiao had recovered a little at this time. Hearing this, she said breathlessly, "I am from the Antelope tribe, famous for long-distance running. I can't do anything else. But I'm really fast at running. You're as fast as me. Too amazing." Su Luo waved her hand, and was about to say something. Suddenly her face changed, and she pulled Yang Xiaoqiao and continued to run forward. Yang Xiaoqiao looked back in confusion. And the fireman, who was originally left behind by them, actually caught up again. Why is it still following us?" Yang Xiaoqiao's voice was a little tearful. "We've already gotten rid of it." Su Luo said seriously, "If nothing unexpected happens, this guy should have some ability to track others. Once he is targeted, he will be chased to the ends of the earth. If it weren't for this reason, Su sure really couldn't understand how the other party could accurately find the right one at those 4 or 5 forks every time. What should we do then?" Yang Xiaoqiao collapsed and said, "My physical strength is limited. It's okay now. If I get tired later, won't I just wait to die?" Su Luo thought for a while. It's a fireman. Even if it's not afraid of ordinary attacks, it must be afraid of water. Right? Is there any water in your backpack? Yang Xiaozuo's eyes lit up, nodded fiercely, and then took out a bottle of water from the backpack behind her. Su Luo opened the bottle cap, slowed down, and got close to the fireman. As soon as she got close, She felt the scorching temperature of the fireman, as if it was going to burn her skin. Not daring to stay any longer, Su Luo immediately poured some water on it. Hiss. The water was sprinkled on the fireman, and a white smoke suddenly rose, and the air was hissing. That was the sound of liquid water being evaporated by high temperature and turned into steam. Chapter 309. It works. Su Luo was happy at first, but then frowned. Although it seems that water can indeed kill the fireman, what effect can such a bottle of water have? She sighed helplessly. If only she had the water attribute, it would be easy to deal with this fireman. But now is not the time to worry about this. Su Luo exerted her strength and immediately returned to Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao saw the look just now and knew that this amount of water was not enough. She said in distress, "What should I do? I only have this one bottle left." Water? Su Luo suddenly remembered. Yes, she has a pool of water. Thinking of the weight of a pool of water, Su Luo said, "You run forward first. The faster the better." Yang Xiaoqiao obviously misunderstood Su Luo's meaning. She said with tears in her eyes, "If we die together. I will never let you stay behind." Su Luo explained helplessly, "No. I have a way to deal with this fireman. But I am afraid of hurting you by mistake. So I asked you to run away." Yang Xiaoqiao reluctantly believed this explanation. The main reason was that the fireman behind her was chasing her relentlessly. So she couldn't hesitate any longer. Then you should catch up with me quickly, and I will keep running straight." Su Luo nodded. "Don't worry. I will catch up with you soon." Yang Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth and sprinted forward with all her strength, while Su Luo slowed down. After she could no longer see Yang Xiaoqiao's back, she took out the Haina cup and said with a little difficulty, "Welcome the embrace of the sea." "Don't ask. This second-year dialogue is the spell to open the Haina cup. The sea returns to my arms. It is the spell to collect water. This spell is outrageous. If there are many people now, Su Luo feels that her image will be gone." After she finished the spell, rolling water emerged from the Haina cup and poured all over the head of the fireman. Such a large amount of water did not even make a hissing sound, and it was extinguished. Seeing that the water began to spread to her side, Su Luo also accelerated and quickly caught up with Yang Xiaoqiao in front. Yang Xiaoqiao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Luo running over. She asked hopefully, "Is it solved?" Su Luo nodded. "Yes, it's solved. No need to run." Yang Xiaoqiao stopped and panted. Huh? You are too good. Right? I'm really dying of exhaustion." "Huh?" Su Luo shook her head. "That thing is quite hard to beat. If there is not enough water, it is really hard to beat it." The two of them didn't walk far before they saw an open red door on the front wall. There were dark golden patterns on the door, which looked very beautiful. "By the way, how is your sense of direction?" Seeing the door, Su Luo raised her eyebrows and asked thoughtfully. Yang Xiaoqiao was stunned for a moment, then proudly replied, "My sense of direction is one of the best in our tribe." Su Luo nodded. No wonder this man could lead her to find the corpse she had encountered before. Then is the place where we are now far from the corpse? Yang Xiaoqiao shook her head. "Not far. We just turned a few corners, and we're actually running in circles. If you still want to see the corpse, I can take you there." Su Luo licked her back teeth. "If I'm not mistaken, the person originally locked in this door should be the fireman just now." She finally understood what the note meant. The survival rule should refer to the survival rule in this cemetery maze. As for the more beautiful, the more dangerous, it should be said that the more beautiful the door, the more dangerous the things inside. The door that closed the tentacle at that time had no patterns, but this door was very gorgeous. Speaking of which, the charred corpse should be the one who opened this door. Since he had never fought a fireman, he naturally had no chance to enter this door. In other words, the treasure inside was still there. Su Luo walked into the red door with great expectations, and sure enough, she saw a small wooden table with a treasure chest on it. She opened the treasure chest, and inside was a small red gem. There was also a note under the gem, and Su Luo opened it and saw another line of words on it. 5 stars descended, and the dragon god appeared. Su Luo nodded and put the gems into her pocket. This time the hint was very simple and clear. Collect all 5 gems to summon the dragon. She quickly told Yunfei by the clues she had found so far. Yunfei by also found a door, but there was only a lot of gold and silver treasures inside. It seemed that the dragon god hid the treasures in batches. Although gold, silver and jewelry are useless in this copy, they can bring these things to reality and sell them. So Yun Feibai was quite satisfied with this, and put the treasures away. Su Luo went out of the door, and Yang Xiaoqiao had been waiting for her outside the door. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Yang Xiaoqiao's behavior in the crisis just now made Su Luo feel a little relieved about her. She said in a gentle tone, "Do you see these doors? The things locked inside are very dangerous. You will definitely not be able to defeat them if you open them." Yang Xiaoqiao nodded. "Don't worry. I will never open the door casually to cause trouble for you. I cherish my life very much." Su Luo smiled slightly. "No. I want to open these doors. So, when I encounter danger next time, I may not be able to take care of you at all. You can go on your own next time." Yang Xiaoqiao was stunned when she heard this. Her eyes were a little confused. Su Luo spoke to her so gently just now. She thought they were already friends going forward together. Unexpectedly, the other party said they wanted to go their separate ways the next second. I really won't cause you any trouble. Can you please not drive me away? If I am alone, I don't know if I can survive these 12 hours. Yang Xiaoqiao said carefully. Su Luo shook her head and patiently advised her. "I am doing this for your own good. I can handle the fireman just now, but I may not be able to handle other things. And I may not even be able to take care of you. I will be able to survive by then. What will you do?" She was not exaggerating. Just like the tentacle monster just now. Those tentacles were no threat to her except disgusting. But they were deadly to Yang Xiaoqiao. In that situation, she could perfectly protect herself. But she had no confidence in saving Yang Xiaoqiao. Instead of harming someone for nothing, it would be better to let her leave early. Yang Xiaoqiao looked at Su Luo's sincere eyes, and knew that she was not looking for an excuse to separate because she disliked her. But she really didn't want to walk alone. It was really scary to walk alone in such a dangerous maze. "How about this? When we meet a door later, I will hide in the corner, and then you go to open the door. If you are far away, it won't affect me. Right? This is also possible." Yang Xiaoqiao has a good sense of direction. And she just has an average sense of direction. She just needs a teammate like this. If Yang Xiaoqiao follows her, it will be easier for her to remember the way. Thinking of this, Su Luo nodded. "Okay. Let's go together. But if you really encounter any danger, you can only pray for good luck." Yang Xiaoqiao nodded happily. "Yeah. Let's continue walking." Su Luo shook her head. "No hurry. I will analyze it first. Like the corpse just now, there must be many people who open the door without strength. So they can't beat the monsters in the door. So they will release these monsters." Yang Xiaoqiao said. Then these monsters will attack others?" Su Luo nodded. "That's right. We can boldly assume that there is no danger in this maze?" "Ah?" Yang Xiaoqiao was a little confused. How can there be no danger? Su Luo sighed. "All dangers come from these doors that are open but cannot be solved." Yang Xiaoqiao understood now. And she said anxiously, "Then how can we tell others this information? We can't let them open doors that will to increase the difficulty." Su Luo shook her head. "It's useless. Not to mention that we don't have the means to tell others. Even if you tell them, it will be useless." "Why?" Yang Xiaoqiao asked doubtfully. Su Luo suddenly missed Yun Feibai at this time. If Yun Feibai was around, he would have understood what she meant. Although she thought so in her heart. She still patiently explained, "Think about it. Why are we here? We are here to fight for the interests of our respective Guijias. If we were all cowards, Guijia wouldn't have sent us here." Yang Xiaoqiao understood now. She lowered her head and said with a gloomy expression, "Sorry. I'm the cowardly person." Su Luo shook her head and said seriously, "No. You are self-aware. A person who has no ability but still wants to force himself is a reckless man. Your strength is not enough. If you really go to open the door, it will delay Qingqing's life in vain." Yang Xiaoqiao raised her head, her eyes flashing. "Do you really think so?" Su Luo nodded. "Of course. This is not necessary. There is no need to waste your life." "Yeah." Yang Xiaoqiao laughed happily and nodded vigorously. "Then let's keep going." She led the way and walked forward. So the two of them continued to wander in the maze. As they walked, Su Luo saw something familiar in front of her and paused. "We are going in circles." Yang Xiaoqiao was stunned. "Huh? How could it be? I have been memorizing the route. Didn't we walk the same way again?" Su Luo pointed to the dark green door in front. I opened this door. Yang Xiaoqiao walked forward in disbelief and looked around. Impossible? My sense of direction is really good. Su Luo frowned. Let's keep going forward. Maybe we made a mistake somewhere. Yang Xiaoqiao nodded with some guilt. I'm sorry. I said I had a good sense of direction. But I didn't expect to get lost so quickly. Chapter 310. Su Luo shook her head. Not blaming her. This maze is very evil. It may not be your problem. Hey! Wait for me. Both of you. Suddenly, a high-pitched male voice came from behind. The two turned around and found that it was a boy with medium-length hair. His red hair looked quite unique. But this man looked like he had experienced a fierce battle. There were many scabs all over his body. And his clothes were in tatters. He trotted over happily. It's been more than an hour. I finally met someone. No one spoke to Su Luo and the other person. So he was not embarrassed and took the lead in extending his hand to show his friendliness. Hello. My name is Ma Fei. And I am from the horse tribe. Hearing that it was from the horse tribe, Yang Xiaoqiao, who was originally a little nervous, immediately relaxed and shook his hand with a smile. Hello. I am Yang Xiaoqiao from the sheep tribe. Seeing that Su Luo didn't speak, Yang Xiaoqiao immediately explained, the horse tribe and our sheep tribe have always had a very friendly relationship. Most of them are very gentle animals, and will not hurt people. Su Luo nodded. This was probably the friendship of herbivores. Wait! Ma Fei's smiling face suddenly froze. And he pointed tremblingly behind Su Luo and the others. Su Luo and the others immediately looked back vigilantly, and took a fighting stance. However, there was nothing behind them. And there was nothing unusual. What's wrong? Yang Xiaoqiao asked in confusion. Ma Fei looked a little frustrated. I just encountered this dark green door. Oh my god. I'm not really lost. Am I? He was lost too. Su Luo knew the story of the old horse, who knew the way. Horses have a good sense of direction. If he got lost, then something was wrong here. Yang Xiaoqiao also realized that getting lost might not be because her sense of direction had weakened, but because the maze had really undergone some unpredictable changes. She comforted him kindly. Don't worry. This maze is very evil. It may not be your problem. Su Luo suddenly glanced at her when she heard this. Why did this word sound so familiar? She frowned and thought hard. If they were lost from the beginning, she could say that the maze was too complicated, or that there was something magical that made them lost. But the question is, they were not lost before. Yang Xiaoqiao was even able to lead her back the same way, and encountered a new red door. So when did they get lost? Su Luo sighed and looked at Ma Fei. When did you find out you were lost? Ma Fei scratched his head. Well, if I really want to talk about it, it might be after I opened the blue door. Blue door? Su Luo immediately asked. You opened the blue door? When did you open it? Did you get anything in it? In fact, her question was a bit presumptuous, but Ma Fei still trusted the sheep tribe. People who were considered friends by Yang Xiaoqiao should not be bad people. So he said honestly, look at me. I just went through a fierce battle. I just finished fighting. Only 10 minutes ago. He took out a long piece of soil, which was wrapped with strange metal. There is a mold of a small mineral vein inside. This is it. There is a note next to it saying that if you install it on the ground, you can generate a small mineral vein. Hiss. Yang Xiaoqiao couldn't help but take a breath and said enviously, then you have made a great contribution to the horse tribe. The horse tribe has always been short of mineral veins. What kind of divine luck is this? Ma Fei scratched his head and laughed. Isn't that right? Brother, my luck has always been great. Let me tell you, I'm not just lucky. I'm also very strong. Once I opened that door. Wow. Then, he began to brag about how he fought 300 little soldiers alone. As for how much water there is in it, only he knows it. Su Luo himself does not belong to any race of the 12 zodiac continent. So although he was a little surprised by the reward, he did not show much. 10 minutes or so just coincided with the time we started to get lost. So, the three of us opened 3 doors in total. And after that, we started to get lost like crazy, she said thoughtfully. Seeing Su Luo speak, Yang Xiaoqiao immediately moved away from the boastful King Ma Fei, walked to her side and asked in confusion, but does this have anything to do with how many doors were opened? Su Luo was not sure either. She sent a message to Yun Feibai. How are you doing over there? Do you know how many doors are opened around you? Yun Feibai quickly replied, I opened 2 doors. And I haven't seen the third door yet. Then there is no trace. Su Luo sighed, turned to Ma Fei and said, "Please take me to see the blue door." Ma Fei nodded and walked back the way he came. However, as they walked, they saw the half-open red door in front of them. Su Luo. Yang Xiaoqiao, eh? Ma Fei scratched his head, eh? I haven't seen this red door before? And this direction should obviously lead to the blue door. How come there is a red door halfway? Su Luo said helplessly, "This red door was opened by the two of us. The reason you didn't encounter it before is probably because you can't walk far in 10 minutes. What should we do?" He couldn't help asking. "I remember it was in this direction. If this side can't go, then I can't find the way back." Su Luo smiled and shook his head. "We don't have to find it ourselves. Just follow this road, and we can see all three doors." Who said this is a maze? That's right. Thinking of their previous experience, Ma Fei and Yang Xiaoqiao followed Su Luo with bitter faces. As Su Luo expected, after wandering around in the maze for a while, they found the blue door. The pattern on this door was barely visible. No wonder Ma Fei was able to get through it. Su Luo took out a flashlight, illuminated the room, and then the three of them walked in together. Just like the other rooms, this place also had a table with a treasure chest on it. The treasure chest had been opened by Ma Fei, and now it was alone with its lid open, like a big mouth crying for food, gaping like a black hole. The box was dark inside, and Yang Xiaoqiao looked at it in panic, and couldn't help but reach out to close it. Huh? What's going on? Yang Xiaoqiao pressed hard and found that she couldn't close the box. Su Luo heard her voice and came over. "What's wrong with this box?" Yang Xiaoqiao pointed at the box. "I can't close this box." Su Luo heard this and tried it, but it really couldn't be closed. Ma Fei heard the conversation between the two people and walked over like a fool. "You two girls are too weak. Let me do it." Yang Xiaoqiao next to him looked unconvinced. "What are you talking about?" "We." Su Luo grabbed her and said to Ma Fei, "Then I trouble you." Seeing Xiaocao's puzzled eyes, Su Luo shook her head at her, indicating that she should just watch the show. Ma Fei was confident and pushed down hard, thinking it was a done deal. Unexpectedly, the lid didn't move at all, and the big mouth was still open, as if mocking his weak strength. At this time, Su Luo, who was standing quietly on the side, timely educated Yang Xiaoqiao. "Ma Fei is a horse tribe, and he is so strong. He must be different from us." Yang Xiaoqiao didn't understand what Su Luo meant at this time, and said puzzledly, "But you?" Su Luo covered her mouth with one hand and asked Ma Fei, who was facing away from them, "Ma Fei, am I right?" Ma Fei, who was a bit chauvinistic, of course agreed, "You're right. I can do it. Wait for me to put in some effort. I underestimated this box just now and didn't put in any effort." After saying that, he took a deep breath, jumped a little, and pressed down with all his strength. The lid still didn't move, but his palm was numb from the shock. Ma Fei grinned, regretting that he shouldn't have been so arrogant at that time. At least, he shouldn't have said so confidently. He stepped back a few steps, trying to find an excuse for himself. However, Su Luo would never give him this opportunity. She only said in a slightly disappointed tone, I thought Ma Fei was so powerful that he could definitely close the lid of the treasure chest. But it turns out, no, I can do it." Before she finished speaking, Ma Fei could not wait to refute. Su Luo raised the corner of her mouth, and her tone did not change. "But I just saw that you seem to have used all your strength. If you can't do it, it doesn't matter. We won't look down on you." Ma Fei now understood what it meant to be in a difficult situation. He couldn't really say that he couldn't do it, right? After Su Luo's disturbance, he had no way out. Ma Fei had no choice but to go up again. But he couldn't close it, no matter how hard he tried. The treasure chest was still as comfortable as ever. During this process, Yang Xiaoqiao also understood Su Luo's bad intentions. She just wanted to see Ma Fei's embarrassment. To be honest, it was quite interesting to see Ma Fei playing with the treasure chest. It can be regarded as a way to relax in this tense and dangerous maze. When Ma Fei was exhausted, Su Luo finally let him go kindly. "Okay. I think this treasure chest can't be closed because of the maze rules. Let's go and verify this idea." Yang Xiaoqiao asked curiously, "How to verify it?" Su Luo pursed her lips. "Go to the other two doors and see if the treasure chests inside can be closed." Oh, that's it. Seeing that the two people actually had an educated expression, Su Luo was really speechless. This question was so easy that she didn't even think that the two didn't know it at first. Chapter 311. Although they were stupid teammates, there was nothing they could do. The three of them were temporarily tied to a boat, and Su Luo could only rely on herself. She just walked around randomly, and soon found the other two doors. As Su Luo expected, the treasure chests inside could not be closed. They were now trapped in a section of this maze, and it must be because some restriction was triggered. And this box that could not be closed was obviously the key to solving the problem. Why can't they be closed? Is it to tell others that this treasure chest has been opened, so that they won't be disappointed and too sad? Ma Fei guessed doubtfully, looking at Su Luo's helpless expression. Yang Xiaoqiao was very perceptive and angrily said before her, "What nonsense are you talking about? When the dragon god designed a cemetery, he also had to consider whether the tomb robbers would feel disappointed because of the disappointment." Su Luo nodded with satisfaction. And Ruzikaju said, "Yes. I think these boxes can't be closed. It must be because we took away the treasures inside." Ma Fei looked at the treasures that he had finally obtained after going through so much hardship, and said unwillingly, "Do you want us to put these treasures back? Wouldn't I have come here in vain?" Su Luo shook her head. No. We do need to put something in it. But we can't put the original treasures back intact. She paused subconsciously, waiting for someone to answer. After a second, she realized that these two idiots knew nothing. "Well, I have to come up with the answer myself. We can put a treasure we brought with us in there." Yang Xiaoqiao was stunned when she heard this. But I didn't bring any treasures with me." Su Luo patted her head. "You didn't open the box either? Why are you so anxious?" Yes. She was not happy for a few seconds before she became worried again. "Fortunately, I didn't open the box." "But Luo, you opened 2 boxes. Do you have so many treasures?" Su Luo raised an eyebrow. "It should be enough. I try it first." After saying that, she put the flashlight in her hand into the box, and then tried to close the treasure chest. However, the treasure chest did not move at all. And soon, the flashlight was even ejected. Su Luo laughed dumbly. "You are quite picky." She took out another small mine fruit and put it in. "How about this one?" The treasure chest was silent for a while, as if it was a little hesitant. However, not long after, the mine fruit was still thrown out, and the treasure chest seemed to want something better. "TSK?" Su Luo smiled slightly, put the mine fruit back in, and said threateningly, "I think you may not know that this thing can explode." She has seen that this treasure chest is indeed alive, and it knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. I think he will understand what she means. Sure enough, when Su Luo tried to close the treasure chest again, it closed very smoothly. This set of operations made Ma Fei and Yang Xiaoqiao next to him dumbfounded. "What a genius!" Ma Fei said admiringly. "You are the first person to threaten the box." Su Luo looked at him calmly. "Have you prepared treasures to fill the hole you made?" Ma Fei was speechless with this sentence. This? He immediately frowned. "I don't have any good things at all. Can I not hand it over?" He just complained casually. But Su Luo said thoughtfully, "Maybe you really picked up this bargain and don't have to pay." As soon as these words came out, the other two people looked up at Su Luo. "What do you mean?" Su Luo didn't say anything, just walked out of the green door and walked in another direction. Yang Xiaoqiao and the other two followed Su Luo without knowing why. Ma Fei was a chatterbox who couldn't stop talking and kept nagging. "Hey, don't be silent. What do you mean? I really don't have to hand over the treasure. You are not lying to me, are you?" Su Luo couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Can you shut up first? Or do you really want to take out some treasure to give to this maze?" "I won't say it." Hearing this, Ma Fei immediately made a zipper movement to his mouth, and was as quiet as a chicken. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, just when Ma Fei couldn't help asking, Su Luo finally stopped. "We haven't encountered the previous door for a long time. Look here. Isn't it strange?" Hearing her words, the two suddenly remembered that they really hadn't encountered the red, blue and green 3-colored door for a long time. And now everything around them is not the same as before. They have left the strange circle just now. "How did you do it?" Ma Fei asked impatiently. Su Luo shook her head. "I didn't do anything. I just thought some things through." Without waiting for the two to ask, she took the initiative to explain. "There is no doubt that we were trapped there because we took away the treasure. But why did we take away 1 treasure and 2 treasures? But we were trapped when we took away the 3rd treasure? This involves the blind spot of the 2 people's knowledge. Seeing their confused faces, Su Luo couldn't help sighing again. 2 points form a line. 3 points form a surface. And we are just trapped in that surface. So as long as we break 1 point, we can get out? Yang Xiaoqiao suddenly said, so if another person opens another door near the 2 doors, they will be directly locked in that space? You are a teachable kid. Yang Xiaoqiao laughed happily and looked at Ma Fei, who was still a little confused beside him. How is it? You haven't reacted yet? Ma Fei immediately retorted, who said that? I understand it. Okay. Seeing that the 2 of them looked like they were going to have a big fight, Su Luo chose to keep things quiet. Okay. Okay. Now that we are out and understand the principle, let's go our separate ways. Right? What? The 2 shouted at the same time. And Yang Xiaocao's eyes immediately turned red. Didn't you agree not to chase me away? Su Luo patted her hands. I didn't say you. Yang Xiaoqiao immediately wiped away her tears and smiled. Ma Fei, excuse me. He knew that a real man can bend and stretch, and immediately put on a flattering smile on his face. Don't. Big boss. I think I can still struggle a little bit. Su Luo was not moved by it, and said rationally, in fact, you have already made a great contribution by getting that mineral vein, and there is no need to take risks next. But I think I can still. Ma Fei argued quietly. Su Luo interrupted him immediately. No. You can't. To be honest, the danger in the blue door you opened is relatively small. If you have a hard time opening that door, the other doors will be a death sentence for you. Ma Fei was stunned when he heard this. He originally thought that he could still try to open other doors with his own strength. But after Su Luo said this, he immediately gave up his previous idea. After spending nearly 2 hours together, he knew that Su Luo was not a person who would exaggerate. If Su Luo said so, then he would not rush to die. It was a pity for their horse tribe to die. Well, seeing that Su Luo was determined, Ma Fei nodded and turned to leave. Su Luo was right. It was enough for him not to take the mineral vein. Next, just find a random place to hide. Why can't you leave him? Yang Xiaoqiao said reluctantly. Both of them were herbivores. Although they would quarrel with each other sometimes, their relationship was still very good. Su Luo said, he is different from you. Don't be fooled by his silly and unserious appearance. But he can take out treasures from the blue door without being hurt, which shows that he has certain strength. Su Luo lifted the broken hair on his forehead. Of course, his strength can only deal with the blue door. A slightly higher level door can make him die like the burnt man without a burial place. Yang Xiaoqiao was puzzled. But what does this have to do with you not keeping him? Su Luo said, he doesn't need to take risks next time. And he has the ability to protect himself. So it's easier for him to go alone. You don't even have the basic ability to protect yourself. So I chose to bring you along. Yang Xiaoqiao was speechless. It turned out that she took advantage of her weak strength. She didn't have any opinion on this, but she was a little sad that she couldn't help Su Luo. Su Luo saw her sadness, patted her on the back, and asked curiously, why did the sheep tribe send you? Yang Xiaoqiao sighed. We sheep tribe are not good at fighting, and we know that we can't take any advantage in this confrontation. So we naturally have to find another way. Su Luo thought for a moment. Send someone who is fast so that they can escape when they encounter danger. Then can we retain the combat power to the maximum extent? Yang Xiaoqiao didn't expect Su Luo to think of this, and said in surprise, we really thought so. Luo, you can actually think of it. Su Luo smiled and shook her head. The previous Great Lord copy did cultivate some leadership qualities in her. If she put herself in it, she could understand what the sheep tribe was thinking. As for why she didn't directly refuse the exploration of the Dragon God Cemetery this time, it was naturally for face and mystery. First of all, it is a matter of face. Other races have sent people, but you sheep are afraid and dare not send people. Are you waiting to be laughed at? Secondly, if you don't send people, then everyone will know that you sheep will definitely not get any opportunities in this exploration. Other races may have gained some things and made progress, but the sheep have not made progress, which is equivalent to regression and backwardness. As the saying goes, those who fall behind will be beaten. If the sheep don't send people, it is equivalent to putting themselves in the open as a target. Although sending people may not necessarily gain anything, it can at least confuse others. They don't know whether you have gained anything good, so they dare not act rashly. In short, the calculation is quite loud. Chapter 312. Hey! Yang Xiaoqiao suddenly bent down and picked up something from the ground. Su Luo looked closely and saw that it was a small black bug. It had 3 antennae on its head and a round body, which looked quite unique. After being lifted up by Xiaoqiao, its 4 thin legs kept struggling, trying to get down from her hands. Yang Xiaoqiao said in surprise, "Are there bugs in this kind of place? Would the dragon god actually let bugs in? Or is this naturally generated?" For some reason, the bug became much quieter after these words were spoken, but it was still struggling slightly. Su Luo shook her head. Who knows? Nature may be so magical. I don't remember seeing any bugs just now. They didn't seem to have seen this kind of bug when they were trapped just now. So when did this bug appear? Yang Xiaoqiao smiled and said, "Who would have cared if there were any bugs on the ground at that time? We definitely didn't notice it." Su Luo nodded. That was true. If Yang Xiaoqiao hadn't been so sharp-eyed, she probably wouldn't have seen the bug yet. Let it go. It must be strong enough to survive in such a place. Yang Xiaoqiao nodded and bent down to put the bug on the ground, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Hey! Wait! She and Su Luo looked towards the source of the sound and found that it was a boy with a crew cut. He was wearing red clothes and looked very showy. Don't let it go. I'm a little hungry. Hearing this, Su Luo asked in surprise, "What does your hunger have to do with this bug? You're not going to eat it to fill your stomach, are you?" The man in red nodded as a matter of course, and even kindly said, "Let me tell you, don't underestimate this bug because it's small. It tastes absolutely amazing." Seeing that he was very interested and wanted to continue introducing it, Su Luo and Yang Xiaoqiao waved their hands and handed over the bug. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. We don't have the habit of eating bugs. If you want it, I give it to you. The man in red nodded, stuffed the bug into his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it. Su Luo swallowed hard. She couldn't imagine how hungry this man was. Yang Xiaoqiao had more common sense because she had lived in the Zodiac continent for a long time. Are you from the chicken tribe? The man in red nodded. Hello. My name is Guanda, an elite of the chicken tribe. So he is from the chicken tribe. No wonder he is so brave and dares to eat bugs raw. Su Luo and Yang Xiaoqiao also introduced themselves. After getting to know each other, Guanda said happily, I didn't expect to find snacks here. This kind of insect tastes really good. There weren't many at the beginning, but later I saw them more often. Su Luo said indifferently, oh, maybe they were attracted by the human smell. She didn't want to continue discussing the topic of insects. Did you encounter the door? Guanda nodded, yes. The monster inside the door was really scary. I opened the door with another person at that time. The two of us worked together for a long time before we destroyed the broken flower. Su Luo asked, then why are you the only one left now? Guanda touched his nose. That person met his own people, so he naturally abandoned me. A foreigner. Is that so? Su Luo nodded, not intending to entangle too much. Then you can slowly find the door, and the two of us will leave first. After saying that, she took Yang Xiaoqiao's hand and turned to leave. Guanda immediately stood in front of them and begged, no. Please take me with you. I can't even open a door by myself. What's even more disgusting is that I can't deal with the dangers in this maze. Oh, it seems that someone can't beat the monster in the door again and let it out. Su Luo became interested. Tell me in detail. What does the monster look like? Guanda saw Su Luo like this. How could he not understand that she wanted to cause trouble for the monster? But he didn't want to die at all. So Guanda tried his best to exaggerate. The monster is extremely terrifying. But it's just a little kid. Whoever he hits with his sledgehammer will die. Take us to see it. I also want to see this kind of monster. Su Luo was unmoved and insisted on going. Guanda dissuaded him helplessly. Don't. Believe me, we really can't beat that thing. I saw a person being smashed into a pulp by him with my own eyes. Su Luo comforted him. Take me to see it. If it doesn't work, run away when you see someone. I won't let you be in danger. She didn't just want to watch the excitement. The main reason was that near the place where the monster was, there must be a door with treasures that had not been taken away. That's what she wants. Guanda saw that he couldn't persuade her, so he didn't bother to waste his breath. He pointed to the right unhappily. It's over there. If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't go to die. Su Luo nodded and said to Yang Xiaoqiao, You stay here with him and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Although Xiao Xiao also wanted to go, she knew that she would only be a hindrance if she went. So she nodded obediently and sat down where she was. Su Luo walked in the direction of Guan Da's finger, and soon heard a loud thumping sound. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was getting closer and closer to her. It seemed that the monster was heading in her direction. Su Luo didn't plan to confront him head-on before she knew the opponent's strength. So she hurriedly ran in the opposite direction and turned into a fork in the road to observe carefully. Soon, a huge shadow appeared at the corner. The shadow couldn't actually be seen, but the huge weapon could be seen. It should be a square giant hammer. Judging from the height, it was more than twice as tall as Su Luo. Although Guan Da may not have said all the details, he definitely did not lie when he said one hammer killed one kid. Su Luo took a breath and stared at that place intently, wanting to see what kind of strongman could use this giant hammer. Soon, the hammer body came out first. As Su Luo thought, it was indeed a huge square hammer head, almost as tall as her, and she couldn't hold it with both hands. The whole giant hammer was black and gold, looking noble and domineering. Although Su Luo was a little worried, she was still looking forward to seeing who was holding such a domineering hammer. Then, a solemn-looking child came out from the corner. Child? Su Luo blinked and looked again. With her good eyesight, Su Luo could be sure that it was indeed a very good-looking little boy wearing a bellyband. His fair face and delicate and small features were like those of a porcelain doll. His chubby little face was very cute. If he smiled, he would look like a doll in a New Year picture. The child was naked except for a bellyband, and there was only a pigtail on his forehead. He looks like Red Boy. He is so petite, but he holds a sledgehammer that doesn't match his image at all. The contrast is so great that it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a story of Beauty and the Beast. Su Luo twitched her lips, remembering what Guan Da said, that this monster is extremely scary. This is false advertising. She had such high expectations in vain. Bad review. Of course, even though the one holding the sledgehammer is a very weak-looking child, Su Luo will not despise him at all. Even a fool knows that this kid is definitely not simple, let alone other things. Just the fact that he can lift the giant hammer is not an ordinary person. Just looking at the size and weight of this hammer, it must weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Su Luo tentatively used a skill, and after seeing the health bar, she immediately retreated quickly. After running 5 corners at the fastest speed, Su Luo stopped, panting heavily. This is too weak. She saw clearly that her skill, which could damage a person of XX, could only reduce the health of this child by a skin. Needless to say, this is definitely someone she can't deal with. The damage of one of her small mind fruits is only twice as high as her normal attack. Even if all the mind fruits are thrown at this little boy, it's afraid that there won't be any splash. And according to what Guan Da said, the damage of the hammer is not low, which shows that this is a boss with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although the speed is not particularly fast, it can't stop the hammer from hitting people 10 meters away. That's a good thing that can be thrown out as a long-range weapon. It's too scary. How can we fight it? Su Luo's face was full of helplessness. She was very curious now. How luxurious must the door be to lock such a big killer? How powerful is the treasure hidden inside? I will have to search it carefully later. Shaking her head, Su Luo turned around and went back to find Yang Xiaoqiao and the others. When she went back, Yang Xiaoqiao was still sitting on the ground, but her face was full of gloom. What's wrong? Su Luo walked over with a smile. Seeing Su Luo coming back, Yang Xiaoqiao immediately stood up and complained to her, "That guy has been encouraging me to abandon you and go with him." Su Luo raised her eyebrows, but she was not surprised. This Guan Da was not right from the beginning, and she did not think he was an honest man. Or, in fact, Su Luo had been on guard against Guan Da from the beginning. If you think about it carefully, you will know that he opened the door with another person and then fought against the powerful enemy together. But there was only one treasure, and the result was that the two of them parted ways in the end. Just thinking about the twists and turns in this, she could come up with a big drama. In addition, this person did not mention the treasure when he was talking just now, which shows that he did it on purpose. Thinking deeply, the treasure might be in his hands, so he did not dare to bring it up. If it was taken away by that person, what else could he be afraid of? But thinking about it this way, some things are more worth pondering. According to his description, the teammate parted ways with him only after he found a fellow tribesman. Chapter 313. But with the support of his own people, how could he give the treasure away? It can be seen that Gwanda definitely lied in some places in that memory. Thinking of the worst, even if he took advantage of the situation and killed people to steal the treasure, it would not be surprising. The reason why Su Luo dared to let Yang Xiaoqiao stay alone with him before was mainly because she saw that the two of them were equally strong. Yang Xiaoqiao didn't trust Gwanda as much as she trusted Ma Fei, so she would naturally not be attacked by surprise. Now it seems that her guess at that time was indeed correct. This Gwanda is definitely not a good person. Although Yang Xiaoqiao complained about him, he did not feel guilty at all and defended himself. I know how terrible the monster is. If she goes and confronts it head-on, she will definitely not survive. That's why I advise you to leave early. After that, he looked at Su Luo confidently. I just want to ask you, is the monster strong? Su Luo knew what kind of person he was, so she was too lazy to say anything. She just said to Yang Xiaoqiao seriously, the monster is a little boy, but he has a black giant hammer in his hand. He is extremely strong. Without 10 people of my strength, no one can defeat him. Yang Xiaoqiao has not seen Su Luo fight in person, but she knows Su Luo's strength. Seeing her say that, Yang Xiaoqiao panicked. What should we do? If you can't beat him, then he is invincible? Su Luo shook her head. Not necessarily. Think about the fireman before. We couldn't beat him in a fight. But in the end, didn't we solve it? Yang Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Gwanda next to him. He laughed disdainfully. Oh, I really don't know whether to say you are optimistic or naive. Yang Xiaoqiao looked at him dissatisfiedly. What's wrong with us? If you don't know, don't talk. You nitpicker. Gwanda Deo, you don't really think that you can fight against such a powerful monster just by dealing with a few monsters from the weaker gates? The difference is too big. Su Luo stopped Xiaoqiao, who was still trying to argue with him. Don't pay attention to him. This is a matter of opinion. Just because he thinks it's not possible doesn't mean we really can't. Why pay attention to him? Yang Xiaoqiao nodded, but she was still a little angry. She pulled Su Luo's hand angrily and walked in another direction. Let's go. We won't go with him. As soon as the two of them started, Gwanda followed behind them. Yang Xiaoqiao looked at him uncertainly and changed her way. However, Gwanda openly changed places with her. Now Su Luo and Yang Xiaoqiao can be sure that Gwanda is following them. Yang Xiaoqiao said angrily, Why are you following us? Don't you know we don't welcome you? Anyway, they have already torn their faces apart. Gwanda said nonchalantly, Hey, I tell you, this road is public, not privately owned by your two tribes. I can go wherever I want. And I said it was you who insisted on following me. Yang Xiaoqiao was furious. You. Why are you like this? Aren't you a scoundrel? She looked at Su Luo. We just run away. He? A chicken. Can't keep up with us? Su Luo shook her head. It's not necessary for him. Just look at him like this. Does he look like a shield? The kind of shield that can be thrown forward to block damage and delay the boss steps when danger comes? Hearing this, Gwanda's face immediately turned green. He glanced at Su Luo fiercely. It's not certain who will be the shield at that time. Su Luo smiled. Her tone was very sure. It must be you. Gwanda curled his lips, said nothing, and followed them silently. Yang Xiaoqiao was a little angry, and whispered to Su Luo, Look at him. Su Luo shook her head. It's okay. Let him go. She knew that the difference in strength between the two was huge. Even if Gwanda had any bad intentions, it would hardly have any effect. She still had some use for Gwanda, so she ignored him. Su Luo did not go far away, but continued to wander around this small piece of land. She wanted to try her luck and see if she could find the door where the boss was locked. Since the boss had been released, the treasure in the door was probably not taken away. If she was lucky enough to find a dead mouse, she would make a fortune. Su Luo sent a message to Yun Feibai. For some reason, Yun Feibai hadn't sent her a message for a while. Su Luo was very confident in Yun Feibai's strength. Even if he couldn't beat the monster in the door, he could still escape. So although there was no movement over there, Su Luo was not too worried. She thought Yun Feibai might be too busy with something and had no time to send her a message. After walking for 10 minutes, a purple door appeared in front of them. The pattern on the door was not big, but it was still gorgeous. and it was about the same level as the red door with the fireman. Gwanda obviously also understood the relationship between the pattern on the door and the difficulty of the monster inside. When he saw this door, he subconsciously took a step back. What a powerful monster must be locked up in here. Su Luo glanced at him and ignored him. She just said to Xiao Qiao, "Stay away from here and go to that corner." Yang Xiaoqiao nodded and walked over there obediently. After seeing that her position was safe, Su Luo raised her hand to open the door. "Wait! What are you going to do?" Seeing her move, Gwanda immediately stopped Su Luo and asked anxiously. Su Luo replied indifferently, "Can't you see? I want to open the door." Gwanda's eyes widened. "Don't you know that the more beautiful the pattern, the stronger the monster inside?" Su Luo nodded. "Of course I know that." Hearing this, Gwanda was stunned for a moment. Then shut up. He just took a few steps back, closer to Yang Xiaoqiao, as if ready to run away at any time. He was not a fool. Su Luo dared to open this kind of door so calmly even though she knew the rules. So she must be able to beat him, and was confident. If that was the case, he really had to think about whether to offend Su Luo like this. The consequences of being an enemy of someone who was much stronger than himself were terrible. Seeing that he knew better and stopped trying to stop her, Su Luo thought that he was indeed a smart man. She nodded and opened the door. The next second, a ball of purple gas poured out of the door. Su Luo was startled and immediately took a big step back. What was this ball of purple gas? She quickly took a tomato from the space and threw it into the purple gas. The next second, the tomatoes seemed to be splashed with sulfuric acid, quickly turning black and sizzling. This is corrosive gas. Su Luo immediately ran back to prevent the gas from touching her. However, no matter which direction she ran, the gas seemed to have life and chased her. What was even more terrifying was that no matter how hard Su Luo ran, no matter how fast she ran, the gas could follow her steadily, like a shadow. After running for a while, Su Luo felt that this was not going to work. Sooner or later, she would be exhausted and corroded by the gas. This thing was gas, so it could not be attacked. But the dragon god could not set up such an unsolvable problem. So just like the fireman, such an invincible gas must have a solution. The most important thing to solve now is to find out why she is being chased and can't get rid of it. Could it be that this gas has eyes? Su Luo thought suspiciously. But it's unscientific? You said that plants, animals, etc. can chase people. And Su Luo reluctantly agreed. But this gas can also chase her. So it can't be really alive. Right? This doesn't match her understanding of the 12 zodiac continent. You know, in the previous copy, the 12 zodiac continent is essentially very similar to the original continent, although the technology is sometimes backward and sometimes advanced. The physical rules are almost the same as the original continent. The only difference is that there are 12 races representing the zodiac here. This purple gas does not conform to the rules she knows. Even if it is a dragon god, it should not be able to create things like this. Right? So if it is determined that this ball of gas has no life and cannot see her, there must be some special reason for this gas to follow her all the time? Thinking of this, Su Luo, who was running fast, gradually slowed down. She was very skillful in slowing down. It was not noticeable to the naked eye that she was slowing down. But after a while, she could gradually slow down from running to walking. She did this mainly because Su Luo was testing. She actually had an idea in her mind, and she just needed to see if the next situation would be as she thought. Sure enough, as Su Luo slowed down, the group of gas that was originally following closely did not catch up, but slowed down and kept a distance from her. When Su Luo slowly stopped, the purple gas also stopped. It's done! Su Luo smiled. She understood what was going on. All this has to start from how Su Luo thought of this possibility. As mentioned before, the pattern on the purple door is actually about the same level of gorgeousness as the pattern on the red door. In other words, the difficulty of this purple gas and the fireman is very similar. Then it's time to find common ground. The fireman and the purple gas both have no health bars. In other words, you can't attack them with skills. What method did she use to deal with the fireman? She used a very simple and clear method of pouring water. If the difficulty of the two is the same, then are there similarities in the elimination methods? Su Luo thought of the possibility of her experiment. Could this ball of gas be brought to her because of the wind? Because her running brought up the wind? The ball of gas followed. Originally, When Su Luo thought of this possibility, she planned to stop immediately to see if the ball of gas would stop with her. But then she thought she couldn't do that. Chapter 3:14. Because she realized something was wrong after a little thought. If, as soon as she stopped, the gas would stop, and as soon as she ran, the gas would run, then in fact, this gas would not cause any harm to people except for scaring people, because it would never touch her. Su Luo immediately broke out in cold sweat after realizing this. If she really stopped at that time, she might be hit in the face by this purple gas. But what went wrong? After thinking about it, Su Luo realized that it might be a problem of inertia. As soon as she stopped, the gas would probably rush towards her due to inertia. And from the fact that it could follow Su Luo all the time just because of a little wind, this ball of gas must be very sensitive to wind. If she suddenly stopped or slowed down quickly, her own wind would not be able to keep pace with her and slow down quickly. So by the same token, the purple gas would not slow down instantly. The final result is that the speed of the purple gas remains unchanged, while her speed slows down and she is caught up. For this reason, Su Luo decided to stop very slowly just now. Fortunately, her guess was right, and the gas really stopped. It's safe. Looking at the purple gas, Su Luo was worried again. Now her life is safe. But she can't let the gas follow her all the time. Right? So she has to get rid of it. After thinking about it, Su Luo tried to turn on the lighter and throw it into the gas to see if it can be ignited. However, it was obvious that the gas was non-flammable. After the lighter was thrown in, the plastic shell was quickly corroded and no sparks came out. If fire attack didn't work, then try water attack. Su Luo poured water in again, hoping to bring the gas down. This time it worked. The color of the gas was obviously much lighter in the place where the water was poured. It was replenished in a blink of an eye. It turns out that water can be used to extinguish the gas. Su Luo smiled and took out 2 bottles of mineral water. The area of this ball of gas was not large, and 2 bottles of mineral water were enough to extinguish them all. Soon, Su Luo saw the purple gas and rushed back to the purple gate. She still remembered that there was a Guanda who was eyeing the treasure here, and she didn't know whether Yang Xiaoqiao could protect the treasure in the purple gate. But unexpectedly, when Su Luo returned, Guanda and Yang Xiaoqiao did not show a confrontation as she expected, but sat peacefully on the left and right of the purple gate, like 2 door gods. Seeing her come back, Yang Xiaoqiao stood up first. You are finally back. No one has come for half a day, but the insects on the ground are a bit annoying. What's so annoying about that? If there weren't these bugs as snacks, I would be impatient. Hearing her words, Guanda stood up and retorted unhappily. He looked at Su Luo, looked her up and down, and said, thoughtfully, you can really beat the monsters in this door without any damage. This strength is top-notch even among the dragons. Su Luo nodded, and understood why Guanda suddenly stopped making trouble. Guanda is a smart man, and his ability to weigh the pros and cons is outstanding. After he realized that the consequences of offending Su Luo were much more serious than not getting the treasure in the purple door, he naturally would not go to seek death. He behaved well, so Su Luo naturally would not take any action against him. I go in and see what's inside. Su Luo walked in, and as expected, there was a note and a treasure in the treasure chest. The treasure was a small ornament, 3 small golden ingots stacked together, which looked quite cute. Su Luo picked up the ornament and looked at the note. After just a glance, she ruthlessly discarded the note. The content on the note was not useless, but it was what she already knew. That's right. The note said that if 3 nearby doors were opened together, the people inside would be restricted. Although it was more obscure, Su Luo still understood it at a glance. However, there was a small note under this note, which was used to introduce the functions of the 3 ingots. It turned out that this was also a small mineral vein, but it was much more powerful than the one Ma Fei got. This was a small gold mine. That's right. After all, the difficulty is very different, and the rewards are naturally very different. Su Luo weighed the ore in her hand, wondering if this thing can be brought to reality. If it can, then she will have a gold mine in reality. Then even if she loses the competition in the end, and the Zodiac continent fails to become her second world, at least she will not be completely in vain. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. There are very few master players who have a second world, because the role of the second world is surprisingly large. In addition to being a life-saving card in critical moments, it can also be used as a treasury. After all, there are many things in the second world that are not available in the original continent, and players can bring things from the second world back to the original continent, although it can only be taken out once a month. It does not prevent players from making a lot of money just this time. Therefore, players who have the opportunity to compete for the second world are already the best among players, just like their opponents, the gods. This instance was already the final battle, and up to now, the gods hadn't made any moves, which made Su Luo panic. There was a kind of calm before the storm. In addition, Yun Feibai hadn't replied to her yet. Now it had been almost 2 hours since Su Luo last sent a message to Yun Feibai, but there was still no response from the other side. Su Luo had a vague feeling that something was not right. In 2 hours, what kind of difficulties did Yun Feibai face that made him not reply to her message for so long? Or did something unexpected happen that she didn't know about, causing Yun Feibai to be unable to reply to her message? We must find Yun Feibai quickly. Thinking of this seemingly endless maze, Su Luo frowned deeply. She walked out of the purple door. Let's go. Let's speed up and continue searching. She didn't just say speeding up, but actually walked more than twice as fast. She walked so slowly before. Firstly, because she had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. Secondly, she slowed down her pace because she took into consideration that Yang Xiaoqiao next to her might not be able to bear it. But now that Yun Feibai's safety is involved, she can't be too cautious. The longer the time drags on, the greater the possibility that Yun Feibai will get into trouble. Now the system has not received any news of Yun Feibai's death, which is Su Luo's only consolation at the moment. In any case, it's good that he's not dead. After speeding up, their exploration of the map is indeed much faster. They kept wandering around in this area, and killed a monster that was released during the period. Although the progress was fast, the consequence of doing so was that soon Yang Xiaoqiao couldn't stand it. Wait. Huh? Wait. I can't keep up. Luo, can you walk slower? I can't do it anymore. Su Luo really stopped when she heard that, and looked at her. We have almost finished searching this area. It should be safe. Why don't you stay here? Yang Xiaoqiao looked at Su Luo in surprise, as if she didn't expect her to say such a thing. No. I can hold on. I won't drag you down. Luo, don't abandon me. Su Luo shook her head. The simple doors are probably almost open now. It will be very dangerous next. You are likely to get into trouble if you stay with me. Yang Xiaoqiao looked at her determined eyes and asked in confusion. But we were fine just now. You went to open the door, and I hid in the dark. There was no problem. Right? Su Luo sighed helplessly. She couldn't tell Yang Xiaoqiao directly that it was just a simple dungeon exploration stage before, and it would probably enter a dangerous stage with conspiracy and intrigue. She could only say as gently as possible, before, I was protecting you intentionally or unintentionally. But after that, I was too busy to take care of you. Yang Xiaoqiao originally wanted to say that she didn't need her protection and wouldn't hold her back. But thinking of the huge gap in their strength, she lowered her head silently. Yang Xiaoqiao knew that she had no ability to say this. She was just a burden next to Su Luo. It would affect her ability to exert her strength, and she couldn't take care of herself. Seeing Yang Xiaoqiao's face full of disappointment, Su Luo couldn't help but touch her head. It doesn't matter. We can still meet after leaving the cemetery. You just need to ensure your safety, so that we can meet again later. Yang Xiaoqiao knew that Su Luo was right, but she was a little unwilling. She hugged Su Luo and buried her head in her shoulder. After a while, Yang Xiaoqiao raised her head and smiled. Well, I'm afraid of death too, so I won't follow you around. We meet outside the cemetery. Looking at her slightly red eyes, Su Luo was a little moved. She nodded and promised, let's meet outside. Yang Xiaoqiao was afraid that she would burst into tears in front of Su Luo, so she turned around and left, at least with her back to everyone. She didn't have to control her expression. After she left, Su Luo looked at Guanda. You? Guanda immediately raised his hand and said, I won't leave. My strength is enough to protect myself. You don't have to worry. Su Luo said speechlessly, I'm not worried about you at all. What can you worry about? I just don't want you to be around me. I'm afraid you do something bad. Guanda didn't care about this. I won't listen. Don't you have something important to do? If you have time to argue with me here, you might as well get down to work. Su Luo shook her head helplessly. and had to let him go. She knew that Gwanda was a smart man. After seeing the huge gap in strength between the two, he would not make any small moves in the short term. Chapter 315. Not too far away. Su Luo finally saw what she had dreamed of. The black and gold door. This door was extremely luxurious, with obsidian and gold lines dotted on the door, and dark red gems inlaid in it. This door alone, placed in the original continent, is worth 1,000 gold. Su Luo and Gwanda looked at each other and realized that this was the door that Guan had used to hold the hammer. According to the strength of the child and the gorgeousness of this door, the things inside must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, the two of them quickly went forward to check. Perhaps because the things locked inside were big. The room was also very large. There was only a small treasure chest in the huge room, which seemed very empty. Opening the treasure chest, there was a beautiful amethyst necklace and a note inside. Su Luo picked up the crystal necklace, and a thumb-sized purple diamond crystal was hanging at the bottom, which was very beautiful. Su Luo picked up the note next to it, which introduced the purpose of this purple crystal pendant. The crystal necklace can guide you to find other dragon god gems. Su Luo's eyes immediately lit up. In this way, she didn't need to spend so much effort to find the gems. It was definitely a great convenience for her. Of course, there was one more important thing. Yun Feibai told her before that he also found a dragon god gem. Then, Su Luo could definitely find Yun Feibai with this crystal necklace. Thinking of this, she grasped the pendant. Gwanda on the side looked a little confused. What is this dragon god gem? How come I have never heard of it? Su Luo glanced at him. It can kill you. Gwanda laughed. I don't intend to pay attention to the dragon god gemstone. By the way, this necklace you. Su Luo had a blank expression. Don't ask. It can also kill you. Gwanda, this. Well then. Just pretend I didn't see anything. He was not stupid enough to say that whoever saw it had a share, and then asked Su Luo to give him half. If he dared to say that, Su Luo would definitely not show mercy. After all, this thing is too important to her. Equivalent to the key to complete the mission. She does not allow anyone to covet the dragon god gem and the amethyst necklace. Gwanda is very smart. He can tell from people's eyes what can be said and what cannot be said. Su Luo's eyes are full of murderous intent. He dares to say no. Seeing Su Luo retract her gaze, Gwanda breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's go on. Before he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing this familiar voice, the two of them changed their faces. This was the voice that the little boy would make. He's coming. Su Luo and Gwanda ran away immediately. Both of them were experts at escaping. They turned left and right, and soon made 7 or 8 turns in the maze. During the process, they passed various forks in the road and took the most complicated route. Huh. Are we safe now? Su Luo and Gwanda leaned against the wall and panted. According to their previous experience, it was enough to run this far. The little boy couldn't find them. Su Luo sighed. I don't know how to defeat such a powerful boss. We can just hide? He can't catch up with us anyway. But it was obvious that the two were too happy. Dong, dong, dong. Hearing this familiar sound, the two looked at each other. Their bodies moved before their brains, and they continued to run. Gwanda asked in confusion while running, how did he find us? He can catch up with us? Su Luo was also a little confused. A blind cat met a dead mouse? Just turn around a few times, and it happens to be the same route as theirs? After running for a long distance with many turns, the two finally stopped. Su Luo was a little tired at this time, and said breathlessly, he can't find us now. Right? We have come so far, and we can't be so lucky. Right? Gwanda nodded. Rest for a while. Huh? Huh? Then we will continue to find the door. Huh? I tell you. Huh? The things in the next door. Huh? Huh? Give them to me. Su Luo had no objection to this. I won't fight with you. The next one will be given to you. But you don't mind if you fight the monsters in the door by yourself. Right? Gwanda couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Luo. So stingy. You won't even let me have one. At least I let you have one just now. Su Luo laughed unhappily. Heh. You don't have the ability. So you were forced to let me. Dong. 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 Hearing the sound, the two people's faces changed. They caught up again. The two people didn't dare to stop at all, and ran away. Su Luo knew that this time it was definitely not a matter of luck. It was definitely that the other party could locate them. Both of them were smart and stupid. And they immediately figured out where the problem was. Gwanda looked at the crystal necklace hanging around Su Luo's neck, then looked at Su Luo again, and said with a face that was hard to describe, "I thought you said that if I wear this thing, it will kill me. And you said you want to kill me. It turns out that you really meant it literally. This thing is deadly." Su Luo also had a face that was hard to describe. And what she said at the beginning was really the first meaning. Who knew there would be such a sequel? You can't take someone's treasure for nothing. Right? Retribution has come. Gwanda ran and panted, "I say. Hoo-hoo. Why don't you? Hoo-hoo. Throw this thing. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Away. Hoo-hoo. Life is more important." Su Luo shook her head vigorously, "To be honest. To me, this crystal necklace is more important than life. After all, if you lose your life in the dungeon, you can get it back with 200 points. But if the necklace is gone, the mission will really fail." Gwanda said speechlessly, "If you, hoo-hoo, can solve the trouble behind, hoo-hoo, that's fine too. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. I tell you. Anyway, hoo-hoo, I haven't touched the necklace at all. Hoo-hoo. I will run away later. Hoo-hoo. You can fight the boss here by yourself." Su Luo nodded, "Don't worry. I won't get you into trouble. You run forward first. I stay here and see if there is any way." Gwanda couldn't believe what he heard. "What? You want to confront? Huh? That big boss? Huh? Didn't you just meet him? You don't know? Huh? How much you are worth?" Su Luo was amused by his intermittent words. "Okay. Don't talk anymore. Save some energy. I have my reasons for going, so don't worry about it." Hearing this, Gwanda stopped persuading. "Okay. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he turned left and went to another fork in the road. Su Luo stopped, recovering her strength while waiting for the arrival of the big boss. She had a reason for stopping. After all, the boss was a human, which made Su Luo think that she could communicate with the boss. After a while, the boss came and was stunned when he saw Su Luo standing in the middle of the maze. Perhaps he didn't expect that this guy who had been running away would dare to face him. But this didn't stop the little boy at all. He rushed over without stopping, holding a hammer in one hand. Su Luo naturally couldn't let him touch her. She pulled back and shouted, "Hey! Can you understand me?" Unexpectedly, the little boy actually understood and even talked to her. He spoke in a childish voice. "I understand. You die?" Su Luo was delighted. If he could understand, it would be easy. She said pitifully, "Can you please not kill me? I want to live." The little boy was not moved at all, and even hit her with a big hammer. "If you give me the crystal necklace, I can let you die easily." Su Luo dodged the boy's attack deftly. "Why do you want to kill me? We have no grudges against each other." The boy picked up the hammer. "The old man asked me to kill all of you tomb robbers." "Old man?" Su Luo realized something sharply. "Is the old man you were talking about the Lord Dragon God?" The little boy nodded and sneered disdainfully. "Only you call that old man an adult. He is just an old child." Su Luo felt that the adult she was talking about did not mean the same thing as the little boy. But now that she knew some information, she could naturally start to fool him. "Well, you've been sleeping for a long time. There are many things you don't know." The little boy asked in confusion, "What don't I know?" Su Luo said, "Lord Dragon God woke up once before and wanted to wake you up and tell you that you don't have to kill people. But you didn't wake up. So he told me about this and asked me to wait until you wake up to tell you." If Gwanda was next to him, he would definitely be shocked. Then he praised Su Luo for lying without blinking an eye. The little boy slowed down his pace with some doubt. He said there is no need to kill people? Su Luo nodded immediately. Yes. Yes. You were sleeping too deeply at that time. And he couldn't stay awake for too long. So he asked me to tell you. The little boy nodded thoughtfully, suddenly quickened his pace. And his attack became more clever. You are lying. The old man is dead. What can he use to wake me up? The car overturned. Su Luo quickly backed away and kept a distance. Don't panic. She can still make up for it. Don't you know how to make Lord Dragon sober? The little boy's face flashed with some confusion. Make the old man sober? Su Luodian took the opportunity to say, Don't attack me. I show you the evidence. The little boy nodded, put the evidence on the ground. I take it. Su Luo put the note introducing the use of the gem on the ground, and then cautiously stepped back several steps. Fortunately, she has this good habit of collecting all the clues she got in the copy. If she had thrown away this note at that time, there would be no evidence to prove that she was telling the truth. Chapter 316. The little boy came over, staring at Su Luo, and squatted down to pick up the note. He sniffed and nodded. Yes, it was indeed the smell of the old man. He would not make a mistake. Where are the 5 gems? After reading the content on the note, the little boy asked anxiously. God knows he hasn't seen the old man for hundreds of years. Although the old man was sloppy, annoying, untrustworthy, and refused to play with him. But he was the first person he met in this world, and he had accompanied him for thousands of years. Now he had slept for 100 years, and he thought that they would never meet again. Unexpectedly, there was a way to summon him out, which was a pleasant surprise. Su Luo saw him like this, and knew that her plan had succeeded. She shook her head and pretended to be regretful and replied, I only have 1 gem left in my hand, and the rest are scattered in the maze, and I am looking for it. Hearing this, the little boy immediately said, Then I will help you find them. Tell me where the gems are and I will find them all quickly. Is there such a good thing? Su Luo's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. The little boy's strength is obvious to all. Once he is recruited, even if it is only temporarily, she will be invincible in this copy. But before she said the words of agreement, Su Luo hesitated. The little boy is indeed a very powerful fighting force, but keeping him by her side will affect her actions. Because the little boy, as a boss, obviously would not obey her command. Su Luo's strength is far inferior to that of the big boss, so she can't discipline him. And if there is such a powerful weapon like him around, then she will definitely not be able to get close to others. Some of those gems may have fallen into the hands of players. With a little boy around, how could those people be deceived by her and give her the things? Su Luo weighed the pros and cons and had to reluctantly give up such an excellent combat power. No. Some gems are in the hands of the elites. They will run away when they see you. And I can't get them. The little boy frowned, reached out to his hammer, and clenched his fist. A mini hammer toy was in his hand. Well, this is a little magic weapon of mine. After you summon the dragon god, smash this little hammer to the ground, and I will come out. This is a good thing. Su Luo took the hammer and asked carefully, If I am in danger, can I summon you? The little boy hesitated. If someone stops you from summoning the old man. Su Luo immediately snapped her fingers. Understood. After thinking for a while, Su Luo asked, In this maze, how many people are as strong as you? The little boy said proudly, I am the most powerful person around the old man. I don't believe there is anyone stronger than me in this cemetery. Hearing this, Su Luo felt relieved. If there is another powerful person who is a little smarter, she can neither beat him nor cheat him, and it will be a bad ending. Okay, I leave first. I call you when I summon the dragon god. After saying that, Su Luo turned around and was about to leave. Seeing her like this, the little boy called her again and threatened fiercely, I warn you. My scent is already on you. If you lie to me, I will never let you go. Su Luo didn't look back, but just made an okay gesture. Anyway, she would let the little boy see the dragon god in the end, so it wouldn't be considered a lie. After solving the problem with the little boy, she finally had the opportunity to study the amethyst necklace. According to the instructions, Su Luo grasped the pendant tightly and swung it up and down twice. The next second, the pendant emitted purple light all over, slowly floated up, then flew in one direction, and then stopped moving. Su Luo didn't pay attention and felt that her neck was almost strangled. Cough, cough, cough. Su Luo coughed twice and looked carefully. It turned out that this thing was simply used to guide the direction. She followed the direction indicated by the pendant and began to quickly cross the maze. This body is really not comfortable. After walking a distance, she heard a charming female voice, as if she was talking to someone next to her. With just this one sentence, Su Luo was keenly aware that something was wrong. She immediately stopped, held the crystal and shook it again, until the crystal pendant stopped glowing and guiding the direction. Su Luo put it away. She leaned against the wall and listened to the conversation of the two people opposite. Another somewhat deep male voice said, Just be content. This body is so good. If you don't want it, I want it. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but shudder all over. although the person who said this had a deep voice. There was a hint of sissy in his words. It was as if a girl was speaking with a voice changer. The charming girl before said, "I don't this body is at least a girl's. Better than your big rough man. Right?" The more Su Luo listened, the more solemn his expression became. What's going on? Did the souls of these two people occupy other people's bodies? Otherwise, why would you say such a thing? She suddenly realized that this must be related to the players. It is difficult for people in this zodiac continent to do such a soul swap. Only players can do it. Su Luo pursed her lips and followed the two quietly, hoping to get more information. We have been here for so long, and we haven't met other people of the same race. We don't know what those rubbish are doing? The girl said unhappily. The boy shook his head helplessly. Who cares about them? Once we get out, we can soon occupy the entire race. By then, ha ha ha. The girl couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Lord God, this move is really too cruel. I really can't think of any possibility of our failure. God. Su Luo's eyes widened. This was actually done by God. It seems that he has some innate skill that can allow the rats to exchange souls with other races. But what is the medium? Su Luo knew that there was absolutely no skill that could allow anyone's soul to be exchanged. They must have used some medium to achieve this. But what is the point of letting the rats exchange souls with other races? Su Luo thought about it, and soon understood the sinister intentions of the gods. He planned to let the elites of all races be occupied by the rats. Then when they return to their respective races and take power, they can indirectly control the 12 zodiac signs. At that time, everyone will issue orders together and respect the rats as kings. Wouldn't that successfully allow the gods to occupy the 12 zodiac continents? Su Luo couldn't help but feel a chill when she thought of this result. If this is true, then even if they successfully summon the dragon, it would be useless. We must stop them. Su Luo followed the two quietly, carefully observing what they had in common. She had thought of a good way to get more information. Although these two people appear to be a man and a woman, Su Luo knows that their souls are actually girls. Wait, what is that? Seeing the little red dots on the back of the two people's necks, Su Luo raised her eyebrows and found a common point. It seems that people whose souls have been exchanged will have such a thing on their necks. The little red dot is a mark that is easy to forge. Su Luo took out a red marker from the system space and put a little red dot on the same position on the back of the neck. After doing this, she did not choose to go over and talk directly, as that would seem a bit too deliberate. Su Luo took a detour and pretended to walk in front of the two people casually. Then, she pretended not to see them, twisted her wrist, and then twisted her body with a very large amplitude. This body is not bad. It suits me quite well. The man and woman behind her looked at each other and quietly followed Su Luo. After seeing the red dot behind Su Luo's neck, the two did not look closely, and immediately walked over enthusiastically. Finally, we meet the same kind. Su Luo's mouth curled up. It's done. She immediately restrained her expression, pretended to be vigilant, and looked back at the two. You. The two turned around enthusiastically. Look, we have also changed bodies. Su Luo pretended to be relieved. Oh, I was scared to death. I thought it was a friend of this body who came. The two obviously knew Su Luo's worries very well, and said with deep sympathy, that's right. We are also very afraid of meeting acquaintances from the original body and being recognized. Su Luo came up with a plan and nodded with a smile. I'm afraid that they will find out that my behavior is different from that of the original owner, and then capture me for research and bring the original owner back. Hiss. Just thinking about it, I get goosebumps all over my body. The boy pretended to be scared with a rough face. Now that you say that, I'm a little scared too. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Luo and the girl shuddered together. The girl held her forehead helplessly. Please, can you not put on such a face and act like a soft girl? It's so inappropriate. Su Luo nodded immediately and agreed. Really? Be more normal. We are both scared if you do this. The boy said aggrievedly. But I am just a soft girl. How can I control such a rough man? You are bullying me. Su Luo vomit. Seeing that they were about to vomit, the boy finally put away his pretentious look. Okay. You two should be normal. Aren't you just lucky to get a girl's body? If you get this body, you will be like this. The girl straightened up and became normal, smiling. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. After all, it is still difficult for us to be driven out of this body. Chapter 317. Su Luo looked at the two people thoughtfully. wondering whether to get them out of other people's bodies now or keep them for the time being. After a while, Su Luo suddenly asked, "Where are we going now?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know. Anyway, didn't the gods tell us to open more doors and destroy the things inside the doors? Let's go find the door." Su Luo raised her eyebrows. The gods' move was ruthless. If the rats destroyed the gems, they would fail directly. However, given the hardness of this gem, it should be difficult to destroy. She nodded, and suddenly used her third skill to trap the two of them, then pressed the red dot on the back of the boy's neck with one hand and began to shake his head. "Ah! What are you doing?" the girl screamed, and the boy also shouted, "What are you doing? Traitor! You betrayed the Lord God." Su Luo sneered, "I was not a subordinate of that Lord God. You don't still think that my body has been invaded?" When she said this, a small black bug suddenly crawled out of the boy's ear. Su Luo looked closely and found that it was the small black bug with 3 tentacles that she had seen before. So that's it. Su Luo was a little surprised. It seems that this kind of bug is the medium for the gods to transform souls. Such a method is really hard to guard against. She was quick and killed the little bug with one skill. After the little bug came out, the boy fell limply in Su Luo's hand and seemed to have fainted. Su Luo approached the girl again and used the same trick to kill another little bug. After a while, Su Luo put the 2 unconscious people on the ground and sat down next to them, thinking of the little bugs hanging around her and Yang Xiaoqiao before. Su Luo shuddered. Presumably, at that time, these little bugs might have targeted them and wanted to make them their hosts. But because Guanda from the chicken tribe appeared and ate them one by one as snacks, she and Yang Xiaoqiao did not fall into their hands. In this way, Su Luo suddenly realized that they didn't see these little bugs before, probably because at that time, the gods hadn't had time to release them, and she and Yang Xiaoqiao and others had already been locked in the special space. Su Luo looked at the 2 people who were still unconscious beside her and sighed. She could have left directly, and she stayed here now not because she was kind-hearted and worried that these 2 people would be killed by monsters during their coma. It was mainly because she had something to ask these 2 people to do. Now she has known the conspiracy of the gods, and she doesn't know how many elites in this copy have been occupied by the rats. Su Luo must quickly build up her own power to fight against the gods. Otherwise, if in the later stage, all the elites in the copy are occupied by the rats, then she and Yun Fei Bai alone will definitely be powerless. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't help but look at the unconscious 2 people a few times. These 2 people must wake up quickly. They still have a long way to go. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait too long. After a while, the boy's eyelids moved and he sat up drowsily. Where am I now? He rubbed his eyes and saw that he was in a strange place. His memory quickly came back and the boy remembered his original purpose. "How do you feel now? Are you awake?" Su Luo asked at the right time. The boy was startled and jumped up quickly, turning to look at Su Luo. Su Luo smiled kindly. "Don't worry. I tell you what happened just now." Then, she told the boy all the conspiracy of the rat tribe. "Why should I believe your one-sided words?" The boy said vigilantly, "Maybe it was you who made us unconscious. And all this is a conspiracy by you to frame the rat tribe?" Su Luo shrugged indifferently. "Believe it or not, but I have told you the truth. If you meet someone with red spots on the back of his neck, be careful. Besides, don't let the black bugs get close to you." She stood up and patted the dust off her pants. The boy was frightened by her action and took a step back. "What are you going to do?" "I tell you that I have a high combat power." Su Luo looked at him speechlessly. "I'm leaving. Anyway, you have woken up. You won't abandon that fellow tribesman, right? Then I will continue to be busy. Don't forget to tell her the truth." After saying that, she didn't care what the boy's face was, and left quickly. She really had a lot of things to do, and didn't have time to waste here. Su Luo activated the necklace and set out on the journey to find gems again. After walking for about 10 minutes, the pendant suddenly dropped and emitted a brighter light. Su Luo looked up and saw a boy standing there with his back to her. He was wearing black trousers, which made his legs look very slender. White shirt, simple and clean. Su Luo was very familiar with the back figure. It was Yun Fei Bai. The moment she saw Yun Fei Bai, Su Luo wanted to rush over, but she restrained her impulse. Just walked forward with a smile and patted his shoulder. "Bai. Are you okay?" Yun Fei Bai was patted by Su Luo, and suddenly shook. then quickly turned back, his eyes alert. After hearing Su Luo's words, he showed a relaxed look and smiled. I'm fine. How have you been these days? Just this one glance. Su Luo's heart sank. Yun Feibai's eyes were not right, and he was likely to have been invaded by the Rat clan. His eyes were always cold and restrained. Never this wretched. Thinking of another soul in Yun Feibai's body, Su Luo felt a surge of irritability. She wanted to kill the bug that occupied his body quickly and let Yun Feibai come back. But Su Luo knew she couldn't act impulsively. She had to get the information out first. I don't know if this bug has got any clues during this period. It's great to see that you're okay. Bye. How many doors did you open? Before the boy could speak, she continued, with your great strength, I don't believe that you can't open more than 3 doors. When she said this, she blocked the possibility that the other party would be perfunctory. After all, the original owner could at least open 3 doors. If you say that you didn't get any clues, wouldn't it be obvious that you were exposed? Yun Feibai. He hesitated for a few times, then took out a green gem. This is something I got, and I didn't know it originally. Before he finished, Su Luo already knew what he wanted to say. He just wanted to say that he didn't know what this gem was used for. Then he took out the note introducing the use, and said that this was an object opened from another door. In this way, the 2 items can directly replace the 2 doors. How could she let this man succeed? Su Luo immediately interrupted him and pretended to be very surprised and said, you also got this. I got it too. As she said that, she also took out the note. This dragon god is quite considerate and put the note of introduction next to it. You must have it there too. Right? Yun Feibai twitched his lips. Ah. Yes. I have it here too. Su Luo pretended to be curious and asked, what about the other things? If you say there is only this one item, I will doubt whether you are fake. As soon as this was said, Yun Feibai immediately retorted, how is it possible? I have obtained many other things. Okay. When he said this, he also carefully observed Su Luo's face. After seeing Su Luo's ignorant look, he reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Su Luo might have just said it carelessly, and she didn't really doubt him. I also got a note that said something like the dragon will only descend in the City of Light. And I don't know what it means. The City of Light? Su Luo was also a little confused about this word. What is the City of Light? Is it a place in this maze? Seeing that Su Luo didn't say anything, Yun Feibai thought she was waiting for him to take out the harvest. He took out a blue rectangular block with a look of heartache. This is the last one. And I got so much. Su Luo asked, what is this? Yun Feibai. There was greed in his eyes. This is a river model. If you put it on the ground, a large river will appear. If I bring this thing back to Guijia, that day, the leader will definitely give me a big reward. Su Luo closed his eyes, not wanting to see this look in Yun Feibai's eyes that did not belong to him. Anything else? That's all you got? Yun Feibai nodded and said in shock, aren't these enough? This is already so amazing. Seeing that his eyes didn't look fake, Su Luo nodded, since there's nothing else. She suddenly used her third skill to control Yun Feibai. Then you can die. After a series of operations, Su Luo gently put the unconscious Yun Feibai on the ground. Yun Feibai's body was occupied, which should be the time period after she sent him the message. So it has been 4 hours since then. Judging from the performance of the soul just now, it should be that only the river was obtained by him, and the rest were obtained by Yun Feibai. Why do you say that? One is that the remaining 2 things require a high level of force. That person only used Yun Feibai's body, but could not use his skills. So he must be defeated. Another reason is that that person was obviously reluctant to give up the river he took out at the end. As we all know, only money earned by oneself is the most precious. Similarly, only rewards obtained by one's own strength are the most precious. Suddenly, a slightly confused male voice came from Su Luo's side. Luo Luo? Why are you here? Yun Feibai woke up. Chapter 318. Hearing his voice, Su Luo immediately turned to look at him in surprise. Abai! You're awake. Yun Feibai rubbed his head, frowned and asked, why are you here? Didn't we separate? Su Luo told Yun Feibai everything that happened during this period, then patted his chest and said thankfully, fortunately you are fine. Otherwise this copy would be troublesome. Yun Feibai also sighed after hearing this. I didn't feel anything, but the bugs invaded my body. Isn't this too scary? I don't know how many people in this instance have been invaded like me. Su Luo thought for a moment and asked, by the way, have you figured out the clue you got? The clue that the dragon god will only descend in the City of Light. Yun Feibai pondered for a moment and nodded. Actually, I had a little idea. After knowing the conspiracy of the rat tribe, I feel that I roughly understand what the content of the note means. Su Luo's eyes lit up. I would like to hear more about it. The City of Light must correspond to the City of Darkness. The dragon god is definitely on the side of light. And he is the god of the Zodiac continent. In other words, the Zodiac continent is the so-called City of Light. Su Luo nodded. That's true. Yun Feibai continued. Then on the contrary, the City of Darkness is the force corresponding to the Zodiac continent. According to the information we have so far, it is the Rat clan headed by the God of Heaven. Hearing this, Su Luo already understood what Yun Feibai meant. So you mean, if the Rat clan occupies more territory, then the dragon god will not be able to descend? Yun Feibai nodded, then shook his head. I did think so before. But when I just learned about the evil plan of the god to use insects to occupy the elite bodies, I had another answer in my mind. His expression was very serious. I was thinking before, if the dragon god descended in the City of Justice, it was the situation we just talked about. Then the conspiracy of the god would not succeed once. In other words, he has already failed. Then what is the point of doing this mission again? Su Luo blinked, because we may not be able to get 5 gems and successfully summon the dragon. This last copy is to give them a chance to lose both sides, and no one can get the second world. Yun Feibai's long speech was choked by her words, and he almost choked. Ahem. He knocked on Su Luo's forehead in anger and amusement. Are you still listening? Su Luo quietly stuck out her tongue. Well, she was indeed talking nonsense. That possibility was not true at all. If that was the case, there was no need for the two gods to go to such lengths now. They could easily find 1 or 2 gems, and then trade with Su Luo and the others. Even if the gods asked for a lot. For the precious second world, Su Luo and the others were willing to use a large number of props to exchange for gems. In this way, both sides would gain. At this time, the gods had no intention of trading with them at all, and were even making a big move. It can be seen that they had not failed, and there was still room for counterattack. Seeing that Su Luo was honest, Yun Feibai continued, according to your description, the gods intend to let the rats pretend to be elites and return to the tribe, and then take control of the situation. In this case, the 12 Zodiac continent will eventually become their world. Su Luo nodded and continued, so, if we want to summon the dragon, we also need to restore the elites, whose bodies are occupied by the rats in the cemetery, to their original state. Yun Feibai relaxed his brows. And I think we don't need to restore everyone to their original state, as long as most people are original goods. Then let's collect all the gems first, and then free the occupied people. When the time is almost up, we will summon the dragon. The two decided on this strategy, and took action immediately. Su Luo activated the crystal pendant, and the two looked at each other, and moved in the direction indicated by the pendant. 20 minutes later, they came to a yellow door, which was where the third gem was hidden. Su Luo stepped forward to open the door, and then quickly retreated. But surprisingly, there was no movement inside. Before, when they opened the door, monsters would rush in. But it was so quiet behind this door, which was really weird. Su Luo bit her lip and looked at Yun Feibai. I don't know what danger is behind this door. Why don't I go in first? If I don't come out after a long time, you can come in and take a look? Yun Feibai looked at her seriously. Do you think I will put you in danger while I sit outside and enjoy the benefits? But if the two of us go in together, if something happens, we will be wiped out. Going in alone is the best choice. Su Luo argued. Yun Feibai pulled her away without saying anything. Then I go in. Su Luo was also very firm this time. No. I go in. Because of your identity as an assassin. You took many risks before. So it's my turn anyway. The two people couldn't agree on the dispute, and finally chose to solve it by guessing the shell. The winner was decided in 1 round, and whoever lost went. In the end, Su Luo successfully lost the game with her own bad luck. Hee. I didn't expect that this unlucky attribute is still useful. This was the first time that Su Luo felt happy that she lost the game because her luck was worse than Yun Feibai's. Yun Feibai looked regretful. It was a mistake. Whoever wins next time will go. Su Luo smiled very proudly and waved her hand. Then I go in first. You wait for me outside. After saying that, she turned on the flashlight and strode into the darkness. Strangely, the flashlight seemed to have no light and could not illuminate the thick darkness at all. Her head felt a little dizzy, as if something was lost. Where is this? Su Luo opened her eyes and shook her head vigorously. She was sitting in an office, and memories flooded into her mind. Oh! It turned out that she fell asleep because she spent too much time preparing lessons last night. Teacher Lee came over and patted her on the shoulder. Young people, don't work so hard. It's not good to tire yourself out. Su Luo replied naturally, I'm fine. Preparing lessons is important. You can't mislead students. Her mind was still a little confused at this time, and Su Luo attributed it to the fact that she had just woken up. Wait! What is this? Su Luo pointed to the upper right corner of her body. What is this? Teacher Lee looked at the place where Su Luo pointed and smiled. Oh! Isn't this Teacher Wang Jin's trophy? She won it by winning the first prize in the Chinese teacher competition. Su Luo shook her head, her eyes wide open. No. I said. But seeing Teacher Lee's puzzled look, she suddenly stopped talking and pretended to be calm and said, so that's it. Teacher Wang is too amazing. She realized that Teacher Lee couldn't see what she saw. Or rather, only she could see it. Su Luo naturally couldn't make such an abnormal phenomenon too public. After Teacher Lee left, Su Luo looked towards the upper right corner again. There was a countdown funnel with numbers on it. The current number was 10 hours, 3 minutes and 58 seconds. And the time was still decreasing bit by bit. What was this? Su Luo felt that the world had become mysterious. Why was there a countdown above her head? What does this countdown represent? Watching the sand in the hourglass flowing down, Su Luo always felt a little flustered. She had a bad feeling that if the hourglass ran out and time was wasted, the consequences would be very serious. Su Luo pressed her temples with her hands, trying to wake herself up. But for some reason, looking at this transparent hourglass hanging in the air, the lingering sense of unreality became even stronger. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Class is about to start. Su Luo quickly packed up her things and walked to class 3 of Senior 2. The students in this class are all very well behaved and have good grades, which never bothers Su Luo. It is precisely because of this that she has to work harder to prepare lessons so that these children can have a good future. Su Luo walked into the classroom with an hourglass on her head, looking at everyone's expressions, wanting to see if anyone can see the hourglass on her head. However, the answer was disappointing. Everyone had a normal expression. Seeing this, Su Luo was more certain that only she could see this hourglass. She covered her chest, wondering if she had developed a mental illness because of overwork. Teacher, what's wrong with you? The monitor saw that the teacher was not in a good state, so he walked up and asked carefully. Su Luo waved her hand, adjusted her state, and started the class. In any case, even if she was really sick, she would have to go to see the doctor after get off work. She couldn't delay the children's class. But as she was teaching, Su Luo felt something was wrong again. She had prepared the lesson yesterday, but she still spoke vaguely today, as if all the words were blurted out and not under her control. After a day of classes and a daze, I watched the children bow politely and leave one by one. Su Luo's happiness doubled. But there was also an inexplicable feeling. These children are really too obedient and too smart. They understood what she said at once. And she, the teacher, didn't have to worry about anything. Su Luo looked at the sparrows flapping their wings outside the window and staying on the treetops. And an indescribable sense of happiness arose again. Such a peaceful day is simply too happy. Wait. Peace? Su Luo felt strange about this thought in her mind. Isn't this the life she usually leads? She was looking at the same scenery. Why did she have this feeling? This description of peace was even more absurd. She had never experienced war, and had always lived in peace. Why did she suddenly sigh that peace was so good? Chapter 319. Ding dong. Ding ling ling ling. Suddenly, the phone beeped. Su Luo opened it, and smiled immediately. The sender was her boyfriend and fiancé Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai was undoubtedly an excellent man, with outstanding looks, a corporate executive, mature and steady, and easygoing. She still felt that she was lucky to be able to be a couple with such an excellent person. Su Luo glanced at the countdown above her head again. Now there were only 5 hours left, and she felt inexplicably anxious. What was this inexplicable countdown hourglass used for? She couldn't let Yun Feibai wait too long. So Su Luo took a deep breath to hide her panic. She picked up her bag and walked out of the school gate. Her boyfriend was already waiting for her outside with a smile. "Bye," Su Luo blurted out when she saw the man's appearance. Immediately, she and Yun Feibai were both a little stunned, because she usually only called him Feibai. When had she ever called him Bai? This name? But when she blurted it out just now, it seemed as if she had called it Bai hundreds of times before, and there was no need to hesitate. Yun Feibai had come over while she was stunned. He took Su Luo's bag and said with a smile, "Bai? This name is not bad. If you want to call me that, that's fine." Su Luo shook her head subconsciously. No. When she came to her senses, she realized what she had said just now, and immediately explained, I'm actually used to calling you Feibai. No need to change." The two of them returned to their house together. They bought it together. It has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. It is still in the loan stage, but the debt will be paid off soon. After arriving home, Su Luo wanted to go back to her room to study the timer above her head, but Yun Feibai called her Luo Luo. Su Luo suddenly felt familiar when she heard the word Luo Luo. She turned around. "What's wrong?" Yun Feibai smiled and said, "I want to discuss something with you." Su Luo sat on the sofa, facing him. "You talk. I'm listening." Yun Feibai had his usual gentle smile on his face. "I have a promotion opportunity now, which can promote me 2 levels from my current position, and double my salary." Su Luo's eyes lit up. "Is there such a good thing? That would be great. This way we can pay off the mortgage quickly, and then we can save money to travel." Yun Feibai's smile was a little apologetic. "Luo Luo, listen to me first. It is true that I have this promotion opportunity, but the prerequisite is to go abroad. I have to develop abroad." Su Luo was stunned. Then, "What do you think?" "Of course, I can't bear to leave you and want to stay with you," Yun Feibai said with a smile. He didn't seem to feel bad about the loss of this opportunity. "Am I particularly good to you?" Su Luo frowned, thought again and said cautiously, "Actually, I don't mind you working abroad. This is a good thing. You don't have to rush to make a conclusion." Hearing this, Yun Feibai's smile faded a little. "What? You don't want me to be with you?" Su Luo immediately shook her head. No. I just think you shouldn't give up your own development for me." Yun Feibai smiled and said, "But I think, compared to my work, you are more important. Right? Besides, you must be reluctant to let me leave you so far. Right?" Su Luo couldn't help but frown again. A sense of disharmony filled her heart. She always felt that the Yun Feibai she knew shouldn't be like this. But searching his memory, he has always been like this. I think that with the advanced technology now, we can just video chat every day, and then I take a plane to see you on Saturdays and Sundays." Su Luo thought about it and made a suggestion that she thought was the best of both worlds. Yun Feibai still smiled, but seemed a little lonely. "So, you really don't want me to stay with you, right? Everything I've done is for you. Why don't you understand?" Hearing him say this, Su Luo looked at him in disbelief. "What nonsense are you talking about? You are not doing this for me. I didn't stop you from doing anything. You decide your future direction yourself." "No, I'm not." Yun Feibai stood up and grabbed Su Luo's hand to explain. Su Luo shook his hand away and looked at him coldly. "If you haven't even made a decision yet, you put the blame on me. Then I can't imagine how you will blame me if you regret your decision in the future." After saying this, Su Luo went straight back to the room and locked the door. Yun Feibai knocked on the door outside. "Luo Luo, I just said something out of turn. Don't be angry." "Luo Luo, open the door. Let's have a good chat. I admit that I was wrong just now, and there is still room for negotiation on this matter." Seeing that there was no sound from inside, Yun Feibai tried to persuade her earnestly. Su Luo said coldly, "Don't knock. Let me calm down. Let's talk tomorrow." The person outside probably realized that Su Luo would not come out, so he said in a gentle voice, "Okay, Luo Luo, think about it carefully. We will talk tomorrow." When everything returned to peace, the anger in Su Luo's eyes disappeared, leaving only calmness and confusion. She felt very strange just now, and the man outside didn't seem to be the boy she had been thinking about and making her heart beat. This is also the reason why Su Luo chose to quickly avoid him and escape into her own private space. Thinking of the strange face outside, she really couldn't remember why she liked him. Su Luo subconsciously felt that the person she liked was definitely not a man who followed the rules and completely gave up his career for the so-called love. He would not be such an irresponsible person who put all the responsibilities on others. Thinking of the experience of the whole day today, she suddenly found that she felt strange everywhere. This job is indeed a stable job, and there is no fluctuation. But she only worked for one day and felt that there was no passion at all. She felt very strange that the students were well behaved. There were no troublemakers and no poor students. She seemed to have become the envy of all teachers. Her life was also very strange. Too smooth. So smooth that she felt that she was a winner in life and a favorite of God. Everything seemed so beautiful, but also so wrong. But what made her feel the strangest was this strange boyfriend outside. Su Luo frowned and thought carefully. She was surprised to find that she couldn't remember any previous interactions with this man. She only remembered that she liked this man very much, and they were engaged to each other. But how did they meet, and how did they get together? She was horrified to find that she didn't have any impression in her mind. Su Luo felt a chill. The smile that the man had always had on his face in her memory seemed so strange. She always felt that such a gentle, no, it should be said that a dull smile should not appear on this face. The smile on this face should be shrewd and capable, elegant and treacherous. Not this seemingly gentle, but superficial, soulless smile. Looking at the countdown with 3 hours left above her head, Su Luo licked her lips. She already had a guess in her mind. Is this world fake? Su Luo whispered. But the hourglass did not give her any response. And the sand continued to flow down. Did she guess wrong? Su Luo frowned, puzzled. Is it because the voice is too soft? She cleared her throat and prepared to say loudly again that this world is fake. But before the sentence came out of her throat, Su Luo suddenly closed her mouth. Is such a beautiful world really fake? What is the real world like? If the real world is completely opposite to the present, would she still be willing to go back? Su Luo suddenly fell into deep thought. Although this boyfriend is not her favorite one, he is indeed good. Although the job lacks passion, it is stable. If she is actually poor and in danger in reality, this is a beautiful world she created for herself. Then does she really want to leave here in real life? After a moment, Su Luo raised her head with a firm look in her eyes. This world is fake. I want to leave. Under the impact of her voice, the hourglass suddenly shattered. Everything around her began to twist in all directions, and Su Luo felt a huge suction force sucking her consciousness out of her body. After a while of dizziness, Su Luo slowly opened her eyes full of complicated expressions. Her memory was restored. It seemed that the illusion just now was a test for her by this door. The hourglass should be the test time. If she did not break through the illusion before the hourglass stopped, she might stay there forever. Su Luo thought of the end of the illusion. The reason why she was willing to come out. It was because the self without any memory always believed that she would not let herself indulge in the illusion. Even if she is poor and destitute in this world, she believes that with her own efforts and intelligence, she can also stand out and live the life she wants. Thinking of this, Su Luo couldn't help laughing. It must be said that even if she has no memory, she still knows herself. Su Luo sorted out her memory, and then stepped forward to open the treasure chest. As expected, there was a yellow gem and a note introducing its use. Su Luo turned around and went out immediately after getting the gem. Yun Feibai was still waiting outside, so she didn't want him to rush. To be honest, after watching the fake smiling boy in the illusion for a long time, she urgently needed a real Yun Feibai to recharge. Chapter 320. Seeing Su Luo coming out of the door, Yun Feibai's expression was confused. Did you get the thing? Su Luo nodded, took out the yellow gem in her hand and shook it. I got it. Yun Feibai breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. How did you come out so quickly? There was not even the sound of fighting? Su Luo raised her eyebrows. It seems that her experience in the illusion does not count as time in reality. She simply repeated her experience inside the door, and then stared at Yun Feibai's face quietly. Yun Feibai was a little scared by her look. Why are you looking at me like this suddenly? He didn't know that the fiancé Su Luo was talking about actually had his face. So naturally, he didn't know what Su Luo was feeling now. Hearing this, Su Luo smiled and shook her head. Looking away, nothing. We still need 2 gems. Let's act quickly. There's not much time left for the cemetery to be opened. That's right. Let's go quickly. After saying that, the two activated the pendant and began to wander in the cemetery again. Maybe because of the direction, They met more and more people along the way. The more people they met, the heavier their mood became. The planet of the gods was silent, and many people had been occupied by the rats. 7 out of 10 people they met were occupied by the rats. Such a high ratio made the two of them feel depressed. This is it. Su Luo saw the pendant hanging down and looked up. The two girls were looking at them at a loss, obviously not knowing the purpose of the two coming here. Su Luo smiled falsely. Xiaohong, you are here. I finally found you. The purpose of her words was mainly to confirm whether the other party was a real person. Although it is possible to look directly at the back of the neck, it would be too blunt. If they have become the host of the rat tribe, then looking directly at the back of the neck will give the other party a chance to defend themselves. If she said this, if the other party was a real person, he would definitely say that he didn't know her. If the other party is a rat host, then they will definitely pretend to know each other because they are guilty. In this way, she not only recognized the other party's identity, but also had a reason to go with them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The two girls this time were obviously lucky not to be invaded by the rats. They looked at each other strangely, and then asked in confusion, sorry, I don't remember. Have we met before? Su Luo smiled and said, sorry. I just said that to confirm the identity. Then, she told the two people about the conspiracy of the rat tribe. What? There is such a thing that can occupy our bodies? The two girls looked at each other, both a little scared. Su Luo nodded. So if you see someone with red spots on the back of the neck, you must be careful. They are all parasites of the rat tribe. You must also be careful when you see small insects on the ground and don't let them get close to you. By the way, are you two from the chicken tribe? Otherwise, how come you haven't been possessed by insects? Su Luo suddenly asked curiously. She didn't doubt the identities of these two people. She was just curious. The two girls shook their heads at the same time and smiled happily. This is a blessing in disguise for the two of us. I don't know when we have been trapped in the same area. Su Luo had an idea when she heard this description. Oh, you were locked in a special space because 3 doors nearby were opened. The girl nodded in sudden realization. Oh, so that's it. Just now, Minglan put a golden nanmu she brought into a treasure chest. So we were able to get out. Su Luo told them the principle, and then couldn't help but sigh. You are really lucky. But if Minglan didn't accidentally throw the treasure into the treasure chest, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find you too. These two people are in a special space, and I don't know if the pendant can still guide them to find it. Even if they find it, people outside are afraid that they can't enter this special space. Minglan asked in confusion. I haven't asked yet. Why are you looking for us? Su Luo and Yunfei Bai looked at each other, and then said honestly, I guess you got the gem? I want to exchange the gem from you. The two girls on the opposite side looked at each other, and then Minglan, who had an idea, asked, Can I ask? What is the use of summoning the dragon? After they got the gem, they naturally read the note. It's just that the two of them didn't know much about the dragon, and didn't know what the use of summoning the dragon was. Su Luo said, Well, actually I don't know much, but it is very useful to us. It takes 5 of these things to summon a dragon. Otherwise it is useless. She said bluntly, You can get a gem, so you naturally know the hardship involved. To be honest, I think you can't get all 5 gems. It's better to take this gem that may become waste and exchange it for something useful to you. Minglan smiled. I admit that what you said makes sense. But what can you exchange with us? Su Luo took out the river model. How do you see this? If you put this thing on the ground, a big river will appear. It will definitely be a great achievement for your race. The two girls opposite were obviously a little tempted. Minglan knew very well that what Su Luo said was absolutely right. The gems in their hands were indeed obtained with great difficulty, and after playing all their cards. In this case, even if you put another door with gems in front of them, they would not choose to open it. In this case, this gem is just a beautiful piece of junk for her. As long as they take back what Su Luo gave them, they will definitely be rewarded. Although there is no shortage of rivers in the tribe, this kind of thing is more likely to be a little bit more, and it must be a great achievement. But Minglan wondered if she could get something better. She didn't know what she would get by summoning the dragon, but seeing how generous this person was, it must be good. The gem in her hand should be a necessity for the other party, and she could definitely raise the price. Su Luo saw the other party's intention at a glance. She twisted her wrist and pretended to mention casually, If this gem is in the door, We can get it easily. Minglan's face turned pale immediately after this. She bit her lower lip and suddenly nodded. Okay. We will exchange with you. Su Luo narrowed her eyes and smiled. Right decision. The two exchanged money and goods. And after the money and goods were gone, no one wanted to say more and immediately parted ways. After they could no longer see each other, the girl asked curiously, Minglan, why did you give them the gems so easily? We can obviously raise the price again. Right? Minglan sighed. Don't be too greedy. Have you ever thought about how they got the other gems? It's their fighting power. After her reminder, the girl also thought of this. She thought of what Su Luo said at that time. So, their fighting power is far higher than ours? Can you even defeat the monsters in the door at will? Are you afraid that they will get angry and kill people? Minglan nodded. More than that. Do you think the last words that girl said were really unintentional? She was just reminding us on purpose. She is now willing to negotiate and exchange goods. If we don't appreciate it, then she doesn't mind tearing her face apart. I see. Thinking that she had escaped a disaster unintentionally. The girl's face turned pale. Fortunately you heard it. If it were me, I would still be arguing over there. And I wouldn't even know how I died. While they were talking, Su Luo and the other two had already rushed towards the direction of the last gem. That Minglan is quite perceptive and didn't push her too far. Yun Feibai nodded. They don't think about why we two people who are much more powerful than them are willing to exchange goods with them in a friendly manner. Isn't it because they are afraid of the rat tribe? If there were no rat tribe, we might not be able to exchange such a good thing as the river model. Su Luo sighed. I don't know where this last gem is. I hope it won't be too hard to get. But obviously, the importance of gems is not only understood by them, but also by the two gods. After finding a gem, the god realized that something was wrong. 5 gems can summon a dragon, although it is unknown what it is used for. But the dragon was the former owner of this continent after all, and it is very likely to have powerful power. Although the god didn't know that there were other players in this copy, he knew that if someone summoned the dragon, it would most likely be the biggest variable in his entire plan. The god must not let a dead person affect his overall plan. He thought clearly that there were only 5 gems in the maze. As long as he always had one in his hand, the other party would not be able to summon the dragon no matter what. So, the last gem was in the hands of the god. At this time, there were many people around the god, and they were all the host of the rat clan. The god gathered all these people together, so as to avoid them regaining consciousness due to accidents. This is the scene that Su Luo and Yun Feibai saw when they arrived. 20 or 30 people gathered together, leaving a small open space in the middle. In the open space, there was a man and a woman sitting on the ground to rest. Su Luo and Yun Feibai hid behind the wall and carefully observed the situation of this group of people. Everyone was a master player with excellent hearing. In order to avoid the other party hearing them, Su Luo and Yun Feibai chose to communicate through the system. Su Luo, the two people in the middle should be the god and his partner. Chapter 321. Yun Feibai, it should be. These people should all be the host of the rat tribe. The last gem is very likely to be on the god. Su Luo, this guy is cautious. Even if he didn't know there were opposing players in this copy, he was able to do it without any leaks. He is worthy of being a master player who can compete for the second world. Yun Feibai, what should we do now? The gem is not allowed to be put into the system space. So as long as these 2 people are killed, the gem will definitely fall naturally. But how can we kill 2 people with similar strength to us? The two looked at each other, feeling that they were stuck in a bottleneck. Although the other party seemed to have more people, those ordinary people could actually be ignored. What they really had to deal with were these 2 master players. Su Luo thought about it and started typing again. Su Luo, I have a way. I will summon the boss and let him attack these 2 people and take the gems by the way. As long as we get the gems, these people are actually nothing to be afraid of. She had just forgotten that she still had such a big killer weapon that she hadn't used yet. You know, that little boss is invincible in terms of force. If she doesn't use it now, when will she use it? Yun Feibai's eyes lit up when he saw these words. This is indeed a good idea. The damage and health of the boss are not something they can defeat. Letting the boss go out to mess things up is undoubtedly a good idea. If the 2 gods are unwilling to hand over the gem, they will be chased by the boss all the time. And sooner or later they will be exhausted and die, and then drop the gem. If they were willing to hand over the gem, the 2 of them could summon the dragon. No matter what, they would win this round. Thinking of this, Su Luo and Yun Feibai felt relieved. After Su Luo and Yun Feibai ran a little further, they took out a small hammer and threw it to the ground. After a burst of smoke, a little boy holding a huge hammer appeared in their sight. Did you summon the old man? As soon as the little boy came out, he asked anxiously. At the same time, he looked around, hoping to see that familiar figure. Su Luo shook her head. Breaking his fantasy, there is only one step left, and we need your help. Someone is blocking us and preventing us from getting the last gem. Who is it? The little boy roared angrily. He would not allow anyone to disrupt his meeting with the dragon god. Tell me who it is, and I will tear him apart now. Su Luo smiled slightly. Listen to me first. When you go over and take a look later, the two people surrounded by the crowd are the ones who are blocking us. It's obvious. The boy put the hammer on the ground. Then I will smash them to death now. What a violent maniac. Su Luo wiped the non-existent sweat from his head and said patiently, Don't worry. We have another plan to complete the task better. When the time comes, you will chase them first. And after chasing those two people away, you can go and get the gems. The little boy didn't care why Su Luo asked him to drive the two away. It had nothing to do with him. He just asked, what if those two people don't hand over the gems? Su Luo smiled gently. Of course it's up to you. It's okay to smash them all to death. The gems will fall out anyway. You come back and give us the gems. And we summon the dragon. The little boy nodded and raised the hammer. I understand. This is easy. After saying that, he went straight to the two gods. Su Luo and Yun Feibai followed him. They still needed to wait until the two gods were far away to save the souls that were occupied by the rats. This is why Su Luo asked the little boy to drive the gods away. Halfway through, Su Luo suddenly said to Yun Feibai, Follow the little boy to see the situation later. Don't let any variables appear. Yun Feibai nodded. This is what he thought. The little boy doesn't look very smart. Don't let those two people lead him astray. When they arrived at the place, the little boy started to attack the gods directly as Su Luo and the others thought. The gods were confused by this sudden change. Why did such a powerful little boy suddenly come? The two tried to attack, and then found in despair that this was not a boss they could handle at all. What kind of killing weapon is this? Seeing that they couldn't fight hard, the two quickly ran away. The little boy followed closely behind, with a feeling of fighting to the death. After they left, Su Luo took the opportunity to break into the dispersed crowd, used the third skill to freeze the body, and then quickly rescued the sealed souls. The progress on both sides was very smooth. Over there, the little boy was attacking with all his might. Yun Feibai saw that he was so happy with killing that he had forgotten his job. He immediately gave a low reminder. The little boy coughed and said, Give me the gems. Otherwise I will smash you to death. The two gods, who were already in a state of panic, widened their eyes in shock. Gods above couldn't help asking, Can you speak? The little boy rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense. I warn you. Give me the gems quickly. Otherwise I will kill you now. Gods above suspiciously asked, Why do you want this? Isn't this thing for us? Yun Feibai was nervous for a moment, fearing that the little boy would let it slip and give them away. But his worry was obviously unnecessary. The little boy said disdainfully, Do I need to explain to you? In a word, give it to me or not. The two gods looked at each other. Their eyes met, and they silently negotiated. Both of them were a little entangled. After a long time, the girl nodded. Gods above. He took out a green gem and threw it to the boy. I hope you can keep your word. The two of them decided to give the gem to the boy. Of course, after careful consideration, this boy is obviously a boss. Otherwise, he would not have such a strong killing power. They deliberately took off their clothes for a while. But the other party did not show any signs of exhaustion or panic. So it is probably not a big boss summoned by the player. If a player can summon such a big boss without any restrictions, wouldn't it destroy the balance of the game? If this person was just an NPC in the dungeon, they wouldn't be too worried. This boss couldn't possibly know their plan. And it didn't seem like they wanted to stop them. So even if the other party got the gem, it probably wouldn't have any effect on them. Even if they broke their heads. God is above. The two of them couldn't imagine that there was a player who could command such a powerful boss and let it serve the player. After getting the gem, the little boy turned around and left with satisfaction. He had a moral bottom line. He said he would let them go, and he would never go back on his word. Seeing the little boy leave, the two breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had escaped. But they didn't know that their mission was about to fail. Soon, the three of them gathered together. Su Luo and Yun Feibai took out the 5 injured gems and put them together. The moment the 5 gems touched each other, they suddenly burst into a huge light. Su Luo and Yun Feibai covered their eyes and took a few steps back. Soon, the light disappeared. A male voice that sounded like a smile sounded beside the two people's ears. "You summoned me, right?" At the same time, the little boy's surprised voice sounded, "Old man, you really came out." Su Luo and the others opened their eyes and saw a golden dragon appear in front of them. Su Luo nodded and said, "It's us. Our last task is to summon you out." The little golden dragon first looked at the little boy and said soothingly, "I will finish talking to them first, and then I will talk to you about the past." Then, he looked at Su Luo and Yun Feibai kindly. "I know what you mean. Thank you for protecting the Zodiac continent. After so many tests, I believe you are qualified to protect it. Then may I ask, are you still willing to continue to protect this continent?" Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, nodded firmly, and said in unison, "We are willing." The little golden dragon nodded majestically, and a small piece of golden light burst out of his body. Then 2 golden circles of light emerged from his body and moved towards Su Luo and Yun Feibai. "Don't resist. Accept it." Su Luo only felt her body warm, as if she had a new connection with the land under her feet. She silently felt this connection, and her soul seemed to have proudly traveled across the entire Zodiac continent. After a long time, the two opened their eyes, and a golden light flashed in their eyes. At the same time, the copy prompt sounded in their ears. "The copy is over." Neither of them chose to leave immediately. The mission was completed, and they were not in a hurry now. Little Golden Dragon said, "Okay. 2 new guardians. This will be your home from now on." Su Luo and the others nodded. They had received the inheritance and naturally understood a lot of things. The so-called guardians need to come out to stop alien species when they destroy the balance of the continent. With the bonus of the power of the continent, they are invincible on this continent. In fact, most of the destruction comes from the taskers, some new master players, because they can stay in the dungeon for a long time, deliberately do not complete the task, and then domineering in the Zodiac continent. At this time, Su Luo and the others need to help solve them. This is also the main task of the Guardian. Generally, players will not make the same mistake again after being taught a lesson by the Guardian. Little Golden Dragon looked at them kindly. "It's great. It really reminds me of my youth." "Old man, have you forgotten something?" When he was leisurely, a gloomy voice came from the side. The little boy glared at the Golden Dragon. Little Golden Dragon's beard trembled slightly, then turned around and smiled. "Oh, how could I forget you? How was your time? Did you sleep well?" His words hit the little boy's heart. The little boy grabbed his dragon tail and said viciously, "I was just born. I just woke up. You locked me up in a dark place to sleep. Are you still a dragon?" "Good fellow." Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, and the filter of Lord Dragon God was shattered. This is not the majestic and solemn Lord Dragon God, but a naughty old man. Seeing Su Luo and the other two's eyes full of joy, the little golden dragon was embarrassed for a moment, and then said, "You two should go back first. There is nothing for you to do here." Su Luo knew that he didn't want to make fun of her, so she also walked out tactfully, but they didn't plan to leave immediately. There was still one thing to do. The two found a dragon elite, who had recovered. Seeing his benefactor coming to him, the boy's attitude was very good. "Benefactor, you can follow me back to the dragon clan. We will definitely treat you well." Su Luo shook her head. "We still have things to do. But I suggest that you check the senior leaders of your dragon clan after you go back, as there might be problems." The reason why she said this was, of course, because of this incident. The Dragon Clan's invitation of the 12 Zodiac elites to participate in the cemetery exploration was completely in line with the wishes of the Rat Clan. It was hard for Su Luo not to suspect that someone in the senior Dragon Clan was a traitor. After talking about this matter, the two of them had no regrets at all. "It's finally over." The two laughed happily at each other. System. Leave the copy. Chapter 322 Extra 1. "We finally finished the exam," He Weiwei said happily, while lying on the bed with her arms and legs spread. It was really relaxing after the exam. This busy and long first semester was finally over. Su Luo was packing her suitcase next to her and smiled and agreed, yes. The exam is finally over. There is nothing to do in our school. We can go on vacation directly after the exam. This is quite good. Since the end of the Dragon Clan dungeon, Su Luo has been in a very relaxed state. Anyway, her strength is also top-notch in the master level. And dungeons are not difficult for her. So there is nothing to worry about. Seeing that it is already a holiday, Su Luo plans to travel with Yunfei Bai to appreciate the beautiful scenery of this continent. After packing up, Su Luo picked up the suitcase and said, "Then I will leave first. And I may go out to travel during the holidays. If you want to find me, just call me." He Weiwei nodded. Xingqiu has been picked up a long time ago. And Luomeng will be back in a while. It seems that this time the four of us have to go completely separately. It is a coincidence that the timelines of the four of them are just separated. He Weiwei has to wait for her family to pick her up. So she can't leave now. Su Luo originally planned to go with Yunfei Bai. But Yunfei Bai had to take another day of exams. So she had to leave first. When Su Luo walked out of the dormitory door, she didn't notice that a sinister look was watching her in the corner. Seeing Su Luo leave, the man immediately called and said something. After leaving the school gate, Su Luo looked at the busy streets and felt a little dazed. In the blink of an eye, she had already spent half a year in this strange continent. Her experience during this period can be described as colorful. But fortunately, the result was very satisfactory. Half a year of hard work in exchange for a better life in the future. Everything is worth it. She and Yunfei Bai got a huge sum of money from the black market before. After discussing, the two used the huge sum of money to buy a villa not far from the school. As master players, they actually don't lack money at all, because points can be exchanged for money, and the proportion is not small. They can easily take out hundreds of points, and they don't lack money at all. In addition, they can also sell props and other things. The two of them are actually invisible rich people. They didn't save the windfall. They didn't need it at all. Su Luo thought about it, and decided to walk home. Their villa is only 2 kilometers away from the school, which is too easy for a master player with strong physical fitness. Interesting. Feeling the movement behind her, Su Luo raised her lips, and revealed a barely perceptible smile. Not long after she left the school gate, she felt someone following her. Su Luo originally thought that this person simply wanted to steal things. But after realizing the strength of the person behind her, Su Luo gave up this idea. This person is obviously an elite player. An elite player will naturally not degenerate to the point of relying on stealing for a living. If they are willing, they can make a lot of money as bodyguards. Why would an elite player follow her? Su Luo's brain was working fast. Could it be that her identity was exposed, and some organization wanted to investigate her? But if that was the case, they should at least send a master player? A small elite player wanted to follow her without attracting her attention. Isn't that a bit too much of a disrespect for her master status? If this possibility is excluded, Su Luo frowned. Did she offend someone recently? And the person she offended must be someone from the school, because she hadn't been out much during this period. Elite level. Someone from the school. Suddenly, Su Luo had an idea in her mind. Her brows relaxed. Oh, so that's the case. If that's the case, she must teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Su Luo deliberately walked to a place with few people. Sure enough, when there were no people around, the scenery in front of Su Luo suddenly distorted. And the next second, she entered a gray space. Where is this? Su Luo turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a black sportswear and a black baseball cap behind her. The man pressed down the brim of his hat. Little girl, stop shouting. This is my private space. Even if you shout your throat out, no one will come to save you. Su Luo sneered and asked back, did I shout? The man was choked by Su Luo's words, and was stunned for a moment before smiling and saying, I didn't expect you to be so calm in such a disadvantageous situation. He walked towards Su Luo leisurely. I wonder if you are confident. Or are you just a paper tiger? Only bluffing but actually weak? Although it was a question, it was obvious that he already had the answer in his mind. Su Luo suddenly asked, are you Sun Yi's uncle? Oh, you have some brains. The man obviously didn't expect Su Luo to guess his identity, but it doesn't matter if she guessed it. Anyway, there is no evidence. Even if you tell it, no one will believe it. It seems that her guess was right. This person is indeed Sun Yi's elite uncle. I didn't expect that Sun Yi's revenge was so strong. After more than a month, She actually wanted to find her uncle to take revenge on her. Sun Yi's uncle snapped his fingers. Don't blame your bad luck. Who told you to commit suicide and offend someone you can't afford to offend? Then how do you plan to deal with me? Su Luo looked up at him. The other party's answer would determine how she would punish him. The man thought Su Luo was scared, and his smile deepened the lines on his face. You don't have to be too scared. I will only ruin your beautiful face. After all, it is your face that makes my niece unhappy. TSK. Su Luo couldn't help shaking her head. If that was the case, then it would be a bit too light if she just scratched the other person's face. After all, how could the other person's face compare to her own? She had to think of a more appropriate punishment method. By the way, you said this is your private space? Su Luo looked a little curious and asked, what do you mean? Is this your innate skill? Her performance made the man a little confused. Aren't you afraid? Or do you have a magic weapon to save your life? Su Luo said dissatisfiedly, I asked the question first. How about this? You answer my question first, and then I will answer your question. Uncle Sun Yi, For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But what can a college student do? Especially since this person came to this continent alone, without any relatives or friends. But why is she so calm? Uncle Sun Yi suppressed his inner panic and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. This is my innate skill. Dual space. In this space, unless one of us dies or both parties sign a dual agreement, no one of us can get out. No one can get out. Su Luo raised her eyebrows, her tone full of smiles. Then I can answer your question. The reason why I am not worried is because... When she said this, Su Luo raised her hand and used her first skill to hit the man. In a flash, the man was horrified to find that he was only left with a layer of blood. Your strength is not enough to scare me. Looking at his precarious health bar that would surely kill him if he was attacked again, the man's eyes were about to burst. How are you so strong? Are you a master player? The situation suddenly reversed. Su Luo nodded with a smile. I don't know where you get the courage from. Are you a little empiricist? Do you think college students are easy to bully? You know, this is not the original continent. How do you know that you are not kicking a solid plate? She said as she walked forward. Under the trembling eyes of the man, she exerted force on her hands and made the man lie on the ground. Then Su Luo bent down and gently asked in his ear, How should I punish you? And her gentle smile at this moment was no different from the devil's smile in the eyes of the other party. Sun Yi's uncle trembled and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. Please let me go. Please. Su Luo shook her head, pretended to think for a while, and then smiled and said, You want to destroy the most important face of a girl. Then I will destroy the most important life of a man. Isn't it too much? The man's eyes widened in horror, shaking his head vigorously. No. 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 Give me a chance. Give me a chance. I can atone for my sins. Su Luo asked with a hint of sarcasm, How can you help me? I think it's better to cremate a scum like you. The man racked his brains to think about it, and then said carefully, Can I help you do something? Seeing Su Luo's obviously dissatisfied attitude, he immediately changed his words. I can give you all my props. Seeing Su Luo raised her eyebrows and signaled him to continue, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am a veteran elite player. I have a lot of props. Take a look. I will definitely satisfy you. As he said that, he did not dare to hide anything and took out 5 props at once. Su Luo took a quick look and nodded. I can use these to exchange for your life. But this punishment is too light. The man asked in astonishment, What else do you want? Su Luo thought for a while. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. You cut yourself on the face, and then sign a confidentiality agreement, and I will let you go. How about that? She glanced at the props on the ground again. Of course, I won't make it difficult for you. If you don't agree, we can still use the first plan. The first plan she mentioned was the punishment measure of cutting the opponent's vitals. Hearing this, the man immediately shook his head. No. 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 I cut it. I cut it. As an elite player, his face is not particularly important. Compared with his vitals, it is even more insignificant. He carried a dagger with him, and at this time, the dagger used to hurt people fell on his face instead. The man gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and cut a hole on his face. He didn't dare to make only a small cut. If Su Luo was not satisfied, he would suffer in the end. Ah! With a scream, the knife in the man's hand fell to the ground, and he covered his face tightly with his hands. Blood seeped out from his fingers, looking extremely scary. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Take out the agreement. And show me your talent skills by the way, so that you won't lie to me. The man nodded hurriedly, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. This is the agreement paper. You just need to use your mental power to print what you want on the paper, and it will come out. Then, he honestly showed his talent and skills. The huge gap in strength made him dare not resist at all. After Su Luo checked it, she wrote a confidentiality agreement, so that the man could not reveal her identity. At the same time, he was told not to help this little niece do bad things in the future. In fact, it was a bit redundant for her to write this. After this unforgettable lesson, the man hated his niece. How could he help her to hurt others? After everything was over, Su Luo signed and returned to reality. There was a figure desperately running away behind her, but Su Luo didn't care. She stretched. Today is another day to help others. Chapter 323 Extra 2. I don't care. I'm going to the playground. On the sofa, a little boy with black hair and black eyes was yelling in dissatisfaction. Su Luo and Yun Feibai stood beside him with helpless faces. Why did their family suddenly have a little boy? Of course it couldn't be theirs. The two were still very young and had no plans to have children. To be more precise, before they were 100 years old, they probably wouldn't have the idea of having children. After all, as master players, it was easy for them to achieve immortality. 1,000 points a year. This is easy for most master players. With a long life, master players naturally don't feel so urgent to leave a descendant. Master players are usually not in a hurry to have children. Children are only a burden to them, and they are meaningless. So how did this child come about? This matter started a few days ago, when Su Luo and Yun Feibai went to travel to the Zodiac continent together. Because they had just graduated from college, the two planned to take a short vacation and go to the 12th Zodiac continent to relax. As a result, they got themselves into trouble. As soon as they arrived at the 12th Zodiac continent, the old dragon found Su Luo and the others. Then, he irresponsibly handed the little brat to them and ran away. That's right. This kid was the little boss with super high force value, Xiao, who made important contributions to the Dragon God copy before. Looking at the noisy little boy on the sofa, Su Luo couldn't help but recall what happened that day. The golden dragon transformed into an old man with a fairy-like appearance, a light golden gown, and a long white beard. He stroked his beard slowly with one hand, and said kindly, Xiao Qiu is a good child. I may have to go into seclusion during this period, so I trouble you to take care of Xiao Qiu. Su Luo was naturally unwilling to take over this hot potato. She was not a fool. A good child? Su Luo should be thankful that Qiu is not a devil. Okay. She and Yun Feibai traveled to the Zodiac continent several times during their 4 years at university, and often went on adventures with Dragon God and Qiu. So they had a deep understanding of the temperaments of these two people. It didn't take long for the old Dragon God to completely break the noble and cold Dragon God filter in their eyes. When they got along, they were no longer as cautious as before. There was no way, no matter how noble your status was, you couldn't stop being nonsensical and unreliable every day. Qiu had always called Dragon God a bad old man. And it made sense. This guy was always unruly. There is absolutely no dignity that a Dragon God should have. As for Qiu, this child is not particularly bad. Although the Dragon God basically raised him in a free-range way, he still taught Qiu the proper manners. Of course, Qiu didn't really listen. Su Luo naturally declined this little trouble. She sneered, You probably handed Qiu to us because you wanted to be happy alone. Right? You said Momo was in seclusion. How come I didn't know that you, a soul body, also had to go into seclusion for cultivation? That's right. This dragon that looks like a real person is actually just a soul body, and his real body has long disappeared with time. This is also the reason why Momo was in the Dragon God cemetery before. But in fact, for a being of the level of the dragon, the loss of the physical body does not mean Momo, nor will it make him truly dead. It's just that the Dragon God needs to spend a lot of time to warm up the soul before he can appear in the eyes of the world again. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, he can now travel around the 12 zodiac continents with his soul body. And this nurtured soul body only needs to absorb the spiritual energy of the 12 zodiac continent to continue to exist. In other words, As long as the dragon god is still in this 12 zodiac continent, he will not die. Hearing Su Luo's question, the old man expression, which he had finally put on, was broken for a moment. But the next second, he, who was proficient in expression management, immediately became sanctimonious again. Look at what you are saying? Xiao Luo. Where is the trust between people? Su Luo held his forehead and complained to Yunfei Bai next to him. I said that I shouldn't use the illusion stone to bring the TV series to him. What kind of things has he learned? Do you know what this word means? The recording stone is a magical stone they brought back from that dungeon during a mission. This stone is like a video recorder, which can record images in it and then release them in a special way. In short, it is a small TV for the dragon god. Yunfei Bai sighed. I didn't expect it either. Who knew that his focus was on Momo? Wait! Don't leave. He widened his eyes and pointed at Su Luo behind him and shouted urgently. Su Luo felt something was wrong and turned around immediately. However, the old man who was behind her had already disappeared, leaving only Xiao Qiu, who also looked helpless. Xiao Qiu's tender face was full of the vicissitudes of an adult, and it seemed that he had long been accustomed to the other party's unreliability. Where is the person? For buying and selling? Su Luo shouted dissatisfiedly. She knew that the dragon god had no good intentions, but she really didn't expect that this old man could be so bad. He ran away before the negotiation was even completed. Qiu sighed. Stop shouting. The old man has made up his mind to send me out. Even if you shout your throat out now, he won't come out. Seeing his calm appearance, Su Luo couldn't imagine that he had suffered such disdain from Momo and the experience of being a non-dragon before. So he was so self-aware. Then we will leave you here and go back by ourselves. Su Luo sneered. How could this be difficult for them? As long as they don't take people away. Can the dragon really bear to leave Xiao Qiu here alone? Qiu shook his head. You are still too naive. Can the old man leave you such a big loophole? Do you believe it? When you two go out, you will find that I followed you to your world. The old man has already bound us together. Su Luo. Yunfei Bai. We believe it. At this point, the two looked at each other helplessly and had to take over this mess. When they come back next month, they will probably be able to send Xiao Qiu back. Although Xiao Qiu has lived for 1,000 years, he has been asleep most of the time during these 1,000 years. And the time he was really awake is less than 10 years. In other words, Xiao Qiu's real mental age is only 8 or 9 years old. Su Luo had said before in the Don't Be Unhappy copy that even dogs would dislike a 7 or 8-year-old. And Xiao Qiu is different from ordinary children. He also has extremely powerful strength. This gave Su Luo and the others a headache. They couldn't beat this child together. Right? If Xiao Qiu was unhappy and insisted on making trouble, they couldn't stop him at all. So during this month, Su Luo and the others originally planned to let Xiao Qiu stay in the villa and not go anywhere, so that there would definitely be no trouble. However, things always go against one's will. Xiao Qiu is very curious about this new world and is not willing to stay at home. So when he accidentally heard that the playground is a place for children to play, the scene at the beginning appeared. Su Luo sighed, and seeing that the child was about to lose his temper, she quickly comforted him. It's not impossible to take you to the playground, but you have to make 3 rules with us. Xiao Qiu immediately became excited when he heard that there was a play. What 3 rules? Can you tell me about it? Su Luo said, first of all, on this continent, you cannot use any abilities beyond those of ordinary children, including strength, speed, etc. Xiao Qiu nodded, agreeing with this point. Although he was young mentally, he was still sensible. He knew that if he abused his abilities, it would cause trouble to the continent. The old dragon also taught him about this matter seriously. Seeing that he agreed, Su Luo continued, the second rule is that you cannot talk to strangers outside, except for questions we ask you. Don't answer anyone else's words. The purpose of her setting this rule is to prevent Xiao Qiu from telling others about the 12 zodiac continent. If she directly told him not to talk about the 12 zodiac continent, Xiao Qiu would inevitably let it slip. So Su Luo told him not to talk, to prevent future troubles. Xiao Qiu pouted his mouth, looking unhappy. Why can't I talk to others? I'm not dumb. Su Luo couldn't tell the real reason directly, as it was hard to guarantee that the boy wouldn't get angry. She coaxed him kindly. We didn't stop you from talking. You can still talk to us. Xiao Qiu was of course not satisfied with this explanation. But why can't I communicate with others? Su Luo rolled her eyes and said, in our place. Other adults often dislike children for talking childishly. So children generally don't talk to adults other than their own family members. Is that so? Xiaoqiu nodded. Not arguing anymore. What about the last restriction? Su Luo hadn't thought about this yet. And she looked at Yun Feibai in embarrassment. Yun Feibai immediately received her signal and added, as for this last point, after you go on this trip, be a good boy and don't go out of the house. This is good? Su Luo nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, if you violate these 3 rules, you will never have the chance to come to this continent again. You should weigh the importance of this. In fact, Xiaoqiu did not accept the 3rd rule. But after being disturbed by Su Luo, he forgot about it and really nodded obediently. Then it's decided. The 3 of us will go to the amusement park together tomorrow. Chapter 324 Extra 3. Because they had a portable space, the 3 of them didn't need to bring anything. And they came to the amusement park in a clean and refreshing manner. The amusement park they went to was the most famous one in the local area. And it also had branches in other places. And it received rave reviews. Although she was accompanying Xiaoqiu to play, Su Luo was actually looking forward to it. Now it was a statutory holiday. So there were many people coming to the amusement park. Yun Feibai walked in front to protect Su Luo and the other 2 and clear the way. After buying the tickets, the 3 of them walked into the amusement park. Just like in memory, the playground was filled with laughter and joy. And the cheerful music made people feel relaxed. Su Luopi was dazzled by the colorful amusement facilities. She, who had a fear of making choices, gave the opportunity to Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu, where do you want to go first? Xiaoqiu looked around. And when he saw the roller coaster that was whizzing by, his eyes lit up and he pointed at the track of the roller coaster. I want to play this. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were not afraid of heights. So naturally they had no objection. The 3 of them went to the roller coaster together to queue up. As we all know, the more exciting the activities in the amusement park, the more people will line up. And the roller coaster is the most exciting project in the amusement park. Su Luo stood at the back, and Xiaoqiu was between them. Suddenly, Su Luo felt someone passing behind her. At the same time, the wallet in her pocket was a little deflated. As a master player, she has a very high degree of sensitivity to her body, which is why she can keenly feel when her wallet is slightly deflated. Su Luo's expression was turned, and she grabbed the black-clothed man who had just passed by her. Give me back my stuff. The man was startled, obviously not expecting Su Luo to react so quickly. However, he quickly calmed down and asked in confusion, what are you talking about? What about your stuff? Su Luo's eyes condensed, and her years of experience in dungeons made her very accurate in judging people and things. Although the man in front of her could not hide his panic, his eyesight did not show any fear. Su Luo's heart sank, and the money was probably no longer with him. Otherwise, this person would not be so calm if he was caught red-handed. He would definitely be afraid. She did not answer the other person's question immediately, but quickly looked around. At the same time, other people were attracted by their dispute and gathered in a circle to watch the show. TSK. Su Luo quickly locked on another suspect, a long-haired girl. The person and the black-clothed man in front of her had a brief eye contact. The most important thing is that their shoes are couple style. Su Luo pointed at the girl who wanted to sneak away. Hey! The girl with long hair and gray sweater. Don't move. When these words came out, both of them trembled, which confirmed Su Luo's thoughts. They were indeed accomplices. As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, the man in black in front of her immediately jumped up and tried to push Su Luo. At the same time, the girl in gray clothes ran away. How fast were Su Luo and Yun Feibai's reaction speed? At the moment when the 2 men acted, Su Luo immediately dodged the attack of the man in black by turning sideways. Yun Feibai attacked quickly and caught the girl in gray. Both of them were caught. From the time Su Luo pointed out the girl in gray to the time the 2 skins were caught, the whole time was only 7 seconds. Wow! Awesome! These 2 young people are too good, aren't they? They must be elite players. The crowd who witnessed the whole process sighed. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This is the case in the Aro continent. You never know how powerful the person standing in front of you is. Soon, the police came and took the 2 human skins away directly. Because everyone is a player. The police in the Aro continent must be at least elite players. Otherwise, it is impossible to quickly catch criminals. And the police is also the ideal career for many elite players. With a stable job, high salary, and respect, Su Luo actually once thought of becoming a policeman. After the roller coaster, Su Luo and the other two didn't feel anything. To be honest, for Su Luo and Yun Feibai, this roller coaster was not even exciting. And it didn't even make them want to scream. What about Xiao Qiu? He can fly anyway, so he is naturally not interested in this roller coaster. After getting off the roller coaster, the three of them were a little bored. Seeing Xiao Qiu's bored expression, Su Luo thought that she couldn't let him come here in vain. She looked around and suddenly her eyes lit up. Xiao Qiu, do you like sweets? Since the amusement facilities can't arouse the interest of children, then they can only rely on delicious desserts to make up for the shortcomings. Xiao Qiu nodded immediately after hearing this. I like it. Su Luo took him to the row of stalls, where there were all kinds of snacks for sale. How about cotton candy? My favorite. She pointed at the light pink cotton candy that looked like clouds and asked with a smile. There is no cotton candy in the Zodiac continent. Xiao Qiu was immediately attracted by this novel and beautiful candy and nodded vigorously. I want to eat it. Su Luo smiled and bought him one. Here. Take it. At this time, Yun Feibai, who was watching their interaction silently, looked at the vendor. Give me another one. Hey. You? Su Luo was a little surprised. Yun Feibai didn't like sweet things. Yun Feibai handed the cotton candy to Su Luo. Here. It's for my kid. Puff. Su Luo couldn't help laughing, and took the cotton candy with a smile. Then thank my little parent. Yun Feibai hugged her waist dissatisfiedly, and said seriously, it's my boyfriend. And I'm not young. Su Luo's face turned red because of this unexpected car, and glared at him. You say this in front of the child again? Yun Feibai then remembered that this was not just their world. There was a child following them. He looked down and saw Xiao Qiu staring at him with wide eyes. Puzzled. Well, let's see what else is delicious. He coughed lightly and changed the subject. Su Luo ignored him and took a bite of cotton candy. The sweet touch turned into a small stream of sweet water once it entered the mouth. After taking a bite, people couldn't help but want to take a second bite. She was just feeling satisfied when Xiao Qiu beside her suddenly ran forward and pointed to a stall excitedly, saying, I want this. Su Luo looked up and saw that he was pointing at a chocolate candy in the shape of a rabbit. Small, delicate and cute. The two of them naturally would not embarrass the child, and decisively bought him one. Su Luo also asked for one herself. To be honest, she also liked chocolate. She bit a hole in the rabbit's head, and the sweet water inside flowed into her mouth. Su Luo smacked the taste and suddenly raised her eyebrows, and looked at the vendor. What kind of candy is this? The vendor sold 2 expensive candies at once, and replied cheerfully, this is black rabbit chocolate with liquor filling. Chocolate with liquor filling. Su Luo suddenly had a bad feeling and immediately looked down at the boy beside him. At this time, the candy in his hand had disappeared. On the surface, there was no big difference from before, except that his face was slightly red and his eyes were a little blurry. Su Luo squatted down carefully, waved his hand in front of Xiao Qiu's eyes, and asked tentatively, Xiao Qiu? Xiao Qiu? Are you okay? Can you hear me? The vendor next to them saw them like this, and immediately added, the sugar is just a low-proof cocktail. It's okay for children to drink it. At most, they may get drunk. It's harmless. Yun Feibai smiled bitterly. It's harmless for ordinary children to get drunk. The worst they can do is cry loudly and grab people everywhere. But the parents can completely control him and prevent him from causing trouble. But their child is different. If he really makes a fuss, he and Su Luo can't control him together, let alone the two of them. Even if everyone in the amusement park came together, they might not be able to control him. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, Su Luo hugged Xiao Qiu and wanted to take him out of the amusement park. However, Xiao Qiu broke free from Su Luo with great force and quickly ran forward. Something bad happened. Su Luo and Yun Feibai quickly chased after him. Su Luo said anxiously, I will control him, and then use my talent skills to leave here directly, and you can go back by yourself. After that, she controlled Xiao Qiu with a third skill, and then quickly approached Xiao Qiu and used her talent skills to take him to an uninhabited open space. This place is actually an unfinished building. The government has not made any plans for it yet, so it is temporarily idle here. Su Luo had to be grateful for the open space on the way here. Otherwise she would not know what to do. Their villa is next to the school, which is a busy road. If Xiaoqiu is taken there and goes crazy, the consequences may be more serious. Xiaoqiu did not react to the sudden change in the surrounding environment, and continued to rush forward. Since there was no one here, Su Luo did not stop him, and watched Xiaoqiu go crazy here. After running for a while, Xiaoqiu squatted down, and the whole body was flickering with black light. Su Luo helplessly held his forehead. He was afraid that he would turn back to his original form. Xiaoqiu had turned back to his original form in front of them once. Su Luo still remembered that it was because they wanted to go to the top of the mountain to enjoy the sunrise. And the old dragon was too lazy to get up early, and did not come. So Xiaoqiu turned into a dragon and took them up. It must be said that as a dragon, Xiaoqiu's original form is still very majestic and domineering. And it is also very face-saving to ride on it. Well, now is not the time to think about these things. Su Luo hurried over and grabbed Xiaoqiu's back. Then, she frantically took out a bottle of spray from the system space and sprayed it on herself and Xiaoqiu. Then she took out the mask and put it on her face. What is the spray? It is a presence spray. Spraying it on the body will greatly reduce the sense of presence. This spray is similar to the invisibility potion, which can make others invisible to you. Chapter 325 Extra 4. But the presence spray is much cheaper than the props that make people invisible, because compared with the invisible props, it has many more defects. First of all, your presence is only reduced, not really invisible. If there are cameras or something like that, they can still record you. If you are willing to check, you can find it. In addition, if someone is paying attention to you, or paying attention to something that you are blocking, then they will not be affected by the spray and can still notice you. Su Luo took out the mask for this reason. After Xiaoqiu turned into a dragon, he would definitely fly to the sky for a walk. If someone happened to be paying attention to the sky, they might see them. She would not be recognized by others if she wore a mask. As for why someone asked her why she didn't use something like the invisibility potion, it was of course because it was not worth it. The invisibility potion is a very precious item. Even though they have experienced so many master level copies, they only have a few bottles. If the invisibility potion was used for such a blunder, Su Luo would be so angry that she would vomit blood. As expected, after a while, Xiaoqiu turned into a black dragon and soared into the sky. And because she grabbed the dragon's back, she has now become a real dragon knight. Not really. Su Luo leaned close to the dragon's ear and whispered to comfort it, "Are you tired? If you are tired of flying, let's go down. How boring is it to fly in the sky? It's better to go back and sleep." At the same time, she quietly turned on the video recorder to record the guy's embarrassing scene. Maybe her comforting worked. Of course, it could also be because he was tired from flying. Xiaoqiu turned into a human form and didn't move after flying for a while. Su Luo, we are still in the sky. She immediately used her ultimate move, transformed into an angel form, lifted Xiaoqiu up, and landed safely. When the two of them landed on the ground, Xiaoqiu had fallen asleep peacefully, making shallow breathing sounds. My ultimate moves and talents that are hard to use in this dungeon are wasted on you. You are just an angel when you fall asleep. Looking at his delicate face and slightly pouting mouth, Su Luo couldn't help but complain. Although she complained like this, she couldn't help but soften her eyebrows, picked up Xiaoqiu, and took him back to the villa. Unexpectedly, when she returned to the villa, Yun Feibai hadn't come back yet. Su Luo thought about it and knew what was going on. They were performing their skills in the playground, and someone would definitely come to arrest him for questioning. After a while, Yun Feibai came back. Su Luo asked, and it was just as she thought. "Since you left, I naturally can't just leave." Not long after, the police who caught the thief just now came to arrest me. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Is it such a coincidence? Those policemen probably didn't expect that they would meet again in this way. Yun Feibai sighed. He still couldn't forget the way those policemen looked at him at that time. 3 parts of shock, 2 parts of familiarity, and 5 parts of doubt. Yun Feibai glanced at the closed door over there and asked in a low voice, "Are you asleep?" Su Luo nodded, already asleep. "Everything will be fine tomorrow." "That's good. By the way, did this guy attract other people's attention?" Yun Feibai asked. Su Luo pouted, "Who knows? He walked around in the sky, and I don't know if anyone noticed. Anyway, I have done everything I can, and the rest is up to fate." After this incident, Xiao Qiu became more obedient and stopped making trouble. Well, actually, it was because Su Luo had the foresight to record the incident when he was drunk and making trouble. With the evidence in hand, why should we be afraid that he would not obey? However, within 2 days, Su Luo and Yun Feibai found that there were some strange people near their home. Let's first talk about how they found out that these people were not right. The main reason was that these people's faces were very unfamiliar. With so many strangers around the school, it was hard not to attract the attention of Su Luo and Yun Feibai. Moreover, these people have nothing to do. They just patrol in a fixed place every day, as if they are looking for something. Then, at night, a new group of people will continue to patrol, with clear division of labor. After discovering this situation, Yun Feibai immediately found a person who was patrolling and secretly followed him to see who sent these people. The result was very surprising. The person who was patrolling actually went to the city hall. After returning to the villa, Yun Feibai told Su Luo the news. And Su Luo was also a little surprised. It turned out to be someone sent by the government. Is something big going to happen recently? The government suddenly sent a lot of people to patrol and search around the highest institution of learning. It was hard for Su Luo not to think of some bad results. Yun Feibai was also very puzzled. Shouldn't it be? If something happened here, we should be the first to find out. How come we know later than the government? This is not his boast. With their observation skills, if there is really any unusual movement around here, they will definitely be able to notice it at the first time. That's why they were able to find the government personnel so quickly. Su Luo frowned and took out her cell phone. I called Qingqiu and asked her. She should know something. The 4 sisters had always had a good relationship during college. So even though they have graduated from college now, the 4 of them often call each other and make appointments to get together. Su Luo, Qingqiu. I'm Su Luo. Don't I live near our school? There seem to be a lot of unfamiliar faces around us recently. Could it be that some organization is targeting the school? She did not directly say that it was the government, but asked the question she wanted to know the answer to in a tone of worrying about the school. Because with their level of elite in Chu Qingqiu's mind, it is impossible to follow these elite players without being noticed. According to the level they showed in front of everyone, it was already amazing that they could find unfamiliar faces around the school so quickly. If they were more specific, Chu Qingqiu would most likely doubt their true strength. Hearing this, Chu Qingqiu did not doubt anything and said with a smile, Oh, don't worry about this. We sent someone. Su Luo rolled her eyes and asked in a worried tone, Why did the government send someone? Is something going to happen at the school? Should we move to another house quickly? Chu Qingqiu, no. This matter will not affect you too. I'm not afraid to tell you that a few days ago, one of us found a player flying a dragon in the sky. Su Luo was shocked. Isn't this talking about her? Chu Qingqiu continued, It is illegal to use skills in the city. Not to mention that this person is so arrogant that he can fly on a dragon. And we asked the nearby residents, but no one noticed such an amazing scene. Su Luo coughed and asked tentatively, Isn't this a good thing? If the residents didn't see the scene, they wouldn't have any thoughts. It proves that the person doesn't want to attract attention. Of course she knew why the residents couldn't see it. Because they didn't stare at the sky carefully at the time. So they naturally didn't notice their low presence. The reason why the government noticed it was probably because they have people who monitor the sky. This was a bit of a mistake on her part. Chu Qingqiu said seriously, Why can't the residents see it? But only the government can see it. This proves that a master player used special means to demonstrate to the government. Su Luo, that's not necessary. She coughed lightly and explained. The other party may not have thought that the government has been monitoring the sky. Besides, what kind of power can a person riding a dragon show? It's just flying for a while. No. You are still a little narrow-minded. As we all know, we in Greater China consider ourselves the descendants of the dragon. She rode a dragon to show off in front of the government. What is her intention? She deserves death. Chu Qingqiu said with great sorrow. Su Luo, She was speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. She had to give him a full score for his reading comprehension ability. Chu Qingqiu looked very busy. I won't tell you now. Don't worry anyway. Those who can control dragons and dare to challenge the government must be some master players who don't know their place. I'm going to be busy now. Don't go out recently to avoid getting into trouble. Su Luo hung up the phone, closed her eyes, and felt tired. Yun Feibai on the side was also speechless. Su Luo was on hands-free mode during the call, so he also heard what the other party said. No. This is a bit outrageous. Right? We didn't mean that. Did we? He was puzzled. How do you think these people associated? The idea is quite wild. Su Luo shook his head. Anyway, after a while, they will find that there is no movement here, and they will probably gradually let it go. At this time, Xiao Qiu, who had been in the room, came out and asked cautiously, "Did I cause you trouble?" Su Luo thought about it and didn't hide it from him. "It's not a trouble. But don't drink next time." Xiao Qiu stuck out his tongue and nodded obediently. "I can go back the day after tomorrow. Will you bring me to play next time?" Yun Feibai went over and put his big hand on his head. "If you don't make trouble these 2 days, I will bring you here next time." "Okay." Xiao Qiu laughed immediately and held a recording stone. "I have sent the recording to the old man. Next time we can openly ask you to bring me here." "Good guy. It's really a conspiracy." Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other with amusement. "Next time, not only will I bring you here, but I will also bring the old man with me. Then I will sign you up for a senior travel group and cause trouble for others." The next day, when the time came, Su Luo and Yun Feibai immediately sent Xiao Qiu back, and they blackmailed Shenlong for Xiao Qiu's drunken trouble. Back to this world, Su Luo weighed the top-grade ambergris in his hand. "This wave is not a loss.